Chapter 601. Supreme Platform to comprehend a law from the Tablet of Heavenly Tao. All the participants were again given the period of 2 years. But even so, only 5,000 people succeeded in comprehending the law from the Tablet of Heavenly Tao. Comprehending a law was not as easy as it seems. Normally, it would even take tens of years of a martial artist to comprehend a single law. So, 5,000 people being able to comprehend a law from the Tablet of Heavenly Tao in just 2 years was already worth praising. Ye Xiao was able to comprehend the many laws in only the period of 1 month or 2 months each, only because of becoming one with the ancestral dragons or through some fortuitous encounter. For example, he was able to comprehend the blood law through the drop of ancient demon's blood. If not for that, he would not have been able to comprehend the blood law so easily and so quickly. After waiting for another 3 months, the final round of the competition started. In this round, these 5,000 participants had to compete with each other. This round was divided into 2 parts. The first part was where a battle royal will take place, on an extremely large platform. Only when there will 1,000 people left will this part of the third round end. After that, a 1 versus 1 fight will start. The reward will be given to the top 100. Well, the competition of myriad worlds ended in the period of 3 years from the moment Ye Xiao and Lin Hao started walking on the 10 platforms. Well of Hell, place of trial. Old man Yuan Shida, Paigan, and the white figure were standing while looking in the air. In the air, there was a large water screen floating where one could see Ye Xiao and Lin Hao walking on the platform. Ye Xiao was walking on the 4th platform while Lin Hao was walking on the 7th platform. These 3 people had seen everything from the very start. On every golden bridge, Lin Hao stopped only for a few months, while Ye Xiao was taking longer and longer periods of time with each passing platform. They could see both Lin Hao and Ye Xiao tempering their bodies, souls, and spirit energy, and evolving them into divine body and true essence. As for the soul, both of them already had the divine soul, so their souls did not evolve. The 4th, 5th, and 6th golden bridges again repeated the same process of tempering the body, soul, and true essence. Now, Lin Hao was walking on the 7th golden bridge. The same process was repeated again. Lin Hao was once again walking in the path filled with purple flames, tempering his divine body. It has to say, with each passing golden platform, the strength of his divine body, divine soul, and true essence increased by many folds. It truly benefited greatly. As for Ye Xiao, he had just reached the 4th platform. Seeing this, Paigan asked, "Lord Yuan Shida, I don't understand. Why is that brat, the holder of God-slaying sword, passing the bridge in just a few months of time while it is taking longer and longer for Ye Xiao to pass each bridge?" Yuan Shida, who was sitting on his throne, looking at every scene with great interest, shifted his gaze for a few seconds to look at Paigan and said, "You are already at the late stage of ancient God realm. There are very few people under the entire heavens who are your match. You are one of the strongest people in the entire heavens right now. But even so, you are actually not able to tell what is the difference between these two and what is happening here." When Paigan heard this, his face flushed red. If he was still in his beast form, his flushed red would not have been seen by the 2 people in the hall, but right now, he was in the human form. Seeing his flushed red, a knowing smile appeared on the face of Yuan Shida. And the white figure, seeing their smiles, Paigan felt irritated. He said, "It is just a small clone of mine. My true body is still in the divine realm, guarding the place of 5th trial. If my true body was here, I would have been able to immediately tell what is going on and why Ye Xiao is so behind that successor of Celestial Sword Emperor." The 2 people in the room laughed heartily when they heard Paigan's retort. Even always expressionless white figure was laughing at this moment, causing Paigan to be even more annoyed. Yuan Shida then looked at the white figure and asked, "Yuan Bai He, you are the spirit of my divine domain. After my death, my will had given birth to you. So, you should have a much clearer understanding of what is happening on the supreme platform. You tell me, why is Ye Xiao taking so long to pass each supreme bridge that is connecting all 10 supreme platforms with each other?" It turned out that the white figure was actually the spirit of Yuan Shida's divine domain that was born after Yuan Shida's death. And its name was Yuan Bai He. Yuan Bai He didn't even think as he replied, "I think, in the case of the holder of God-slaying sword, the supreme bridge connecting the supreme platforms just doing its job just like in the primordial and ancient times. But, in the case of Ye Xiao, there is something deeper going on. As for what is going on, I cannot tell. What I can tell is that Ye Xiao is not just receiving the tempering of body, soul, and energy. He is getting much more benefits from the supreme platform than that of Lin Hao. Yuan Shida nodded his head and said, yes, you are right. Ye Xiao is receiving much more benefits from the supreme platform than that of Lin Hao. Sigh, I'm already dead for hundreds of thousands of eons. If not for my divine domain, even this bit of my soul would have dispersed. If I was still alive, I could have easily told what other benefits Ye Xiao is receiving. But now, it is extremely difficult to know. But it doesn't mean there is no way to know. Yuan Shida suddenly smiled before completing his last sentence, causing the eyes of Paigan and Yuan Baihe to light up. Paigan immediately asked, Lord Yuan Shida, tell us about the way to see through the benefits that Ye Xiao is receiving. The old man Yuan Shida laughed and said, well, provide me with soul energy and I'll use my ability to see through him. The two people did not hesitate at all. The two of them immediately started transferring their soul energy into the soul body of Yuan Shida. Yuan Shida's body trembled and then, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a unique mark lit up on his forehead. If Ye Xiao was here, he would have immediately recognized this mark. This mark was unique to only the people of the primordial race. Other than the people of primordial race, none of the races under the heavens has this mark. After a few seconds, Yuan Shida opened his eyes and looked at Ye Xiao. It was as if he could see through every curtain. His gaze directly fell on Ye Xiao's nascent soul. But even this might gaze was unable to penetrate the body of nascent soul. Although Yuan Shida was able to see nascent soul, he was unable to see his domineering god crystal in the small body of Ye Xiao's nascent soul. Ye Xiao was completely unaware of someone spying on him. Right now, he was laying down on the fourth supreme platform. He was feeling too tired. It's been a few months, more than 3 years since Ye Xiao ascended to the first supreme platform and started walking. After all these times, it was normal for him to feel extremely tired, both physically and mentally. After all, when his body was being tempered, he felt high physical pain, and when his soul was being tempered, he felt extremely high pain in the soul. This exhausted his energy, causing him to become physically and mentally tired. As for the tempering of spirit energy and its evolution into the divine energy, it was not painful at all. Instead, it was slightly comfortable. But this comfort was not enough to refresh Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao was unaware of being spied on. He was resting for the time being. Yuan Shida was shocked to see the nascent soul in Ye Xiao's divine sea. He was about to open his mouth to say something when the always closed eyes of Ye Xiao's nascent soul snapped open. It had golden pupils. It directly looked at Yuan Shida with its golden eyes. Chapter 602. Cultivation Realms Above. Divine Yuan Shida instantly felt as if he was electrified. His entire body trembled for a moment before he was forced to retract his spying eyes that were seeing the nascent soul inside Ye Xiao's divine sea. Yuan Shida coughed for a moment before stabilizing himself. If not for retracting his spying eyes the moment he felt threatened, even this remaining part of his soul would have been dispersed today. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. Master, what happened? The white figure, Yuan Baihe, immediately asked when he saw Yuan Shida in his current state. Paigan also looked at him with a questioning gaze. Yuan Shida took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and muttered, that guy, he is really something. It is no wonder he was chosen by the second universe. Yuan Baihe and Paigan could not understand what Yuan Shida was muttering. They once again asked. Yuan Shida looked at the two of them and said, I know the reason why it is taking so long for him to cross the supreme bridges. Why, it's because he has already given birth to the nascent soul. And from the looks of it, it was no ordinary nascent soul. Instead, it was a divine nascent soul. What? When Yuan Baihe and Paigan heard Yuan Shida, they were shocked beyond belief. They could not believe what Yuan Shida had just told them. A question immediately followed. How is this possible? Nascent soul is something that a person gives birth to only after advancing to the 9-mark Divine Lord realm. As for the divine nascent soul, it should be simply impossible. Only a 9-marked heavenly divine lord could evolve their nascent soul into divine nascent soul, and only after that could they break through the body of divine and become a ruler. Yuan Baihe also nodded his head, supporting Paigan's statement. He also said, what Paigan is saying is right. You must have seen wrong, master. Yuan Shida laughed bitterly and said, I know how inconceivable what I said is, but this is the truth. Do you really think ordinary things have the power to make me suffer like this? If would not have retracted my god eye in time, even this remaining bit of my soul would have dissipated in the air by now. By now, I really would have been completely dead. At that time, no power, no strength, and no ability would have been able to help me resurrect or recreate my body. Yuan Baihe and Paigan were really shocked. They simply don't have anything to say at this moment. This matter was really something that they did not dare to imagine. Being able to give birth to the divine nascent soul was a really outlandish matter. Even if they wanted to and knew Yuan Shida would not lie to them, they still could not make themselves believe in what Yuan Shida told them. Yuan Shida did not heed to whatever they were thinking, and he had no plan on paying attention to them. He continued to say, "This is not the most shocking matter. The thing that is more unimaginable is that Ye Xiao's divine nascent soul seemed to have its own awareness. Only an exalted ruler's divine nascent soul could give birth to awareness, and becoming one with the divine nascent soul, one would be able to become a god." This time, Yuan Baihe and Paigan did not say anything. They took deep breaths and remained silent for a long time. After a long time, Paigan finally spoke, "I don't have the strength to hear anything more. I'm going." "Where?" asked Yuan Shida. Paigan replied, "I don't know, maybe I'll go out of this place and refresh my mind by exploring the entire upper realm." Saying this, Paigan did not wait for Yuan Shida or Yuan Baihe to say something. He directly disappeared. Yuan Shida looked at Yuan Baihe only to hear him saying, "I think I also need some time to digest this unbelievable thing." Saying this, Yuan Baihe also disappeared. Yuan Baihe was the spirit of Yuan Shida's divine domain. He could not leave the divine domain, but at least, he could leave this hall they were in. In his previous life, Yuan Shida was an ancient god. His divine domain was extremely big and was not limited to just a few tens of kilometers of area. Yuan Baihe could go anywhere he wants within the divine domain. Yuan Shida, after resting for a few hours and sleeping soundly, Ye Xiao finally woke up. His true cultivation base had already returned, so Ye Xiao decided to first cultivate the 6th layer of 9 Dragon Universal Circulation technique before advancing further on the Supreme Platform. He did not know that this was Supreme Platform, and the golden bridge he was walking previously were known as Supreme Bridges. All he knew was that these 10 platforms and 9 golden bridges could help his strength soar to the sky in one leap. This was a great opportunity, and he could not waste this opportunity no matter what. Because his cultivation base was sealed previously, he had already wasted a great opportunity to increase the cultivation level of the 6th layer of 9 Dragon Universal Circulation technique. But now that his cultivation was no longer sealed, he has to take advantage of every second on the Supreme Platform and Supreme Bridges and increase his strength in every way possible. Ye Xiao immediately sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the 6th layer of 9 Dragon Universal Circulation technique. Instead of spirit energy or true essence, warm purple energy from the Supreme Platform started flowing within Ye Xiao's meridians, circulating the 6th layer of 9 Dragon Universal Circulation technique with an unbelievable speed. With this speed, it would not take long for Ye Xiao to successfully cultivate the 6th layer of 9 Dragon Universal Circulation technique and form the 6th ancestral dragon, who should be the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. While Ye Xiao was cultivating, Lin Hao was walking on the 7th Golden Bridge, connecting to the 8th platform. His body had also advanced to the divine body, and his soul was already a divine soul. But the 2nd and 5th Golden Bridges still strengthened his divine soul further, causing his soul strength to become more than 10 times stronger than before. His spirit energy had also transformed into the true essence. As for his cultivation base, Lin Hao had just broken through to the middle stage of the ancient immortal realm. He believed, as long as he could completely walk past the 9th Golden Bridge and go to the 10th platform, he would be able to at least break through to the late stage of ancient immortal realm and might even advance to the Tao manifestation realm. Of course, now that he already has the divine body and divine soul, he would also skip the 2 stages of the Tao manifestation realm, directly advancing to the 3rd stage, the Tao tribulation stage. And after crossing 3 heavenly tribulations, he would be able to transform and become a divine being and ascend to the divine realm. Just thinking about this made his heart feel blessed. He was really too happy at the moment. Of course, he knew that Ye Xiao was also walking on the Supreme Platform. He just don't know what kind of benefit Ye Xiao was receiving. Was Ye Xiao also receiving the same benefit as him, less than him, or more than him? Ye Xiao is outstanding, but the pain he endured on the golden bridges, would Ye Xiao be able to endure such pain? Well, these were only 2 out of many questions that appeared in his heart. Lin Hao suppressed these questions in his heart and continued to endure the pain and walk on the 7th Golden Bridge. Also, as he walked closer and closer to the 10th platform, the broken god-slaying sword floating inside his divine sea was trembling more and more. It could be seen that the god-slaying sword was very excited at the moment. Lin Hao also had expectations on his face as he looked at the 10th platform in the air. When the supreme platform descended, Gold-slaying sword had already sent Lin Hao its thought. It had told Lin Hao that the second part of the god-slaying sword is on the 10th platform. It might be the final reward to the ascender from the supreme platform. Yes, God-slaying sword had told Lin Hao that the platform he was walking on was called the supreme platform. It had also told Lin Hao what exactly was the purpose of supreme platform and what was the meaning behind its existence in the primordial times. Lin Hao was extremely excited and wanted to reach the 10th platform as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he knew it would take at least 3 years for him to reach there. Chapter 603, The Holder of God-Slaying Sword. 1 month later, Ye Xiao opened his eyes and took a deep breath of purple air. After only 1 month of cultivation, he was able to form the 6th ancestral dragon through cultivating the 6th layer of 9 dragon universal circulation technique. As he had already expected, his 6th ancestral dragon really was the 9 Hell Serenity dragon. Its appearance was extremely similar to the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon. The only difference between the two was that the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon had red dragon scales all over its body while the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon's black body was emitting out silver glows that were actually coming from the end of every single black scale on its huge body. Ye Xiao stood up and once again started walking. Ye Xiao looked up at the 4th Golden Bridge, which was in front of him. This meant that he would have to undergo the second tempering of the divine body. Ye Xiao resolutely took a step forward and arrived at the 4th Golden Bridge. The 1st Golden Bridge to the 3rd Golden Bridge was a cycle, the 4th to 6th Paragon Bridge was another cycle, and the 7th to 9th Golden Bridge was another cycle. The 1st Golden Bridge, the 4th Golden Bridge, and the 7th Golden Bridge were actually all meant to temper the flesh and blood, or rather, the divine body. However, the difference was that the 1st Golden Bridge was covered in purple flames, while the 4th was covered in purple rain of lightning. As the rain of lightning rained down, Ye Xiao's divine body once again felt the intense pain. Ye Xiao's face twisted in pain and he walked even slower. The power of the rain of lightning struck Ye Xiao's divine body, and many of his flesh and blood were torn apart by the power of the rain of lightning. However, after his flesh and blood recovered, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, a large amount of purple energy flowed into Ye Xiao's body, strengthening the power of his divine body. This purple energy couldn't be considered as spirit energy or true essence, but it also had some characteristics of being unique, being the king that ruled over both spirit energy and the true essence. Therefore, after absorbing a large amount of purple energy, Ye Xiao's divine body once again broke through the shackles and was strengthened further. With the help of the baptism of purple energy, his comprehension of the 6th layer of 9 dragon universal circulation technique had also improved. At this point, his divine body seemed to have reached a limit. Ye Xiao guessed that if he wanted to advance his divine body further, it would need a large amount of energy from the 7th Golden Bridge. Obviously, the tempering on the 4th Supreme Bridge wasn't enough for Ye Xiao to advance his divine body further any longer. The 6th layer of 9 Dragon Universal Circulation technique circulated crazily. The vast purple energy was absorbed by the circulation of the 9 Dragon Universal Circulation technique. Suddenly, Ye Xiao's body trembled. Gradually, Ye Xiao's surging aura gradually withdrew and finally returned to calm. Feeling the energy flowing within his body, the corner of Ye Xiao's mouth lifted slightly, and he revealed a smile. When Ye Xiao stepped onto the 5th Supreme Platform, it had already been 3 years since he stepped onto the 4th Golden Bridge. Ye Xiao accepted the baptism of the purple energy from the 5th Supreme Platform. All kinds of enlightenment emerged in his heart. His understanding of laws, which was originally somewhat confusing, became clear at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao sat down cross-legged. In the next moment, the energy of heaven and earth from the 5th Supreme Bridge descended, causing a large amount of purple energy to surge towards him. Ye Xiao absorbed the purple energy and continued to circulate the 6th layer of the 9 Dragon Universal Circulation technique. When the baptism on the 5th Supreme Platform ended, Ye Xiao stood up to step onto the 5th Golden Bridge. But, the entire Supreme Platform suddenly lit up and started shining with golden brilliance. A resplendent golden light shot to the sky as a rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire well of hell, causing a great stir between the demonic beasts and other kinds of lifeforms living inside the well of hell. Ye Xiao was shocked. He stayed standing in his place and looked above. At this time, in the sky, a screen actually appeared that seemed to have been formed from the golden light that had shot into the sky previously. Currently, the screen was showing the scene on the 10th platform. It was as if the Supreme Platform wanted the entire world to know about someone who had ascended to the 10th Supreme Platform. Unfortunately, it could only show what was happening to the lifeforms of the well of hell. There seemed to be a kind of law, restricting the Supreme Platform from showing anything to the outside world. On the screen, Ye Xiao saw Lin Hao bathing in golden light. Yes, the light in which Lin Hao seemed to be bathing was actually golden in color, not purple. In the next moment, a terrifying aura exploded out from his body. Peak of late-stage ancient immortal realm. Seeing that scene, Ye Xiao muttered in his heart. He clearly saw that Lin Hao had already reached the peak late stage of the ancient immortal realm. It also meant that he would be able to advance to the Tao manifestation realm very soon. Well, this doesn't surprise Ye Xiao at all. He was still on the 5th platform. Another 5 platforms were still left for him to walk on. At that time, Ye Xiao believed he would be able to break through to the Tao manifestation realm. Ye Xiao chose to stay still and first see everything that was going to happen on the 10th platform before continuing his further journey on the Supreme Platform. It took 3 months for the golden light in which Lin Hao was bathing to disappear. For these 3 months, although Ye Xiao was extremely bored, he kept waiting. At the same time, he also kept cultivating the 6th layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. When the golden light disappeared, Lin Hao's body was revealed. An extremely profound aura was surrounding his body. Suddenly, the space in his front trembled violently and another golden light flashed. The next moment, a part of the sword, the size of an adult's palm or might be slightly bigger, appeared out of nowhere with an overwhelming aura and started floating around Lin Hao's body. Looking at this sword, Ye Xiao had a strange feeling. He had a feeling that he knew what this sword was, but he could not tell right now. He was still straining his mind when the infinity edge blade on the first floor of 9-story pagoda trembled, and the next moment, a name suddenly appeared in Ye Xiao's mind. God-slaying sword. Ye Xiao opened his wide as he looked at Lin Hao. He saw Lin Hao stretching his hand out, and in the next second, a broken sword appeared out of nowhere. The moment the broken half of the God-slaying sword appeared, the part of God-slaying sword's blade that was hovering in the air instantly shot at the other broken part of God-slaying sword in Lin Hao's hand and started fusing. The fusion process of the God-slaying sword was blinded by shining light, but when the light disappeared, the 2 parts of the God-slaying sword had already become one. Now, only the last part of the God-slaying sword was left to be found out. At that time, Lin Hao would be able to recover the God-slaying sword completely. After that, Lin Hao waved the God-slaying sword in his hand a few times before nodding his head in satisfaction. Then, he muttered something and kept the God-slaying sword in his divine sea once again. The next instant, another golden light shone in front of Lin Hao and a golden gate was formed. The golden gate opened, and without giving Lin Hao a chance to retaliate, it immediately sucked Lin Hao before throwing him outside the well of hell. After that, the screen in the sky also disappeared. On the other hand, Ye Xiao kept looking in the sky, at the position of the screen, in surprise. After a short while, he finally took a deep breath and muttered, "So, Lin Hao is actually the holder of God's slaying sword." He suddenly remembered what Queen had told him before entering the well of hell. She had told him that he was actually familiar with the holder of God's slaying sword and will know who that person is after entering the well of hell. Now, he finally knew. It was his friend Lin Hao, who was the holder of God's slaying sword. Chapter 604. Disappointment of leaders. Ye Xiao stepped onto the 5th golden bridge and his divine soul once again started being tempered by the purple lightning. The pain he felt made him twitch in pain. The 5th golden bridge, the 6th platform, the 6th golden bridge, and the 7th platform. Ye Xiao kept climbing upwards, and more golden bridges and platform appeared. When Ye Xiao passed the 6th golden bridge, the aura on his body skyrocketed once more, and he stepped into the middle stage of ancient immortal realm. The 5th golden bridge had taken Ye Xiao nearly 5 years, and the 6th had taken him nearly 10 years to cross. Adding the 6th and 7th golden platform, Ye Xiao had spent even more time. The baptism of the heavens and earth and the purple energy of the 7th platform had allowed Ye Xiao's Sunfire Soul to evolve into Supreme Sunfire Soul that also ranked 1 in the list of legendary fire souls at the upper realm. As his cultivation base became higher and higher, especially after breaking through to the middle stage of the ancient immortal realm, Ye Xiao could feel the huge changes happening in his solar system. His solar system started expanding at a rapid pace. Very soon, 2, 3, 4, 5, many solar systems were born in his inner world. And many were still taking birth. Generally, after a martial artist breaks through to the immortal emperor realm, lives would start taking birth in their inner world, but Ye Xiao was an exception. Even though he had already become an ancient immortal realm martial artist, his inner world had yet to give birth to any sign of life. Of course, trees were exceptions since these trees were born because of the queen's blessing. Well, it was also normal. After all, after a martial artist breaks through to the immortal emperor realm, their inner world would have matured enough to give birth to lives. On the other hand, Ye Xiao's inner world was not even complete yet. So, giving birth to lives in the inner world was out of the question. Currently, his inner world was expanding. Solar systems kept appearing one after another in his inner world, and it would not take long for them to become a galaxy. Sensing the changes in his body, Ye Xiao took a deep breath. His expression became much more cautious as he stepped onto the 7th golden bridge. It was still a refinement of his divine body, but this refinement had caused him unprecedented pain. He felt as if his body was going to explode at any moment. In fact, it was the same. If Ye Xiao still had the time to observe his body, he would find that he was like a porcelain bottle. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared everywhere on his body. However, the strange thing was that even though there were cracks on Ye Xiao's body, there wasn't any blood flowing out. My wood blossom bloodline is of low leveled. Its level is not high enough to help me in this situation. Ye Xiao, whose body had surpassed the recovery ability of any other human due to the wood blossom bloodline, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and his facial expression became serious. The true essence in his body started circulating rapidly. Along with the true essence circulating in his body, a faint purple-gold halo emerged on Ye Xiao's skin. Under this purple-gold halo, Ye Xiao's divine body gradually recovered. This was the ability that controlled one's own recovery. Under the control of one's consciousness, one's recovery speed would also increase. Ye Xiao actually had somehow given birth to the recovery ability on his own. His body actually started healing rapidly, without needing to rely on the wood blossom bloodline. Every step he took, he would have to stay in the same place for a long time to adapt to the environment. He would have to wait for his divine body to be tempered. For Ye Xiao, it was becoming more and more difficult to walk on the supreme platform. It was mainly because unlike Lin Hai, who had only tempered his body into divine body, letting aside his divine soul that no longer needed to evolve and was only strengthened further, his spirit energy that evolved into true essence, Ye Xiao's evolution was not as simple as this. He was actually evolving in every way possible. He had given birth to nascent soul that further evolved into divine nascent soul and was continuously being strengthened. Not only this, but the domineering God stone inside the divine nascent soul also seemed to have been evolving continuously, and its obscureness was becoming more and more profound. Not to mention the continuous evolution of his solar system that had also become a galaxy and was further expanding. He had stayed on the 7th golden platform for 10 years. After stepping onto the 8th supreme platform, Ye Xiao heaved a huge sigh of relief. I might be able to pass through the 8th golden bridge, but I would definitely be in a much more miserable state than I am now. The chances of me passing through the 8th golden bridge would be extremely low, and the chances of me passing through the 9th golden bridge would be close to zero. Ye Xiao murmured, however, I must step onto the 10th platform. The 10th platform will definitely give me the greatest fortune that I've received till now. Resolution flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. After that, he sat down cross-legged and prepared to receive the baptism of purple energy of the 8th supreme platform. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years had passed just like that. In the outside world, all the leaders and elders of the sacred land had already returned to their sacred lands in disappointment. More than 100 years ago, Lin Hao came out of the well of hell. They were shocked to see his high cultivation. Upon being asked, Lin Hao told him that he did walk on the platform that appeared out of nowhere, and it was also there that he was able to increase his cultivation base by so much. But he still was not able to take away the divine level treasure. He told the leaders and the elders of sacred lands that the divine treasure did appear in front of him. He was unable to see what kind of treasure it was since it was enveloped by blinding golden light. When he was about to take the treasure, he was stopped by a mysterious force, as if being restricted by something that was not giving him permission to take away the divine treasure. And after that, he heard a voice in his mind, telling him that he was not qualified to take away the divine treasure, and the next moment, he was sent out. Hearing all these things, the leaders of the sacred land were greatly disappointed, but they did not lose hope. There was still a second person walking on the platform. All of them put their hopes in the second person. They asked Lin Hao if he had seen who that second person was. In reply, Lin Hao truthfully answered that it was Ye Xiao. The leader and elders of the double sword sacred land had their eyes light up. They immediately claimed that just like Lin Hao, Ye Xiao was also from his team. After that, they first checked Lin Hao's spatial ring, in fear that Lin Hao might be lying to them. Not being able to find anything in his spatial ring, they let Lin Hao leave. As for them, they started waiting for Ye Xiao to come out. But even after 100 years, he had yet to come out. No spatial disturbance appeared at the entrance of the Well of Hell. During this period of time, they even sent dome other people inside the Well of Hell to look for Ye Xiao, only to be disappointed. The casualties were still high, and the alive people who returned from the Well of Hell, none were able to reach the depth. So, they failed to see the platform. Now that 100 years has already passed and Ye Xiao had yet to come out, the leaders and elders of the sacred land thought that Ye Xiao might be already dead. Thinking of this, they felt even more disappointed and then left this place one by one. Leader and elders of the double sword sacred land were the last one to leave this place in disappointment. Even while leaving, they kept turning to look at the entrance of Well of Hell from time to time, until they could no longer see the entrance anymore, in hope of seeing a miracle. But as destined, they were disappointed as Ye Xiao never came out of the Well of Hell. Chapter 605. Su Shui Er's situation at the depth of Well of Hell. At the end of the 9th Golden Bridge, with Ye Xiao as the center, the tsunami of flames poured madly into his body, and the raging flame power continued to burn his body. Traces of residue were burned out from the true essence in Ye Xiao's body, leaving behind even more essence energy. These so-called residues were already extremely high-quality true essence for ordinary divine lords, but for the current Ye Xiao, they were residues. Ye Xiao's face twisted and sweat poured down like rain. However, he revealed a smile. This smile seemed very twisted on his twisted face. Soon, very soon, the 10th Supreme Platform is right in front of me. Ye Xiao murmured. From the 7th Golden Bridge to the 9th Golden Bridge, it had 100 years to reach this step. He had experienced unimaginable pain and torture for entire 100 years. But this pain was not without any benefit. Letting aside other benefits, just the increase in cultivation was already too great. Right now, he was already at the peak of late-stage ancient immortal realm and was only a half-step away from breaking through to the Tao tribulation stage of the Tao manifestation realm. It had taken Ye Xiao 100 years to reach his current position. There had been a few times when he had been in danger of his body and soul collapsing, but thanks to his newly gained ability of quickly recovering that he had somehow given birth to while walking on the 7th Golden Bridge, he had been able to recover. If it weren't for this ability to heal, Ye Xiao would never have dared to try to step onto the 9th Golden Bridge. He did not know how Lin Hao was able to walk on the Supreme Platform and Golden Brides so quickly. To him, it was incredibly dangerous and life-threatening. Even though his foundation was that of a divine being now, and theoretically speaking, it should have been easier for him to endure pain, the 9th Golden Bridge didn't have the so-called easy thing at all. Not only was he tempering the immortal power, but he was also tempering his entire body. It was as if he was going to bring a qualitative change to Ye Xiao from beginning to end. The pain of living a life worse than death almost made Ye Xiao give up on it several times. However, the benefits were also huge. Ye Xiao could already feel the terrifying energy surging in his body. Now, he believed that he could definitely kill a late Tao tribulation stage martial artist or even half-step divine lord realm martial artist with a single punch. His other martial arts skills that he had comprehended on his own also evolved further and had all evolved to become divine rank martial arts skills. He had also completely cultivated the 6th layer of 9 Dragon Universal Circulation Technique and had already become one with the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon, receiving all of its abilities. At the same time, he had also comprehended the law of death. He wanted to cultivate the 7th layer of the 9 Dragon Universal Circulation Technique but found out that he was actually being restricted by his cultivation base. Only after breaking through to the Divine Lord realm could he start cultivating the 7th layer of 9-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique. However, the increase in his strength was extremely terrifying. It would not be wrong to say that with his current strength, Ye Xiao could even face a Divine Lord level ranker head-on. There is only one more step left. Ye Xiao lifted his foot with great difficulty. The moment he lifted his foot, the flaming vortex rumbled loudly. The spinning speed suddenly increased by several times and terrifying energy kept flowing into Ye Xiao's body. His flesh, blood vessels, bone marrow, internal organs, divine soul, the true essence, and so on, everything seemed to be constantly being destroyed and resurrected. Ye Xiao wanted to make that kick fall, but his intuition told him that if he really stepped down, the power of the flaming vortex would instantly increase by several times, and at that time, he would definitely explode. Ye Xiao maintained his current state and tried to adapt to the impact of the flaming vortex. This wait lasted for several months. In the outside world, even after 100 years, Lin Hao had yet to step into the Tao tribulation stage of the Tao manifestation realm. But he could feel he was only a step away from advancing to the Tao tribulation stage. The increase in strength was really too great. It took him more than 100 years to gradually become familiar with his strength and fully gained control of his own strength. The increase in strength was too quick, so it was no wonder it took him so many years to gain control of his own strength. Well, in these 100 years, Lin Hao had left the Lin family with Lin Ling and her first master, the sect leader of White Snow sect of the Azure Sky continent. Well, she had also become Lin Hao's woman. In these 100 years of time, coincidentally, Lin Hao met Su Shui'er, and after spending some time with her, through Lin Ling and her first master, Lin Hao come to know that Su Shui'er was actually related to Ye Xiao. And knowing her situation, he decided to lend a helping hand to her. Actually, Su Shui'er's talent and bloodline were the strongest in the Xiao family. Because of this, the great elder of the Xiao family accepted her as his own disciple and started using many resources to train her. At the same time, he was plotting on how to extract the holy beast bloodline from Su Shui'er. By luck, Su Shui'er found out about the great elder's plan and decided to leave the Xiao family. But her mother was still in the Xiao family and she could not leave her mother in the Xiao family to suffer and die at the hands of the great elder. Because of this, she came up with the idea of delaying the great elder and participated in the competition of the myriad worlds. There, she saw Ye Xiao with Yu Ying. She then wrote a letter to Ye Xiao and secretly delivered it to him, informing him that she had seen him and not to worry about her. She did not want Ye Xiao to worry about her. But somewhere in her heart, she did want to rely on Ye Xiao to get out of this situation. In the entire upper realm, Ye Xiao was the only one other than her mother who could give warmth to her. She did not write anything about her problem in the letter. She just wanted Ye Xiao to remember her, and that's why she wrote the letter for him. Well, the competition of Myriad World ended in just 5 years, where 2 years were spent in the first round, another 2 years were spent in the second round, and 1 year in the final third round. After 5 years, her cultivation also increased greatly, reaching the late stage of Immortal Emperor realm. This feat was possible not only because of the true essence she had absorbed for 3 days, and other opportunities she had gotten from the competition of myriad worlds, but also because of her holy beast bloodline. With this kind of strength, she believed that she could at least guarantee her own safety in the Xiao family, so she went back there. But who would have thought, the great elder to shake hands with the current patriarch of the Xiao family and tried to trap her mother to lure her out and willingly give away her holy beast bloodline. She was shocked and wanted to go and save her mother even though she knew all of this was just a trap set up to capture her. But it was at that time she found a letter written by her mother in her room. Her mother had left this letter for her before she was captured by the great elder and the patriarch of the Xiao family. Through this letter, her mother told her that she was sorry for being a burden to her dear daughter. She also knew what the great elder was planning to do with her daughter, but she was helpless in this situation since she had no strength or status to face a person like the great elder or the patriarch. She knew that both of them were planning to use her as bait to capture her daughter Su Shui'er. Through this letter, she told Su Shui'er not to go and save her, and focus on increasing her strength. The great elder and patriarch will not do anything to her as long as Su Shui'er does not fall into their trap. She wanted her daughter to increase her strength and only return to save her when she will be confident enough to face everyone in the Xiao family. Chapter 606. Dao Tribulation Stage Su Shui'er left the Xiao family secretly according to her mother's will and started looking for opportunities everywhere to increase her strength. She wanted to increase her cultivation as soon as possible so that she could rescue her mother from the hands of those two bastards. Although the Grand Elder and the Patriarch might not kill her mother, it would not be a surprise if they tortured her mother for her whereabouts. She could not let her mother stay in the Xiao family any longer. Just another 5 years after leaving the Xiao family, she met Lin Hao, Lin Ling, and her first master. All of them met inside a ruin, and through some incidents and dangers which they faced together, they became friends. And after spending some days together, Lin Ling saw Su Shui'er always sad face and could not help but ask for her story, and she finally told about her mother. And in her story, she also took Ye Xiao's name with deep emotion in her heart. Hearing Ye Xiao's name, Lin Hao and Lin Ling were attracted to her relationship with Ye Xiao. And only then did they come to know how Su Shui'er was related to Ye Xiao. Knowing that Su Shui'er was related to Ye Xiao, Lin Hao decided to give a helping hand. With his current strength, it was not impossible for him to fight a Dao body stage cultivator. And with the god-slaying sword in his hand, he could even fight against Dao soul stage cultivators. Not to mention, he already had a divine body that would be impossible for even Dao tribulation stage cultivators to harm. With the help of Lin Hao, Su Shui'er finally rescued her mother and even killed the Grand Elder and the Patriarch as well as many followers of the Patriarch, causing the son of the ancestor who betrayed him to come out from his seclusion. Then he and Lin Hao had a great fight. The son of the ancestor was a Dao soul stage martial artist and only Lin Hao had the strength to face him. After an intense fight that continued for full 3 days, Lin Hao finally brought the son of the ancestor to the ground, at his last breath. And Su Shui'er killed him with her own hands since she had promised the ancestor to take revenge for his fall. Now, all that was left was to kill the friend of the ancestor who had betrayed him and try to take away the treasure that could increase the density of the bloodline. After that, she with her mother said goodbye to Lin Hao and the other two, and then the two of them went their separate ways. In the Well of Hell, on the Supreme Bridge, when Ye Xiao took his final step out of the 9th Golden Bridge and stepped onto the 10th Supreme Platform, the dominating God crystal in his divine nascent soul started to flicker crazily. A golden light started to shine, and with the dominating God crystal as the center, it began to absorb the surrounding golden energy. Ye Xiao spread his arms wide. He could feel the excitement in his heart. The energy in his body was increasing at an astonishing speed. A terrifying aura was unleashed that could destroy everything in its path. Ye Xiao's aura was also increasing rapidly. Waves of terrifying pressure were spreading out from Ye Xiao's body. Finally, the true essence in Ye Xiao's body stopped at a critical point. It was like an invisible giant door in front of him, blocking the growth of the energy. Once the door was completely destroyed, Ye Xiao would immediately reach another realm. Just another step and I'll break through to the Dao Tribulation stage, skipping the Dao body and Dao soul stage of the Dao manifestation realm. Ye Xiao felt the true essence in his body and instantly determined this. Ye Xiao even felt that the true essence in his body was much stronger than the true essence of an ordinary divine lord. Strictly speaking, Ye Xiao was only a step away from reaching the Dao Tribulation stage. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he might even directly reach late Dao Tribulation stage. He had been walking on the supreme platform for more than 100 years. Breaking through was only a matter of course. This was the benefit of passing through the 9th Golden Bridge. At the same time, the 10th Supreme Platform's heaven and earth baptism rumbled down, devouring Ye Xiao. Large amounts of golden energy rushed towards Ye Xiao. The good fortune given by the 10th Supreme Platform allowed Ye Xiao's divine body to break through the shackles once again, advancing again. Right now, even Ye Xiao himself was unsure of his true strength. Ye Xiao was fully confident that he would be able to defeat the Dao Tribulation stage martial artist with his current strength. The weaker martial artists might even die with a single punch of his. At this moment, the domineering God crystal inside the divine nascent soul started trembling, and then it started circulating at a high speed. In the next moment, the devouring of golden energy became even high, and all the energy was devoured by the domineering God crystal. Not even a speck of energy was absorbed by Ye Xiao. The 10th Supreme Platform might have felt that the golden energy it was providing Ye Xiao with might not be enough. Suddenly, the amount of golden energy on the 10th Supreme Platform suddenly increased. And all of them were started being absorbed the domineering God crystal at an extremely high speed. But this time, not all the golden energy was absorbed by the domineering God crystal. There was still a large amount of golden energy that directly went inside his galaxies. Yes, right now, Ye Xiao's inner world had already expanded greatly and had given birth to 6 galaxies. And it was still expanding with each passing second on the Supreme Platform. It was as if the expansion of his inner world and the Supreme Platform were liked with each other. As long as he would stand on the Supreme Platform, his inner world would continue to expand and the number of galaxies will continue to increase. Well, it was only limited to the Supreme Platform. After stepping on the Golden Bridge, the expansion of his small world would stop. Ye Xiao was cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, and because of this technique, he had no bottleneck in cultivation. When he had absorbed enough golden energy, the barrier blocking his advancement automatically disappeared, causing a terrifying aura to burst out from Ye Xiao's body as he finally stepped into the early Dao tribulation stage of Dao manifestation realm, directly skipping 2 other stages of the Dao manifestation realm just as he had already guessed. And, since this was the Dao tribulation stage, it was normal for him to face the tribulation. The sky of the Well of Hell darkened and dark clouds immediately covered the entire sky. Silver streaks of lightning flashed throughout the sky as strong waves of wind started blowing, soon evolving into storms, directly connecting with the dark thundercloud. Very soon, it transformed into a thunderstorm, causing a great commotion to occur in the Well of Hell. Suddenly, as if the thunder cloud had sensed Ye Xiao was no ordinary person, the silver streaks of lightning rumbled for a moment before suddenly changing color and becoming red. The red lightning rumbled with earth-shattering noise as if it was angered by Ye Xiao. Countless streaks of red lightning started gathering at one point. Ye Xiao looked indifferently at the incoming tribulation. Although he knew this tribulation was far more terrifying than any other one he had ever faced, for some reason, he was confident that he could deal with the tribulation with his current strength easily. The tribulation would not be able to harm him in the slightest. This was not only his instinct but also his confidence. Well, he also wanted to try out his newfound strength. The tribulation launched its first attack as thick red streaks of thunder rumbled like a monster before striking down at Ye Xiao's head, wanting to split apart his head with a single attack. Ye Xiao was also confident in his newly gained strength. He did not try to dodge or retaliate. He let the thunder strike to land on his body. Yes, he did not let it land on his head. Instead, he tilted his head in front, causing the terrifying red thunder strike to land on his back with a loud bang sound. The Supreme Platform was extremely clean and there was not a single speck of dust on it, causing no dust to fly. But the aftereffect of the thunder strike could still be seen as a terrifying shockwave spread in every direction, causing countless plants and animals to be destroyed instantly. Chapter 607. Heavenly Tribulation. Well, aside from the destruction of the surrounding forest, nothing happened to Ye Xiao. He did not even take a step back after the thunder strike landed on his back. Ye Xiao looked at the tribulation in the sky with a mocking smile on his face. At the same time, he was also shocked to see his improvement. He had actually taken such a terrifying attack with just the strength of his body. This was something he had never thought of in the past. Rumble. The red thundercloud rumbled like the roaring of a dragon. As if it was extremely dissatisfied with Ye Xiao's behavior, a strong pressure that was enough to even kill a Dao Soul stage martial artist instantly descended. This caused the entire forest to be instantly destroyed and almost all the mortal-ranked living beings lost their lives. Now, not a single tree could be seen standing straight in the entire Well of Hell. Everything was flattened by the terrifying pressure that descended from the tribulation. Only immortal-level demonic beasts were still alive, but even they were terrified greatly. They looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky with fear in their hearts and started running for their lives, causing an immortal-level beast horde to appear. But even so, the Supreme Platform stayed indifferent and the same went for Ye Xiao. Although this kind of pressure was enough to greatly injure any Dao Tribulation stage martial artist since it could instantly kill a Dao Soul stage expert, it was still nothing to Ye Xiao. But, would his tribulation be really so easy? In the next moment, the sky started changing, and this time, it was not only the color of lightning that was red, instead, but the entire sky had also changed its color to red. Instantly, many creatures started taking birth in the sky and every single creature was made up of destructive bolts of red lightning. There were tiger-shaped beasts, lion-shaped beasts, dragons, phoenixes, and many other kinds of legendary creatures. And every single one of these creatures was exuding off the aura that was enough to kill a Dao Tribulation stage expert many times. The earth-shattering aura all descended from the sky and Ye Xiao was their single focus point. Not even a trace of pressure descended to the surrounding, causing his surroundings to not be affected in the slightest. All the pressure focused on Ye Xiao and landed on him, making it hard for him to endure this pressure. Only now did Ye Xiao feel the need to struggle. At this time, he also understood that the current tribulation was no longer a tribulation that a Dao tribulation stage martial artist could face. Instead, this tribulation was something that could only be taken on by a divine Lord realm martial artist and above. Ye Xiao was not a complete divine being. Only his body and soul were divine. His true essence was also something that could only be possessed by a divine being. Well, even at this moment, the 10th Supreme Platform was continuously producing the golden energy for the domineering God Crystal to devour. And a few strands of golden energy also continued to go inside his inner world, helping his inner world to expand further as the 7th galaxy had already started forming. Suddenly, all the beasts in the sky charged at Ye Xiao with incredible speed. They were so fast that they instantly appeared above Ye Xiao's head and attacked him, causing Ye Xiao to be sent flying. But Ye Xiao immediately regained control of his body. A pair of beautiful black wings with golden patterns grown out from his body. He flapped his wings and in the next moment, he charged at the beasts who attacked him. At the same time, he transformed into a huge black dragon with beautiful golden patterns all over its body. Devour. Ye Xiao had transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon and used his devouring ability as well as the law of devouring to devour all the beasts that had appeared. A huge black hole-like whirlpool suddenly appeared. While walking on the supreme platform and crossing all the golden bridges, Ye Xiao's comprehension of all laws have already been strengthened. His current understanding of devouring law was not something that his self of more than 100 years ago could compare with. Although this tribulation was on the level of divine, all the beasts could not control their bodies as every single one of them was sucked inside the black hole-like whirlpool and were instantly refined by Ye Xiao. All of them transformed into red heavenly thunder, completely changing the color of the heavenly thunder inside Ye Xiao's body. At the same time, the destructiveness of the heavenly thunder had also boosted and increased by more than 3 times. This was the second strike of the thunder tribulation. Seeing that Ye Xiao had once again easily endured its second strike, the tribulation in the sky again rumbled with sky-shattering noises as if it was roaring at Ye Xiao in anger. In the next moment, the sky once again changed. Now, there was no longer only thunder in the sky. Instead, fire also appeared and the color of the fire was also dark red, just like the color of the thunder. The appearance of the fire caused the temperature of the entire well of hell to increase by more than 5 times. This once again caused another series of destruction in the well of hell. In the sky, the fire had started gathering and formed a ball of fire that continued to expand in size. One after another, many balls of fire appeared in the sky and continued to expand in size. At the same time, hundreds of sharp swords were formed from the red destructive bolts of lightning, ready to bombard Ye Xiao at any time. The pressure also increased, causing the entire well of hell to tremble heavily. The place of first trial Yuan Shidu was seeing everything going on. He saw how Ye Xiao had taken the first strike of the thunder tribulation with just his physical body without flinching. Then he saw how Ye Xiao transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon and devoured every single one of the beasts of tribulation. Well, when Ye Xiao transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon, Yuan Shidu was again shocked. It was because he had previously seen Ye Xiao transforming into the world-exterminating demon dragon. At that time, he had thought that Ye Xiao might be the only descendant of the world-exterminating demon dragon, and this might be the reason behind the second universe choosing Ye Xiao. But now that he saw Ye Xiao suddenly transforming into the heaven-devouring divine dragon, he knew his previous speculation was wrong. He understood Ye Xiao was not the descendant of the world-exterminating demon dragon. He also understood that there must be another reason for Ye Xiao being able to transform into both the world-exterminating demon dragon and the heaven-devouring divine dragon. If thinking in this way, there was yet another possibility of Ye Xiao being able to transform others in the form of other ancestral dragons. If this really was the case, then this matter was simply too unbelievable. He could not imagine the strength Ye Xiao is possessing right now. Because, transforming into a certain dragon also means that Ye Xiao could use all the abilities of that dragon. As for the possibility of Ye Xiao being a descendant of both the world-exterminating demon dragon and the heaven-devouring divine dragon, Yuan Shidu did not even feel the need of thinking like this. It was because if Ye Xiao was really the descendant of these two ancestral dragons, he would be a pure ancestral dragon, not a human. And second, both the world-exterminating demon dragon and the heaven-devouring divine dragon were male. So, this possibility was out of the question. Not only these two, instead, but 7 out of 9 ancestral dragons were also male. Only 2 ancestral dragons were female. When Yuan Shida saw the third strike of the tribulation that was going to be the bombardment of both fireballs like a meteor shower and the rain of red thunder sword, even he could not sit back comfortably now and started to worry about Ye Xiao. This guy, just what exactly is he? He has just broken through to the Tao tribulation realm, and now, he is actually facing a divine-level tribulation. Not only this, he actually dared to devour the previous tribulation. It is no wonder that the heavenly tribulation has been angered and the difficulty has yet again increased. Yuan Shida muttered in shock and then shook his head before again saying, I have to bring my divine domain out of this place now. This place is going to be destroyed anyway, and if the heavenly tribulation sensed my existence, it will definitely do everything to kill me. I cannot let the heavenly tribulation sense me. Chapter 608. Golden Light. Yuan Shida immediately contacted Paigan, who had already gone to the outside world. He had his own means to contact Paigan. After contacting him, Yuan Shida told Paigan to immediately return to the Well of Hell and bring his divine domain out of here. Though Paigan was only a clone of the real Paigan, it was still a divine-level creature. Its speed was something that no immortal or Tao manifestation realm cultivator could compare to. Not to mention, it was still in the great martial world. It did not take long for Paigan to get back to the Well of Hell. There, he also saw the profound scene where countless meteor fire and sharp thunder swords were ready to shower the Well of Hell at any time. He knew if he did not bring the divine domain of Yuan Shida out of the Well of Hell and let the heavenly tribulation sense the existence of Yuan Shida, it'll be extremely troublesome to get out of that situation. At that time, the heavenly Tao itself might descend to eliminate Yuan Shida, and along with Yuan Shida, it might even kill Ye Xiao. Without wasting a single second, Paigan waved his hand and the entire mountain started shrinking. It did not take long for the mountain to shrink to the size of an adult human's palm. Paigan extended its hand and the palm-sized mountain flew into his hand. After that, Paigan took a last look at the supreme platform and instantly left the Well of Hell. Rumble. The sky rumbled with heavenly thunder and fire. The entire Well of Hell seemed to have fallen into chaos. All the demonic beasts were running for their lives, trampling everything that came in their ways, then be it if it was trees or other demonic beasts. The sky was red and was like a big monster. The meteor fires were like thousands of eyes of the monster. The same goes for the thousands of red swords of destructive heavenly thunder. Boom, 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 one after another, like a meteor shower, the fireballs and heavenly sword of red destructive lightning started falling down on the supreme platform, taking Ye Xiao's as the sole target. Ye Xiao was not be outdone. He had already transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon. His understanding of every law he had comprehended has increased by leaps and bounds. It includes the law of devouring. Ye Xiao did not back down a single step. He flew in the air and faced the terrifying tribulation head-on. Devour. This time, it was not just one but hundreds of black holes that appeared in the surroundings and sucked down the meteor fire and heavenly sword instantly. Using the devouring law, Ye Xiao did not find it hard to devour this divine-level tribulation. The instant Ye Xiao devoured the third strike of the tribulation, another wave of golden energy rushed into his body. The heavenly thunder merged with other heavenly thunder inside his body. As for the heavenly fire, it started being devoured by the supreme sunfire soul. Yes, the heavenly fire was not devouring the supreme sunfire soul, instead, supreme sunfire soul started devouring the heavenly fire. The main reason behind this was that the heavenly fire was not resisting at all, neither was it trying to devour the supreme sunfire. It was because after Ye Xiao devoured the heavenly fire, it no longer belonged to the heavenly Tao, instead, it became Ye Xiao's heavenly fire. Rumble. The sky rumbled and the color of the sky changed once again. The sky seemed to have been thrown into chaos as the red in the sky seemed to have been stirred. Lightning roared at Ye Xiao and countless fireballs fell to the ground, started burning the Well of Hell instantly. Suddenly, the entire sky turned black, causing darkness to befall, enveloping the entire Well of Hell. Even the fire that was burning the Well of Hell crazily flickered for a moment before extinguishing instantly. The next moment, an extremely big red eye flapped open its eyelid and looked down directly at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's heart thumped really very hard. He could feel that this eye of heavenly Tao was different from other eye of heavenly Tao he had encountered till now. It calmly looked at Ye Xiao without any sign of being angry. And exactly this calmness in the eye of heavenly Tao made Ye Xiao feel as if he had fallen into a deep abyss. Even if he wants to, he'll never be able to walk out. The eye of heavenly Tao seemed to be looking down on Ye Xiao. It was as if Ye Xiao's existence was nothing but a joke in its eyes. Ye Xiao could see the arrogance and contempt in the eye of heavenly Tao for him. Humph! A cold snort reverberated throughout the sky. It was actually the eye of heavenly Tao that had snorted just now. This snort alone caused Ye Xiao to be injured as the blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he suffered injury after his strength increased by so much. Ye Xiao could feel that he was currently facing a danger that he had no strength to retaliate against. This eye of heavenly Tao was not meant to be for any Tao Ascension realm martial artist. It was something that even a divine lord or worldly divine lord would find extremely hard to resist. Although Ye Xiao's strength has increased by so much, his body had advanced to the divine body and the spirit energy has also transformed into the true essence, he was still not a true divine lord. His strength was still far from what a true divine lord could erupt with. When even the divine lord and worldly divine lord were nothing in front of this eye of heavenly Tao, how could Ye Xiao face it? Ye Xiao's heart was thumping hard. He even felt fear in his heart and wanted to escape for his life. But suddenly, he thought of something and steeled his heart hard. He would not retreat, neither will he think of running away. He decided to face the eye of heavenly Tao head on. No matter what happens, he'll definitely not show the bastard heavens his back. He looked directly in the red eyeball of the eye of heavenly Tao with pride in his eyes. Even he revealed a type of arrogance that solely belonged to him, an aura that seemed to be looking down on the heavens. He looked at the eye of heavenly Tao in an overbearing manner and his eye was mocking the eye of heavenly Tao for its earlier haughtiness. Rumble. The eye of heavenly Tao seemed surprised upon seeing Ye Xiao's behavior. In the next second, when it saw how Ye Xiao was looking down on it, it was instantly enraged, causing the entire sky to rumble. This rumbling sound was so terrifying that it caused the well of hell to shake violently for a moment. It was as if the well of hell could not bear the anger of heavenly Tao and was shaking heavily in fear. Ye Xiao, on the other hand, did not back down. He pointed at the eye of heavenly Tao and said in an arrogant tone, "Come at me if you dare. I'll take you head on." Rumble. Another rumbling sound echoed as red lightning flashed in the eye of heavenly Tao. The eye of heavenly Tao was really enraged after seeing Ye Xiao's arrogance. Red particles of light shone brightly as they started gathering at the center of the eye of heavenly Tao's eyeball. It was also the moment when the domineering god crystal inside Ye Xiao's divine nascent soul finally devoured every single bit of the golden energy produced by the 10th supreme platform. In the next second, the divine nascent soul opened its eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils. The domineering god crystal trembled slightly and the next moment, the divine nascent soul was enveloped by golden light. And this golden light also affected Ye Xiao, causing his entire body to be enveloped in the golden light. The next second, a thick beam of golden light directly shot at the eye of heaven Tao, piercing into it instantly, causing a world-shattering scream to reverberate throughout the sky, causing a great commotion in the well of hell. Instantly, every single demonic beast lost their lives without any resistance. It was not only demonic beasts that were affected, even the entire well of hell started shaking, not stopping before it started shattering. It was the destruction of the well of hell. Ye Xiao also started bleeding from his eyes, noses, ears, and mouth because of the shriek let out by the eye of heavenly Tao. He did not know what just happened. When the golden light disappeared from his body, he looked in the sky, only to be greatly shocked. He actually saw a hole in the sky, at the place where the eye of heavenly Tao had opened its eyes previously. Chapter 609. Drop of golden blood. The eye of heavenly Tao was nowhere to be seen. Only a big hole was left in the sky. When Ye Xiao saw this scene, he could not help but be greatly shocked. Did I do this? Ye Xiao was confused and could not believe that this hole in the sky was something that was done by him. But the truth was something that could not be denied no matter what, mainly when he knew that the culprit was really him. It has to know that he was ready to die under the attacks of the eye of heavenly Tao, but in the next second, he felt extremely comfortable energy flowing inside his body before coming out and enveloping him. When the comfortable energy flowed out of his body, Ye Xiao could feel the change in the nature of the energy. It was as if the previous comfortable energy had suddenly become extremely violent. All Ye Xiao could feel was the aura of destruction. Before he could do anything or clear his confusion, he felt the violent energy shooting into the sky like a light beam, and when everything calmed down, the previous eye of heavenly Tao that was gathering destructive energy in front of its pupil was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a big hole in the sky. Through the hole, all he could see was endless darkness. Ye Xiao then started thinking of the previous shriek. He had felt someone crying painfully out loud, and this cry was so terrifying that it not only reverberated throughout the entire well of hell, it had also killed all the lives of the well of hell. Because of this, Ye Xiao had also started bleeding from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Where does that painful cry come from? Looking at the big hole in the sky, Ye Xiao suddenly had a terrifying guess in his heart. Could it be that the cry I heard was from the eye of heavenly Tao? Ye Xiao could not help but think what he was thinking was true or not. If it was true, then the eye of heavenly Tao was definitely not as simple as just an eye of heavenly Tao. It must be a living being itself that could feel pain. What exactly was the eye of heavenly Tao? Ye Xiao looked at the big hole in the sky and thought. Suddenly, his gazes fell on the circular corner of the big hole in the sky. There seemed to be traces of golden liquid. Ye Xiao was still thinking about what that golden liquid was, when suddenly, as if some kind of mysterious force has acted, the golden liquid started gathering at the middle of the big hole before condensing into a single drop of golden liquid. Ye Xiao could feel the overbearing aura coming out from this single drop of golden liquid. This drop of golden liquid seemed to be giving off a holy aura. It was so holy that it made it like there was nothing in the entire universe more holy and sacred than this drop of golden liquid. Moreover, Ye Xiao could feel the traces of every kind of law he had comprehended in this drop of golden liquid. At the same time, there seemed to be traces of thousands of such laws. Ye Xiao could not help but be astonished. He did not know what exactly was this drop of golden liquid, but why does it feel like it has something to do with the eye of heavenly Tao? No way, Ye Xiao suddenly exclaimed when he thought deeply. After thinking for a while, only one word appeared in his mind. Blood. Yes, the word that appeared in his mind was blood. If he was not wrong, then this drop of golden liquid was actually the blood of the eye of heavenly Tao. This is simply too much to be believing. I cannot believe it. Ye Xiao could not help but exclaim in his heart. But what happened next caused him to open his eyes wide and do nothing. He was so shocked that he could not even move from his place. It was as if he was petrified on the place and had lost the ability to move. Actually, what happened was nothing much. The drop of golden blood of the eye of heavenly Tao dripped down from the sky and directly landed on his forehead. In the next moment, all kinds of enlightenment flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes and mind. The drop of golden blood did not stop. It dived down in the depth of Ye Xiao's soul and arrived in front of the divine nascent soul. The next moment, the divine nascent soul opened its small mouth and swallowed the drop of golden blood. The drop of golden blood did not disappear here, it actually went to the domineering god crystal and was absorbed by it. In the next second, a terrifying wave of energy burst out from domineering god crystal that later directly entered the inner world of Ye Xiao, starting to give birth to more and more galaxies. At the same time, Ye Xiao's aura also started becoming more and more profound. At the same time, it started becoming more and more terrifying. There was no living being alive in the well of hell, but even so, the entire well of hell once again started trembling violently. It was as if the well of hell was supported by a single pillar and countless monsters and beasts were rampaging throughout the well of hell, running at the same time, causing cracks to appear on the pillar and pillar losing the ability to support the well of hell. Yes, the well of hell was shaking so hard that made it look as if it would be destroyed at any time. The pressure that made the entire well of hell shake violently actually came from Ye Xiao's body. A holy aura was exuding out from his body, and at the same time, a golden curtain of light had already surrounded him. Ye Xiao had already entered in the state of comprehension. That one drop of golden blood was enough for him to sense many mysteries of the heavens. His comprehension of every single law he had comprehended started to become more and more profound. He even successfully comprehended 1 out of 4 supreme laws, the law of destruction. At the same time, he had also comprehended the law of darkness that complemented the 9 hell serenity dragon. The law of darkness was one of the great laws, just like the devouring law. At the same time, his cultivation base once again started increasing, nearing the middle Dao tribulation stage of the Dao manifestation realm. Well, these were the changes in Ye Xiao. On the other hand, the sky started cracking, taking the big hole in the sky as its center. The shaking of the well of hell grew stronger and stronger as time passed. 1 year later, the well of hell had fallen in complete darkness. At the same time, the sky already had countless cracks that seemed to be at the point of shattering. It looked as if the sky will shatter at any time, like the shattering of glass. 2 years later, the sky crumbled, and very soon, it affected the well of hell. 5 years later, the well of hell was nowhere to be seen. In an empty dark space, only a golden platform could be seen. And on top of this golden platform, there seemed to be a golden ball of light. Inside this golden ball of light was Ye Xiao, who had yet to wake up from his state of enlightenment. There were no longer 10 supreme platforms and 9 golden bridges. There was only a single platform, and it was the 10th supreme platform. Somehow, the other 9 supreme platform and 9 golden bridges have disappeared without leaving behind any trace. 8 years later, the 10th supreme platform also started disappearing from a corner, turning into the golden fragments of light and dissipating into the dark space. Of course, the process was extremely slow. 10 years later, more than half of the 10th golden platform had disappeared, leaving behind the other smaller half where Ye Xiao was standing. It was also at this time when a surge of terrifying aura burst out from Ye Xiao's body and spread in the endless darkness. But there was no fluctuation in the space. Nothing seemed to happen. When the terrifying burst aura retracted back into Ye Xiao's body, Ye Xiao's cultivation base has already been stabilized at the middle Dao tribulation stage of the Dao manifestation realm. It was at this time when the golden curtain of light surrounding Ye Xiao disappeared slowly. And when it completely disappeared, Ye Xiao finally opened his eyes. Ye Xiao's eyeball had turned golden, the same as the pupil of his divine nascent soul. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 profound rays of golden rays flashed past. Chapter 610. Embryonic form of the Dao fruit. This time, after Ye Xiao broke through to the middle stage of Dao tribulation, no tribulation appeared. It was as if he no longer needed to go through any tribulation to stabilize his cultivation in the new stage he had stepped into. Everything seemed to be extremely normal, to the extent where even not going through any tribulation after breaking through also seemed normal. Ye Xiao first checked his body after opening his eyes and then looked at the 10th platform that had already disappeared by more than half. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao then looked into his inner world. His inner world had already expanded by too much. Finally, it looked like a small universe, but it had to be completed. The universe he was forming had yet to be truly formed perfectly. Although there were already many galaxies, there were still more that had yet to appear. After observing his inner world calmly, Ye Xiao finally looked at his divine nascent soul. This divine nascent soul and the domineering God crystal were the 2 greatest things he had achieved while walking on the supreme platform. These were also the greatest benefits he had received till now. He did not know what exactly was this domineering God crystal, but he already had an idea that it must be no ordinary crystal. There must be a great secret behind the domineering God crystal. The divine soul in the depth of his soul was sitting cross-legged with its 2 little hands at the center, cupping together. When Ye Xiao looked into the divine nascent soul, his face turned red because of his excitement. Looking at his divine nascent soul, he saw that an embryonic fruit had appeared in the hand of the divine nascent soul. It was the embryonic form of the Dao fruit. The Dao fruit condensed after comprehending the heavenly Dao, and it could only form after one had a thorough understanding of the Dao. The Dao fruit in Ye Xiao's body was only the embryonic form of the Dao fruit, and there were no principles contained within it. Ye Xiao did not know, but the Dao fruit could only be condensed by a God with their understanding of the profound meaning of laws of the heavens. Ye Xiao had also formed a Dao fruit, but it was only an embryonic form of Dao fruit. Maybe it was because he had formed this Dao fruit from his understanding of the laws of heavenly Dao, not the understanding of the profound meaning of laws of the heavenly Dao. The Dao fruit formed by a God is actually the true Dao fruit, which condensed the truth of heaven and earth and the power of the heavenly Dao. Ye Xiao had no idea what this Dao fruit, divine nascent soul, or the domineering God crystal was. He was excited after seeing Dao fruit because he knew it was formed from his understanding of many different laws. As for what was the divine nascent soul or the domineering God crystal, he decided to ask Queen about them. Right now, all he knew was the names of these 2 existences in the depth of his soul. Now, even if I'm facing a divine lord, I'm afraid I have the strength to fight him or even kill him. Ye Xiao's heart was filled with confidence when he thought this. He lightly clenched his fist and could feel the surge of strength flowing within his body. During this trip to the well of hell, Ye Xiao's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Before this, Ye Xiao was just an immortal emperor realm martial artist who could at most rival a Dao Soul stage martial artist. But now, Ye Xiao discovered that even a divine tribulation stage martial artist was no match for him. Although he had never fought or seen the strength of a divine lord, he had the confidence to face them and even kill them. It's time to go back, Ye Xiao said with a long sigh. He had stayed on this supreme platform for more than 110 years. It was now time to go back. Ye Xiao looked at the disappearing supreme platform with a lot of emotions in his heart. He thought of something and started floating before waving his hand. The next moment, the disappearing 10th supreme platform that had less than half of its original form left suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the space of Ye Xiao's own small universe. Ye Xiao then muttered, trying to communicate with the supreme platform, "Don't worry, here, you'll no longer disappear. This is my universe and here, my will is the law. I don't know what you are but I'll soon find out. I don't know why you are disappearing but I promise, when I'll gain enough strength, I'll repair you to your original form and I will also give back all the functions you had as well as all of your abilities." Saying this, Ye Xiao sighed and then disappeared, reappearing on the 5th floor of the 9-story pagoda. What he did not notice was when he completed what he had to say to the leftover 10th supreme platform, the supreme platform trembled and let out a buzzing sound before it completely fell into silence. It was as if it had just said that it'll wait for that day to come and then had fallen into a deep sleep. In the depths of the starry sky, a spatial gate suddenly opened and a handsome young man walked out from it. The young man stood there like an indomitable giant, looking down at the surroundings. "I didn't expect that I will return after more than 100 years. Well, in total, it has been 119 years. The young man who walked out of the spatial gate was none other than Ye Xiao. The world where Ye Xiao appeared was the green blood demon world. He had chosen to come here on his own accord. Actually, he came here to release the people from the prison and bring them back to the immortal world. He had promised the people inside the pet prison to wait for his return and he'll definitely grant them their freedom. But when he was about to leave the green blood demon world, he did not have enough strength to face the demon master. At that time, Demon Master had already sent hundreds of thousands of demons after him. He was wanted and did not return back to the northern wasteland. But now that he had enough strength to even face a divine lord, he finally returned with the intention to bring everyone from the prison out and let them live with freedom, however they want to live. In the next second, Ye Xiao's body turned into a ray of light and left with a rumble. As Ye Xiao was nearing the pet prison, his expression had also completely turned serious. He could see that the pet prison was already enveloped by a thick black fog and was filled with evil and dark energy. What is going on? Ye Xiao was instantly startled and immediately rushed towards the pet prison. Boom, boom. But, as Ye Xiao neared the pet prison, the dark power instantly surged and transformed into a huge hand that covered the sky as it violently slapped towards Ye Xiao. Disdain was seen in Ye Xiao's eyes, and his aura suddenly burst out. The powerful aura directly crushed the huge hand into pieces. After that, Ye Xiao directly passed through the dark and evil energy and entered the pet prison. A few days ago, the entire pet prison was filled with evil energy. This evil energy formed a huge face above the pet prison. If Ye Xiao was here, he would find that the aura around the face was somewhat familiar. It was actually the aura of an ancient demon. Countless evil souls were wandering in the sky and were being slowly devoured by the giant face in the sky. The villagers of the Han village and other villages had long gathered onto a single floating mountain. More than 100 years ago, after Ye Xiao left the pet prison, leaving behind his promise of granting them their freedom, no demon entered pet prison for 100 years. They were puzzled why no demon entered the pet prison and brought them out to let them become their food, which was also good. What can be more good than being alive? What they did not know was that Ye Xiao had caused a great commotion after going out of the pet prison. In order to comprehend the law of devouring, he had turned hundreds of miles of the area into an abyss by devouring everything within this area. The demons who knew about the existence of pet prison were all killed and devoured by Ye Xiao, none of them were left alive. And even if there were demons alive who knew about the pet prison, they did not dare to come near the pet prison, thinking that the pet prison and hundreds of miles of the area around the pet prison were inauspicious. This was the reason not a single demon entered the pet prison for more than 100 years. Chapter 611. Dark thread of light. For more than 100 years, not a single demon entered the pet prison, but a few days ago, suddenly, the entire pet prison was covered in darkness and countless demonic souls started wandering around. Today, a faceless face suddenly appeared in the sky of the prison and started devouring the demonic souls, exuding off an extremely sinister and devilish aura. The villagers had already lost their hopes and were prepared to die. As for Ye Xiao's promise, they did hope for Ye Xiao to keep his promise and take away them from the pet prison, but after 100 years had passed and he has yet to return, they thought either Ye Xiao had given up on them, not wanting to fulfill his promise, or he had already died. Whatever the reason was, they had given up on Ye Xiao's return. Now, they were just waiting for their deaths. But suddenly, the darkness at the entrance of the pet prison shone with silver light before it shattered like the shattering of glasses. At the same time, a ray of light flew inside at an extremely high speed and landed in front of the villagers. When the light disappeared, a figure appeared in front of the villagers. Ye Xiao. All of them instantly recognized Ye Xiao. They were shocked at first before sniffing with nostalgia. Then their expression once again changed into that of a happy expression before fear appeared on their faces. The expression on their faces kept changing many times. This also surprised Ye Xiao. But he ignored them for now and looked at the big demonic face in the sky. Ancient demon. Ye Xiao did not need to guess, he immediately recognized that this was the work of an ancient demon. And this ancient demon must be at least a Dao Soul Realm ancient demon. Did something happen here that caused this situation? Ye Xiao looked at the people of villagers who were also looking at him and asked. According to his guess, there must be a reason behind the appearance of this ancient demon inside the pet prison. The villagers frowned, thinking hard for a long time. Then they shook their heads. One of them said, "No, nothing major happened. A few days ago, the dark fog suddenly appeared in the sky before spreading throughout the entire pet prison. And it did not take long for the air of the pet prison to transform into that of demonic air. Then many demonic souls started wandering. Today, this faceless face appeared in the sky and started swallowing the wandering demonic souls. We have also noticed, the more demonic souls this faceless face is swallowing, the more powerful it is becoming." Ye Xiao frowned and thinking of something, he said once again, "Think hard. Think hard and tell me if something really has not happened." All the villagers shook their heads, but suddenly, a child come forward. This child was from the Han village and looked to be at most 15 years old. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "A few days ago, something did happen." "What?" All the villagers were shocked and looked at the child in astonishment. Being stared at by so many people at once, the child was scared. He took a few steps back fearfully. Ye Xiao took a few steps forward, patted the child's head, and said, "Don't worry. Just tell me what actually happened." The child mustered up his courage, nodded his head, and said, "Actually, a few days ago, when I was playing with Han Niu and Han Feng at that floating mountain." The child pointed at a floating mountain. Ye Xiao was surprised to see that the floating mountain pointed by the child was actually the snow mountain where Ye Xiao landed after passing through the spatial gate opened by the people of sacred lands for the first round of the competition of myriad worlds. The child continued to say, "While we were playing, we discovered a hidden cave by mistake and entered the cave. There, we saw a coffin wrapped in a thick black chain. Only the coffin's top and bottom could be seen. Its entire body was wrapped in the black chain. We thought there might be some sort of opportunity inside the coffin, so we. Ye Xiao immediately understood what happened next. He no longer needed the child to say anything more. This ancient demon must have been sealed here in ancient times by a powerful cultivator. After all, killing ancient demons was almost impossible since they don't have a soul or physical body. The ancient demons are just like a gathering of black fog taking a demon's shape. Even in the primordial times, Nine Hell Serenity Dragon and the Celestial Sword Emperor were the only ones who could kill these ancient demons effortlessly. Of course, the heaven-devouring divine dragon was also the one. It could effortlessly devour the ancient demons. But for some reason, it was not counted among the beings who could kill the ancient demons easily. After the end of the primordial era, the ancient era began, and in the ancient era, it must have become impossible to kill the remaining ancient demons. But there was no shortage of experts in the ancient era. They must have developed a secret technique to seal away the ancient demons. And the cave was one of the places where the ancient demon was sealed. This child and his two other companions accidentally discovered the cave and freed the ancient demon. Looking at the stern expressions on the faces of the villagers, the child was once again scared. He could not help but tremble and look at Ye Xiao fearfully. Sigh. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and waved his hand at the villagers, saying, "Don't look at him like this. Even if you were at his place, you might have done the same as what he did. After all, at that time, he only thought there might be an opportunity. He did not think about the dangers. And in that kind of situation, the majority of people will think the same. The villagers also realized what Ye Xiao was saying was really the truth. For a moment, they even felt embarrassed for their previous reaction. Ye Xiao did not think much. He knew how to kill the ancient demon. He had already become one with the 9 hell serenity dragons and had obtained all of the dragon's abilities. Just as he wanted to use the ability of the 9 hell serenity dragon, the embryonic form of the Tao fruit in the hands of his divine nascent soul shook and a black thread appeared before shining. Ye Xiao knew that this black thread was actually the law of darkness that he had comprehended after the domineering god crystal absorbed the drop of golden blood of the eye of heavenly Tao. He did not know what actually is happening. But, in the next moment, the divine nascent soul opened its golden pair of eyes, and another thread of golden line lit up on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. This golden thread belonged to the law of devouring. In the next moment, Ye Xiao saw many small whirlpools appearing in the sky and all the darkness were sucked inside instantly. This includes the huge face that was swallowing the wandering souls and all the wandering souls in the pet prison. And then, everything returned to its previous state. It was as if nothing happened just now. Silence descended and the next moment, every villager came back to their senses. Everything actually happened in a split second. The speed of this event was so fast that only Ye Xiao was able to see it clearly. To other people, Ye Xiao has only extended his hand and in the next moment, everything disappeared. The villagers started cheering in excitement, thanking Ye Xiao and bowing to him again and again. Their enthusiasm was something Ye Xiao could understand. But what exactly happened just now was out of his understanding. Ye Xiao was stunned for a moment before he looked at his divine nascent soul. It has once again closed its eyes and even the embryonic form of the Tao fruit had returned to its original state, no longer showing any thread of black or golden light. What exactly happened? Ye Xiao murmured in his heart in shock and tried to sense if something has changed or not. As if feeling Ye Xiao's intention, the next moment, the embryonic form of the Tao fruit once again glowed with another thread of light. But this time, this thread of light was pure dark, exuding demonic aura. What exactly is this? Ye Xiao could feel that this thread of light was exuding the same aura as the ancient demon. He could also tell that this was not a law, neither was it any of his abilities. Then what exactly was this evil thread of light on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit? Chapter 612. Questions. Many times, Ye Xiao tried to control the thread of dark light on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit that was emitting out an evil aura but failed every time. He could also feel that there was something amiss. The dark evil thread on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit was like an outer shell and there should be something inside but the thing that should be inside was missing. Ye Xiao had a feeling in his heart that if he wants to feel the outer shell with whatever should be inside, he needed to devour more of these ancient demons and their demonic energies. The current evil thread was incomplete and only by completing it could he control it and know what exactly was this. Ye Xiao frowned. For some reason, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He did not even know anything about the divine nascent soul, domineering god crystal, and embryonic form of the Tao fruit. He only knew that these things must be extremely beneficial for him. But now that the divine nascent soul and the embryonic form of the Tao fruit used the law of darkness and law of devouring that he had comprehended without needing his permission, for some reason, he started to become worried. He could not help but be wary of the divine nascent soul and the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. Although he could feel that they were not harmful to him, instead, they were beneficial to him, he still could not help but be more cautious and alert of the divine nascent soul, domineering crystal, and the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. He had already decided to ask Queen about them after returning back to the immortal world, but now, he could not help but wanted to ask Queen about them immediately. But he resisted his desire to ask questions. For now, he had to get these people out of the pet prison and bring them back to the immortal world. But suddenly, he thought of something and after making sure in his heart, he looked at all the villagers and said, "Later, I'll send you somewhere. Don't resist, okay." Seeing all the villagers nodding their heads, Ye Xiao used his divine sense to envelop everyone and the next moment, all the villagers disappeared from the pet prison. Success. Ye Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement. Inside his small universe, in a relatively small world that was filled with all kinds of plants thanks to Queen, all the villagers were at looking their surroundings in surprise. How long had it been since they had seen such lush greenery, such a pure air, and such a peaceful atmosphere? For a moment, all of them felt extremely calm in their hearts, as if all their worry, all their problems had gone now. Everyone took a deep breath of relief and the look in their eyes filled with excitement. They even felt like they have returned to the immortal world for a moment. But then, a question appeared in everyone's mind: how is it possible for Ye Xiao to send them to the immortal world within a second? They didn't know the answer. The answer was only known to Ye Xiao, who was looking at them with a satisfied smile on his face. Actually, Ye Xiao did nothing much. He just thought since he could enter the universe of the Heavenly Pearl and even bring anyone he wanted inside, what about his small universe? Although it was his source of power, but it could not be denied that it was also a small universe. Not to mention, normally, after a martial artist breaks through to the immortal Emperor realm, they started giving birth to lives inside their small worlds. Since all of these were possible, then why could not he bring people inside his small universe? And his theory proved to be correct. He was actually able to bring those people inside his own small universe. And the moment those people appeared inside a small world of his small universe, he felt a connection with that small world. It was the kind of connection where he felt he was like a god and could control every single thing of that small world, even the lives of the villagers who entered his small world. He felt if he wants, he could directly suck out their life force without using the ability to devour or the law of devouring. It was more like a wish. He felt with just a single wish of his, he could destroy that small world, overturn the earth and shatter the sky of that world. This was a feeling he had never felt before. But this feeling of his was only for that single small world where he had sent the villagers to. Ye Xiao took a deep breath. He had never felt something like this before. Even when he brought the Zhao sisters and Yan Ying inside the universe of Heavenly Pearl, he could sense any connection with this universe. He was the inheritor of the universe of Heavenly Pearl and could enter, exit, and use the resources of this universe as he wishes, but he still could not feel any sort of connection with it. He could not control a single thing of this second universe. For the very first time, a question surfaced in Ye Xiao's mind: what is the purpose behind the Heavenly Pearl choosing me as its inheritor? Was it just to make him go against the heavens and fight for it? No, it could not be that simple. Although the universe of the Heavenly Pearl might have badly suffered because of the heavens, it was still a universe that once stood equal to the heavens. How could such an existence choose a cripple like him as its inheritor? This must be a coincidence. Me, encountering the Heavenly Pearl in the past must be just a coincidence. Ye Xiao's blood accidentally touched the Heavenly Pearl and then, as if the Heavenly Pearl was triggered, it immediately entered his heart and repaired all his meridians and dantian. According to Yuan Bai He, his true fate should be very miserable. After his dantian was crippled, he was unable to cultivate for life and could not take revenge for his father-like figure, Elder Yi Fan. But, because he encountered the Heavenly Pearl, his fate changed. Now, his fate was unknown, his future was unknown, his destiny was unknown. Even ancient gods might not be able to perceive his destiny by peeking in the heavenly secrets. The Heavenly Pearl gave him the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. By cultivating this technique, he could form 9 ancestral dragons and even become one with them. He could use their abilities as he wishes. But, was it really as simple as this? He could clearly tell that the 6 ancestral dragons he formed in his consciousness by cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique were alive. They had physical bodies as well and could come in and go out of the universe of the Heavenly Pearl as he wishes. Then, why would they choose to become one with him? What was the reason behind them becoming one with him? Was it really as simple as to make him strong enough to go against the heavens? No, it should not be. For the very first time, Ye Xiao felt like he has been enlightened. These questions opened a new door in front of him, but before walking past this new door, he needed answers to these questions. Now that he had already brought all the villagers inside his small universe, he decided to enter the universe of the Heavenly Pearl and ask the answer to all the questions he wanted to ask. But just as he decided to enter the Heavenly Pearl, his body shook violently and Ye Xiao's consciousness appeared in front of the divine nascent soul. Ye Xiao was shocked. He could not believe what just happened. He did not know how his consciousness suddenly appeared in front of the divine nascent soul. He looked at the divine nascent soul and in the next moment, he saw the domineering god crystal tremble a little. It was also the moment when a thought appeared in his mind. This thought was extremely small. Do not ask anything before becoming a true divine. Ye Xiao was astonished this time. He looked at the domineering god crystal in surprise. He could not believe what he had just seen. This thought was actually sent to him by the domineering god crystal. It wanted Ye Xiao to not ask anything until he become a divine lord. But why? Ye Xiao was really confused. He was also shocked. He did not know that the domineering god crystal had the ability to think and send him its thought. But for some reason, he wanted to believe in the domineering god crystal, more than he believed in the universe of the heavenly pearl. When the domineering god crystal was born, Ye Xiao could already tell that the domineering god crystal was like a part of his own soul. And when he really appeared in front of the divine nascent soul, this feeling grew extremely strong. Chapter 613, Cave in the Snow Mountain. Why? Why should I not ask anything before becoming a divine lord? Ye Xiao could not help but ask unwillingly. He wanted to know the answers as soon as possible. To domineering god crystal, Ye Xiao believed in it due to his instinct and the feeling he had for it from the depth of his soul, as if it was another part of his own that was born from his own soul, but more powerful, more domineering, and more overwhelming. However, he was quite worried because of the divine nascent soul. It was because he had no idea what it is, he only knew its name because the name appeared in his mind on its own after the divine nascent soul. He also had a deep connection with the divine nascent soul, but he had a feeling that he could not control it. He could also tell that the divine nascent soul had the ability to think on its own and take action if needed. Just like the time when he wanted to go against the ancient demon. At that time, the divine nascent soul in the embryonic form of the Dao fruit took action and devoured the darkness enveloping the entire pet prison. He was also quite cautious about the embryonic form of the Dao fruit because it had all the thread of laws that he had cultivated. When Ye Xiao asked the domineering god crystal the above question, he did not have the hope to get any answer. But surprisingly, the domineering god crystal vibrated again and another thought appeared in his mind. You should not ask because you might lose your belief in them. Also, it is not the right time. What? How? Ye Xiao could tell who, them, were that the domineering god crystal talked about. It was Queen and other ancestral dragons. Domineering god crystal might also be referring to the universe of the heavenly pearl. Ye Xiao was surprised when he heard this. Why would he lose his belief in them? What secret this big that Queen and others were hiding from him? It has to know that he was standing here, at this step, only because of the universe of the heavenly pearl, the ancestral dragons, and the Queen. Of course, there was also the 9-story pagoda and the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. There were also the memories of the 3 ancient gods. His fate was to die with regret without any strength, but it was universe of the heavenly pearl that helped him to get to where he currently was. Not only did it help him take revenge for the death of his father-like figure, 5th Elder Yi Fan of the Silver Moon sect, it had also given him the power to hold the strength and abilities of the ancestral dragons. Why would he lose his belief in them? Was there really some other motive for them to let him cultivate the 9-dragon universal circulation technique and become one with the ancestral dragons? This time, when Ye Xiao asked again, the domineering god crystal did not give him an answer. It became motionless and behaved as if it could not hear Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao wanted to ask again, but the moment he opened his mouth, he saw divine nascent soul waving its tiny hands and Ye Xiao's consciousness returned back as he opened his eyes. This time, Ye Xiao knew he could get any answers. He sighed inwardly but his curiosity also increased. He could not help but want to get the answers as soon as possible, but he decided to not ask and follow the domineering god crystal's instruction. It had told him previously that, it is not the right time yet. Ye Xiao did not know what it means by this sentence, but he believed after advancing to the Divine Lord realm, he'll get the answers to all of his questions. Although I'll not ask anything related to the universe of the Heavenly Pearl, I'll definitely ask what the divine nascent soul in the embryonic form of the Dao fruit is. Ye Xiao muttered and then took a deep breath. Then he prepared to again enter the universe of the Heavenly Pearl, but suddenly, he looked at the distance. The direction he looked in was actually the direction of the snow mountain where Ye Xiao first appeared after arriving in the green blood demon world. The next moment, Ye Xiao opened his eyes wide as he saw another wave of evil aura and demonic energy of the ancient demon bursting out from the snow mountain, and darkness once again enveloped the pet prison slowly. What exactly is there? Ye Xiao was shocked. He had just devoured this darkness, but now, the darkness once again enveloped the entire pet prison. The same eerie and evil air once again appeared, and the next moment, another wave of wandering demonic soul appeared. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the embryonic form of the Dao fruit and his divine nascent soul, waiting for it to take action. But for some reason, it didn't take action at all. Ye Xiao found it strange. Why did they not take action? Could it be that the first time they took action was to show me what to do? Could it be that this time, it is me who have to take action and devour the darkness in the same way they had devoured before? Ye Xiao did not know the answer, but he did the same and devoured the darkness and the demonic energy as well as the wandering soul immediately, and saw the dark line on the embryonic form of Tao fruit lighting up before becoming more denser. But still, it was not complete. Ye Xiao had gotten his answer. He knew that now, he has to take action on his own and devour all the darkness and demonic energy of the ancient demon. Ye Xiao looked at the distance and wanted to know what there was, so he immediately flew to the snow mountain. Very soon, he arrived at the snow mountain, and with the help of his divine sense, he immediately found the cave that the villager kid talked about. He could also feel a demonic aura there. When Ye Xiao entered the cave, he found that this place was not limited to just a small cave. He actually could not see the depth of the cave. This cave was also well hidden, causing none of the villagers or the demons to find out about it. This place must be here for countless years, and later, it was sealed by the demons and turned into pet prison. Ye Xiao saw a coffin and the chains that had been scattered around. Obviously, those kids were the ones who opened the coffin. But Ye Xiao could immediately tell that there was nothing inside the coffin. Instead, the coffin was just like a trigger to lock and release the ancient demons. There was also a divine formation laid below the coffin that could trap even the divine Lord Realm martial artist. How is it possible? How is it possible for that kid to unbind the chain from the coffin when the formation is still here? At first, Ye Xiao thought that the formation might have stopped working, but the moment he stepped into the formation lit up and trapped him. It was only because he had the strength to face the divine being and knowledge of formation that he was able to walk out of the divine formation after 2 hours of struggle. He had no knowledge of divine level formations, so it took him 2 hours of time to break the divine formation with his current knowledge. Ye Xiao could not help but wonder how that kid was able to enter the formation and unbind the chain without being trapped here. Moreover, that kid was actually able to unbind the chains. It was really shocking. If it was any other person, even Dao body stage martial artists, they would have been burnt to ashes the moment they touched the coffin because of the divine formation. But the kid was not only alright, he was even able to unbind the chains on the coffin without being affected by the divine formation in the slightest. There must be something that he was missing. But now was not the time to think about it. He decided to see that kid again after getting out of here. Now that the seal on the coffin was broken, Ye Xiao walked towards the depth of the cave. But as he walked, he felt a dense fog appearing in front of his eyes. In this fog, there was a vague figure of a dragon. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was circling around in a grand manner. Soon, Ye Xiao felt that there was a big difference between the inside and the outside world. Chapter 614. Ancient Demons. There was a trace of coldness in the fog. The thick fog in the air was like a barrier that could even block a person's divine sense. There was only a winding mountain road in front of him. So it's an illusion. It's done beautifully. Ye Xiao could immediately tell that he had fallen into an illusion formation. At first, this illusion formation tried to scare him by showing the shadow of a dragon, and now it was showing him a mountain. Ye Xiao walked towards the fog at the side. Then he waved his hand at an extremely fast speed, and in the next second, the fog started dissipating, and it did not take long for the fog to disappear. The illusion formation was broken. What appeared in front of him was a ruin. This place seemed to have once had a city fort. However, as time passed, the entire city was buried underground, unable to see the light of day. Ye Xiao observed the ruins, surroundings. His divine sense swept across the surroundings and saw everything. 4 directions killing formation. This is yet another formation. Ye Xiao muttered. What kind of formation was the 4-direction killing formation? It was actually an ancient formation that has already disappeared from the surface of the upper realm in the endless river of time. Of course, Ye Xiao was an exception. He had the memories of the ancient formation god and knew almost every single formation that has ever appeared in the lower and upper realm. Of course, he also knew the formations of the divine level, but all those memories of divine level formations were locked, waiting for Ye Xiao to ascend to the divine level to unlock. After observing the formation for a while, Ye Xiao went straight to the city and arrived in the middle of the city. It was unimaginable that there was an entire city buried inside the snow mountain and was never discovered by anyone. This center of the city seemed to used to have a temple, but now, this temple was already in ruins. A severely damaged Buddha statue was revealed in the collapsed house. Ye Xiao directly struck the void of the temple with his palm. Immediately, a A violent ripple appeared in the sky above the temple and the void seemed to be slightly distorted. But suddenly, as if his attack was swallowed by the void, it instantly disappeared. This place seems rather strange. Ye Xiao frowned and muttered. Ye Xiao wanted to take a step further when the divine nascent soul suddenly opened its golden eyes, and exactly at this time, Ye Xiao's eyes also turned golden. After another observation, the scenery in front of him instantly changed. The previously silent and uninhabited Buddhist temple suddenly turned into a collapsed crater. Below it was endless darkness, and the sky above the crater was covered in countless silk clothes. These silk clothes were engraved with dense Buddhist secret incantations. The golden runes on them had already turned pitch black. Below the silk clothes, there were several black figures that were pacing back and forth, like ghosts accompanying them. Those black shadows had no facial features. Their arms were long and slender and their bodies were much taller than humans. They were like a nightmare, pacing back and forth in the darkness. Ancient demons. Ye Xiao was shocked when he saw the creatures in front of him. He was very familiar with this kind of creature. Although Ye Xiao had already suspected that this place might have other ancient demons, but when he really saw other ancient demons, he was really shocked. There were actually thousands of ancient demons imprisoned at this place and were ready to go out. After all, the seal on them was already broken. But looking closely, Ye Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. It was because, although the seal was already broken, these ancient demons were still imprisoned below and were constantly struggling to come out. As for how the previous ancient demon escaped, because the seal chains on the coffin was broken, it might have affected the imprisonment of the previous ancient demon in some ways, causing the previous ancient demon to break out. Ye Xiao did not expect that there were actually still so many terrifying ancient demons hidden here. He was surprised at first, but knowing that he was helped by his divine nascent soul, though he was worried, he still felt happy for being able to see everything below. This place should be an entrance. Ye Xiao looked at the ditch in front of him and had already made up his mind. Ye Xiao broke the upper layer of the ground of the temple and jumped down. As soon as he jumped down, the scenery immediately changed. Countless ancient demons discovered the existence of living beings and flocked toward Ye Xiao. Law of darkness, law of devouring. Ye Xiao immediately used the two laws and started devouring the swarming ancient demons, causing the dark thread of light on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit to become denser. Ye Xiao also took advantage of the chaos in front of him and immediately caught an ancient demon. The ancient demon was controlled by Ye Xiao and was still struggling with all his might, planning to break free from Ye Xiao's grip. Without giving the ancient demon a chance, Ye Xiao used the Soul Search. Soul Search was an ability of the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon that could instantly look into the soul of a person and see all their memories. Ye Xiao knew these ancient demons doesn't have any souls, but he still tried to find out if he could see their memories or not. Unfortunately, he failed to see their memories. Well, this was expected as well. It was not that surprising for Ye Xiao to fail. Seeing that the result was not what he wanted, Ye Xiao also devoured that ancient demon. After that, Ye Xiao used all his strength to start devouring. Almost instantly, the ancient demon was enveloped by the black light. The ancient demons started to shrivel rapidly, and in just a few breaths' time, the ancient demons were directly devoured by Ye Xiao's devouring law. After swallowing all the ancient demons, Ye Xiao cast his gaze towards the depths. In the darkness, who knew how many ancient demons existed? Under the observation of the golden pupils of his divine nascent soul, more powerful existences hiding in the distance appeared in his line of sight. Can't enter. Seeing this, Ye Xiao did not hesitate and charged into the depths. With the help of the two laws, Ye Xiao did not need to use any ability of the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon to kill these ancient demons. He could simply sweep across the entire crater with his two laws. Bang, 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 accompanied by soft sounds. As Ye Xiao continued to walk deeper, he also continued to devour the ancient demons. The surrounding ancient demons were unable to stop Ye Xiao in the slightest. They were all devoured one after another. Just as Ye Xiao was getting closer and closer to the depth, the surrounding coldness became more and more serious. At that moment, a long cry came from the darkness. This long roar was full of energy and carried an indescribable evil feeling. Anyone who heard this voice would feel dizzy and nauseous. What a heavy murderous aura! Ye Xiao immediately gathered his spirit energy and poured it into his throat. In an instant, a vast dragon's roar was heard. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded across the dark sky ditch in the blink of an eye. The hundreds of ancient demons that were approaching Ye Xiao were instantly affected by the dragon roar and fell into a coma. And Ye Xiao took this opportunity to sweep away all the ancient demons that had fallen into a coma and devour them all, turning them into surging pure dark energy that surged into Ye Xiao's body. In the darkness, Ye Xiao's dragon roar and the long roar cancelled each other out, and a strange sense of danger that enveloped Ye Xiao's heart finally dissipated a little. There is an ancient demon expert hidden inside. I'm afraid to even with my current strength, there will be a danger if I enter inside. Ye Xiao weighed the pros and cons in his heart, but he still made up his mind. If I don't enter the tiger's den, I won't be able to obtain the tiger's cub. Since there are ancient demons gathered in this place, I must find out what exactly this place is. When he saw that Ye Xiao did not stop and instead continued to approach deeper, the long roar became even sharper. Suddenly, Ye Xiao felt a hurricane coming from the side of his ear. He immediately used his movement technique to dodge this attack. However, the moment Ye Xiao stood still, he was immediately attracted by the scene in front of him. A huge face covered with a hideous look was staring at him coldly. Dear readers, actually, I'm severely ill that caused me to update less. But still, I tried to write and update at least one chapter. Although I tried, I still failed to update for 2 days. Well, I'll try to write and update daily just like before. Hope you guys stay patient and not stop reading. After all, I'm dependent on you guys. Chapter 615. Ancient Devil. Ye Xiao was suddenly attracted by the scene in front of him. It was because there was a huge face floating in front of him. This huge face was as big as a mountain. Although it had facial features, its nose and mouth seemed to have been pulled down from somewhere else. It was extremely uncoordinated. At this moment, the giant face was staring at Ye Xiao with an expression of looking at its prey. Come over here. The giant face let out another long roar. This time, Ye Xiao finally heard what the giant face was saying. This was the pronunciation of the ancient language, but the giant face's words were very rough, like a barbarian. It was the first time Ye Xiao heard the language that the huge face used, but for some reason, he was able to understand what the huge face was saying. This is also an ancient demon. No, it is an ancient devil. It has at least the strength of a Divine Lord Realm expert. No, it should be much stronger than Divine Lord Realm experts, maybe, far surpassing them. Ye Xiao was endlessly shocked in his heart. How is this possible? How is it possible for a divine level being to exist in the upper realm? Could it be because of the seal? No, it should not be. After all, the seal is already broken. No, wait, there seemed to be some kind of formation sealing this ancient devil here. The ancient devil in front of him seemed to be in a sealed state, so it didn't attack Ye Xiao. Only after observing carefully did Ye Xiao was able to detect that there was a divine level formation that was sealing this ancient devil here. Come here, the giant face spoke once again. Its voice had some kind of enchantment that made Ye Xiao dizzy. In a daze, Ye Xiao suddenly felt a force coming from his body. It was wrapping around him and approaching the giant face. Ye Xiao's body seemed to be out of control as he walked towards the giant face. The giant face suddenly opened its mouth, ready to wait for Ye Xiao to walk into its mouth and swallow it. This scene was extremely terrifying. Damn, what is happening? Ye Xiao was shocked. He could not control his own body for some reason. Ye Xiao tried his best to control his body and stop, but he was being forced to move forward by some kind of strange invisible force. One must know that Ye Xiao could even fight a Divine Lord level martial artist now, but for some reason, when the huge face called Ye Xiao, he could not control his body and was walking closer to the ancient devil's big mouth. Boom! Right at this moment, the domineering god crystal in Ye Xiao's divine nascent soul shook softly, and immediately, all the energy that was making Ye Xiao move closer to the devil's mouth dispersed. Roar! Seeing that Ye Xiao didn't come over, the giant face became enraged and started to ram into the air in front of him with all its might. However, in front of the giant face, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that completely blocked it from the outside world. It's impossible for him to come out, or else he wouldn't have lured me over. This ancient devil must have been sealed, and the seal must be extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a complicated method. After thinking about all these, Ye Xiao became much calmer. He noticed that there were ancient stone tablets scattered around the face of this ancient devil. The surroundings were like a cemetery. Countless of these stone tablets were scattered around. Each stone tablet was engraved with some special symbols. These symbols were similar to ancient hieroglyphs. It was just that the diagrams were too abstract and could not understand their true meaning. Ye Xiao was attracted to these hieroglyphs and decided to take a closer look. He could not tell what the symbols on the stone tablet were, but Ye Xiao was sure about one thing: these symbols were not simple at all. As Ye Xiao looked closely, he felt a very familiar aura on the stone tablets. This aura was similar to Yuan Shi's aura that he had felt when he met him after entering the first trial in the white space. Yes, Ye Xiao sure. These stone tablets must be left behind by the people from the primordial race. Only this could explain why the aura on the stone tablets was so similar to Yuan Shida. Ye Xiao did not know what the symbols on the stone tablets represent. He still wanted to take away the stone tablets so that he could study them in the future. Unfortunately, if he wanted to take away the stone tablets, he has to first enter the area that was in reach to the ancient devil. His instinct told him that this ancient devil was extremely terrifying and he had no means to deal with the ancient devil for the time being. He has the feeling that his comprehension of laws will be like child's play in front of this ancient devil. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and did not dare to step forward. What was more, he had the feeling that there were far more terrifying ancient devils sealed in the depth. It has to be known that the Snow Mountain was one of many flying mountains in the pet prison, but for some reason, it seems to have endless space inside its belly where these ancient devils were sealed. The formations sealing the devils were also too profound, and with his current strength and knowledge of the formations, it was simply impossible to break them. I could not leave this Snow Mountain in the pet prison. I'll send it inside my small universe. Ye Xiao clenched his teeth and finally decided. Well, since he could not take away the stone tablets, he decided to memorize the symbols on them, and when he'll go to the place of second trial, if he encountered someone from the primordial race there, I'll ask them what these symbols represent. Ye Xiao memorized all the symbols in front of him. He took another look at the giant face of the ancient devil and immediately left this area. If he went deeper, he would find an even more terrifying existence. Although Ye Xiao was not a timid person, he would be only seeking death by charging forward without caring about his own strength. I might as well devour all of your minions first. Ye Xiao turned around and flew towards the other ancient demons that were lingering in the surroundings. Ye Xiao knew very well how terrifying these ancient demons were. Therefore, when he saw them, he would spare no effort to kill them all. With the help of the two laws of darkness and devouring, Ye Xiao devoured the ancient demons one after another. The weakest ancient demon here was at least at the ancient demon realm. The dark thread on the embryonic form of the Dao fruit continued to condense more and more, but it was like a black hole. Even after devouring all the ancient demons for more than 6 hours, Ye Xiao was unable to fill its hunger. It was still like an empty shell and needed to eat more food to give birth to pearls. There were already hundreds of ancient demons that died in Ye Xiao's hands and were devoured by him, but he could still vaguely feel that in the depth, there should be more ancient demons and ancient devils. Although this place was located under the ruined temple in the ruined city, it was a direct threat to all the lives in the upper realm. It was practically a gunpowder barrel that could explode at any time. After devouring the ancient demons that he could devour here, he checked the surroundings and then left the pit. As soon as Ye Xiao returned to the surface, a slight fluctuation of energy appeared in the surroundings and the temple returned to its original form. The ground that had been destroyed by Ye Xiao earlier had also returned to its previous state. What? Ye Xiao was shocked when he saw this. He did not feel anything unusual here at all, but when he walked out of the deep crater under the temple's ground actually restored itself. This was surprising. Ye Xiao knew there should be some kind of formation laid here, but he did not detect it at all. He immediately released his divine sense, but he was shocked that even with his divine sense, he could not sense any kind of formation here. Then, what exactly was the mystery here? What was the reason for the ground to return to its previous state? And if it could return to its previous state, let's not talk about the ruined city. Why was the temple still in its crumbled state? Chapter 616. Golden Flame Stone. Ye Xiao left the snow mountain and came outside of it. He did not stay inside the ruin for long because the current him was still far away from understanding the mystery of the ruined place. Ye Xiao even guessed that what he had seen was not even 10% of the true mystery of the ruin. There should be more to it than what it seemed on the surface. After coming out, Ye Xiao waved his hand, wrapped the entire snow mountain with his divine sense, and sent it inside a world of his small universe. Although the inside of the snow mountain was extremely big, the snow mountain outside was still a small floating mountain. It was not difficult for Ye Xiao to send it inside his small world. Now that everything was done, Ye Xiao directly used the gate on the 5th floor of 9-story pagoda to teleport to the immortal star world and brought all the villagers outside. When the villagers came out, they were again shocked. This time, they could see a bustling city dozens of kilometers ahead of them. They could also feel dense spirit energy floating in the air of the immortal star world. But when they were inside Ye Xiao's small universe, they could not feel the slightest of spirit energy. It was because all the spirit energy in Ye Xiao's dantian had long transformed to the true essence. These villagers were still mortals, 9 levels of mortal realm, and immortals. It was impossible for them to absorb the true essence without the secret technique. The old villagers were also confused just like other villagers after coming out of Ye Xiao's small world, but after thinking for a short while, they nodded their heads in understanding while looking at each other. They thought Ye Xiao must have a treasure where he could store living beings. It was also the place where they were sent to at first, and now, after Ye Xiao returned to the immortal world, he brought them out. They were all extremely grateful to Ye Xiao for granting them freedom. Ye Xiao said, "Everyone, I can only send you all to here. If you want to return to your own world, you should search for a way or just stay in some city. Also, keep these immortal stones. You'll need them." Ye Xiao took out a lot of low-grade immortal stones and gave every family 10 million of low-grade immortal stones. The villagers didn't say anything. Ye Xiao brought them out of the pet prison and even brought them back to an immortal world. They were already happy. He even gave each family 10 million low-grade immortal stones. What more could they ask from Ye Xiao? Also, there were only a few people alive who were from the immortal worlds. The majority of the villagers were born inside the pet prison and had only heard of immortal worlds. So, it doesn't matter to them if he left them here, in this immortal world. It was not like Ye Xiao cannot give them middle-grade or high-grade immortal stones. It was just that with their strength, the higher-grade immortal stones would be more like a disaster than any help. After he broke through to the Tao tribulation stage, not only has the mine of high-grade immortal stones opened, there was also another mine that opened. Now, there were a total of 8 mines out of 12 that has already opened. The first 4 mines were low to high-grade spirit stones and the mine of elemental stones. And the other 4 mines were low to high-grade immortal stones and a mine of golden flame stone. Because of the memories of the ancient god of weapon refinement, Ye Xiao understood that golden flame stone was rare to come by even in the primordial era. Well, by rare, it doesn't mean that there were very few golden flam stones in the primordial era. It was just that the value of golden flam stones was so high that it was impossible to see it in the market. Almost all the golden flam stones were monopolized by powerful families and sects in the primordial era, making it extremely difficult for other people to get their hands on the golden flame stones. Golden flame stones were extremely rare material to refine a quasi-divine weapon and even divine weapon. It could be used as the main material that made it very valuable. There were also other features of the golden flame stone. There was a 20% chance for one to understand the law of fire using the golden flame stone. Not only this, if one were to use a weapon refined using the golden flame stone and also understand the law of fire, their attacks would be amplified by 10%. This 10% increase in the attacking power was already very terrifying and could change the flow of a losing battle. All of these made the powerful families in the primordial era monopolize almost every mine of the golden flame stone, making it a rare material to find. If Ye Xiao were to place the golden flame stone in an auction, who knows how many people would fight for it? A single golden flame stone could cause a war to break out among the top experts of the upper realm. Villagers choose to build their own village in the immortal star world. Ye Xiao helped them find a suitable place to build a village. This place was not far from a big city. This city could be proved to be a great help to these villagers. Ye Xiao also gave the villagers the common sense of the immortal worlds. Although the people who were already from the immortal worlds already knew many things, people who were born in the pet prison knew nothing about the immortal worlds. But whoever they were, all of them listened to what Ye Xiao was saying attentively. After settling down the villagers, Ye Xiao left and arrived in front of the city gate of Heavenly River City, the home city of Yu Ying. Yu Ying's father was the city lord of the Heavenly River City and was also an immortal emperor realm expert. Before entering the city, Ye Xiao brought the 3 girls out. Yu Ying, Zhao Yufei, and Zhao Qinger were all cultivating on the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda all this while. They could move to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors as they wish. Ye Xiao had given permission and because of this, they have the access to these 3 floors. From the 2nd floor, they used the herbs Ye Xiao had planted. On the 3rd floor, they could absorb the true essence using the secret technique, and on the 4th floor, they could train their bodies. Now that more than 110 years have passed, all of them had already reached the late stage of the ancient immortal realm. Reaching the late stage of ancient immortal realm in just a period of little more than 100 years was really a terrifying achievement. Normally, it would have taken them thousands of years to advance to the ancient immortal realm, but by absorbing the true essence, they managed to achieve such a feat in just a period of slightly more than 100 years. They could have also advanced to the Tao body stage, but they did not spend all their time absorbing the true essence, they also trained their bodies for dozens of years. This could help them cultivate the Tao body stage much faster. Now, it would not be long before they could break through to the Tao body stage. But staying at a single place for more than 100 years was not easy for girls who have not even lived for more than 100 years. When Ye Xiao suddenly brought them out, they were shocked at first before their eyes become watery. They had been extremely worried. Ye Xiao had not appeared in front of them for more than 100 years, making them extremely anxious. They only knew that Ye Xiao was about to enter a place called the Well of Hell. They knew nothing about this place, but the place that had hell in its name must be a dangerous place. This caused them to worry about Ye Xiao. They were worried, thinking something bad might have happened to Ye Xiao. But they were also helpless. They could not go outside without Ye Xiao's permission. Now that they were finally out and saw Ye Xiao in front of them, all of their worries vanished in an instant. It was like someone had poured icy water on them in an extremely hot environment, making their hearts extremely calm and comfortable. Their eyes became wet, but they did not let the tears slide on their fair cheeks. All of them just threw themselves in Ye Xiao's embrace. Ye Xiao hugged the three girls tightly. He knew what must have they gone through in this period of time. Chapter 617. A piece of battlefield Heavenly River City, City Lord Mansion. Ye Xiao was sitting cross-legged inside a room. He was not cultivating, he was actually sorting out all the things he had gained in his trip to the Well of Hell. After bringing Yu Ying, Zhao Yufei, and Zhao Qing'er back, Ye Xiao explained to them all about his journey to the Well of Hell. Of course, he did not tell her anything about the embryonic form of Tao fruit, divine nascent soul, and the domineering God crystal. Knowing that Ye Xiao has already become a middle Tao tribulation stage martial artist, the three girls were shocked. They could not believe their ears for some time. But this was the truth, and after Ye Xiao showed them his true strength by destroying a tall mountain with a single finger without using any martial arts skill, they finally believed him. The scene where Ye Xiao destroyed a huge mountain with a single finger was quite shocking. Even if they don't want to, they had to believe. After that, knowing they were in front of the Heavenly River City, excitement flashed in Yu Ying's eyes and she brought everyone to the City Lord's mansion. It has been many years since she left her home. Now that she has returned to the immortal star world and was standing in front of the Heavenly River City, she immediately became happy. She brought everyone to the City Lord's mansion. There, knowing about her return, the City Lord's mansion immediately bustled with happiness. Ye Xiao found out that Yu Qi, the little sister of Yu Ying, was discovered by a Tao manifestation realm martial artist and was taken away by that expert to cultivate. It was Yu Qi's fortune to be able to become the disciple of a Tao manifestation realm martial artist. After asking, they found out that it was the leader of a sacred land called Immortal Star Sacred Land. The Immortal Star Sacred Land was the leading sect and the most powerful force of the Immortal Star world. It has been ruling the entire Immortal Star world for millions of years. The Immortal Star world has taken after the name of Immortal Star Sacred Land. Yu Ying wanted to meet her sister, so Ye Xiao brought her to the Immortal Star Sacred Land. There, the two sisters were reunited. Yu Qi was really a genius. In just less than 100 years, she has already broken through to the middle stage of the Immortal King realm. It has to know if not for Ye Xiao, Yu Ying would still have been at the Immortal King realm. The difference in talent between the two sisters was great. Yu Qi was a genius hard to come by. It was no wonder when she was discovered by the leader of Immortal Star Sacred Land, she immediately became his disciple. 2 days later, Ye Xiao brought Yu Ying back to the Heavenly River City and finally got the chance to sort out his gains. After sorting out his gains, Ye Xiao entered the universe of Heavenly Pearl and started looking for Queen. For some reason, he could not communicate or sense her. It was as if she has vanished from the universe in his mind. Even after looking for more than 2 hours, Ye Xiao failed to find her. He frowned and tried to sense her again, but to no avail. He sighed helplessly and was about to return when felt a small fluctuation in the air, and the next moment, an extremely beautiful lady appeared in front of him. Looking at the girl in front of him, a smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face. Queen was here. She was simply too beautiful. You were looking for me? Queen asked. Ye Xiao nodded his head in response. Where were you? Why was I unable to sense you? Queen smiled, making Ye Xiao feel like thousands of beautiful flowers had bloomed. She then said, you failed to sense me because I did not give anyone the permission to sense me. What do you mean? Ye Xiao frowned and asked. I was at the critical moment of breakthrough. So, I used a little trick to hide my presence so that no one could disturb me. Obviously, you are not yet powerful enough to see through my cover. Tell me, why were you looking for me? Queen answered, but suddenly, she frowned and exclaimed in surprise, you have already become a middle Dao tribulation stage martial artist. How is this possible? It's only been a little more than 100 years. Hearing her, Ye Xiao realized that Queen was really cultivating in seclusion for more than 100 years. It must be because of this she did not see Ye Xiao walking on the supreme platform and increasing his strength by leaps and bounds. Ye Xiao told Queen everything that happened inside the well of hell. He did not plan to hide this from her since he had to ask her about the divine nascent soul in the embryonic form of Dao fruit. Of course, he has yet to say anything about the divine nascent soul in the embryonic form of Dao fruit. What did you say? Supreme platform. Supreme platform actually descended. When Queen heard this, she was shocked. She was really shocked and her astonished expression could be seen clearly. She was not that shocked when she heard Ye Xiao telling her about the trial of primordial race and its reward. It was as if she has already expected this. But when she heard about the supreme platform, she was really shocked. It could be seen that the supreme platform was really not any ordinary platform. There must be some kind of story behind the supreme platform. Guessing about this, Ye Xiao asked, you know about the supreme platform? Queen looked at Ye Xiao with a complicated expression and sighed. Then she said, Supreme platform, since you have walked on the supreme platform, you should already know that the supreme platform is not ordinary. Seeing Ye Xiao nodding his head, Queen again spoke, actually, I'm really surprised that the supreme platform appeared in the well of hell. There is also that place of trial, it was also in the well of hell. I'm sure, well of hell must be a piece of battlefield where the Great War was fought in the primordial era. A piece of battlefield where the Great War was fought in the primordial era. Ye Xiao's attention was immediately attracted when he heard that the well of hell must be a piece of battlefield where the Great War was fought in the primordial era. This was not a simple matter. The primordial era, it has to know that the primordial era was the first ever era to appear in the heavens since its birth. It was also the era of the strongest. Today's cultivators could not be compared to the cultivators of the primordial era at all. Queen replied, yes, a piece of battlefield. I think you might already know, in the primordial era, there was no such thing as the lower, upper, or the divine realm. Seeing Ye Xiao nodding his head, she explained, the Great War, it was the war against the heavens where primordial race, the 9 ancestral dragons, and I fought in the support of the second universe. At that time, those people who participated in this war were all at least above the heavenly divine Lord realm. After an immortal transforms into a divine being and start walking on the path of divine, the first step into the divine Lord realm. Then there is worldly divine Lord realm and following it is the heavenly divine Lord realm. You can think how terrifying that war must have been where all the people who fought the war were above heavenly divine Lord realm experts. And how large the battlefield must have been. Because of that terrifying war, the heavens shattered, thus giving birth to the lower, upper, and the divine realm. At that time, when the heavens shattered into 3 realms, the battlefield also shattered. The well of hell you talked about must be a small piece of the battlefield where the Great War was fought. And only this can explain why the Supreme Platform descended into the well of hell. I didn't expect Supreme Platform to still be there. I always thought that it was destroyed in the Great War of the Primordial Era. After all, that war was also the reason for the shattering of heavens, destruction of primordial race, as well as the end of Primordial Era. Ye Xiao was shocked. Yes, he was really shocked when he come to know these things. The secrets of the past were slowly revealing their curtains to him from the moment he broke through and become an immortal Foundation realm martial artist. That was the first time he saw the birth of 2 universes and the birth of 9 ancestral dragons, Queen, as well as many powerful races. Chapter 618. Supreme Platform, Supreme Platform. What exactly is this Supreme Platform? Ye Xiao asked. Queen replied, let me explain to you about the cultivation realm first. The first step of cultivation is the 7 levels of mortal realms. You have already cultivated to the peak of 7th level of the mortal realm in the azure sky continent, and after breaking through, you arrived at the upper realm. After the 7 levels of mortal realm comes the 5 levels of immortal realm and Tao tribulation realm. Ye Xiao felt there was something wrong. He immediately said, "Wait a moment, isn't it should be the Tao manifestation realm? And there are 3 stages of Tao manifestation realm named the Tao body stage, the Tao soul stage, and the Tao tribulation stage." Queen shook her head and said, "What you said is the situation after the end of the primordial era. In the primordial era, there was no such cultivation realm like the Tao manifestation realm or its 2 stages like the Tao body stage and the Tao soul stage. There was only the Tao tribulation realm. In the primordial era, after a cultivator cultivated to the late stage of ancient immortal realm, they had to first walk on the supreme platform. Every 10,000 years, the supreme platform descends to the land, and all the ancient immortal realm martial artists have to walk on the supreme platform if they want to improve their cultivation further. Walking on the supreme platform helps cultivators transform their body into the divine body and their soul into the divine soul. Thus, there was simply no need to cultivate 2 extra major stages. After walking on the supreme platform, everyone has to cultivate the last cultivation realm, the Tao tribulation realm, where they had to pass 3 tribulations to successfully transform into a divine being. Now, you'll ask, there must be more than millions of ancient immortal realm cultivators, how could all of them walk on the supreme platform at once, right? Without waiting for Ye Xiao to say anything, Queen continued, "Actually, in the primordial era, there were many domains. Every domain had many regions and every region had many empires and so on. At that time, the supreme platform would descend to each domain every 10,000 years, but the period when it descended was different in every domain. So, not all the ancient immortal realm cultivators walk on the supreme platform together. Also, even if the supreme platform descended in a particular domain, not all the ancient immortals choose to walk on the platform. Many of them choose not to walk on the supreme platform and consolidate and accumulate a lot to strengthen their foundations first. In the primordial era, walking on the supreme platform was the only true path to transcendent and become a divine being, but the universe is vast and the possibilities are endless. Not all cultivators want to wait for 10,000 years to break through before advancing to the divine tribulation realm. After years of research of experiments, cultivators finally developed another way to become advanced to the Tao tribulation realm. That other way was to first cultivate their body into the divine body and then cultivate their soul into divine soul. After that, they could automatically advance to the Tao tribulation realm. When this method was developed, it was like a flood that swept the entire heavens. Those who didn't want to wait for another 10,000 years would choose to cultivate like this. But no matter what, cultivating like this is not the true way of cultivation. Because of this, the people who walk on the second path developed by people would always be weaker than the people who walk on the supreme platform. The Great War of the Primordial Era continued for thousands of years. In the middle of the war, the supreme platform descended a few times and the war also affected it. It is said that the supreme platform was destroyed in the Great War of Primordial Era, disappearing from the surface of the universe forever. Not long after the supreme platform disappeared, the Great War ended and the heavens shattered into 3 realms, and the Primordial Era came to an end. After the disappearance of the supreme platform, cultivators were only left with the second method developed by them to walk on. So, cultivators were left with no choice to walk on this second path if they wanted to become a divine being. This is also the path walked by every cultivator of today. And if it was not for encountering the supreme platform in the well of hell, you would have also walked on this path, not the true path of cultivation. When Ye Xiao heard all these things, he could not help but exclaim in his heart. He was really shocked. And why can't he be shocked? This matter was really something. Upon being revealed, it could shock the entire heavens. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and thought about how the supreme platform descended in the well of hell and how his body transformed into the divine body, how his divine soul gave birth to the nascent soul and it evolved into the divine nascent soul. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao first digested all the information he just received from Queen. He could not help but think about the primordial era, which should be the most prosperous era that has ever appeared. He also come to know that the Great War of the Primordial Era was actually fought against the heavens by the joining force of the 9 ancestral dragons, Queen, and the entire primordial race, and it was for the second universe. Ye Xiao guessed after the war was over, the 9 ancestral dragons, Queen, and the entire primordial race must have disappeared. After all, only the disappearance of these people could end the Great War. After calming his thumping heart, Ye Xiao thought about the embryonic form of the Tao fruit, divine nascent soul, and the domineering God crystal. He could not help but feel puzzled. He asked, was the benefit of walking on the supreme platform was only the transformation of one's body and soul into divine body and divine soul? Yes. Queen nodded her head and replied, supreme platform was extremely powerful. It had its own spirit. It was also the manifestation of the great Taos of heavens. It is said that the supreme platform could use the heavenly Tao as it wishes. It was not under the control of heavens, even though the heavens was the one who gave birth to the supreme platform and made the true path of cultivation, where one has to walk on the supreme platform to become a Tao tribulation realm cultivator. But no matter how powerful the supreme platform was and how much it could use the heavenly Tao, its only function was to let people walk on the path of transcendent and evolve their bodies and souls into divine bodies and divine souls. Ye Xiao took a deep breath. If what Queen was saying was the truth, then what was the reason for the appearance of domineering God crystal, divine nascent soul, and the embryonic form of the Tao fruit? Now that he thought about it, according to Queen, only late-stage ancient immortal realm cultivators could walk on the supreme platform, but it was clear that he and even Lin Hao was only an immortal emperor when both of them ascended to the supreme platform and walked on it. What was the reason behind this? Also, after Lin Hao walked to the 10th supreme platform, one of the 3 parts of God's slaying sword appeared in front of Lin Hao, as if it was the reward from the supreme platform for the first person who walked all the way to the end of the platform. As for him, he did not get any specific reward after reaching the 10th supreme platform. Instead, for some reason, the embryonic form of the Tao fruit was born. And unlike Lin Hao, while Ye Xiao was walking on the supreme platform, he had given birth to divine nascent soul and domineering God platform. Why? What was the reason? All of these things were like pieces of puzzles scattered randomly somewhere unknown and were lost. If he wanted to understand the puzzle, he has to first search for its pieces before placing them together in order. Only then could he understand everything. The more he knew, although he understood everything, the more and more questions also appeared in his mind. Thinking about it, the seed was already sown in the Great War of the Primordial Era. And now, who knows how many eras after, Ye Xiao was caught in the storm to solve the puzzle where Lin Hao was just one small chess piece. And Azure Sky Continent, not only did it have the Heavenly Pearl, but it also had one of the pieces of God's slaying sword. Was everything already destined? Thinking of destiny, the answer was no. After passing the trial set up by Yuan Shida, Ye Xiao clearly knew his true fate. If not for the Heavenly Pearl, he would already have been a dead man by now. Chapter 619. Divine Marks. Ye Xiao was really confused. Queen had told that the Well of Hell must be a small piece of the battlefield where the Great War of the Primordial Era was fought. Thinking about the battlefield, Ye Xiao was reminded of the battlefield he had been to in the ancient divine world. That battlefield was called the Sea Region that was divided into 3 regions. Ye Xiao had already been to the low-grade Sea Region and had hunted down thousands of origin beasts there. He had even gotten his hand on a divine-level herb called the mysterious divine scarlet flame grass. It is said that in ancient times, there was a war that shattered the divine realm into many pieces that later become many worlds of the divine realm. Ye Xiao has doubted that the legend about the shattering of divine realm might be the shattering of the heavens and war must be the Great War of the Primordial Era. And if it was really like that, then the Sea Region must be one of the pieces of larger pieces of the battlefield where the Great War was fought. It was no wonder that the Sea Region was said to be extremely dangerous, where even divine being could fall. This could also explain the mystery of origin beasts and origin energies. He had already wanted to go to the mid-grade Sea Region called the Blood Sea and the high-grade Sea Region called the Sea of Darkness. But now, after knowing that the Sea Region might be another larger piece of the battlefield where the Great War of the Primordial Era had taken place, Ye Xiao's wish to explore the entire Sea Region became firmer. And, since there could be the supreme platform in the Well of Hell, why could not there be another place of trial in the Sea Region? After all, the Sea Region was most likely to be the remnant of the Great War of the Primordial Era. Well, coming back to the main point, Ye Xiao could not understand why he has gotten so many benefits after walking on the supreme platform. There must be a reason behind this that Ye Xiao doesn't know right now. But it doesn't mean that he will not know in the future. For now, since he has already planned to ask Queen about the divine nascent soul, he asked, "You told me that walking on the supreme platform could only transform a cultivator's body and soul into divine body and divine soul. Then why has my soul given birth to another soul? Another soul, Queen muttered in confusion and looked at Ye Xiao. The next instant, a light flashed in her eyes, and as if she could see through Ye Xiao's body, her gaze directly landed on Ye Xiao's divine nascent soul. But the next moment, upon feeling someone was spying on it, the divine nascent soul opened its golden eyes, and Queen felt a great shock that made her soul shudder. She did not dare to continue looking at the divine nascent soul and withdrew her gazes from it. From this, it could be seen that Queen was far more powerful than the remnant soul of Yuan Shida. When the divine nascent soul looked at Yuan Shida's soul directly received a shock, and he was forced to withdraw his gazes, and if he was late by a single moment, his soul would have been shattered. On the other hand, even after divine nascent soul looked directly into Queen's eyes, Queen only felt a little shock in her soul and nothing happened then. She knew looking at the divine nascent soul continuously might provoke the divine nascent soul and force it to take big action against her, so she withdrew her spying gazes. The difference between Queen and Yuan Shida could be seen from this. Divine nascent soul, and it has even given birth to intelligence. How is this possible? Are you telling me that you have given birth to the divine nascent soul while walking on the supreme platform? Queen was really shocked and asked Ye Xiao in a deep voice. Yes, Ye Xiao replied by nodding his head, but he was surprised in his heart that Queen only noticed the divine nascent soul and didn't see the embryonic form of the Tao fruit and domineering God crystal. I don't know the reason, but there are many legends about the supreme platform. As I said before, the supreme platform was born from the heavenly Tao and was a part of it. It could control the heavenly Tao to great extent and could also manipulate it. But after it was destroyed in the Great War of the Primordial Era, it never appeared again. I did not expect it to not only appear again, but it has also manipulated the heavenly Tao to secretly help you give birth to the divine nascent soul. It is really something I never thought to be possible. Why exactly did Supreme Platform break the rule of the heavens? Why had it gone against the heavens, will install the heavenly Tao to help you giving birth to the divine nascent soul? Queen was really confused. She could not help but fall into deep thought and started thinking of many things. These things might be related to the past, present, or future, who knows? What Ye Xiao knew was that this was not something he wanted to know for the time being. What he wanted to understand was what exactly is the divine nascent soul. He asked, "You can think about these things in the future. Right now, tell me, what is this divine nascent soul thing?" Queen looked at Ye Xiao with complicated emotions on her face. She hesitated for a moment and then took a deep breath, and finally said, "To know what is divine nascent soul, you have to first know about cultivation realm above divine lord. You already know that after breaking through from the late stage of Tao tribulation realm, a cultivator advanced to the divine lord realm. After divine lord realm is the worldly divine lord realm, and following this is the heavenly divine lord realm. All these three realms needed a cultivator to cultivate 9 marks each. Actually, these 9 marks are also called 9 divine marks, and every mark contains the understanding of law that the cultivator has comprehended. In other words, what you cultivate after advancing to the divine lord realm is not true essence but the law. Of course, to condense a divine mark, you need to absorb a huge amount of true essence from the world, but it is only at the moment of condensing the divine mark. The deeper your understanding of the law you have comprehended is, the faster you can condense the divine mark. But, condensing a divine mark is more than 10 times more difficult than cultivating breaking through a minor stage in cultivation. But, if your understanding of divine mark has already reached a profound level, you can continuously make breakthroughs and become a worldly divine lord or even a heavenly divine lord. There will be no bottleneck in between. In other words, from divine lord to heavenly divine lord, a cultivator has to cultivate a total of 27 divine marks. And it is up to your understanding of the law whether you condense 1 mark at a time, then comprehend the law again and condense the second divine mark again, or you can directly condense all 27 marks continuously. This is also the reason why many cultivators choose to comprehend the law as much as they can before start condensing the divine marks. When Ye Xiao heard this, he became even more confused. If he needed to cultivate divine marks in order to advance further in his cultivation of divine level, and divine marks could only be cultivated with the understanding of law. But his understanding of all the laws has already formed the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. Could he still cultivate the divine mark and make progress? Or would he directly advance past the heavenly divine lord realm, skipping the divine lord realm and the worldly divine lord realm? Or, could it be that he has already gone stray the true path of cultivation? Ye Xiao did not know anything, but he has already planned to ask the queen, so he waited patiently for her to explain everything first. After that, he'll ask what he wanted to know. But even though he was patient, deep down in his heart, he has already started to worry. He did not know what kind of existence the embryonic form of the Tao fruit was. If it was something that would harm him, what would he do? Ye Xiao really scared for a moment in his heart, because he could feel all of his understanding of the laws has already encompassed into the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. He did not know if he could still form the divine marks or not. Chapter 620. Tao fruit. Ye Xiao had many guesses in his mind and also many questions, but he did not ask anything. He knew that Queen's explanation was not over, so he let her continue explaining first. Queen also started speaking again. Although cultivators could directly advance to the Heavenly Lord realm if their comprehension of laws is extremely deep, but this is not the right way of cultivation. It is because after cultivating to the 9-marked Divine Lord realm, a cultivator has to use their divine soul force along with the power of laws from the 9 marks to give birth to a nascent soul. Only after giving birth to the nascent soul could cultivators said to have truly reached the peak of Divine Lord realm, and it is also the moment when they form a divine domain that belongs to themselves only. In this domain, they are the king and their words are the law. Nascent souls are extremely important because it is related to a cultivator's future cultivation. I'll not explain in deep. After ascending to the divine realm, you'll eventually come to know everything slowly. A nascent soul evolves into a divine nascent soul only after a cultivator cultivates to the 9-marked Heavenly Divine Lord realm. And then, that cultivator is said to be qualified to make a further breakthrough in cultivation and becomes a ruler. In other words, only after evolving a nascent soul into the divine nascent soul could a person advance in cultivation and become a ruler. There are 4 cultivation levels above the Heavenly Divine Lord realm. They are ruler, exalted ruler, God, and ancient God. After becoming a ruler, the divine nascent soul helps a cultivator form a Tao fruit by consuming all the 27 divine marks. After forming a Tao fruit, a martial artist could start comprehending the profound meaning of the law they have comprehended. As for your divine nascent soul, it has already given birth to intelligence. A divine nascent soul could only give birth to intelligence after a cultivator becomes an exalted ruler. And only after a divine nascent soul gives birth to intelligence could an exalted ruler take another step in their cultivation and become a god. I don't know what the Supreme Platform did to make you give birth to the divine nascent soul, and it is an intelligent divine nascent soul. I don't understand. Queen was really confused. After speaking everything and explaining Ye Xiao about the divine nascent soul, she started thinking deeply. Ye Xiao did not disturb her. Instead, he thought in his heart, yes, I also want to know the reason behind this act of Supreme Platform. Although I have brought the Supreme Platform inside my small universe, its spirit has already fallen asleep and it'll not wake up until I search for a method to repair the Supreme Platform. Does it mean I won't be able to know the reason behind this act of the Supreme Platform until I completely recover the Supreme Platform? Ye Xiao also thought about the Tao fruit. According to Queen, Tao fruit would only be born after a cultivator becomes a ruler. At that time, the divine nascent soul would consume all 27 divine marks condensed by a cultivator and would give birth to the Tao fruit. And from then on, that cultivator would be able to comprehend the profound meaning of the laws they have comprehended before. Well, Queen's explanation was an eye-opener for Ye Xiao. He come to know that apart from the Divine Lord, Worldly Divine Lord, and Heavenly Divine Lord, there are also ruler, exalted ruler, God, and ancient God in the divine realm. And ancient God should be the peak of cultivation that any martial artist could cultivate up to. It should be the limit and the apex of the cultivation path. He also has the memories of 3 ancient gods. It was really a fortune. When Ye Xiao first got to know that the 3 memories belonged to 3 ancient gods, he had never thought how powerful an ancient god would be. The only question that appeared in his mind was, is there really a god in this world? Only now did he understand that the ancient god was actually also a cultivator, but it is an existence that looked down on every being in the entire universe. There is no being more powerful than an ancient god. Ancient god is also the apex of the cultivation path. These things made Ye Xiao's blood boil. He was only a little Tao tribulation stage cultivator. He thought that he was already invincible and no one could face him, not even Divine Lord. Only now did he understand that in the long river of cultivation path, he was still an ant. So what if he has become a Tao tribulation stage cultivator? So what if he has the strength to face a Divine Lord? After ascending to the divine realm, he would become the same young man that had just ascended to the upper realm. Although powerful, he will still be an ant in front of the real powerhouse. Ye Xiao has also remembered about the Great War of the Primordial Era that Queen talked about. According to Queen, the cultivators who participated and fought the Great War of the Primordial Era were all above Heavenly Divine Lord Realm cultivators. It means all the cultivators who fought the Great War were at least rulers and above. How terrifying that war would have been! Ye Xiao shivered after just thinking about how terrifying that war would have been. He could not help but take a deep breath to calm his heart down. Ye Xiao had made up his mind to return to the ancient divine world after meeting with everyone he has to. His master, Tong Yen, Shui Xiaofei, and Su Shui'er were all waiting for him. He has to go and meet them now. But before that, Queen, do you know if anyone could form a Dao fruit before becoming a ruler? Queen was stunned when she heard this question, but then she shook her head and said, "No, it is impossible. It is impossible for anyone to form the Dao fruit before becoming a ruler. Only after becoming a ruler could a cultivator stimulate the potential of their divine nascent soul by letting it consume the 27 divine marks they have cultivated in the 3 divine lord realms and make the divine nascent soul form the Dao fruit." Ye Xiao took a deep breath. The matter was becoming more and more complicated. He did not know what has happened was right or wrong. But now, he could not do anything. He could only search for his question's answers. Well, looking at it in another way, a ruler could give birth to the Dao fruit, and it is through the divine nascent soul. And he has also given birth to the embryonic form of the Dao fruit through his divine nascent soul after he walked on the 10th supreme platform. A cultivator could start comprehending the profound meaning of the laws they have cultivated after forming the Dao fruit. Could it be that he can also start comprehending the profound meaning of the laws he has cultivated, since there was also a Dao fruit inside his body, though it was only an embryonic form? If not the complete Dao fruit, what about the embryonic form of the Dao fruit? Is it possible for a person who is not a ruler to form an embryonic form of the Dao fruit? Ye Xiao still could not suppress his questions and curiosity and asked. This time, Queen frowned. She again looked deeply into Ye Xiao's soul, and although she was still threatened by Ye Xiao's divine nascent soul, she still did not back down. Instead, she used some method to make his divine nascent soul tremble for a moment. Then the divine nascent soul closed its eyes and did not make any movement to threaten Queen. She was not called Queen for nothing. She really deserves to be called Queen. Even such a powerful divine nascent soul was suppressed by her instantly. Ye Xiao was surprised when he saw this. He did not know the extent of Queen's strength. He did know how powerful Queen is when he was still in the lower realm. But after ascending to the upper realm, he and Queen met only a few times, and every time, Ye Xiao failed to see through Queen's cultivation. It could only mean that either Queen was hiding her cultivation by using some kind of secret technique, or she was much more powerful than Ye Xiao. In this case, Ye Xiao believed in the second option. Queen must be more powerful than him. And this speculation was confirmed when Queen suppressed the divine nascent soul instantly. While Ye Xiao was observing Queen, Queen was observing the divine nascent soul deeply. Suddenly, a light flashed in her eyes and the embryonic form of the Dao fruit appeared in the line of her sight. Chapter 621. Sending girls to the lower realm. You have actually already formed a Dao fruit. No, it is not a Dao fruit but only a Dao fruit's embryonic form. But I could still feel all the laws you have comprehended in this embryonic form of the Dao fruit. How is this possible? What exactly have you gone through when you were walking on the supreme platform? Queen could not help but ask. This was a situation Queen has never seen before. How is this possible for anyone to give birth to the divine nascent soul with intelligence in the embryonic form of the Dao fruit even before becoming a true divine being? She could not understand what was going on with Ye Xiao. Could it be that Ye Xiao has already deviated from the original path of cultivation? On the other hand, Ye Xiao was smiling bitterly. He himself doesn't know what was going on with him. How would he answer Queen? I also don't know. That's why I was asking you, so that I can find out what was going on. Ye Xiao answered. Queen did not think even one time that Ye Xiao might be lying. It is because this situation was something even she had never seen. One has to know that Queen was born at the same time as the 9 ancestral dragons were born. She has also lived for countless years. It has to be known that Ye Xiao cultivated the 9-dragon universal circulation technique and formed the 6 ancestral dragons. But he has never cultivated any technique to form Queen. He found the queen in the lower realm when he was going through the competition organized by the 5 great sects in the imperial family of Azure Dragon Country. So, no one could say if Queen also died in the battle of the Great War or was suppressed somewhere just like some ancient demons. I need to investigate your matter. I need to go and meet Yuan Shida. He might know something. Queen muttered in her heart and said to Ye Xiao, I have to go somewhere. Don't ascend to the divine realm until I don't get back. Okay. Ye Xiao did not ask where she was going. He has already guessed that she must be going to investigate his matter. It was not as simple as it seems to be on the surface. But Ye Xiao still has a question. He said, there is another thing I want to ask. Say it. You know, although I don't know how, I now have already formed the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. I also have the divine nascent soul. So, I was asking, I just wanted to know how would I cultivate the divine mark after ascending to the divine realm? Or could it be that I can directly advance to become a ruler, and then, I only need to comprehend the profound meaning of the laws I have cultivated to break through and become an exalted ruler? Ye Xiao finally said what he was thinking and started waiting for her answer. Queen also looked to be conflicted. She did not know how to answer Ye Xiao. She has never seen anything like what Ye Xiao was going through. After thinking for a while, she still shook her head and replied, I don't know. I don't know how you will cultivate, but it is impossible for you to directly become a ruler after ascending to the divine realm. No one can directly break through continuously and skip so many major steps of cultivation. You have to know, although a divine lord cultivates the divine mark by comprehending the law more thoroughly, it doesn't mean that they don't need to absorb the true essence. If they want to condense a divine mark, they need to absorb a huge amount of true essence. Now, think about it, how can you directly skip so many stages of cultivation without absorbing the true essence? I don't know how you will cultivate or what will happen after you ascend to the divine realm, but I know that you will definitely have to cultivate by taking every single step. Your path of cultivation has become different now. I cannot think of what will happen in the future. Ye Xiao fell silent when he heard this. He took a deep breath and looked in the void silently. Queen sighed and then she disappeared. Obviously, she has already gone from the second universe and must have gone to investigate what exactly happened to Ye Xiao. In the silent room, Ye Xiao opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Then letting out a sigh in the air, Ye Xiao stood up and came out of the room. Then he summoned Yu Ying, Zhao Qing'er, and Zhao Yufei, and told her that he was going to look for his master, Tong Nian, Su Shui and Shui Xiaofei. The 3 girls already know about everyone. They did not stop Ye Xiao but decided to stay in the Heavenly River City and wait for Ye Xiao to come back. This way, at least Yu Ying would be able to stay with her family for a long time. Thinking about family, the Zhao sisters' face lost their luster. The imperial family of the Great Xia Empire was both sisters' home. Although their parents were already dead, they still miss their grandfather who took care of them from their birth to the moment of their ascension to the upper realm. They also wanted to return to the Azure Sky continent and meet their families but did not request Ye Xiao to send them. They knew Ye Xiao could use the gate on the 5th floor only 2 times if he wants to go or send anyone to the Azure Sky continent. It is because Azure Sky continent was located in the lower realm. Although they did not tell Ye Xiao, how could he not know what the 2 girls wanted? He smiled and told the 2 girls that he'll send them to the lower realm, and after meeting with everyone and bringing them together, he'll also go down to the Azure Sky continent to bring the 2 sisters back. When the Zhao sisters heard Ye Xiao, their faces bloomed with a sweet smile. Even Yu Ying's heart shook for a moment. She knew that Ye Xiao, Zhao Yufei, and Zhao Qing'er has come from the lower realm. Though she knew that lower realm was a place where mortal realm cultivators lives and not a single immortal could be found, she still has never gone to the lower realm and suddenly become interested. Ye Xiao did not stop her and told her to say goodbye to her family. Yu Ying did not hesitate. She met her father and told him that she was going to visit the lower realm, the world from which Ye Xiao originally came. Although her father was reluctant, after Yu Ying promised that she will come back again soon to visit him, her father finally agreed and told Ye Xiao to take care of Yu Ying. Ye Xiao replied to him not to worry. After leaving Heavenly River City, Ye Xiao arrived at a small forest. This forest also reminded him of the time when he had just ascended to the upper realm. At that time, his small world was shattered because of the Eye of Heavenly Tao and he could not cultivate or mobilize the spirit energy. At that time, he could only use his physical power and was brought up by Yu Ying and her cute little sister who has now already grown up, Yu Qi. Reminiscing about the past, a subconscious smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face. Even Yu Ying was thinking of the same moment. Soon, after arriving at the place where no person could be seen, Ye Xiao brought the 3 girls to the 5th floor of the 9-story pagoda and opened the gate. The other side of the gate was filled with white light and nothing could be seen there. But Ye Xiao knew that the great Xia Empire of the Azure Sky Continent was on the other side of the gate. All the 3 girls need to do is to enter the gate and they'll reach the Azure Sky Continent. All that was needed was just a few steps. The 3 girls looked at Ye Xiao, hugged him tightly before entering the gate and disappearing. Ye Xiao was not worried about the 3 girls at all. It is because they have not descended from the upper realm to the lower realm. It means that it'll take some time for the laws of the lower realm to find out the 3 girls. This way, the 3 girls would not be rejected by the Azure Sky Continent for a long time and could stay there happily. Otherwise, all they needed to do was to suppress their cultivation base and they could stay at the Azure Sky Continent for as long as they want. Chapter 622, Moon Shadow Family. Moon Shadow World, Moon Shadow City. In the air above the border of the Moon Shadow City, a slight fluctuation of energy appeared, and in the next moment, a young man suddenly walked out of nowhere. Moon Shadow World was the world where Ye Xiao's master was staying. Ye Xiao's master was an official alchemist of the imperial family of the Moon Shadow World. Moon Shadow World was extremely powerful and in the entire upper realm, it was known to be the 3rd strongest world. This world was different from any other worlds Ye Xiao had been to. It is because although this world was the 3rd most powerful world of the entire upper realm, it has no country, no kingdom, and no empire ruling. The ruler of the Moon Shadow World was located in the biggest city called the Moon Shadow City. In the Moon Shadow City was an imperial family called the Moon Shadow family. This family was the ruler of the entire Moon Shadow World. It is said that the Moon Shadow family in the Moon Shadow World was just a small branch and the real family was located in the Divine Realm. The Moon Shadow family was one of the most ancient families, just like the Ji family of Ji Yanran, also known as the Heavenly Eye family. The Heavenly Eye family possessed the Yin-Yang Heavenly Eye while the Moon Shadow family is said to be immortal under the moonlight. Yes, no matter who it is, even if it is a Heavenly Divine Lord Realm martial artist, they could not kill even a newborn child at night of the moon. No matter how many times they kill a person of the Moon Shadow family on the night of the moon, that person will never die and would recover immediately. Even if that person's head were to explode like watermelon, that person will immediately recover. It is said that the Moon Shadow family is blessed by the spirit of the moon. As long as there is even a single trace of the moon in the sky, no member of the Moon Shadow family would die. Because of these characteristics of the Moon Shadow family, the people of this family were also known as the Moon Immortals by the people of the world. The family name of the Moon Shadow family is Yu. In other words, the Moon Shadow family was also known as the Yu family of the Moon Shadow World. Even the greatest power of the upper realm, forces from Great Martial World do not dare to offend a single person of the Moon Shadow family. This family was the one who controls the entire Moon Shadow World. There was no country, no kingdom, and no empire in this world. And Ye Xiao's master was the master alchemist of the Moon Shadow family and is working for Moon Shadow family now. It is because his master has many enemies out there. Because of the resources provided by the Moon Shadow family, his master has also become an ancient immortal realm martial artist. All these were the information Ye Xiao gathered when he was taking the second test of the first trial in the Well of Hell. As Ye Xiao appeared in the air above the border of the Moon Shadow City, he saw, in the distance, a luxurious carriage passing. However, the one pulling the carriage was not a horse, but a winged tiger. Each winged tiger had the aura of an immortal emperor realm demonic beast. There were a total of 18 of them and all of them were immortal emperor realm demonic beasts. They actually used immortal emperor realm demonic beasts to pull the carriage. It could be imagined how noble the identity of the person in the carriage was. Near the carriage, a dozen or so martial artists were vigilantly looking around. They were the guards responsible for the safety of the person inside the carriage. Suddenly, the leading guards saw Ye Xiao flying in their direction and their expression changed slightly. It is because he saw another person flying speedily towards them from behind Ye Xiao. Be on guard. The leader of the guards snorted and suddenly flew into the air. The leader's face turned cold. His dozen or so subordinates looked at each other. 4 of them flew into the air at the same time. Before the person rushed over speedily could react, he was captured by these 4 peak ancient immortal realm guards. One of the guards flew toward Ye Xiao and caught him. Ye Xiao saw all these things calmly. He did not react and let the guard catch him. He wanted to know who was inside the carriage. If there was an important person inside the carriage who could be proved to be a great help for him to enter the imperial family, he would gladly let the person catch him and try to win over him. Although Ye Xiao could directly break into the Moon Shadow family and meet his master, he did not choose to do so. There were 3 reasons behind this. The first one was because the Moon Shadow family was an ancient family just like the Heavenly Eye family and is extremely powerful. There might even be someone who could fight a Divine Lord realm martial artist in the family with the cultivation of the Tao tribulation stage. It was an ancient family after all. The inheritance of an ancient family could not be underestimated. Even Ye Xiao would find it difficult to confront such people. The second reason was that the Moon Shadow family was immortal in the Moon Night. If he did break into the Moon Shadow family, they will definitely try to fight him. He will also fight them in response. And when the night will descend with a beautiful shining in the sky, they cannot be killed and they will fight more fiercely. In the night, they might even injure Ye Xiao badly while they could recover instantly. Fighting them was simply too much of trouble. The third reason was that his master was living in the shadow of the Moon Shadow family. The Moon Shadow family has protected his master from the moment his master entered the Moon Shadow family. Because of the Moon Shadow family, not only did his master's strength has increased greatly, even his enemies does not dare to come to the Moon Shadow world to do any harm to his master. He could not just directly break into the family of his master's benefactor. Well, he could have also gone directly to the Moon Shadow family, and with his current strength, the Moon Shadow family will also not dare to neglect him. But Ye Xiao chose to first see what will happen before taking any further action. The one who caught him was a martial artist at the middle stage of ancient immortal realm. Then, he glanced at the remaining guards. They are all immortal emperor realm martial artists. What is the background of this group of people? Ye Xiao looked at the guards and said, "Everyone, why did you capture me? Is there something you need from me?" When the other person who rushed over directly saw those winged tigers, a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. From the expression on his face, he looked to know the origin of these winged tigers, so he didn't dare to speak for a moment. The leader of the guards looked at Ye Xiao said, "You can't see our carriage." Ye Xiao was confused and said, "I have just arrived here and the carriage was already in front of me. I think there is some kind of misunderstanding." "Just arrived?" The leader of the guards sneered and said, "No one dares to fly above Third Princess's carriage in Moon Shadow World. Even if you have just arrived, you cannot fly. It is indeed the carriage of the imperial family of Moon Shadow World, the Moon Shadow family." The other person smiled bitterly in his heart, then said, "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I am an elder of the Star Immortal sect and I am carrying out a mission. That's why I rushed here suddenly." The leader of the guards said coldly, "You have offended Third Princess and your crime cannot be forgiven. According to the law of Moon Shadow World, you should be locked up in the imperial prison for 100 years. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Ye Xiao and the elder of Star Immortal sect to explain and knock Ye Xiao unconscious. Of course, Ye Xiao just acted as if he was knocked unconscious. And the guards did the same to the elder of the Star Immortal sect. Just as the elder of the Star Immortal sect was about to say something, he felt a pain at the back of his head and he also fainted. Although the person said that he was the elder of the Star Immortal sect, Ye Xiao could feel the demonic energy suppressed within his body. This person was actually a demonic cultivator. Chapter 623. Spirit Nourishing Pill. At this moment, a 16 or 17 years old girl with snow-white skin walked out of the most luxurious carriage. She looked very clever, holding a little cat in her arms. It was a baby demonic beast. Beside her was a maid who looked very cold and elegant. Third Princess quickly returned to the carriage. "They are just a few thieves." The leader of the guards quickly bowed and said. The Third Princess laughed and said, "I just want to see who is so bold as to dare to offend me." Then she walked to Ye Xiao's side and kicked his head with the tip of her foot. She said disappointedly, "I thought a powerful person came to assassinate me. I didn't expect he'll fall unconscious just like that by you." Then, she looked at the elder of the Star Immortal sect and lost interest. She shook her head and returned to her carriage. Soon, Ye Xiao felt that he was being brought somewhere. Ye Xiao did not react. Soon, he discovered that he was brought into some kind of room and was shackled. When the sound disappeared for a while, Ye Xiao opened his eyes and found that his limbs were covered with shackles made of an unknown metal. The demonic cultivator received the same treatment as him. The two of them were handcuffed together, one in front and one behind. That cat is actually a peak ancient immortal realm demonic beast, a baby white-eyed sky cat. When Ye Xiao saw the little cat, he was instantly shocked. He looked at the shackles on his body and behaved as if he was angry. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Why did you handcuff me?" The demonic cultivator knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he wisely shut his mouth. When he saw Ye Xiao questioning those people, a trace of a cold smile flashed across his eyes. The third princess berated Ye Xiao and said, "You crashed into my carriage, shouldn't you be handcuffed? Are you an assassin sent by some other ancient family? If you say any more useless words, I will cut off your tongue." Ye Xiao again behaved as if he was really angry. He said, "I am a dignified immortal alchemist grandmaster. How could I be an assassin? But this man," he pointed at the demonic cultivator and said, "He is a demonic cultivator and most likely the assassin you are talking about." The demonic cultivator's facial expression changed and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Ye Xiao. Immortal alchemist grandmaster. The guard leader's expression changed slightly when he heard these words from Ye Xiao. The third princess looked at Ye Xiao suspiciously and said, "Are you really an immortal alchemist grandmaster? You must know that the consequences of lying to me will be very miserable." "Why would I lie?" Ye Xiao murmured in low voice but kept his voice high enough to deliberately let the third princess and the leader of the guards hear him. The third princess looked at the leader of the guards and said, "Deng San, what do you say?" The guard's leader nodded and said, "Third princess, it would be good if he is really an immortal alchemist." "Grandmaster, do you still remember fifth prince's provocation?" "Yes." The third princess's eyes lit up. Then she looked at Ye Xiao and said, "If you can prove your identity as an immortal alchemist grandmaster, I will take off the shackles on your body." Ye Xiao's expression did not change. After his eyes inadvertently swept across the white-eyed sky cat, he immediately had a plan in his heart. He wanted to meet his master. He could have revealed his identity as the disciple of his master and he would be able to enter the Moon Shadow family and meet his master. He could have also entered the Moon Shadow family and met his master by letting these people know that he was a Tao Tribulation realm cultivator. But he did not do so. For some reason, he found playing weak interesting and chose to continue acting for some more time. When he saw the white-eyed sky cat, he immediately thought of what pill to concoct and said, "I can refine a top immortal grade spirit nourishing pill. You give me the herbs and I'll prove it to you." Spirit nourishing pill was a pill that could only be eaten by a demonic beast. This pill could not only cleanse the blood of the demonic beast, but it could also nourish their soul. This could make the demonic beast's chances of advancing to the higher cultivation realm extremely easy. When the third princess heard him, she immediately erupted with anger and said, "You dare to lie to me? How can an immortal alchemist grandmaster refine a top immortal grade spirit nourishment pill? Who doesn't know that only an immortal alchemist king could refine a top immortal grade pill?" Deng San went forward and coldly looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Are you teasing us?" Ye Xiao secretly bit his tongue. Only now did he realize his mistake. He told the people in front of him that he was only an immortal alchemist grandmaster, but he forgot that top immortal grade pills could only be refined by an immortal alchemist king. But now, how could he back down and not back up his words? He said with a smile, "Everyone, if you don't want to believe me, then don't believe me. Just answer one of the questions: how many high immortal grade spirit nourishment pills can an immortal alchemist grandmaster refine in a day? What is the success rate of their alchemy?" The third princess did not think of this question and was momentarily stumped by Ye Xiao's question. She only looked at Deng San. Deng San thought for a moment and said, "An immortal alchemist grandmaster should be able to refine 10 high immortal grade spirit nourishment pills a day. The success rate is around 30%. Ye Xiao smiled and said, "I can refine over 200 high immortal grade spirit nourishment pills a day. The success rate is 100%. The demonic cultivator on the other side immediately laughed loudly when he heard that. He said, "Your Highness the third princess, he is lying to you. Let us think for a while that he is really an immortal alchemist grandmaster. How can an alchemist grandmaster refine 200 high immortal grade spirit nourishment pills a day? It is simply impossible." He did not know how Ye Xiao was able to tell that he was a demonic cultivator. Since Ye Xiao dared to reveal his identity, why would not he also lay down a trap for Ye Xiao? Refining dozens of high immortal grade spirit nourishment pills a day seems to have already surpassed the immortal alchemist master's standards. How could an immortal alchemist master refine 200 high immortal grade spirit nourishment pills a day? Deng San said to himself and also thought that Ye Xiao is lying. The third princess snorted and said, I have a lot of herbs for alchemy, especially for spirit nourishment pills. I have about 300 sets of them in my spatial ring. Prove it to me now. After saying that, she waved her small hand, and over 300 sets of herbs to refine the spirit nourishment pills appeared in front of Ye Xiao. Half-divine weapon, worthy of being the princess of Moon Shadow family. A greedy look flashed across the demonic cultivator's eyes. He immediately reacted and lowered his head. If the third princess or the guard's leader saw the greed in his eyes, he would be in big trouble. Ye Xiao shook the shackles on his body and said, if that's the case, why don't you open these shackles? The third princess gestured at Deng San with her mouth. Deng San immediately went up and opened the shackles. Ye Xiao exerted his muscles and bones. Then, he began to refine the high immortal grade spirit nourishment pills on the spot. Once the super sun fire soul appeared, the third princess, Deng San, and the others began to somewhat believe Ye Xiao's identity. On the other hand, the demonic cultivator looked at Ye Xiao somewhat nervously and continuously murmured in his heart, fail, fail, fail. Unfortunately, his prayers were useless. Ye Xiao refined high immortal grade spirit nourishing pills one after another. His alchemy technique was incomparably skillful. Even though Deng San and the others didn't know a single thing about alchemy, they could still see that Ye Xiao was extraordinary. An hour later, 10 high immortal grade spirit nourishing pills were refined. The young white-eyed sky cat cried out and jumped in front of Ye Xiao at lightning speed. It grabbed all of the high immortal grade spirit nourishing pills and stuffed it into its mouth. Then, it burped in satisfaction. After that, it jumped onto the third princess's body and hugged her neck. It pointed at Ye Xiao and chirped. The third princess's face revealed a satisfied smile and said to Ye Xiao, the little white said that the quality of the spirit nourishment pills you refined is very high. Looks like you are not lying. Chapter 624. Third and sixth princess. Seeing that the third princess was satisfied, Ye Xiao got up and said, since I have proved my immortal alchemist grandmaster's identity, then I am definitely not an assassin. Can you let me go? I still have important matters to attend to. The third princess looked at Ye Xiao with a smile and refused, although it proves your identity as an immortal alchemist grandmaster, it does not mean that you are not an assassin. Moreover, you have offended my convoy, so you should follow me back to my family first. When the third princess said this, Deng San used his spiritual sense to lock onto Ye Xiao. Upon seeing this, Ye Xiao smiled in his heart since his wish was about to come true. The third princess was about to bring him to the Moon Shadow family. There, after spending some time having fun here and there, he'll go and meet his master, and then leave the Moon Shadow world. He nodded his head and said, then I'll do as the third princess said. It was obvious that she had taken a liking to his immortal alchemist grandmaster's identity and was unwilling to let him leave. Ye Xiao also didn't mind following her to her family, since it was his own objective to begin with. As for the demonic cultivator, Ye Xiao had already told the third princess his identity as a demonic cultivator. What will third princess do with him was her matter, not his. So, he chose to ignore this matter. The third princess brought Little White back to the carriage. Deng San told Ye Xiao to follow him. Ye Xiao nodded his head and said to Deng San, how should I address you? Deng San smiled and said, just call me Deng San. Ye Xiao smiled and said, I am Ye Xiao. Then I will call you Brother Deng. Brother Deng. Deng San smiled and nodded. Master Yi, do as you wish. Ye Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the demonic cultivator before turning his head. But this movement was noticed by Deng San. He thought about what Ye Xiao told him and the third princess about the demonic cultivator. He then shook his head and said, we will also bring him to the family first. There, it would be decided what to do with him. When the demonic cultivator heard this, he felt much more at ease. His life was temporarily saved. His brain started working rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. As Ye Xiao traveled with Deng San, the third princess, and other guards, he had become much more familiar with them. Because Ye Xiao was an immortal alchemist grandmaster, Deng San's subordinates were also happy to interact with him. After a while, more and more people appeared on the road. When they saw the third princess's carriage, they all stopped and bowed, all the way until the carriage was 300 meters away. Only then did they dare to move forward. When they entered the Moon Shadow City, the soldiers guarding the city were led by a general. A girl arrived, bowed to the third princess. At this moment, third princess seemed to have lost her unruly nature. She waved her hand with a solemn expression. She said with a smile on her face, all of you, get up. No need to be so polite. After saying that, she turned around and entered the carriage. Deng San nodded at the general and led the carriage towards Third Princess Mansion. She is really good at disguising herself. Ye Xiao muttered in his heart when he saw all these things. As for the demonic cultivator, a resolute look flashed across his eyes. He muttered in his heart, looks like I can only use that secret technique. Otherwise, once I'm imprisoned in the Moon Shadow family, there's no hope of escaping. Who's that guy next to Deng San? I think he looks unfamiliar. In the distance, inside a luxurious carriage, the curtains were slightly lifted and a pair of eyes were staring at Third Princess's carriage. This pair of eyes paused on Ye Xiao. Outside the carriage, a guard dressed like Deng San looked at Ye Xiao and said in a low voice, this person has never appeared in the Moon Shadow City. Maybe he is another servant Third Princess brought back from her journey. Since Third Sister has already returned, then go and call UC. We will go to Third Sister's residence together. Yes, Sixth Princess. The Third Princess has returned to the residence. The servants in Princess residence all welcomed them with joy. Ye Xiao did not expect the unruly Third Princess to be loved like this by her subordinates. He thought like this because when the soldiers and a general bowed to the third previously, they did not have the slightest of respect on their faces. It was as if they were only bowing because Third Princess's status was higher than theirs. But here, he truly saw the love and care in the eyes of her subordinates for her. This surprised Ye Xiao. The Third Princess walked out of the carriage and said with a smile, Deng San, remember the people who came out to welcome us. Reward each of them 500 high-grade spirit stones to everyone. The servants' faces became even redder and they shouted excitedly, Third Princess, thank you. So that's how it is. Ye Xiao suddenly rolled his eyes seeing all these things. Deng San seemed to be used to this kind of scene. He gave his subordinates a look and someone immediately went forward to give the spirit stones to these servants. At this time, maid servants, who received the news late, ran to the door in a hurry. When they saw that everyone had already distributed the spirit stones, they immediately pounded their chests and stomped their feet in regret. My mansion is grand, right? The Third Princess cast a glance at Ye Xiao and asked. Ye Xiao sized it up. The outer wall of this mansion was only a few hundred meters long, which showed how big it was inside. Therefore, he nodded slightly and said, Third Princess, your mansion is indeed imposing. Hearing this, the Third Princess smiled complacently. She brought the cold servant girl and walked into the main door under the escort of a large group of servants. Deng San smiled at Ye Xiao, Master Yi, please come in. After that, Deng San said to one of his subordinates by pointing at the demonic cultivator, put him directly into prison. Lord Yu Feng will decide what to do with him. The demonic cultivator looked at Deng San and then he shifted his gaze to Ye Xiao. A cold expression appeared on his face but in the end, he didn't say anything. Deng San waved his hand. Immediately, 4 of his subordinates escorted the demonic cultivator and left. After that, Deng San brought Ye Xiao and followed Third Princess into the main door. Third Sister, why didn't you inform me when you came back? A beautiful woman walked in with a group of guards dressed similar to Deng San. The Third Princess's expression changed slightly when she heard her voice. She seems to have malicious intentions. How sharp were Ye Xiao's senses, he immediately understood that the newcomer has some other intention in her mind. He prepared himself to watch the show. The Third Princess sneered at the beautiful woman and said, Sixth Sister, why did you come here? Her eyes swept across the person behind Sixth Princess and paused on a handsome man in his 30s who was looking at her with a smile. She already knew the purpose of the Sixth Princess's visit. She subconsciously looked at Ye Xiao. This made Ye Xiao have a bad feeling. Sure enough, Sixth Princess smiled and said, I made an appointment with you before to let our alchemists compete. Have you forgotten? If I win, you will tell me the location of that ancient ruin as well as that little cat of yours. The Third Princess immediately hugged Little White tightly and looked at Sixth Princess vigilantly, and said, Little White was given to me by father. Don't even think about getting it. As for the location of that ancient ruin, if you have the ability, then win the competition first. The Sixth Princess laughed and said, I will definitely win the competition. But say it first, do you dare to bet? Why would I won't dare? When Third Princess heard this, she instantly became furious. She was like a hen whose cub had been snatched away, and she gave off a warlike aura. She glared at Sixth Princess and said, then let's bet. Sixth Sister, You did this because you have UC. You thought that I didn't have an immortal alchemist grandmaster at my side. I'll let you meet someone. Ye Xiao, come here. Deng San looked at Ye Xiao and gave him a look. Ye Xiao smiled bitterly and thought in his heart, why did I choose this way of entering the Moon Shadow family? Chapter 625. Treasure-seeking mouse. Ye Xiao smiled bitterly and thought in his heart, why did I choose this way of entering the Moon Shadow family? There is simply too much trouble here. I think I'll definitely have to refine the pill for third princess so that she can win this competition. After this competition, I'll leave the side of the third princess and go to meet the master. Third princess, do you need me to do something? Ye Xiao knew what the third princess wanted, but even so, he still asked as if he was unaware of everything. The third princess nodded her head and said loudly, I want you to compete with my sixth sister's subordinate, you see, for the alchemy. If you win, I will reward you with a baby treasure-seeking mouse. Treasure-seeking mouse. Ye Xiao was slightly shocked when he heard this. He had seen this fellow in the memories of the ancient god of weapon refinement before. The treasure-seeking mouse is said to be born with strength at the ancient immortal realm. It was called treasure-seeking mouse because it was born with the talent to find rare treasures. However, the most commendable thing was that adult treasure-seeking mouse could grow up to become a divine-level demonic beast. Hence, this was a rather special type of demonic beast. Thinking of this, Ye Xiao suddenly felt that third princess's face had become very cute. Dragon-seeking mouse. Third sister, you are really generous. When the sixth princess heard this, her face flashed with a trace of jealousy and hatred. Then she looked at Ye Xiao with a smile and said, I have never seen him before. Is he an external helper? You don't need to know. The third princess snorted lightly and said, on the other hand, the other immortal alchemist grandmaster, you see, who was half a step behind the sixth princess, looked at Ye Xiao with a fierce look. He showed a look of disdain on his face. The sixth princess smiled and said, since that's the case, I want to see what's so great about this helper of yours. Third sister, let's make a bet. The bet is your little white in the location of that ancient ruin. If I lose, I will give you my position of entering the Moon Shadow's secret realm. What do you think? The third princess immediately nodded her head and agreed with this bet. Then let's sign the contract. The sixth princess immediately smiled and said with a chuckle. After signing the contract, the third princess said, then let's bet on refining high immortal grade spirit nourishing pill. Finished talking, a trace of slyness flashed across her eyes. UC sneered with disdain when he heard this and said, we are immortal alchemist grandmaster and you are telling us to compete by refining high immortal grade spirit nourishing pill. Truly laughable. The sixth princess also laughed and said, yeah, you must be joking. The third princess immediately frowned and said, then what medicinal pill do you want to refine? If my subordinates do not know the pill formula, how will they compete? Let him decide the contents of the competition then. The sixth princess looked at Ye Xiao and said. Ye Xiao looked at third princess and said with a smile, third princess, you just said that if I win, you will reward me with a treasure-seeking mouse. Deng San smiled. He looked at Ye Xiao with a mocking look. Along the way, although he had been talking and laughing with Ye Xiao, but in his bones, there was a kind of uncompromising temperament. He also had his bones filled with pride. But when he heard Ye Xiao asking about the treasure-seeking mouse, a mocking smile appeared on his face and he looked at Ye Xiao as if he was looking at an idiot. The third princess said impatiently, of course. Do you think I am joking? Quickly tell them what kind of medicinal pill you will refine. As long as you win this competition, I will definitely reward you. Everyone, wait a moment. I know too many pill formulas. Let me think. Ye Xiao said and closed his eyes. Pretending to be mysterious, UC sneered disdainfully and said when he heard Ye Xiao telling that he knows too many formulas and he needed some time to decide what kind of pill he will refine. He didn't believe that Ye Xiao knows many medicinal pill recipes. In his eyes, this was totally Ye Xiao trying to create pressure for him. I won't be fooled, he thought with a sneer. The sixth princess had a smile on her face and looked very calm. However, there was a trace of doubt that was hard to detect in her eyes. Does he know so many pill formulas? Does he need to think for so long? The third princess was a little surprised, but what followed was a joy. The more Ye Xiao acted this way, the more confidence she had in him. After a while, Ye Xiao opened his eyes and said with a confident smile, let's compete in the unique battle pill. Do you know how to refine this pill? Unique battle pill. A trace of relief and disdain flashed across UC's eyes. He thought that Ye Xiao would play some tricks. He did not expect that Ye Xiao would eventually choose this kind of pill that could be found anywhere. Sixth princess heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and a smile appeared on her face. UC had mastered how to refine the unique battle pill 18 years ago. This was one of the few pills that he was good at, so the bet this time should be settled. A trace of anxiety appeared in the third princess's eyes. She gave Ye Xiao a look, but Ye Xiao pretended not to see it. She was so angry that she almost wanted Deng San to slap Ye Xiao to death. How could Ye Xiao choose the unique battle pill? Of course, she knew that UC was skilled in refining the unique battle pill. It seemed that the outcome of the bet this time was uncertain. UC smiled and said, "Then let's choose the unique battle pill. How do we compete? You guys set the rule." His words were filled with incomparable confidence. "Third sister, are you afraid? If you don't want to bet, I can give you a chance." The sixth princess took the chance to mock the third princess. Third princess immediately snorted and said, "Why would I be afraid? Sixth sister, if you want to bet, I will bet with you. Why don't we just follow the normal rules and compete in pill forging speed and success rate as well as the pill's quality?" Deng San said with a smile. Both parties agreed with his suggestion. After that, everyone went to the backyard of the third princess mansion. Although it was called a backyard, it was actually a garden. It was an endless garden and some ice crystal winged tigers were running and playing occasionally. The place where third princess lived was very grand and huge. Ye Xiao and UC sat down and started concocting pills. The servants of both sides were already glaring at each other. The leader of the guards beside the sixth princess, who was also an early-stage ancient immortal realm martial artist, looked at Deng San. There was a trace of schadenfreude and ridicule in his eyes. It was obvious that the relationship between the two of them was not good. There was some enmity between them. "Master Yi, you can do it. You must defeat UC. I believe you can." Deng San's group of guards cheered for Ye Xiao. After that, the servants who saw Ye Xiao for the first time followed closely behind and cheered him on. The third princess saw this and her face flushed red. She also shouted, "Ye Xiao, defeat that bastard UC. Master UC, we are waiting for you to come back victorious. Let him see how powerful you are and how profound your alchemy skills are." Sixth princess's subordinates did not want to be outdone. They also started to mock and ridicule Ye Xiao. The sixth princess also revealed a very reserved and elegant smile, as if victory was within her grasp. After about 2 hours, some servants had gathered the herbs to refine the unique battle pills and transported them over. Each person had 3 sets of those herbs. "Master Yi, are you ready? Let's begin." UC revealed a confident smile and spoke slowly. His tone was filled with obvious ridicule. "Then let's begin." Ye Xiao also smiled and said with a slight nod. After that, a blue flame rose from UC's hand. It looked like a blooming lotus flower. This is the 79th ranked fire soul in the list of rare fire souls, the blue lotus fire soul. "Master Yi, you need to be careful." Seeing the flame, Deng San reminded Ye Xiao from the side, though there was no need for him to do this. Ye Xiao's fire soul was much stronger than the blue lotus fire soul. Chapter 626, Treasure-Seeking Mouse. UC started concocting the unique battle pill. Under his black lotus fire soul, the medicinal herbs quickly turned into a ball of liquid. Its shape also constantly kept changing. UC's expression was relaxed and he displayed his amazing control over the black lotus fire soul. At this time, Ye Xiao's super sun fire soul also rushed out from his palm. When the third princess saw Ye Xiao's fire soul, her expression changed suddenly as she exclaimed, "Sun fire soul. Your Highness the third princess, this is indeed the sun fire soul. Its ranking is even higher than the black lotus fire soul in the list of rare fire souls. The difficulty of obtaining it is much harder than obtaining the black lotus fire soul." Deng San whispered into the third princess's ear when he heard her exclaim. A trace of confidence appeared in third princess's eyes as she looked at Ye Xiao with anticipation. What she and Deng San, or any other person present, did not know was that Ye Xiao's fire soul was not sun fire soul but super sun fire soul. His sun fire soul had already evolved long ago. Everyone was shocked when Ye Xiao used his fire soul. His control was obviously higher than UC's. His expression was calm and his speed was not slower than UC's. Not long after, under Ye Xiao's control, the juice gradually stabilized and turned into a pill. This pill was overflowing with a strange fragrance. A unique battle pill was refined just like that. Ye Xiao spent less than 2 hours refining this unique battle pill. UC only managed to successfully refine a unique battle pill when Ye Xiao started refining the second unique battle pill. Seeing this, UC's expression instantly became extremely ugly. The third princess laughed loudly and said, "Sixth sister, looks like you have lost." The sixth princess smiled slightly and replied, "Although his speed of pill refinement is fast and UC's is slow, it doesn't mean that the outcome could be decided just yet. The outcome is still uncertain. Third sister, don't be happy too early." Even though she said that, her expression was no longer as calm as before. There was also a trace of pressure in her eyes when she looked at UC. He is lucky this time. I'll let him see who is better now. UC thought in his heart. His face once again revealed a confident expression as he began refining the second unique battle pill. Master Ye Xiao succeeded again. What's wrong with Master UC? He actually failed to refine the second pill. His speed is also far slower than Master Yi's. All the people observing the competition among Ye Xiao and UC started to talk in low voices. But this voice was still enough for everyone to hear. Deng San looked at Ye Xiao with admiration. Wu Maji, who was also the maid by the side of third princess, her cold and elegant face also revealed a trace of a smile at this moment. However, the happiest person was none other than the third princess. She laughed proudly. She said to the sixth princess, "Based on the fact that Ye Xiao has already succeeded in refining the second unique battle pill while UC failed, we have already won this competition. UC is not as good as Ye Xiao. Sixth sister, quickly send the words of you giving me your place to enter the Moon Shadow secret realm to father and other elders." He. The sixth princess forced herself to laugh. "Third sister, don't be anxious, let's continue watching. The last set of herbs has yet to be refined into a pill by Master Ye Xiao and UC. Who knows, if the situation in this round will change and Master UC will successfully refine the unique battle pill while Master Ye Xiao will fail." UC looked at Ye Xiao and revealed a trace of panic on his face. He could not understand how Ye Xiao maintained the success rate of 100% of refining a pill. It should be impossible for any immortal alchemist grandmaster. This had caught him off guard. No, he's just lucky, UC said to himself, trying to encourage himself. Ye Xiao had been maintaining the speed of refining a unique battle pill for 2 hours, and he had never failed in the 2 rounds. UC needed more than 2 hours to refine one unique battle pill, but he still failed one time. The outcome of the competition was already very obvious. There was no need for the competition to continue until the end. After all, the difference between the two was like the difference between Immortal Alchemist Grandmaster and Immortal Alchemist Master. UC was naturally like the Immortal Alchemist Master in front of Ye Xiao. The sixth princess's subordinates immediately felt ashamed. Facing third princess's subordinates' ridicule, they did not have the right to speak back. Finally, Ye Xiao refined the third pill successfully while UC was still refining. "Third sister, wait for me. I will send someone to deliver the news to father and other elders of the family." The sixth princess suddenly got up at this moment and said. Then she looked deeply at Ye Xiao and coldly said, "You did very well." After saying that, she turned around and left with the others. Her subordinates had long felt ashamed to stay here, so they also started to leave. When UC, who was halfway through refining the third pill, saw this scene, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, when he lost focus, the cauldron above his palm exploded and everything from inside sprayed on his face. However, UC completely ignored the burn on his face and shouted at the sixth princess's back, "Sixth princess, I haven't lost yet. I think that guy has cheated." The sixth princess frowned and then acted as if she doesn't seem to not hear UC's shouting and did not turn her head back. She clearly knew that Ye Xiao had not cheated. Why would she stop and make a fuss over this matter for humiliating herself in the end? UC saw this and his expression became cold. He looked at Ye Xiao with hatred and stood up to leave. Ye Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Take care, Master UC." UC staggered and left the place under the enthusiastic laughter of the crowd. "That which finally lost to me." The third princess laughed loudly when she saw how sixth princess and UC left her place. "The princess is too amazing." The servants raised their hands in joy and started praising the third princess. Ye Xiao walked to the third princess's side with a smile and said, "I have won the alchemy competition this time. That treasure-seeking mouse." The third princess patted Ye Xiao's shoulder in satisfaction and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will never go back on my word. Wu Maji, go to my demonic beast garden and bring the treasure-seeking mouse. I want to reward Mr. Ye Xiao. Wu Maji nodded her head, turned around, and left. Dang San's subordinates looked at Ye Xiao with envy and jealousy. Treasure-seeking mouse was a famous demonic beast who can search for rare treasures at any place. No demonic beast or treasures could rival it in terms of searching for rare treasures. Very quickly, Wu Maji walked over with a palm-sized light gold mouse covered in fur. She handed the mouse to Ye Xiao and said, "This is a newborn treasure-seeking mouse who was born just 2 weeks ago. You will not find it trouble to tame this mouse." Ye Xiao happily took the treasure-seeking mouse from Wu Maji. Then he put the treasure-seeking mouse away in the universe of the Heavenly Pearl. He did not let send the treasure-seeking mouse in his own small universe because his universe was still not perfect and needed a lot of time to truly become a universe. It has still a long time to go. After all, his small universe not only lacks living beings, it also lacks resources of survival, laws of the universe, and many other things. The treasure-seeking mouse was sleeping right now. It didn't even know that its home, as well as its owner, has changed. Seeing Ye Xiao putting away the treasure-seeking mouse, Third Princess's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance. This was the demonic pet she prepared for herself. But when she thought that Sixth Princess was about to give her position of entering the Moon Shadow secret realm to her heart immediately felt much better. For the sake of victory, it was worth it to pay a higher price. Now, the more she looked at Ye Xiao, the more pleasing she found him pleasing to the eye. Third Princess smiled and said, "Dang San, go and arrange a place for Master Ye Xiao to stay." Dang San nodded and said, "Okay, Princess." Chapter 627. Alchemy King Wang 1. Dang San looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Master Ye Xiao, please come with me. I'll show you the place where you will be living from now on." Ye Xiao frowned his brows when he heard the conversation between Dang San and Third Princess, and he could not help but want to break Dang San's head when he heard him saying that he'll be now living in the Moon Shadow family from now on. He knew what this mean. If he decided to stay just like that, he'll have to stay here like a slave and refine pills for Third Princess always. This was not why he came here for. He shook his head and said, "Third Princess, there is a reason why I came to the Moon Shadow City. I cannot stay here always and refine pills for you." Third Princess frowned when she heard this. Ye Xiao actually refused to stay in the Moon Shadow family. It has to know that countless people would do anything just to live in the Moon Shadow family. Countless people could even work as servants and might even become slaves just to enter the Moon Shadow family. But Ye Xiao actually refused it. Dang San's face also turned cold at this moment. He said coldly, "Master Ye Xiao, do you even know what you are doing right now? You are actually rejecting the princess's offer." Dang San's aura also exploded out at this moment, wanting to pressure Ye Xiao. But his aura was far from enough to do anything to Ye Xiao. In front of Dang San's pressure, Ye Xiao remained calm and aloof, as if Dang San's aura was nothing but like an ant walking on his skin. And not the red ants but black ones, who don't even know how to bite a person. It was just like someone was just tickling him. Dang San frowned when he saw this. It was at this time that he saw Ye Xiao in a new light. From the beginning till now, Dang San was unable to see through Ye Xiao's cultivation. But he thought that Ye Xiao was hiding his cultivation using some sort of treasure or a secret technique, and Ye Xiao's cultivation base must be lower than his. According to his guess, Ye Xiao would at most be an immortal emperor realm martial artist. But he was already an ancient immortal, so he didn't take Ye Xiao's cultivation to his heart. But now, he felt something was wrong. If Ye Xiao was really weaker than him, then how could it be possible for him to withstand his pressure like it is nothing but a soft blow of air? Third Princess knew what Dang San was doing now, but she didn't stop Dang San. In her eyes, although Ye Xiao helped her win the competition, she had also given Ye Xiao the treasure-seeking mouse, which was an extremely rare and valuable demonic beast one could find in the entire upper realm. And when the treasure-seeking mouse will become an adult, it might even break through and become a divine-level demonic beast. So, in this competition, Ye Xiao has profited, and since this is the case, she does not owe Ye Xiao anything now. Without stopping Dang San, Third Princess looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Master Ye Xiao, I respect you very much. You are already an immortal alchemist grandmaster and could refine pills with a 100% success rate that is impossible for other immortal alchemist grandmasters. I'll not lie to you, I am impressed and I really want you to stay here and work for me." I'll satisfy all the requests you have and will have in the future. All you need to do is to refine the pills I need. That's all. What does Master Ye Xiao think about it? Ye Xiao smiled and then shook his head. As I told you before, I came to the Moon Shadow City because of something I need to do. I did not come here to work for you, third princess. Impudent. Dang San shouted and was about to say something, but was stopped by third princess. She raised her hand to stop Dang San and said to Ye Xiao, Master Ye Xiao, can you tell me why do you come to the Moon Shadow family? Ye Xiao smiled in his heart, but on the surface, he remained nonchalant. Then he said, I came here to look for my master. From the last track left behind by him, I come to know that he was last seen in the Moon Shadow City. So, I came here to look for him. Ye Xiao did not directly tell the truth. Instead, he used words to make third princess eager to know who his master is. Just as he expected, third princess frowned and could not help but ask, Master Yi, can you tell me who your master is? I might be a help to you in looking for your master. After all, no matter what, I'm the daughter of the patriarch of my Moon Shadow family. Ye Xiao secretly nodded his head and muttered in his heart, I know you'll be a great help. Through you, I can meet my master without any trouble. Ancient families like the Moon Shadow family and Heavenly Eye family have many rules and they strictly follow their rules. Entering such families is extremely difficult. Even if you are the best friend of the next in-line head of the family, you need to go through many verifications and trouble if you want to enter the family and meet that your best friend, the next in-line head of the ancient family. And with his strength, although he could have directly broken into the Moon Shadow family, he would definitely have to face the retaliation and attacks from other Dao Tribulation rankers of this family. And he could not kill them since they were the ones protecting his master. But he also would not have been able to meet his master easily. Ye Xiao replied with a smile, my master's name is Wang Fuji. What? As expected, third princess and others were startled when they heard Ye Xiao's master's name. They could not believe in their eyes. But after thinking about Ye Xiao's performance in alchemy, they thought it might be true. Ye Xiao might really be the disciple of Alchemy King Wang Fuji. Only Alchemy King could cultivate such an outstanding alchemist. The third princess took a deep breath and said, did you mean that Alchemy King Wang Fuji is your master? Alchemy King, not bad, looks like master has also been promoted and become an Alchemy King. As far as I remember, on the letter left behind by master was written that master was only an immortal alchemist grandmaster. Ye Xiao nodded his head and replied, yes, Alchemy King Wang Fuji is my master. Dang San immediately withdrew his aura when Ye Xiao confirmed their thoughts. How could he provoke the disciple of Alchemy King Wang Fuji? It has to be known, although Alchemy King Wang Fuji was staying in the Moon Shadow family and is refining pills for their family, he was not truly a servant or alchemist of the Moon Shadow family. Even the head of the family is respectful to Alchemist King Wang Fuji and promised to protect him if Alchemist King Wang will refine pills for the Moon Shadow family for 10,000 years. To immortals, 10,000 years were not a long period of time, but it is also not a short period of time. This was also the reason why Alchemist King Wang agreed to the Yu family's patriarch's request. Dang San's attitude immediately took a turn of 180 degrees. He respectfully said, Master Ye Xiao, please forgive me for offense just now. It is just that third princess's safety and her wishes are my responsibilities. I can't ignore those people who dare to reject third princess on her face. That's why I took action against you. It's fine. Ye Xiao waved his hand, and then looked at third princess and again acted, third princess, from the looks of it, you and your subordinates know who my master is. I hope third princess will tell me where my master is. Third princess nodded her head with a smile and said, Master Ye Xiao, please go with Dang San and rest for a while. In the meantime, I'll go and inform Alchemy King Wang about your arrival. Please do that, third princess. Ye Xiao said with a nod. Of course, he knew what third princess was planning. She was planning to go and tell her father about Ye Xiao. And her father will go and confirm if Ye Xiao was really Alchemy King's disciple. Only after confirming everything will they let Ye Xiao and Alchemy King Wang meet each other. After all, they had promised Alchemy King Wang that they will protect him. They could not just let anyone who claims to be the disciple of Alchemy King Wang enter the Moon Shadow family and meet him. Chapter 628, Alchemy King Wang II Moon Shadow Family, Main Palace. Inside a magnificent hall, a middle-aged man was talking something with two old men who were sitting in his left and right. Suddenly, the gate of the hall was pushed open by a young girl. That girl entered the hall and saluted the three men, father, elders. The middle-aged man who was also the father of third princess frowned and said, "Little Lin, do you need something? Why are you here at this time?" Yu Lin, the third princess, nodded her head and said, "Father, I met a person today. He looks young but he is already an immortal alchemist grandmaster. What's more, the success rate of his pill refinement is actually 100%. What? The three men were shocked and immediately stood up from their seats. Yu Fanghao, the patriarch of the Moon Shadow family, asked seriously, "Little Lin, you have to know that this is not a joking matter. You cannot joke around like that." Yu Lin shook her head and said, "Father, I'm telling the truth. You can also ask my sixth sister. Today, I and sixth sister competed in alchemy. That person is called Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao fought by my side while Immortal Alchemist Grandmaster Yu Si fought from sixth sister's side. They had decided to refine unique battle pill. There were 3 sets of herbs. Guess what? Immortal Alchemist Grandmaster Ye Xiao successfully refined all 3 sets of herbs into unique battle pills, and it took him less than 6 hours to do that. But Immortal Alchemist Grandmaster Yu Si failed to refine all 3 sets of herbs into unique battle pill, while he even took more time." Yu Fanghao and the 2 other elders took deep breaths and said, "Little Lin, who is this Immortal Alchemist Grandmaster Ye Xiao? Where is he right now?" "Father, he is currently resting in my palace. He claimed to be the disciple of Alchemy King Wang Fuji and came to the Moon Shadow City searching for his master." "Well, I think he is not aware that his master is currently an alchemist of our Moon Shadow family. He told me that he was looking for his master, and according to his searching, his master was last seen into our Moon Shadow City. So, he came here." When the 3 men heard Yu Lin, they frowned their brows. Because matters related to Alchemy King Wang could not be taken lightly. Alchemy King Wang is very important to the Moon Shadow family. After talking something among each other through sound transmission, Yu Fanghao finally said, "Little Lin, wait for me here. I'll go and ask Alchemy King Wang if he has any disciple named Ye Xiao or not." "As you wish, father." Yu Lin nodded her head and was ready to wait for his father's return like an obedient daughter. Not long after, Yu Fanghao returned with another old man. This old man was only a late-stage Immortal Emperor realm martial artist, but in front of this old man, the 3 people of the Yu family were very respectful. Coming back to the main hall, Yu Fanghao told Yu Lin to quickly bring Ye Xiao here. Inside the back garden of the third princess's palace, Ye Xiao was sitting quietly on a chair and was sipping tea, waiting for third princess to come back and led him to meet his master. He was also thinking about the ancient site that third princess and sixth princess were talking about before. Although he was also interested in the Moon Shadow Secret Realm, he knew that he'll not be able to enter the Moon Shadow Secret Realm. He knew what this Moon Shadow Secret Realm was. This secret realm solely belonged to the Moon Shadow family, and inside this secret realm, the ancestors of the Moon Shadow family left behind their inheritance before ascending to the divine realm. Ye Xiao knew he could not enter the Moon Shadow Secret Realm because of 2 reasons. The first reason was that every time the Moon Shadow Secret Realm opens, no more than 10 people could enter. The second reason was that only the members of the Moon Shadow family could enter the Moon Shadow Secret Realm. Moon Shadow Secret Realm was exclusively made for the Moon Shadow family. So, Ye Xiao was not thinking about the Moon Shadow Secret Realm. Instead, he thought about the ancient ruin that the 2 princesses previously talked about. Since it was an ancient ruin, it means it must belong to an era before the current era. There was a higher possibility of the ruin to be from the ancient era, and who knows, it might be from the primordial era. Anyway, since it was an ancient ruin, Ye Xiao could not ignore it. Ye Xiao thought to ask about this ancient ruin from third princess and see if he could make the third princess tell him about the location of the ancient ruin or not. After all, third princess didn't even tell her own sister the location of the ancient ruin. Ye Xiao was deep in thought when he heard the sound of footsteps. Ye Xiao turned his head and saw third princess coming. "Master Ye Xiao, please come with me." Yu Lin smiled and said respectively. Now that she knew Ye Xiao really is the disciple of Alchemy King Wang, she cannot ignore him or show her arrogance in front of him. Because she also knew the importance of Alchemy King in her Moon Shadow family. Ye Xiao followed Yu Lin and left third princess's palace. After a few turns, Yu Lin brought Ye Xiao to another palace, but this palace was much more magnificent than third princess's palace. In front of the main gate of the palace, 2 lion statues were standing, looking extremely domineering. If it was another person, they could only feel that the lion statues were domineering and had a kind of aura that could make people feel fear in their hearts and become submissive to them. But in the end, for those people, the lion statues were still just statues. But for Ye Xiao, these lion statues were not that ordinary. There were 2 souls of ancient beasts sealed inside the lion statues. Below the feet of these 2 lion statues was a big formation. This formation would activate on its own when anyone will dare to attack the Moon Shadow family. At that time, the lion statues will be revived and attack the attackers. The lion statue's strength at that time will be equal to a Dao body stage martial artist. And it could only be controlled by the person who set up the formation or the person who has access to this formation. Well, that person was very likely to be the patriarch of the Moon Shadow family. What an impressive formation, Ye Xiao thought in his heart. He was impressed by the person who set up this formation here. He could not find a single fault in this formation. Yu Lin brought Ye Xiao and entered the magnificent palace. Then she directly brought Ye Xiao to the main hall. Along the way, whoever saw Yu Lin bringing Ye Xiao towards the main palace, started staring at Ye Xiao doubtfully, thinking who Ye Xiao actually is. Ye Xiao was not disturbed by this. Along the way, he kept looking at every structure of the magnificent palace. He has to admit that he had never seen such a palace ever before. Not long after, Ye Xiao entered the main hall where his master and other 3 men were already waiting for him. Seeing that Ye Xiao has entered, Alchemy King Wang stood up. His face was filled with excitement. In his life, Alchemy King Wang has only accepted a single disciple. It was Ye Xiao. Before coming back to the upper realm, he had left Ye Xiao a letter in the Alchemist Association of the Imperial City of Azure Dragon Country. He knew that his disciple was simply a genius and it'll not take long for him to ascend to the upper realm. According to his guess, it'll take at most 20 years for Ye Xiao to ascend to the upper realm. But he did not leave behind the address where Ye Xiao could meet him in the upper realm. It is because he has to continue escaping from his enemies and could not stay in a single world. Now more than 100 years later, when Wang Fuji again met his disciple, he could not calm his emotion. Well, Ye Xiao was the same. In his entire life, he had accepted only one master, and that master is Wang Fuji. Although Wang Fuji's role in his life was extremely low, Ye Xiao still held high respect for his master. He never blamed Wang Fuji for not teaching him much about alchemy. It is because he simply doesn't need to know about alchemy at all. He had the memories of ancient Pill God and was even better than his master in alchemy. Why would he need Wang Fanghao to teach him about alchemy? Chapter 629. Entering the ancient ruin a few days ago. Ye Xiao met his master and both master and disciple spent more than a half-day together. Wang Fuji was shocked when he learned that Ye Xiao had actually already become a mid-Dao tribulation stage martial artist. And his Pill Dao was also extremely profound. Learning this, Wang Fuji felt very glad in his heart. They talked about many things and Ye Xiao also recounted some of his adventures in front of his master. Lastly, he told his master that he was here to take him away, but Wang Fuji shook his head and said that he has yet to do many things, and one such thing was to take revenge on those people who not only framed him and forced him to regress and hide in the lower realm but also killed his only son, Wang Lin. Talking of Wang Lin, Wang Fuji told Ye Xiao that it was his son, Wang Lin, who was the first owner of the Sea Dragon Spear. He also told Ye Xiao how Wang Lin promised Sea Dragon Emperor to save his clan, and after saving the Sea Dragon clan, he was attacked by some people who coveted the Sea Dragon Spear. His son fought a tough war and won in the end, but he knew that the matter of him having a top-grade immortal weapon with a spirit, Sea Dragon Spear, has already spread far. Many people will not hunt him down. That's why he paid his life as the price. And finally sealed the Sea Dragon Spear using the 3-style life seal. Wang Fuji told Ye Xiao how his son sent the Sea Dragon Spear to him through some means and told him to look for a fated person and give him the Sea Dragon Spear. The Sea Dragon Spear was related to his son's death, that's why he gave the Sea Dragon Spear to his best friend, the former patriarch of Tong family, Tong Wujiao, and told him the same thing his son told him. Well, at that time, Wang Fuji had already fallen into a perilous situation. He was framed and was kicked out by the Alchemist Association, and many people also started hunting him down. In order to save him, Tong Wujiao decided to bring Wang Fuji to the lower realm, but he was opposed by his family. To his side, only his granddaughter, Tong Nian stood. Then, he brought Wang Fuji along with Tong Nian to the Azure Sky continent. Tong Nian at that time was only 80 or so years old, but she was already at the early stage of the ancient immortal realm. Talking about Tong Nian, Wang Fuji told Ye Xiao that Tong Nian is extremely beautiful, and to not attract anyone's attention in the lower realm, she changed her appearance to an ordinary lady who worked at the treasure pavilion. As for now, where Tong Nian is, Wang Fuji didn't know. He only knew that his best friend, Tong Wujiao, returned to his family. Well, these two people were the only exception whom Ye Xiao failed to find in the second test of the first trial taken by Yuan Shida, Yuan Baihe, and Paigan. When he asked about them, Wang Fuji told Ye Xiao that Tong Nian and Tong Wujiao both belong to the Tong family, one of the biggest families in a world called Great Sun Immortal World. And Ye Xiao could only find out about them after visiting the Tong family in person. After that, Ye Xiao and Wang Fuji talked about many things. Ye Xiao offered his master that he could help him kill his enemies, but his master shook his head and rejected Ye Xiao's offer. He told Ye Xiao that his enemies were his problem, and right now, Ye Xiao should focus on his cultivation and ascend to the divine realm. When he will become someone with power even in the divine realm, at that time, it'll not be late for Ye Xiao to come back and take Wang Fuji with him to the divine realm. Ye Xiao sighed and could only agree with his master. But in his heart, he made a promise that he will restore the Sea Dragon Spear and gave it to someone worthy to continue the glory of Sea Dragon Spear. He had memories of the ancient god of weapon refinement, so it was not difficult for him to restore the Sea Dragon Spear. After half a day, Ye Xiao returned to the mansion of the third princess and asked her to tell him about the location of the ancient ruin. At first, the third princess directly refused Ye Xiao to tell him about its location, but when Ye Xiao said that he will exchange the location of the ancient ruin with extremely rare material, the third princess hesitated, but lastly, she brought Ye Xiao to meet her father, Yu Fanghao. It turned out that a few days ago, Yu Lin had already told Yu Fanghao about the ancient ruin and its location. Yu Fanghao was currently organizing a team to enter the ancient ruin and explore it. When Yu Lin brought Ye Xiao to Yu Fanghao and told him what Ye Xiao wanted, Yu Fanghao did not reject Ye Xiao. Instead, he asked what material Ye Xiao wanted to exchange in order to enter the ancient ruin. Ye Xiao had an entire mind of extremely rare material, golden flame stone. He took out one golden flame stone and gave it to Yu Fanghao. As expected of an ancient family, Yu Fanghao immediately recognized the golden flame stone and agreed to let Ye Xiao enter the ancient ruin along with the team he had organized. Current time, inside the ancient ruin. After teleporting inside to the ancient ruin, shaking his head, Ye Xiao stood up and looked around. At this moment, he seemed to be deep in the mountains and forests. The sky was covered by flourishing leaves and tall mountains. Ye Xiao flew up and was surprised to find that the gravity here was more than 10 times higher than the outside. But it was nothing to him since he had already trained in 10 times gravity on the 4th floor of the 9-story pagoda. When he flew in the sky, Ye Xiao found that the sky above the ancient ruin was in a misty state. It was as if there were many gray lights gathering together, and some changes were happening from time to time. When he looked up at the void and saw the gray light that was constantly changing, Ye Xiao felt a heavy pressure. After looking at it for a long time, he started to feel dizzy. Ye Xiao immediately flew down. Although it was called an ancient ruin, it looked more like a secret realm. There was not a single trace of a ruin anywhere. Looks like I can't look at the void of this ancient ruin for too long. Ye Xiao patted his head and muttered. He released his divine sense and tried to look at his surroundings, but then he felt his powerful divine sense being restricted because of some extremely powerful divine formation. Ye Xiao muttered to himself, as expected, even my divine sense has been restricted. Forget it, I'll just walk in a random direction for now. As Ye Xiao walked in a random direction, he suddenly heard the voice of Queen inside his head. She said, Ye Xiao, I can feel a very dense true essence at the northwest point. If I'm not wrong, there should be a vein of divine stone. What? Ye Xiao stopped in his tracks. Divine stone vein. He had just arrived in the ancient ruin and he had already discovered a divine stone vein. Of course, Ye Xiao knew what a divine stone was. Just like spirit stones and immortal stones, divine stones were also formed from the dense true essence. It was also divided into 3 types, low, mid, and high grades. And according to his guess, these stones must be used as the currency and cultivation resources by the divine beings in the divine realm. Queen also told Ye Xiao that the vein was being guarded by a powerful demonic beast. For some reason, inside the ancient ruin like this one in the secret realm, the demonic beasts and the outside world are like two parallel lines that do not interact with each other. Those beasts would never leave the ancient ruin or the secret realm for some reason. According to Queen's instructions, Ye Xiao quickly arrived at the place where the true essence was extremely dense. In this area, Ye Xiao found a few demonic beasts. These demonic beasts looked very strange, and each of them was different. According to the strength of these strange demonic beasts, Ye Xiao guessed that this divine stone vein should not be small in size. He also has yet to see the guardian demonic beast of the divine stone vein that Queen talked about. Chapter 630. Setting up the formation. Ye Xiao looked at the herd of demonic beasts. Ye Xiao's arrival had already attracted their attention and they were ready to kill Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao was surprised to see that all the demonic beasts present here were not in their perfect state. Instead, he could feel a large amount of black demonic aura from their bodies that were corroding them from inside for who knows how many years. This aura was extremely similar to the aura of ancient demons. Seeing this, Ye Xiao was really shocked. What kind of ancient ruin is this? Ye Xiao muttered in his heart and had a bad feeling about this ancient ruin. White Fist Annihilation. Without waiting for the demonic beasts to attack him, Ye Xiao took action and without using a single bit of the true essence, he formed a fist and punched out. The space seemed to have distorted as a large imprint of a white fist appeared in the air. At the same time, a shocking fist intent also appeared, causing the demonic beasts who were about to attack to have a blood-curdling feeling in their hearts as they immediately tried to retreat. But how could they retreat successfully in front of Ye Xiao? Boom! The large white fist imprint collided against the herd of demonic beasts and a huge explosion occurred, causing the earth to tremble and the sky to cover in the dust. When everything calmed down, only blood and pieces of meat and bones could be seen everywhere scattered. Not a single demonic beast was left alive after Ye Xiao's attack. Then Ye Xiao looked in the direction of the divine stone vein and again, the bad feeling in his heart grew more. It was as if there was something ominous inside the vein of divine stones. It was also the time when he heard Queen's voice once again, telling him, Ye Xiao, don't go inside. There seems to be a worldly divine lord realm ancient devil sealed inside that vein. There is a huge formation enveloping the entire divine stone vein and is continuously using the divine stone vein as the source of energy to seal the ancient demon. Once you break into the divine stone vein, that worldly divine lord realm ancient devil will be freed and it'll be extremely difficult for you to escape this place alive. Because, no matter what, you are still a Tao tribulation stage martial artist. What Queen didn't know was that Ye Xiao had already sent an entire mountain, that was like the second home of hundreds of thousands of ancient demons, inside his small universe. What is more, there seemed to be many worldly and heavenly divine lord realm ancient devils sealed inside that ice mountain. If she knew this, who knows how shocked she would have become. Well, for some reason, from the moment domineering God Stone appeared, Ye Xiao had a strange feeling about the second universe. It was as if the universe of Heavenly Pearl was trying to use him, that's all. And even Queen and other ancestral dragons were part of this scheme and were using Ye Xiao somehow. How to say it, Ye Xiao just had this feeling from the moment domineering God Crystal appeared in his life. Talking about the domineering God Crystal, it really was simply too mysterious. It can talk to Ye Xiao, can attack the Eye of Heavenly Tao and absorb the drop of golden blood essence of the Eyes of Heavenly Tao, and even made Ye Xiao not to go through heavenly tribulation to step into the mid-stage of Tao tribulation realm from the early stage. There were more to it but Ye Xiao has yet to discover. The most mysterious thing about thus domineering God Stone was that no one was able to see it, not even Queen even after using her strongest ability to see through everything. This ability of her even caused Ye Xiao's divine nascent soul to calm down and not dare to take action against Queen recklessly. Under this ability, she was able to see the embryonic form of Tao fruit but failed to discover the existence of domineering God Stone. Well, Ye Xiao somehow had the feeling that the universe of Heavenly Pearl was using him, and Queen, as well as all the ancestral dragons, were part of it. But Ye Xiao didn't feel any hatred or irritation because of this. Instead, he felt sad. Yes, Ye Xiao felt sad. He didn't have any feeling of hatred or anger for Queen, ancestral dragons, or the universe of Heavenly Pearl. He was just sad that they were using him without telling him anything. They were the ones who changed Ye Xiao's fate and made Ye Xiao come to the point where he was standing today. If not for them, he would have already been dead by now with deep regret in his heart. If not for them, then Ye Xiao would not have been what he was today. That's why he had no feeling of hatred or anger towards them. He just wanted them to tell him why they were using him. If they want something from Ye Xiao, he would give them his all happily. He could even give up his life if needed with a smile on his face. They just have to tell him the truth. But the saddest thing was that none of them planned to tell Ye Xiao the truth. Ye Xiao wanted to ask them, but it was domineering God Stone that stopped Ye Xiao from asking anything before ascending to the divine realm. According to the domineering God Stone, if Ye Xiao were to know the reason, he would lose his faith in them. But Ye Xiao knew he would never lose his faith in them even after knowing the truth. It is because he had no reason to lose faith in them. He was standing at the point where he could even fight against Divine Lord Realm martial artists, and all of this was because of the universe of Heavenly Pearl, Queen, and the ancestral dragons. Yes, he might get hurt in his heart and would feel sadder, but it was nothing compared to the gains he had been having till now, and the truth he'll learn. But Ye Xiao still decided to not ask Queen anything for now and do as the domineering God Stone said. Maybe there might be a reason for domineering God Stone to stop him, and he'll soon find out that reason after ascending to the divine realm. Ye Xiao believed in the domineering God Stone with all his heart because he knew the domineering God Stone was a part of his own soul. He did not know the reason for its birth or its functions, or what are the abilities of the domineering God Stone, but he knew that he'll find out everything in the future. All he needed to do now was to wait and increase his strength. Ye Xiao looked at the divine stone vein and hesitated. He didn't know what to do for now. He was not that excited for the divine stones in the vein of divine stones. It's because he'll get a mine of low, mid, and high-grade divine stones after forming the 7th ancestral dragon. After all, he had already become one with the 6th ancestral dragon, 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. Worldly Divine Lord Realm Ancient Devil. I'm no match of a worldly Divine Lord Ancient Devil. I also cannot move the divine stone vein inside my small universe since it is being protected by many strong divine level formation. If I act recklessly here, it'll be more like a disaster than fortune. I should act more cautiously and not let anyone discover this place for now. In the future, when I'll have the strength to deal with worldly Lord Realm cultivators, I'll come back for this ancient ruin again. Thinking of this, Ye Xiao made a decision in his heart and started laying down a formation. Although Ye Xiao could not lay down a divine level formation, he could still lay down a pseudo-divine level formation with his current strength and knowledge. Ye Xiao lay down a pseudo-divine level invisible formation as well as an illusion formation, causing the entire divine stone vein to disappear. And at the place of the divine stone vein where the ancient devil was sealed, just a few trees similar to the trees of the surroundings appeared. Now, as long as it is not a divine lord realm martial artist or a formation master who could lay down divine level formations, no one would be able to discover the invisible and illusion formation here. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao took another look at the divine stone vein that had already disappeared and then left this place. Then, Ye Xiao spent more than a month looking for a place where ancient devils or ancient demons were sealed. If they were weaker, he devoured them and strengthened the dark thread on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit, and if the ancient devils were stronger, he laid down illusion and invisible formations so that people entering the ancient ruin not enter those places and set free those ancient devils by mistake. Chapter 631, Three-Eyed Clan. So, this is the real ancient ruin. After moving around more than a month, Ye Xiao finally took care of all the places where ancient devils were sealed. After that, he wandered around here and there when he suddenly felt a sudden burst of energy fluctuations from behind. This wave of energy was especially strong. Ye Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned around. It was a sound coming from the abyss. What was in it? The fluctuation of energy was extremely strange, and after pondering for a while, Ye Xiao guessed that down the abyss might be the real ancient ruin. Ye Xiao jumped into the abyss, but strangely, the next moment, he found himself standing at the bottom of the abyss even before he could complete his jump. Ye Xiao frowned but could not guess what just happened. Helplessly, Ye Xiao could only move forward. He moved forward and was surprised to see the corpses of many people. There were thousands of corpses here. These people might have been the ones killed by ancient devils during the process of sealing those devils here all around the place, or they might be the ones who came here to explore in previous eras just like Ye Xiao and a few other peoples of the Moon Shadow family but ended up being dead. After all, no one can say for sure that after so many eras, this ancient ruin was not discovered by anyone. After passing by the corpses of the people on the ground, a faint black gas suddenly floated in the air. The moment Ye Xiao came into contact with the black aura, he immediately felt a little absent-minded, and his eyes became a little blurry as well. The deeper he went, the thicker the black aura became. It was as if there was some terrifying prehistoric beast hidden inside that could jump out at any time and swallow Ye Xiao whole. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ye Xiao seemed to have lost himself in the black aura. At this moment, his body suddenly trembled, and his thoughts became clear once more. What was that? Ye Xiao was shocked and didn't know what to say. He didn't even know why or how, but he came to this place absent-mindedly. It was as if someone controlled Ye Xiao for a few moments and brought him to the place he was standing now. It has to know that Ye Xiao was already someone who could fight against a martial artist at the Divine Lord realm. But even so, he actually became absent-minded for a few moments and came here. How can Ye Xiao not be shocked? Ye Xiao was stunned when he saw what was in front of him. In front of him was a gigantic palace. Yes, it was indeed a palace. Ye Xiao rubbed his eyes, his face was full of disbelief. The palace was dazzling in gold and jade. It had glazed tiles and a crystal floor. The golden pillar that was carved with dragons and phoenixes were supporting the top of the pillar. And at the center of the golden pillar was a pair of strange green eyes. And in the middle of these two green eyes, slightly above, there was yet another eye, but this eye was completely white. Was it an illusion? It was really unbelievable, so much that it seemed like an illusion. Forcefully suppressing the surging feeling in his heart, Ye Xiao walked towards the palace. When he took the first step, the feeling of stepping on the floor was very real. It did not seem to be an illusion at all. After entering the palace, the first thing he saw was a skeleton at the entrance. Ye Xiao frowned, he could not help but become more alert. The skeleton crawled forward with its ribs and spine broken. The leg bones below its waist were in a state of disintegration. Hiss! Ye Xiao could not help but take in a breath of cold air. This man probably had all his bones broken from the shock. The person who attacked could be said to be ruthless. Without stopping on the skeleton's body, Ye Xiao shifted his gaze towards the upper part of the great hall. In the center of the palace, there was actually a blood-red coffin. The blood-colored coffin emitted a strange, devilish light. Strange arrays were engraved on it as if they were flowing red blood. It made his scalp tingle. Palace, a coffin. Ye Xiao's heart palpitated even more. Just what kind of place was this? He was clearly in a bottomless abyss just now, but this definitely wasn't a bottomless abyss. He had never heard of a place like this standing tall at the bottom of an abyss. This place is too strange, I can't stay here any longer. Ye Xiao thought of retreating, but at this moment, his attention was attracted to the words written on the door. Three-Eyed Clan. Ye Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up as he made a new discovery. The Three-Eyed Clan was one of the renowned ancient families of the ancient era. If his memories were serving him right, in the second test of the first trial, Ye Xiao had come across an ancient book. In that ancient book, there was some matter related to the Three-Eyed Clan. The Three-Eyed Clan was an ancient family, but they were not humans. Instead, they were of a different race. They had the body of a human but had 4 hands and 3 eyes. It is said that the Three-Eyed Clan were proud of their eyes and were extremely powerful. It is a pity that their clan never gave birth to a single ruler. When Ye Xiao got his hands on that ancient book, he was not aware of the cultivation realms of the divine realm, so he didn't know what the ruler signifies. But now, he does know. According to the ancient book, the Three-Eyed Clan never gave birth to a ruler. It might be a curse given to the Three-Eyed Clan by the heavens for having 3 extremely powerful eyes. No one knows what exactly were the abilities of their 3 eyes. It is because the Three-Eyed Clan were very careful and secretive about their eyes and never let a person outside their clan know about the abilities of their eyes. They were also very united. Because of this, buying a person with resources of money from this clan was impossible, causing no one to know the truth about their eyes. It is said although the Three-Eyed Clan never produced a ruler, together they were powerful enough to kill hundreds of rulers. Together, they were also powerful enough to threaten the life of an exalted ruler. And all of these were because of their 3 powerful eyes. Strangely, one day, in the mid-period of the ancient era, the Three-Eyed Clan suddenly disappeared. This caused a storm at that time. Some people said that the Three-Eyed Clan had offended a god, causing that god to be furious and he destroyed the entire Three-Eyed Clan. Some people said that it was the retribution from the heavens. They had done many bad things secretly and this was their punishment. And some people said that heavens was jealous of the Three-Eyed Clan, so it took action and the Three-Eyed Clan disappeared overnight. But what the truth was, no one knows till this date. Reading the words, Three-Eyed Clan, on the door, how could Ye Xiao not become excited when he clearly knows what these words meant? It means that this palace-like ancient ruin was actually left behind by the three-eyed clan. Ye Xiao suddenly shifted his gaze and looked at the pillar where a pair of green eyes and a white eye above the pair of green eyes were looking at the sky blankly. Realizing that this was the ruin left behind by the three-eyed clan, Ye Xiao's body trembled in excitement. Shhkk. Suddenly, Ye Xiao's eyes were attracted by something. He shifted his gaze and saw the previous skeleton crawling at him. But this time, in the skeleton's right hand, there was actually a grayish-brown thing. Ye Xiao curiously took it off from the skeleton. It was actually a ball of beast skin and it was only the size of 2 palms. There was a strange pattern drawn on this beast skin. There were people on the diagram, as well as beasts. There were also some unknown monsters, such as winged people, and other people of several other races. But the most eye-catching thing in this beast skin was the 3 eyes. These 3 eyes were slightly larger than other things carved in the beast skin. And these 3 eyes were exactly the same as the eyes on the pillar. What a strange thing. What exactly is this thing? Ye Xiao revealed a puzzled expression as he looked at everything in the beast skin. He didn't know what this thing was, but he had a feeling that this beast skin was not simple and it must have something to do with the three-eyed clan. Chapter 632, Legacy of Three-Eyed Clan. 1-inch drop your blood on it. As Ye Xiao was observing the beast skin, a stiff voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Ye Xiao's heart suddenly shrank, a frown appeared on his face as he looked around, asking, Who? Who is it? Tisk. Drop your blood. The same voice sounded again, but this time, it was accompanied by a strange, tisk, sound, giving Ye Xiao a bad feeling. It was as if he dared not to drop his blood, someone or something will attack and kill him immediately. Ye Xiao lowered his head and instantly saw the most terrifying scene. The skeleton's skull turned around. It was facing Ye Xiao and was looking at him with its 2 empty eye sockets, and its lower jaw was trembling. Hurry up and do it. Ye Xiao had seen many bizarre things by now, so he was not that much shocked. He soon calmed down and asked, Why should I drop my blood on it? Tisk. If you want to leave this place alive, then do as I say. Ye Xiao frowned. He looked at the skeleton and then, without dropping his blood on the beast skin, he tried to leave this place. He was shocked to see that the space around him seemed to be locked by some kind of strange formation, and with Ye Xiao's current knowledge of formations, it is impossible to break this formation. Well, Ye Xiao had another method through which he could try to leave this place. That was the gate on the 5th floor of the 9-story pagoda. But Ye Xiao also wanted to know what this beast skin was. After all, the three-eyed clan was an extremely secretive clan and no one knows any inside information about them. This beast skin seemed to be related to the three-eyed clan. If he could get some information about them, how nice would it be? Ka-cha. Suddenly, Ye Xiao was attracted by the sound of something cracking. He looked at the skeleton and saw it being shattered inch by inch, eventually turning into fine powder. A slight breeze blew in the air and the powder instantly disappeared without a trace. The bones seemed to have never appeared before him at all. What happened? Ye Xiao was completely dumbstruck. He could not tell what happened just now. The skeleton was clearly talking to him just a moment ago, and the next moment, it shattered and turned into powder before dispersing in the air. Was it a dream? He ruthlessly pinched his thigh. Hiss. He grimaced in pain and shook his head. No, it wasn't a dream. It was real. What happened just now was real. However, this was simply too unbelievable. If you want to go out alive, you have to drop your blood on it. Remembering what the skeleton told him, Ye Xiao looked at the beast skin in his hand and felt even more uneasy. He took a deep breath and finally put his finger in his mouth, and bit down forcefully. The tip of his finger was cut open and bright red blood flowed out. Drip. A few drops of fresh blood fell onto the beast skin. In the next moment, the seemingly ordinary beast skin suddenly began to emit an incomparably resplendent golden light. The beasts, humans, monsters, and people of some other races on it seemed to have come alive. Before Ye Xiao could react and understand what happened, the pair of 3 eyes on the beast skin lit up and the next moment, Ye Xiao's vision blurred. When everything in front of his eyes became clear, Ye Xiao was surprised to see that his surrounding has changed. He seemed to be standing at a great hall of some ancient building. Ye Xiao looked around and was shocked to see a person with 4 hands and 3 eyes standing in front of him, calmly looking at him. A human. The person in front of him looked at Ye Xiao and muttered, and then sighed before speaking again. I didn't expect one of the greedy humans to get lucky out of all those thousands of races. Ye Xiao, who was looking at his surroundings, stopped looking here and there, asked with a frown, "Can I ask who senior is and what do you mean by the previous sentence?" Sigh. The man sighed deeply and said, "You can say, I'm the last head of the three-eyed clan that has disappeared in the long river of history." Then he once again looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Since the guardian didn't kill you immediately after seeing you, it means there is something about you that makes you completely different from other greedy humans." Guardian. Ye Xiao frowned and realizing something, he suddenly exclaimed, You are talking about that skeleton who was crawling on the floor, giving off a creepy feeling." The man in front of him shook his head and said, "He was the genius of my three-eyed clan. At the age of 500 years, he had already become a worldly divine lord. You can imagine how shocking his talent was. There has never been a person as talented as him appearing under the heavens. Unfortunately, the destruction of my clan caused him to forcefully seal a portion of his soul inside his own body to pass down my clan's last legacy." Ye Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard the word, legacy, and muttered in low voice, "Legacy of three-eyed clan. Who knows how many people will fight for this legacy if they were to know about its existence." The person opposite to Ye Xiao nodded his head and said, "Yes, that's true. At my time, almost not a single person under the heavens would not be moved when hearing about the legacy of my three-eyed clan. But in your era, I think very few might have even heard of my three-eyed clan. And it seemed like you are one of such people." Ye Xiao nodded his head and replied, "I've read about the three-eyed clan in an ancient book one got my hand on in an ancient ruin. But there were not many things about the three-eyed clan written in that ancient book. From what was described about the three-eyed clan, I can say that your clan was simply too secretive, and not a single outsider knows about the abilities of your three-eyed clan." The person nodded his head and said, "You are right. I didn't expect there would be a book which described about my three-eyed clan." Sigh. Let's get back to the official business here. The legacy of my three-eyed clan is our three eyes and their abilities. But you should note that there is not a lunch that can be eaten for free. Ye Xiao nodded his head and became serious. He knew that if he wanted to get the mysterious abilities of the eyes of the three-eyed clan, he has to do something for them. So, without hesitating, Ye Xiao asked, "Please tell me, what do you want me to do?" "There is no need to hurry." The person opposite to Ye Xiao shook his head and said, "Let me tell you something important first. My three-eyed clan was born after the end of the primordial era. We heard many things about the primordial era and the legend of 9 ancestral dragons as well as the shocking strength of primordial race. But I can still say that if my three-eyed clan was born in the primordial era, we would have the ability to compare with the primordial race. It is just that my three-eyed clan was born with a curse that no one from my three-eyed clan would ever be able to become a ruler. The path of cultivation of our three-eyed clan would always end after cultivating to the 9-marked Heavenly Lord realm. After that, no matter how hard we tried, we would never be able to break through again and become rulers. 9-marked Heavenly Lord was our limit, placed upon us by the heavens itself. On the other hand, the primordial race was born with the blessing of heavens as the first ever race to appear. Almost all the members of the primordial race could become ancient gods. Sigh. Even heavens was jealous of our abilities. Anyways, though my clan never gave birth to a ruler, even rulers were afraid of us. Do you know why? Looking at Ye Xiao, the last head of the three-eyed clan said proudly, "All because of these three eyes of us. These are the eyes we, three-eyed clan, are the most proud of. We have never let any outsider know about the abilities of our eyes. But today, I'm going to pass down exactly this legacy of my three-eyed clan to you." "Do you know why?" the head of the three-eyed clan again asked. Ye Xiao had a guess in his heart, but he chose to stay silent and listen to what the person opposite to him had to say. Chapter 633, Legacy of Three-Eyed Clan. To the head of the Three-Eyed Clan said, "Actually, we didn't choose you, it's just that you are lucky to come here. And for some reason, the genius of my clan, the guardian of this legacy, chose you. Now, let me tell you something important first. You can obtain the legacy of my three-eyed clan, but you need to do something for us if you want to obtain this legacy." "What?" Ye Xiao asked calmly. Ye Xiao had already expected this and was waiting for the head of the three-eyed clan to tell him what he wants. The head of the three-eyed clan looked at Ye Xiao for a short time and said, "That day, my clan was still bustling with happiness. Children were playing and elders were cultivating. But suddenly, misfortune befalls my clan. His name is Kai Wenji, a newly ascended god. He was a human just like you, but his eyes were filled with greed. He came to my clan and tried forcing us to tell him about the abilities of our eyes. At the same time, he ordered us to give him a newborn child so that he could take out the eyes of that newborn child and graft them to his disciple. We refused without hesitation, not to mention giving him a newborn child of our clan. We even refused to give him a strand of our hair. As for telling him about the thing we were most proud of, which was also our deepest secret, it was simply impossible. Kai Wenji had just broken through from exalted ruler and become a god. He was quite arrogant and couldn't endure our refusal. In his eyes, our refusal was his humiliation. He didn't even flinch his eyes and directly attacked us. We already knew that he'll take action against us, so we were prepared. We also activated the protective formation, and together with all the members of my clan, we fought a tough war against Kai Wenji. But, although we could even face an exalted ruler when we were together, how could a group of a few thousand heavenly divine lords compare to a god? We lost the war. The difference between us was simply too big, so big that it was impossible to cover it with just numbers. We couldn't even stand in front of him for 10 minutes. But this period was enough for us to prepare something. We have long known that there would come a time when our clan will fall in chaos because of our eyes. We were also cursed by the heavens and cannot give birth to a ruler. We knew that many people will covet our eyes. Our ancestors were insightful and had long since prepared a legacy for a fated person. When Kai Wenji started attacking us, we let the genius of our clan escape with the legacy. The genius of our clan was already seriously injured, and after killing all of us, Kai Wenji started chasing after the genius of our clan, Gao Yuan. But Gao Yuan was not called a genius for nothing. He was still able to escape successfully, but he was not in the state where he could live longer. So, he found this place and hid the legacy here. Then he became the guardian of the legacy and started protecting it for the fated person to come. Before he escaped the clan, I attached a tiny part of my soul with the legacy, so that I can choose the inheritor and tell him what happened with us as well as what we want from the inheritor. We never wanted the inheritor of our legacy to be a human, but for some reason, Gao Yuan chose you. Since he chose you, then his decision is my decision. After all, it was him who protected the legacy all these years. We only want you to take revenge for us, the Three-Eyed Clan. And if possible, try to revive my Three-Eyed Clan once again. Now, it's up to you to choose if you want to inherit the legacy of my Three-Eyed Clan or not. If you accept our legacy, then you have to kill that Kai Wenji no matter what. Ye Xiao took a deep breath. He knew what it means to inherit the legacy of Three-Eyed Clan. He has to kill a god who was born in the ancient era. After so many eras, if that Kai Wenji has died, then the promise will become invalid, but if he is still alive, then he must have already become an ancient god, a being who stood at the top of all cultivators. This was no easy matter. But when did Ye Xiao be afraid of someone? He was not even afraid of heavens, let alone an ancient god. Although an ancient god was the strongest being, Ye Xiao believed that there will come a day when he'll also become an ancient god. But there was one thing he didn't understand, so asked, "What do you mean by reviving the Three-Eyed Clan? Didn't you all have already died?" "Yes." The head of Three-Eyed Clan nodded his head and said, "Yes, we are dead, but it doesn't mean it is impossible to revive my clan again. Do you know, the ancestors of my Three-Eyed Clan had said that the legacy can only be inherited by those who have fate with Tao of space and time. As I told you before, the ancestor of my Three-Eyes Clan was very insightful. They had already prepared the legacy for the time of chaos. They had already predicted that someday, my Three-Eyed Clan will encounter misfortune and might disappear from the world, so they had chosen to only let a person who has some fate with the Tao of space and time inherit our legacy. Gao Yuan, the genius of our clan, had the ability to predict something major about the future. Since he had chosen you, it means he must have predicted that you have some sort of fate with space and time. Space and time, these two are the most mysterious and complicated Tao of the heavens. These two are also the supreme laws of the heavens. Comprehending the law of space and time is extremely difficult, to the point where it seems almost impossible to comprehend. But once comprehended, it'll bring infinite benefits and chances to the one who will comprehend them. And if a person could comprehend the profound meaning of space and time, going back in time to change something is not impossible. But recklessly changing something might also bring destruction and many unfortunate incidents to the person as well as the world itself. Since you have fate with Tao of space and time, it means you'll definitely be able to bring my clan back to life once again. But remember, walk on the path that is right and chose the option that is correct. Ye Xiao frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The head of Three-Eyed Clan said, "You'll understand what I mean when the time comes. For now, you should give me your answer. Are you willing to inherit the legacy of my Three-Eyed Clan? Remember, if you choose to inherit the legacy, no matter how long it'll take or how difficult it is, you have to kill Kai Wenji." From their words, Ye Xiao caught a few points that made him puzzled. One such point was the confidence of the head of Three-Eyed Clan that he could kill Kai Wenji. Ye Xiao spoke, "I choose to inherit the legacy of Three-Eyed Clan. But before that, can you tell me why you're so confident that I can definitely kill Kai Wenji in the future?" "Hee, young man, you are smart." The head of Three-Eyed Clan laughed lightly and said, "Then let me be honest with you. I don't know you, why would I believe in you? So, saying that I have confidence in you is wrong. The thing I'm confident about is the legacy of my Three-Eyed Clan. My clan was cursed and cannot give birth to a ruler, that's why we never have been able to show the true strength of our eyes. But you are different, you are not cursed by the heavens and heavens is not jealous of you. With our legacy, it is more than possible for you to become a god, and even an ancient god. So, killing Kai Wenji would not be that difficult for you. As for why I'm so confident in the legacy of my Three-Eyed Clan, you'll know when you'll inherit it. Are you ready?" Ye Xiao nodded his head and replied, "I'm ready." "Then go and place this beast skin on top of that pillar." Saying this, the leftover soul of head of the Three-Eyed Clan dissipated instantly. Ye Xiao flew to the top of the pillar and placed the beast skin on it, but nothing happened. Ye Xiao frowned and flew down to wait and see if something will happen or not. Chapter 634, Legacy of Three-Eyed Clan 3. The moment Ye Xiao flew down, the pair of green eyes and the white eye on the pillar lit up, and at the same time, the beast skin started floating. After a few moments, the beast skin turned into golden energy and fused with the pillar, causing the pillar to shine golden. In the next moment, the pair of green eyes shot two beams of green light that directly pierced into Ye Xiao's pair of eyes, and a beam of light shot by the white eye entered into Ye Xiao's right eye. "Ah!" Ye Xiao cried out in pain. He felt as if countless thorns were stabbing into his eyes and made him feel want to die. Moreover, the thirst to itch his eyes made him want to dig out his own eyes and throw them away. But at this moment, a sudden burst of golden energy spread out from his eyes and started flowing within his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Dense golden light wrapped around Ye Xiao as an endless flow of energy flowing into the body through his nerves and meridians. "This is..." Ye Xiao was shocked. Buzz, buzz. The air trembled. Ye Xiao felt as if his brain was about to explode and his body seemed to have been invaded by some kind of mysterious power. At the same time, an indescribable power surged out of Ye Xiao's body once again and gathered into his eyes. Ye Xiao's eyes' color suddenly changed from black to green, but there was also a hint of white in his right eye's pupil. Actually, the pupil of Ye Xiao's right eye was half 3/4 green and 1/4 white. A few words also appeared in Ye Xiao's mind at the same time. Eyes of insight can see through anything in the world. Eye of illusion can create and crack any illusion. After a few more minutes, everything finally returned to normal. Ye Xiao could not believe what happened just now. He actually inherited the three eyes of the Three-Eyed Clan. Knowing about the abilities of these eyes, Ye Xiao finally knew that it was no wonder that Three-Eyed Clan could even face an exalted ruler even though none of them have the strength of a ruler or above. It was all because of these three eyes. The first one was a pair of green eyes. These eyes were called eyes of insight. This eye gave Ye Xiao photographic memory. Anything seen by the eyes of insight will never be forgotten by its owner. Not only this, eyes of insight could see through the essence of everything, then be it if it is an ability, martial arts skills, cultivation techniques, or anything's nature, eyes of insight could see through everything's essence. For example, if someone far stronger than Ye Xiao is attacking him with a very strong martial arts skill. With the help of eyes of insight, Ye Xiao could see through that martial arts skill's essence. And with the ability to never forget anything seen by eyes of insight, he could also learn that skill almost instantly. Not only this, with eyes of insight, he would also know that skill's strength as well as weakness and could plan a counterattack effectively. But this is not the most important part of eyes of insight. The most important thing about the eyes of insight was, if controlled at 100%, the eyes of insight could even let a person peep into the future, and even the past. It was no wonder that the ancestor of the three-eyed clan had already known that their clan will fall into a perilous situation in the future and had already prepared a legacy for the future, with the hope of the revival of their clan. As for the Eye of Illusion, it was the white eye. Eye of Illusion could create an extremely powerful illusion that its owner wants in an instant, without needing any rare materials to lay down an illusion formation or use an illusion type ability. Eye of Illusion can make any illusion that its host wants. Not only this, but it can also crack every illusion without any effort. In front of the Eye of Illusion, every illusion in this world was nothing but a child's play. Ye Xiao could not help but take deep breaths. It was no wonder that the head of Three-Eyed Clan was so confident in the legacy of his Three-Eyed Clan. He told Ye Xiao that with the legacy, Ye Xiao would definitely be able to become a god in the future. Ye Xiao also knew how powerful these eyes were. The eyes of insight could let him learn almost all the cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, and other abilities in the world. With these eyes alone, Ye Xiao could guarantee that he'll never fall short of trump cards. And there was also the Eye of Illusion. It can create the most powerful illusion that has ever appeared in the world, and it can create that illusion almost in an instant, according to its host wish. Just thinking about this made Ye Xiao feel excited. It's time to go back. Ye Xiao clapped his hands and calmed his heart. Then he was ready to leave this place. After all, the greatest benefit of the ancient ruin was now already his. Just as Ye Xiao was about to leave, he suddenly saw the blood-colored coffin in the middle of the hall from the corner of his eyes. The strange arrays surrounding it seemed to be flowing with blood, and traces of a demonic red glow were emitted from the coffin. What could it be inside? Ye Xiao's curiosity started to rise and he started to walk towards the coffin. In a palace with no one around, Ye Xiao could only hear his own footsteps. The closer he got to the coffin, the more an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. There seemed to be no fear on his face, only anticipation. The blood coffin was sealed. Its appearance was no different from an ordinary coffin. However, the material in front of him was clearly not an ordinary material, and even with the memories of ancient god of weapon refinement, he was unable to identify the material of the blood-red coffin. Arriving in front of the coffin, Ye Xiao placed his hand on top of the coffin's lid, as a bone-chilling feeling spread through his fingertips. It gave him a shock. Should I really open it? Ye Xiao fell into deep thought. What if there was danger inside? With his current strength, would he be able to handle it? Ye Xiao was not afraid, he was only a little nervous in his heart. His heart was thumping quickly, but then he calmed down, thinking that today, his luck was not bad. He'll not encounter any danger that could threaten his life. Thinking of this, Ye Xiao finally exerted force through his arm on the lid of the coffin to open it. Chi! The lid creaked against the other portion of the coffin, and in the next moment, the lid was pushed open. As for the strange arrays, they suddenly dimmed a lot. However, Ye Xiao did not notice all of this, his gaze remained fixated on the situation inside the coffin. When he saw what was inside, a stunned expression appeared on his face. From the expression on his face alone, it was clear that there was something inside the coffin that he had never expected to be there. What Ye Xiao saw was a person lying inside the coffin. And this person was actually a beautiful woman. The woman had her eyes closed and her silky and shiny golden hair spread behind her head. With her exquisite nose, pink cheeks, and cherry-red lips, as well as her oval face, she was looking stunningly gorgeous. Her skin was as smooth as snow. Her figure was light and refined. She had an exquisite facial feature. One could say that she was an absolute beauty. Isn't this situation too familiar? Ye Xiao muttered because he met Shui Xiaofei exactly like this. When he first saw her, she was also sleeping inside the coffin exactly like this. Looking at the beauty of this woman, Ye Xiao could not help but take deep breaths. Before, Ye Xiao had thought that he will never meet a beauty like Queen. In front of Queen, his other women's beauty was like a mango without any sweet and soul-captivating fragrance. But now, he was shocked to see another beauty that could really compare to Queen in terms of beauty. In fact, she had a charm that even surpassed Queen in some ways, and could make anyone feel intoxicated with her after seeing her one time. But her beauty was not the important thing right now. What was important was the current situation. Was the woman in front of him really dead? Judging from her slightly red face, she seemed to have fallen asleep no matter how he looked at it. Staring intently at his cherry lips that were dripping down, Ye Xiao's eyes became a little blurry and his consciousness also started to blur. A dirty thought sprouted in his mind and he had the urge to get intimate with her. Chapter 635. A guess, what's going on? Am I crazy? How can I have such a thought? Ye Xiao tried his best to suppress this shameless thought, but the more he looked at the beauty lying inside the coffin, the more his consciousness blurred, his will weakened, and his desire to get intimate with her become stronger. It's just a kiss, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? Ye Xiao finally reached a state where he compromised with his evil desire. He pursed his lips and then slowly leaned forward towards that beautiful face. Her beautiful face was so close to him that even Ye Xiao could smell a faint body fragrance. The moment he kissed those sparkling red lips, the soft and smooth touch made him feel incomparably wonderful. And also, it was at this moment, the beautiful woman's eyes suddenly opened. Her ice-cold eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked straight at Ye Xiao. Eng! Ye Xiao's body suddenly shook violently, as though he had just awoken from a dream. He was so shocked that he retreated back and almost fell to the ground. What was that just now? Ye Xiao was shocked. That woman just now actually opened her eyes. Was she a living person? And when he kissed her, it was obvious that there was warmth, not cold like a dead person. He was not in his right mind and actually kissed that woman. This was something that Ye Xiao could not understand why he did. Moreover, when that woman opened her eyes, the ice-cold look in her eyes and that bone-chilling killing intent was something that Ye Xiao had never felt. For a moment, Ye Xiao felt as if he had fallen into a deathless abyss, surrounded by endless darkness that was enveloped with bone-chilling killing intent. That feeling was something that made Ye Xiao's soul tremble. Ye Xiao trembled as he crawled up from the ground and once again approached the coffin. However, this time, he saw what the woman inside the coffin looked like, the same as before. The beautiful woman was still lying there quietly with her eyes closed, as though she was deep asleep. I think I'm going crazy. Ye Xiao rubbed his temple that was starting to get dizzy again. He suddenly felt that this palace was just too strange and felt as if this place was not as simple as an ancient ruin where Gao Yuan, the genius of the three-eyed clan, kept the legacy and died protecting it here. Now that he thought about it, Gao Yuan had already turned into a skeleton and immediately dissipated in thin air like powder after it told Ye Xiao to drop his blood on the beast's skin. It was as if that was Gao Yuan's last wish that was carried out by his will even after his death. This was like, it was Gao Yuan's will to pass down the legacy that kept his skeleton safe and sound even after his death, and after fulfilling his wish and duty, his will disappeared from his skeleton, and the skeleton turned into powder before dissipating in thin air like it should have happened before. Now that Ye Xiao thought about it, there seemed to be a hole in Gao Yuan's skeleton at the place where his heart should have been when he was alive. Ye Xiao hurriedly shifted his gazes and looked at the arrays that he could not recognize at all, and found out that it was dimmer than before. After a short moment, Ye Xiao found trails of tempering in those array formations that should have happened eras before. Only now did Ye Xiao guessed and placed some pieces of his guess together, thinking what might have happened here before. It was more likely that when Gao Yuan was escaping, he somehow discovered this palace and entered. Here, he saw this coffin and array formations around the blood-red coffin. He might not have any knowledge of formations, but he had eyes of insight. These array formations in the blood-red coffin must have attracted his attention, making him curious to see what was inside the coffin, just like how Ye Xiao became curious. Gao Yuan must have used his eyes of insight to find some weaknesses in these array formations and tempered them, trying to break these arrays. But in the end, although he was successful, he might have been injured during the process of trying to break the formations. That injury might be the injury that pierced into his heart, making such a big hole. Before dying, Gao Yuan might have placed the legacy of his clan here, waiting for the right person to come, at the same time, trying to heal the injuries on his heart. Ye Xiao had the memories of the ancient pill god and knew that in the primordial era, there were many pills that could instantly heal injuries like the hole in a person's heart. The ancient era came after the primordial era. At that time, those pill formulas might not have been lost. But for some reason, Gao Yuan was unable to heal his injuries and could only wait here and die slowly with regret in his heart. But his will to let the right person inherit the legacy of his clan never let his soul and dead body rest in peace. Throughout the years, Gao Yuan kept waiting for the right person to come. Maybe, there might be many people after the ancient era who come to this place, but none of them was the right choice. Some might have tried to fight Gao Yuan, and some might have tried something else, resulting in all of them being dead. As the result, there were so many corpses outside. And Gao Yuan's wish was fulfilled only when Ye Xiao came to this place. Thinking all these things, Ye Xiao took a deep breath. If what he guessed was the truth, then it means that the coffin and the women inside might be someone who belonged to the primordial era. And she might be yet another mystery left behind by the primordial era. Ye Xiao hurriedly shook his head. He thought that he couldn't stay here any longer, so he walked forward, closed the lid of the coffin again, and left in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the entire enormous palace returned to silence. Ye Xiao didn't sense anything before he came or after he left. The arrays on the surface and around the blood-red coffin underwent different changes. At first, it looked like blood was flowing, but now, it was a deep red, as if the blood had dried up. Laying inside the dim coffin was the woman as beautiful as a fairy. Suddenly, her long eyelashes trembled, as if she was waking up from a long dream. At the same time, a light crack appeared on the lid of the coffin. When Ye Xiao came out from the dense black fog of the abyss, he once again returned to the surface. "I'm out." Ye Xiao took a deep breath and had a feeling that he had survived a calamity. On this journey into this ancient ruin, he was the biggest winner. Although the secret of the blood-red coffin was unknown, the awakening of eyes of insight and eye of illusion gave Ye Xiao a new lease of life. Ye Xiao subconsciously turned his head to look down at the scene below and couldn't help but be stunned. The black gas had disappeared without a trace. The most he could see was the most ordinary environment at the bottom of the abyss. Before, there was nothing he could see other than the black fog. At that time, he directly jumped down and suddenly arrived in front of the palace after a moment of a blur. But now, those black fog disappeared without any trace. The black fog disappeared. What is going on? Ye Xiao frowned, and when he could not come up with an answer, he thought, forget it, I will not come back here in the future anyway. Just pretend that it was just a dream. No. Wait, I have to come here. I've set up so many formations to make those places filled with ancient devils disappear in the eyes of other people who will enter this place in the future. Taking another breath, Ye Xiao thought about that beautiful woman. He then subconsciously licked his lips and felt as if there was still a trace of wonderful warmth left of that kiss. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly shook his head and he walked in large strides, heading back the way he came from. Ye Xiao did not know how to go back. He was also not sure if he'll be teleported out of the ancient ruin or he'll have to look for an exit. However, now that he has no choice, he could only look for an exit to leave this ancient ruin. He also knew that other people who entered with him might have already left or might be looking for an exit like him to leave the ancient ruin. After all, there was no meaning left in staying here. Chapter 636. Out of the ancient ruin. Ye Xiao spent 2 entire days looking for the exit of this ancient ruin, but he failed to one. Not only this, he didn't even see a single person inside this ancient ruin. Surprisingly, after he came out of the abyss, he found out that this time, his divine sense was no longer restricted and he could use it once again, but even with his powerful divine sense, he failed to find an exit. Looks like I could only go out by using the gate on the 5th floor of the 9-story pagoda. Well, now that I think about it, I haven't checked what is on the 6th floor. Let me check out that first before I'll go out of this ancient ruin through the gate on the 5th floor of 9-story pagoda. Ye Xiao disappeared from where he was standing a moment ago and appeared on the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda. Ignoring other floors, Ye Xiao directly went to the 6th floor and entered. But the moment he took his entry on the 6th floor, his eyes opened wide in astonishment. He could not help but take a few deep breaths. What appeared in front of him was a small space. Inside this space, a big sun was hung high up in the sky, illuminating the entire space. Other than the sun, there was a small snake's mouth-shaped mountain, and below the mountain was a small lake. Sun's light reflecting after colliding against water was giving this small space an entirely new beauty. Suddenly, a comfortable stream of energy rushed into Ye Xiao's mind and some information appeared. In this space, this lake was the most important thing. It is because this lake was not filled with water, instead, it was filled with some kind of strange energy. Continuously 3 times, a lotus will bloom inside this lake filled with energy every 1,000 years. That lotus is called World Lotus. As for what the World Lotus is, Ye Xiao doesn't know. According to the information that appeared in Ye Xiao's mind, World Lotus can be proved to be the most priceless treasure Ye Xiao has ever gotten his hands on. As of now, a World Lotus is going to bloom in 2 years of time, and after that, it'll bloom once again after 10,000 years later, and then, it'll take another 10,000 years of time for the World Lotus to bloom. So, all Ye Xiao needs to do is to wait for 2 years first and he'll know what exactly is this World Lotus. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao came out of the 6th floor and went to the 5th floor and wanted to get out from this place when he suddenly remembered about the Blood Devil Spear. He had kept the Blood Devil Spear along with the huge altar on the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda. It's because he didn't know how long it'll take Blood Devil Spear to absorb the blood essence on the altar. All he could do is to wait. So, he dug out the entire altar after transforming into the heaven-devouring divine dragon and stored the Blood Devil Spear along with the altar on the 1st floor. The time difference on the 1st floor was 10:1 compared to the outside world. Since 10 years on the 1st floor was equal to only 1 year in the outside world, Ye Xiao thought that it'll fasten the speed of Blood Devil Spear absorbing the blood essence from the small blood pond on the altar. Ye Xiao went directly on the 1st floor and arrived in front of the altar above which the Blood Devil Spear was still floating. As expected, it has already absorbed all the blood essence from that small pond. Ye Xiao climbed the altar and extended his hand before holding the Blood Devil Spear in his hand. Rumble, the altar shook heavily as the Blood Devil Spear tried to reset Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao frowned and snorted, saying, "You think you can resist me? You are thinking too much. Come to me now." Ye Xiao injected his true essence in the Blood Devil Spear and forcefully made the Blood Devil Spear shift from its original place where it was floating. At the same time, he used his powerful soul force in order to make the Blood Devil Spear submit to him. So what if the Blood Devil Spear was a low-grade divine weapon? In front of Ye Xiao's powerful soul force, even the Blood Devil Spear could not bear the pressure and trembled in fear. Then its resistance started to weaken before it completely disappeared. At the same time, Ye Xiao had the feeling that he had completely gained control over the Blood Devil Spear. From now on, the Blood Devil Spear was his. Ye Xiao then waved his hand and the altar broke into pieces. Then Ye Xiao threw it out before looking at the Blood Devil Spear in his hand and sighed with emotion. His previous spear, Sea Dragon Spear, now has many cracks on it. Ye Xiao needed to gather some materials before he could repair it completely. But even after repairing it, Ye Xiao could not continue to use the Sea Dragon Spear. After all, Sea Dragon Spear was only a top-grade immortal rank spear and Ye Xiao has already become a mid-Dao tribulation stage martial artist. The Sea Dragon Spear could no longer provide the help he needed from a weapon. As for the Blood Devil Spear, although it was a low-grade divine rank weapon, Ye Xiao could not use many of his skills with this spear. For example, 4 styles of the Sea Dragon descends. It can only be performed by using the Sea Dragon Spear. Ye Xiao could not perform the 4 styles of the Sea Dragon descends with other spears. Anyway, the Sea Dragon descends was only an immortal rank martial arts technique, and now, Ye Xiao's requirement of martial arts skill has changed from immortal rank to divine rank. As for his 3 styles of dragon shattering the heavens, Ye Xiao also could not perform it with the Blood Devil Spear. After all, although dragon shattering the heavens needed a spear to execute, it also needed heavenly thunder to perform. And heavenly thunder was like a nemesis to any devil and demonic things. The same goes for the Blood Devil Spear. Looks like I need to look for some other martial arts technique that I can use with Blood Devil Spear. Ye Xiao muttered softly. After that, he kept the Blood Devil Spear on the 1st floor and went to the 5th floor. Then he used the gate on the 5th floor to go out of the ancient ruin. Entrance of the ancient ruin. It has already been more than 5 hours since everyone has come out from ancient ruin. Their gains have been too low to consider it coming from the ancient ruin. But, considering the fact that they didn't encounter any sort of danger inside, I think this ancient ruin has already been explored by some other peoples. I know, but, since there is no danger inside the ancient ruin and others has also been teleported out, why has Ye Xiao not come out? Did something bad happen to him? Many elders as well as the patriarch of the Moon Shadow family was standing in front of the entrance of the ancient ruin and were talking. Behind them, those people who entered the ancient ruin with Ye Xiao were standing, waiting for Ye Xiao to come out. Ye Xiao's master, Wang Fuji, was also present here. Wang Fuji remembered that this kind of thing has already happened one time before. It was when Ye Xiao entered the secret realm in the Great Xia Empire at the lower realm. At that time, others has also come out by Ye Xiao went missing. He never come out even though they waited for him for a long time. Everyone thought that Ye Xiao might be dead, but he and some other child believed that Ye Xiao was still alive and there might be some other reason that he was unable to come out from the secret realm. And this speculation of them was strengthened when Lin Hao gave Wang Fuji the bottle inside, which was a drop of Queen's essence that could even bring back a dead back to life. At that time, Lin Hao also told Wang Fuji that Ye Xiao told Lin Hao to tell Wang Fuji not to wait for him. He has something to do, so he might not come out for a long time. The same thing happened now. Everyone was already out, but Ye Xiao was the only one who has yet to come out. Others were thinking that something might have happened to Ye Xiao, but he believed in Ye Xiao and knew Ye Xiao will definitely come out. It was at this moment when the entrance of the ancient ruin suddenly fluctuated, and the next moment, a young figure appeared. "You are here." Looking at the young figure, a warm smile appeared on Wang Fuji's face as he welcomed Ye Xiao back. Chapter 637. 100 Treasure Pavilion. Ye Xiao spent a few days with his master inside the Moon Shadow family. After that, he said goodbye to everyone and left for his next destination. Ye Xiao first went to look for Su Shui, but after going to the Xiao family, he found out what has happened with Su Shui. Ye Xiao was furious but decided not to do anything to the Xiao family since Su Shui didn't do anything. From those people, Ye Xiao got to know that Su Shui came here with Lin Hao, and after saving her mother, she took revenge for her ancestor and then left the Xiao family forever. Ye Xiao now has no lead on where to find Su Shui. So, for the time being, he could only leave Su Shui aside and go to his next destination, which was going to meet Shui Xiaofei. Now, Ye Xiao was going to look for Shui Xiaofei first. Even in the second test of the first trial, Ye Xiao was the one who released Shui Xiaofei from the coffin and once again made love with her. After that, Shui Xiaofei left behind the name of her sect, but this time, Ye Xiao asked the name of the world where she is from. At that time, Shui Xiaofei told him that she was the sect master of Spirit Martial Sect in the Immortal Heaven world. Spirit Martial Sect was only a first-grade sect when Shui Xiaofei was sealed inside in the Holy Beast continent at the lower realm, but after making her comeback, she eventually broke through in her cultivation and promoted her Spirit Martial Sect to Spirit Martial Sacred Land. When Ye Xiao first met Shui Xiaofei, she was already an Immortal Emperor realm martial artist. And according to his findings in the second test, Shui Xiaofei got a divine-level treasure from a secret realm and successfully become a Dao body stage martial warrior. Ye Xiao used the gate on the 5th floor of the 9-story pagoda and directly vanished. After the Spirit Martial Sect was promoted to the Spirit Martial Sacred Land, although it was the weakest sacred land out there, it still was a power that has the right to set up its own city, just like the Great Martial City that was established by the Great Martial Sacred Land of the Great Martial World. The city established by the Spirit Martial Sacred Land was called Spirit Martial City. Previously, this city was just a small city under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Martial Sect, but now, it has already expanded to a great extent and became one of the biggest cities in the entire Immortal Heaven world. Immortal Heaven world was ruled over by the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, which was the strongest sacred land in the Immortal Heaven world, and every power fears to go against this sacred land, including the other sacred lands. If Ye Xiao's memory served him right, then the son of leader of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land was eyeing Shui Xiaofei's beauty and wanted to marry her. The leader of Immortal Heaven Sacred Land never refused his son's wish, so he asked Shui Xiaofei to marry his son. However, how could Shui Xiaofei marry the son of the leader of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land? He was a renowned playboy who has already destroyed many girls' life. Moreover, Shui Xiaofei already had Ye Xiao in her life. At that time, Ye Xiao had already ascended to the upper realm, but he was still too weak to help Shui Xiaofei. Hence, he was unable to help her at all. Being refused by Shui Xiaofei many times, the leader of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land launched attacks on the Spirit Martial Sacred Land. Shui Xiaofei could have run away, but she chose to stay behind and protect the Spirit Martial Sacred Land to her last breath. When Ye Xiao grew up, he destroyed the entire Immortal Heaven Sacred Land in anger, but that's all. After all, he could not bring Shui Xiaofei back to life. Although he knew everything was just like a dream and he was taking a test for the rest of his life inside the dream world, Ye Xiao still had this regret in his heart that he was unable to do anything to help Shui Xiaofei in the moment of need. But things were different now. Ye Xiao knew, the son of leader of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, Hu Bin, was already pressuring Shui Xiaofei for a few years. And in the next 3 years, the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land was going to attack the Spirit Martial Sacred Land. With Ye Xiao being here this time, he was going to change the course of the event. He will let Hu Bin and his father Hu Jintao pay the price for messing with his woman. Immortal Heaven World, Spirit Martial City. Ye Xiao appeared in the middle of the street. He was not planning to go and meet Shui Xiaofei directly. According to his memory, there was going to be a big auction in the Spirit Martial City in 3 days. Hu Bin and some other elders of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land as well as elders from other sacred lands were going to participate in this auction. Of course, Shui Xiaofei will also come with some elders of her sacred land and participate in this auction. If his memory served him right, there will be 2 materials in this auction which is needed to repair the Sea Dragon Spear. And these 2 materials are also what Hu Bin and others will fight for. After the auction, Hu Bin will make trouble for Shui Xiaofei. And that will be the time of his appearance in front of Shui Xiaofei. He wanted to be the hero who'll save the beauty in trouble. Though it was childish, he really wanted to appear in front of Shui Xiaofei like this. He wanted to see Shui Xiaofei's reaction when she'll see him. Sky Martial City, 100 Treasure Pavilion. Ye Xiao was standing in front of a 7-story round tower. This tower was the 100 Treasure Pavilion where all kinds of treasure can be sold and bought. This was also the power that was going to hold the big auction. Dear customer, are you here to sell or buy? Just as Ye Xiao entered the 100 Treasure Pavilion, a beautiful lady in the attendant's uniform came forward and greeted him with a smile on her face. Ye Xiao replied, I'm here not to buy anything, nor to sell. I'm here to put a rare item for auction that is going to be held in 3 days. The attendant was really professional in her work. She smiled and said, I'm sorry to say this, but the list of items that are going to be auctioned has already been made. Now, no extra item could be put on the auction. If you want, you can put your item for the next auction, how about it? Ye Xiao shook his head and said, this is an extremely rare item. I'm sure if the person in charge of the auction will see this item and recognize it, he'll surely change his mind. How about this, you go and inform the person in charge of the auction. The beautiful lady forced a smile and nodded her head. Then she brought Ye Xiao to an empty room on the 1st floor and went to inform the higher-ups. After 10 minutes, she returned with an old man. Ye Xiao was surprised to see that this old man was actually a late Dao body stage martial artist. This 100 Treasure Pavilion was really not ordinary power. Its branches were extended to all the worlds in the lower realm. Every branch in the lower realm was called Treasure Pavilion, while in the upper realm, every branch was called 100 Treasure Pavilion. Ye Xiao even suspected that its root might be at the divine realm, but he was not sure about it. Well, the same goes for the Alchemist Association. Young man, you send your words through Minina that you have an extremely rare material in your hand, and if we can recognize this material, we will surely change our mind and put your material for auction in 3 days. Are you sure about it? After the old man entered the room, he was surprised to see Ye Xiao's temperament. In front of him, Ye Xiao remained calm and collected. He even tried to exert some pressure of his Dao body stage cultivation, but even after that, Ye Xiao didn't show a single sign of frown or struggle on his face. This really surprised the old man. He immediately understood that Ye Xiao was not simple. Ye Xiao didn't reply to the old man's question. Instead, he took out a small piece of golden flame stone, the size of an adult's fist, and gave it to the old man to check. Chapter 638. Deep Sea Essence Crystal. This golden flame stone was the size of an adult's fist. The moment it was brought out, the room's atmosphere suddenly changed. Even the temperature of the room rose by some degree. The old man was shocked and a puzzled expression appeared on his face before his expression turned into that of astonishment. As expected of someone from the higher-ups of the 100 Treasured Pavilion, he was able to recognize the golden flame stone. He had a dumbstruck on his face as he spoke in a trembling voice, how is this possible? How could you find? Sigh. The old man stopped in the middle of his speech and then looked at Ye Xiao and said, Young man, I'm vice president of this branch of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. My name is Meng Baihu, you can call me Elder Meng. I'll not beat around the bush and directly come to the point. Can you sell this golden flame stone directly to my 100 Treasured Pavilion? We are ready to give you 500 million high-grade immortal stones. How about it? The lady who brought the old man here trembled for a moment when she heard the price given by the old man. She then looked at Ye Xiao in astonishment. When she remembered what Ye Xiao told her before, she could not help but take a few deep breaths to calm her heart that was pumping violently. Ye Xiao shook his head and said, Elder Meng, since you know this is golden flame stone, you should know how rare it is. I'm afraid, there might not be 100 pieces of this stone in the entire upper realm, and those pieces have yet to be discovered by others. So, I don't think I'll sell this stone directly to your treasure pavilion. I want to put this stone for auction. The old man took deep breaths. He already knew that no one will choose directly to sell a treasure like the golden flame stone. Auctioning a treasure like this can bring a huge profit. But Elder Mang was not disappointed. He had already planned to send someone representing his 100 treasure pavilion to participate in the bidding of this golden flame stone. No matter what, the 100 treasure pavilion could not miss such a great opportunity. Elder Mang nodded his head and said, "Since you want to put the golden flame stone for auction, I'll do that. Here, take this token. This is the token representing that you have put the golden flame stone for auction. The auction charge is 10% of the final bidding for your item. If there is anything else you can tell me." Ye Xiao didn't say anything. He was not lacking when it comes to money. He chose to put the golden flame stone for auction because he knew, once the golden flame stone appeared in public, many powerful forces will come out and fight for it. He wanted to see what Hu Bin will do in a situation like that. When it come to the golden flame stone, Ye Xiao understood very well that even the weakest of the sacred land like the spirit martial sacred land will not give a face to the immortal heaven sacred land and fight to win the golden flame stone no matter what it takes. Ye Xiao took the token from Elder Mang and then shook his head, saying, "That's all for now. I just come back in 3 days to participate in the auction." "Oh, since that's the case, take this card. This is the card for our VIP room. You can comfortably participate in the auction from the VIP room." Ye Xiao didn't refuse. He took the card and left the 100 treasure pavilion. Now, all he need to do was to wait for the start of the auction. 3 days later, Ye Xiao once again went to the 100 treasured pavilion, and by showing the VIP card, he was led to a VIP room by a beautiful maid. This room was not much bigger, but it has all the materials of comfort. Ye Xiao sat down on a sofa and spread his divine sense to take a look at everyone who came here to participate in this auction. Very soon, he caught sight of a beautiful woman who was sitting in the room next to his. This was really fate. Fate actually brought them together once again without them knowing. Ye Xiao immediately wanted to go and meet Shui Xiaofei, but he stopped and didn't rush. Since he had already planned to give her a surprise, he decided not to ruin his own plan. It is not like Shui Xiaofei was running away somewhere and he could not find her. Ye Xiao kept observing Shui Xiaofei for a while. Inside the room, other than her, there were 3 other people. 2 people were the elders of the spirit martial sacred land, and the only lady other than Shui Xiaofei was actually her disciple. They were currently talking about how to compete against the people of Immortal Heaven Sacred Land and other sacred lands to win the treasure they wanted from this auction. A smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face. He softly shook his head and then started to look at other people present in other VIP rooms. Soon, he discovered Hu Bin. Hu Bin was laughing and chatting with a few elders of his sect. He hugged 2 beauties both left and right and was squeezing their breasts from time to time, having fun with them. A smirk appeared on Ye Xiao's face, and the next moment, killing intent burst out from his body. Surprisingly, no one other than Hu Bin felt the killing intent and could not help but tremble. He even let go of the 2 beauties in his arm and knelt down on his knees, shaking heavily in fear. Ye Xiao's killing intent also contained the pressure from his aura. In front of his Dao Tribulation stage aura, how could Hu Bin not be scared? Ye Xiao immediately retracted his aura and looked at the other side. "Young lord, what happened?" Seeing Hu Bin kneeling down and trembling in fear, one of the elders present inside the room immediately took 2 steps forward and supported Hu Bin to stand up and sit on the sofa once again. Who was that? Who dares to target this lord? After calming down, Hu Bin shouted out loud, attracting others' attention. It has to be known that Hu Bin was the son of the leader of Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. How could he bear the humiliation of kneeling down on the ground by someone unknown's aura? He was about to explode out in anger but was held down by the elder who helped him stand up. That elder said, "Young lord, this is not the time to do this. You should bear for a while. This is the 100 treasured pavilion, it is not a force against which our Immortal Heaven Sacred Land could fight. After going out of the 100 treasured pavilion, you can do whatever you want and no one will stop you." Hu Bin took a deep breath and calmed down his breath. He suppressed his anger in his heart. Then he snorted coldly, "Try to look for the person who had just targeted me, it's up to you to do it secretly or in open." "Yes, young lord. Hello everyone, I'm Ma Wang, the head auctioneer of this auction. I'll come straight to the point. Everyone here knows the rules of the auction. The highest bidder will win the item. Now, let the auction start. The first item is a top-grade immortal rank formation plate, Divine Thunder Formation. The starting price of this formation plate is 100,000 high-grade immortal stone. 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. 120,000 high-grade immortal stones. 150,000 high-grade immortal stones. Quote. Quote. The fight to win the formation plate immediately started. And very soon, the first item was sold for a total of 300,000 high-grade immortal stones. Then came the second item, third item, the fourth item, and the fifth. The auction continued. After about 2 hours, the auctioneer finally brought a shining blue stone on the platform and said, "Everyone, this is the 15th item of this auction. This stone is called the Deep Sea Essence Crystal. As the name says itself, the Deep Sea Essence Crystal is formed from years of condensation of water essence at the depth of the endless sea. Deep Sea Essence Crystal can be used to forge any water attribute weapon. It can also be used to enhance the cultivation if one is cultivating a water attribute or ice attribute cultivation technique. Not only this, but it can also strengthen one's body if one possesses a water attributed body. The starting price of this piece of Deep Sea Essence Crystal is 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. Every increase in bid must be at least 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. Now, let the bid start. Chapter 639, 100 million, 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. 2,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. 4,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. 5,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. 7,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. Immediately, the price of Deep Sea Essence stones skyrocket. Be it the people who belong to a powerful force or the people from an ordinary background, as long as they could compete for the Deep Sea Essence stone, they continued to bid for it. Very soon, the price of Deep Sea Essence stone increased to 20,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. The Deep Sea Essence stone was one of the materials Ye Xiao needed to repair the Sea Dragon spear. But he did not make his move for the time being. It is because he was waiting for Hu Bin to bid for the Deep Sea Essence stone first. Since he had already planned to deal with Hu Bin and the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land behind him, why not have some fun while dealing with them? 25,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. When the price of the Deep Sea Essence stone reached 20,000,000 high-grade immortal stones, Hu Bin finally took action and increased the bid by 5,000,000 high-grade immortal stones directly. Although his Immortal Heaven Sacred Land was the strongest sacred land in the Immortal Heaven world, there were also some other sacred lands that were not afraid of them. One such sacred land was the current weakest sacred land, Shui Xiaofei's spirit martial sacred land. Shui Xiaofei needed this material for her disciple. Her disciple had Holy Aqua Feather Body, which was a rare body to be found. It was a water-attributed body and obviously consumes a large amount of water-attributed materials for cultivation. Shui Xiaofei didn't hesitate. She increased the bid by 2 million. Hu Bin frowned when he heard someone increasing the bid, but when he found out that it was Shui Xiaofei, a playful smile appeared on his face and he again raised the bid by 3 million. At this time, the price of Deep Sea Essence stone had already reached a sky-high price of 30,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. 50,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. Shui Xiaofei started hesitating when the price of Deep Sea Essence stone reached 30,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. It was not that she doesn't have immortal stones to raise the bid again, it was just that this Deep Sea Essence stone was not worth more money. Although the Deep Sea Essence stone was rare to come by, it was not like there was none. Also, Deep Sea Essence stone was at most worth only 25,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. She raised the price to 27 million only because of her disciple. But when Hu Bin again raised the price by 3 more million, she could not help but hesitate and finally decided to not bid and wait for the next rare water-attributed material to appear. Ye Xiao was observing Shui Xiaofei all the time. He clearly saw her hesitation and the calmness that returned on her face after a moment of hesitation with a hint of disappointment. He knew that this was the time to make his move and he directly raised the price by 20 million, increasing the price of Deep Sea Essence stone to 50,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. Shui Xiaofei was stunned when she heard the voice raising the bid by 20 million. She was not shocked because of the raise in the bid, she was shocked because she felt that this voice was extremely familiar, but she could not remember where she had heard this voice. It was not like she had forgotten Ye Xiao. No, she had not forgotten Ye Xiao. She remembered him very well and was still waiting for him to come to the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land and look for her. It has been more than 100 years since she has returned to the upper realm. At that time, Ye Xiao's cultivation base was only at the martial ancestor realm. She knew that it was still 100 or even 1,000 years as a very short time for a martial saint realm martial artist to ascend to the upper realm. So, she was very patient. It is just that it has been too long since she heard Ye Xiao's voice, so at this moment, she could not remember to whom this voice belongs. It was just that she felt this voice was extremely familiar. On the other hand, Hu Bin's expression also changed. He could not understand who this person is that dared to challenge him face to face. But since the voice came from one of the VIP rooms, he thought that this person definitely has a powerful background. But so what? No matter how powerful the background of this person is, since Ye Xiao dared to challenge him, it means he challenged the dignity of the immortal heaven's sacred land. He could not stay silent and again raised the bid by 5 million high-grade immortal stones. 100 million high-grade immortal stones. Ye Xiao didn't take Hu Bin seriously at all. He again raised the price with a soft chuckle that was loud enough for others to hear. What shocked them the most was that Ye Xiao actually increased the price by 45 million high-grade immortal stones directly. The deep sea essence stone was definitely not worth this price. And from his previous chuckle, people thought that Ye Xiao was not here for the material but to play with the group of immortal heaven's sacred land. Damn boy, who are you? How dare to compete with this young lord for the material I want? Hu Bin could not stay put this time. He was infuriated and exploded with the aura of a middle-stage ancient immortal realm. Martial artist, and cursed loudly. Ye Xiao laughed and replied in a mocking tone, "Oh, young lord, sit down and raise the price if you want that deep-sea essence stone. If you don't want, then keep silent and let others have it. Don't disturb others by barking here." Burp Hu Bin was so angry that he vomited out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time someone dared to talk to him like this. He could not understand who gave Ye Xiao guts to behave like this. The elder responsible for Hu Bin's safety stood up and said in loud voice, "A young man who doesn't know how deep the sea is, if you dare to dive in it, you'll sink and die. You better take a good look at your own strength before going a behemoth. My immortal heaven sacred land is not something you, a brat from an unknown background, can go against. If Ye Xiao could spread his divine sense to take a look, why can't others do the same? It has to know that, although extremely rare, there are people who could evolve their sea of consciousness to the divine sea and awaken divine sense even before advancing to the Dao soul stage of the Dao manifestation realm. And from the looks of it, this elder was one such person." Ye Xiao clearly felt a wave of divine sense scanning him thoroughly. The old man at Hu Bin's side was a Dao body stage cultivator. He clearly saw Ye Xiao was just a young man. He couldn't see through Ye Xiao's cultivation base and thought that Ye Xiao might have used a treasure or secret technique to hide his cultivation base from others. He was not worried about that at all. In the immortal heaven world, his immortal heaven sacred land was the sky. Was there anyone who can reach the sky with one jump? There was no one. According to the elder, Ye Xiao was the same. He was just a young man who might have a strong background and thought that he could go against anyone with his background. Ye Xiao again chuckled and replied, "Why so much nonsense? If you have wanted to bid, then bid. If you don't, why not let other people bid?" Without giving the old man to respond, Ye Xiao looked at the auctioneer and said, "Have you looked enough play? Why don't you announce who the winner is?" The auctioneer immediately felt ashamed at this moment. While Ye Xiao and the old man from the immortal heaven sacred land were fighting the war of words, he was actually standing in a daze and didn't say a single word the whole time. He could not feel but feel incompetent. He immediately asked if anyone else wanted to bid, and seeing no one responding, he said, "Since no one is going to raise the bid, then I announce, Deep Sea Essence Stone now belongs to the guest in VIP room number 7. Shua. No one said a single word, no one applauded for Ye Xiao. Everyone looked at the room where Hu Bin was, waiting for him or others from the immortal heaven sacred land to say something to Ye Xiao. Chapter 640, Don't You Recognize Me? People were waiting for Hu Bin or others from the immortal heaven sacred land to respond. Surprisingly, none of them said anything at this moment and kept quiet. This shocked all the people. They looked at the VIP room where Ye Xiao was and took deep breaths while guessing who could be inside VIP room number 7. Actually, Hu Bin do want to say some harsh words to Ye Xiao and wanted to threaten him, but he was stopped by the elders beside him. That elder told him to keep patience and wait until they go out of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. The power of the 100 Treasure Pavilion could not be underestimated. No one knows for how long the 100 Treasure Pavilion has existed in the upper realm. No one could track who the person behind the 100 Treasure Pavilion was or what his background was. But no matter who it was, if someone dared to offend the 100 Treasure Pavilion, their ending was extremely miserable. Hu Bin calmed his heart down. He also had some ideas about how powerful 100 Treasure Pavilion was and did not dare to mess here. He said in his heart, "Boy, no matter who you are, once you go out of the 100 treasure pavilion, you will definitely die. On the other hand, the auction of treasures continued. After another 2 hours, the auctioneer finally said, "Now, I'm going to present the item that should have been the last item of this auction, but a few days ago, we obtained a new item for auction and that item's worth was simply too much, that's why we kept that item as the final item of this auction. As for the item I'm going to present in front of you, it is called Star Spirit Water. Maybe, some of you know about this item and some of you might not know, let me explain. Star Spirit Water is not actually water but the essence of star. When the light of stars continuously falls on a single place for 100,000 years without extinguishing for a single moment, a liquid-type substance is born from this. This substance is called the Star Spirit Water. Star Spirit Water can be used in many ways. It can be used to refine some weapons. It can be used to refine pills. It can be also used to heal minor injuries. It can also be used to elevate one's talent as well as lifespan. There are many other usages of the Star Spirit Water. The starting bid for the Star Spirit Water is 10 million high-grade immortal stones and every bid must increase by at least 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. Now, let the bid start. 15 million high-grade immortal stones. 20 million high-grade immortal stones. 30 million high-grade immortal stones. 50 million high-grade immortal stones. Immediately, the price of the Star Spirit Water skyrocketed. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the Star Spirit Water on the stage. This was the second item he wanted to repair the Sea Dragon Spear. It was not necessary for him to gather this item and use it to repair the Sea Dragon Spear, but Ye Xiao chose this item because, with it, there is more than 50% chance for the Sea Dragon Spear to break through in its rank and evolve to pseudo-divine rank weapon. This was the main reason why he wanted this item. Very soon, the price of Star Spirit Water surpassed 100 million immortal stones. Hu Bin was the one to place the last bid, which was 124 million high-grade immortal stones. But still, no one stops. This time, none of the sacred lands gave face to the immortal heaven sacred land, causing Hu Bin and others' faces to turn ugly. They felt as if they were being humiliated by all the people inside the auction house. Hu Bin muttered something in the ear of the Dao Body stage elder. That elder nodded his head and gestured at the two people behind him. The two people also nodded and left the VIP room as well as the 100 treasure pavilion. As for why they left, only Hu Bin and the elder, and Ye Xiao knew. Ye Xiao knew because of his divine sense. He heard what Hu Bin said in the ears of the elder. He told the elder to send someone and bring the formation master from the immortal heaven sacred land through the teleportation circle to build a formation that could trap anyone who comes out from the 100 treasure pavilion. Ye Xiao smiled and muttered, "Everything is happening the same what happened in the second test of the first trial. But this time, I'm here. The course of even will not be repeated. I shall write the ending of immortal heaven sacred land with my own hand today. 200 million high-grade immortal stone." Silence. Ye Xiao increased the bid by more than 70 million high-grade immortal stones instantly, causing the bustling auction house to become silent instantly. At this moment, not a single word could be heard. The scene became so quiet that even the sound of a small pin falling to the ground might resound like a collision against two powerful forces. Hu Bin's face changed again. He looked at the VIP room where Ye Xiao was and clenched his hand tightly. He wanted to curse out loud but held back. He could not help but look at the elder and say, "Elder Pang, I want that person's life. No, I want him to kneel in front of me and kowtow 100 times while begging for forgiveness." Elder Pang nodded his head and said, "Young lord, don't worry. We have already sent a message to the leader. Our leader will soon send a formation master here who will be ready to lay down the trap formation outside the 100 treasure pavilion. Once that brat and other people of the sacred lands go out from here, all we need to do is to activate the formation and they'll be trapped. At that time, you can do whatever you want. Even if you want to chop off that brat bit by bit and torture him, no one will stop you." Hu Bin nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he thought of something and said, "What if someone goes out from here before the auction ends? Wouldn't that person escape from our hands? Don't worry, everything is within our grasp. I have already instructed those two disciples of mine. They will interfere and stop anyone from the sacred lands as well as that brat from leaving and try to delay them as much as possible if they were to leave before the end of the auction." The elder replied. Hu Bin nodded, then coldly looked at the VIP room number 7 and snorted. Ye Xiao, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. He muttered with a smile, "Interesting. 210 million high-grade immortal stones. It was Shui Xiaofei who increased the price this time. Although for some reason, she felt Ye Xiao's voice was familiar, she didn't know who he actually was at the moment. So, she had no intention of giving up Star Spirit Water. The cold smile on Ye Xiao's face suddenly turned into a gentle smile when he heard Shui Xiaofei's voice. Then he directly sent sound transmission in Shui Xiaofei's mind using his divine sense, saying, "I'm sorry Xiaofei, but I cannot give up on this item. I have to repair a very important weapon and I need the Star Spirit Water for this. But don't worry, I'll compensate you with something else." Saying this, Ye Xiao again raised the price, 250 million high-grade immortal stones. "Who are you exactly? Who do you know me?" Shui Xiaofei was shocked when she suddenly heard the sound transmission from the same person who gave him a familiar feeling after she heard his voice. She tried hard to remember who the opposite person is but she could not figure it out. Moreover, she could feel the intimate and gentle tone in Ye Xiao's voice. This made her heart restless. For a moment, she suddenly thought of Ye Xiao and thought that the person in the VIP room number 7 might be him, but then she shook her head and muttered, "No, it should be impossible. It's only been 112 years since I came back to the upper realm. Even if Ye Xiao were to ascend to the upper realm, it is impossible for him to grow to the point where he can sit in the VIP room. It must be someone else." At last, she could not help but ask Ye Xiao through sound transmission. "Why, don't you recognize my voice?" Ye Xiao chuckled and asked. Shui Xiaofei frowned and then replied, "I do find your voice familiar but I cannot figure out who you actually are. Can you stop the game of guess and tell me?" Chapter 641, Announcement, Yum. "I'm so disappointed. I thought you could recognize my voice immediately but now it looks like I thought too much." Ye Xiao smiled and said in a disappointing tone. Of course, it was what he showed. On the surface, Shui Xiaofei was even more puzzled and for some time, she even felt guilty about not recognizing Ye Xiao. But before she could say anything, Ye Xiao's voice again sounded in her mind, "Since you failed to recognize me, wait for the auction to end. You'll know who I am at that time." What could Shui Xiaofei say at this time? She could only agree with what Ye Xiao said. On the other hand, the auctioneer asked if anyone wanted to increase the bid. Hu Bin, of course, cannot stay silent. He raised the bid for Star Spirit Water by 50 million high-grade immortal stones. Ye Xiao followed Hu Bin and also raised the bid again, but this time, he directly said, 500 million high-grade immortal stones. This bid shocked all the people present inside the auction house of 100 Treasure Pavilion. They could not figure out where this rich person came from who directly raised the bid to 500 million high-grade immortal stones. Such a person, the background behind him is definitely not ordinary. For some time, even the elders of the Immortal Heaven sect who were accompanying Hu Bin could not help but think about what power Ye Xiao belongs to. Is he even someone from the Immortal Heaven world or not? This question was too heavy for them. Because, if Ye Xiao was not from the Immortal Heaven world, it means he is someone from an extremely powerful background of some other world. He might be someone from an ancient family. If this is true, then they could not afford to offend Ye Xiao. Elder Pang immediately used a token to send a message to Hu Bin's father, wanting to know what the leader of Immortal Heaven's sacred land has to say in this matter. Surprisingly, the leader of Immortal Heaven's sacred land told him to continue to do what he is going to do, but not kill Ye Xiao. He told Elder Pang to ask Ye Xiao to come to the Immortal Heaven's sacred land as a guest first. If he doesn't agree, then use force to capture him and bring him to the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. As for the consequences of capturing Ye Xiao, Hu Bin's father didn't care at all. What a joke. So what if Ye Xiao belongs to an ancient family? His sacred land was the most powerful sacred land of the Immortal Heaven world. The power behind Ye Xiao will definitely think dozens of times before attacking them. Although they might offend an ancient family, they would at most give some compensation for capturing Ye Xiao and give an explanation. That's all. Shui Xiaofei was also dumbstruck at this moment. 500 million high-grade immortal stones were no joke. It was the amount of money that is extremely difficult for even her spirit marshal's sacred land to take out for a single item. But here, Ye Xiao didn't hesitate to raise the bid to 500 million in a single breath. Where exactly did he come from? What is more, she seems to be familiar with this person but could not remember who he is. The auctioneer was also surprised, but there were traces of deep happiness on his face. The higher the price of items sold in the auction house is, the more smart money he'll receive. He asked if there was anyone who wanted to raise the bid in an official manner but no one replied. Even though Hu Bin wanted to raise the bid, 500 million high-grade immortal stones was a huge amount. Moreover, from the tone of Ye Xiao, it seems he didn't take 500 million high-grade immortal stones to heart at all. If he dared to raise the bid, Ye Xiao will again increase the price for who knows how many million high-grade immortal stones. Thinking of this, Hu Bin finally gave up. This decision was also supported by Elder Peng and other elders in the room. Finally, the auctioneer announced that the star spirit water belongs to Ye Xiao. Everyone, now, we are going to present the final item in front of you all. This item is something that is said to have not appeared in the entire upper realm for more than 500,000 years. After saying this, the auctioneer finally showed a golden stone, the size of an adult's fist, and said, "This item is called Golden Flame Stone." The moment the auctioneer said this, a huge commotion immediately started. Normally, at such scenes, the commotion is caused by people with an ordinary background who sits in public seats in the front. But this time, the commotion actually started from the VIP rooms. Other than Ye Xiao's VIP room, almost all the VIP rooms were filled with noise. All of them were so shocked that they started talking in loud voices about the Golden Flame Stone. Almost all of them belonged to the sacred lands. They were aware of what kind of item this Golden Flame Stone was. How could they not be shocked when they saw something that has disappeared from the surface of the upper realm for more than 500,000 years, appearing? When the commotion calmed down, the auctioneer said for others to know what Golden Flame Stone is. He said, "Let me explain what Golden Flame Stone is to you all. Golden Flame Stone is actually an extremely rare material that is used to refine a pseudo-divine and divine rank weapon. Not only this, but Golden Flame Stone also gives a person a probability of 20% to comprehend the law of fire. And if used, the weapon is refined using the Golden Flame Stone with the understanding of law of fire, the attacking power will be amplified by 10%. This 10% amplification of attacking power is not to be looked down upon. You have to know that the weapon refined using the Golden Flame Stone is either pseudo-divine or divine rank weapon. Not to mention, with the understanding of the law of fire, one's attacking power will already be extremely high. And the amplification of 10% in attacking power could change the outcome of a lost battle. Well, these are not the only usage of Golden Flame Stone. If there is a large amount of Golden Flame Stones, there will be a higher possibility for a fire soul to appear there. And that fire soul will be in the list of rare fire souls. Yes, silence descended in the entire auction house of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. In the next moment, extremely high noise once again exploded, causing a huge disturbance to befall. No one could control their emotion at this time and started to organize the amount of money they had. Some of them even started to contact their family and forces behind them, and send this news. The appearance of the Golden Flame Stone directly caused the balance of the auction house to break. Hu Bin was the same. He immediately asked Elder Peng to send a message to his father. After a while, Elder Peng replied to Hu Bin that his father was coming here in person through the teleportation circle. All they need to do is to wait for at most 5 minutes. This was not only the case for Hu Bin. The same scene could be seen in almost all the VIP rooms, including the VIP room of Shui Xiaofei. She sent a message to her own master, who was also the previous sect leader of the Spirit Martial sect, and asked her to bring as many immortal stones as possible. The auctioneer was not in a hurry. He said, "Well, there is another thing I want to announce. You all know how important and rare this Golden Flame Stone is. My 100 Treasure Pavilion naturally could not ignore such a rare and valuable material. So, in this auction of the Golden Flame Stone, my 100 Treasure Pavilion will also participate." The moment the auctioneer announced this, the atmosphere of the auction house changed once again. Who doesn't know how rich the 100 Treasure Pavilion was? If the 100 Treasure Pavilion is also participating in the auction of Golden Flame Stone, didn't it mean that there is simply no chance for them to obtain the Golden Flame Stone? Everyone present at the scene was dissatisfied with this move of the 100 Treasure Pavilion and opposed it. But how could the 100 Treasure Pavilion step back at this moment when such a valuable material like the Golden Flame Stone was being auctioned? No matter how dissatisfied the people here were, the 100 Treasure Pavilion has already decided to participate in this auction, so they will definitely not step back. Chapter 642, Emperor Blood Pill. The auctioneer said, "Golden Flame Stone is extremely valuable and we cannot give up on this material. We placed this material for auction because the owner of this stone wanted to auction it. If not, We could have directly bought it from the owner himself. Also, in order to be fair to you all, you'll be given 10 minutes of time to gather as many immortal stones as you can. We will start the auction of golden flame stone after 10 minutes. This time, not many people showed their dissatisfaction. No matter what, at least, they were given 10 minutes of time to prepare as many immortal stones as they can. Very soon, 10 minutes passed. Many new faces appeared in the auction house in these 10 minutes. Ye Xiao was observing 2 VIP boxes all the time. They were Hu Bin's and Shui Xiaofei's VIP boxes. He noticed the arrival of Hu Bin's father, Hu Jintao, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Hu Jintao, a martial artist at the early Dao tribulation stage of the Dao manifestation realm, was famous for his cruelty. It was also him who destroyed the entire spirit martial sacred land just because Shui Xiaofei kept rejecting his son. Well, this was only one of the reasons why Ye Xiao wanted to kill Hu Jintao. There was another reason, and that was a treasure. Yes, Hu Jintao had a pill in his hand called Emperor Blood Pill. This pill was actually a low-grade divine rank pill that Hu Jintao had found in an ancient ruin. Emperor Blood Pill has 2 properties. 1. The taker of Emperor Blood Pill could directly break through 2 minor stages below 9 mark Divine Lord Realm. No matter if you take this pill in Immortal Foundation Realm or Dao Tribulation Realm, or even at Divine Lord Realm below 9 marks, this pill can directly increase one's cultivation by 2 minor stages without any backlash or harming one's foundation. The other property of Emperor Blood Pill was its amplification to one's bloodline. If a martial artist with a bloodline were to swallow this pill, not only his cultivation will increase by 2 minor stages, even the density of his bloodline will increase, and there are also chances for the evolution of one's bloodline. Ye Xiao wanted to kill Hu Jintao not only to solve Shui Xiaofei's issue but also because he wanted to get his hands on this pill. This pill can not only directly let Ye Xiao break through to 1 mark Divine Lord Realm, but it can also stimulate the potential of Wood Blossom bloodline and might even evolve it to the higher rank. Now that he has already become a Dao Tribulation stage martial artist, he noticed that the effect of Wood Blossom bloodline has decreased by more than 80%. This bloodline proved to be very helpful in Ye Xiao's journey at the upper realm. He wanted this bloodline to also accompany him in his journey at the divine realm. It was not like Ye Xiao could not refine Emperor Blood Pill. After becoming a divine Lord Realm martial artist, he could unlock the remaining 1/3 of memories of the 3 ancient gods. At that time, it'll not be difficult for him to concoct Emperor Blood Pill. But Ye Xiao didn't know what will happen after he become the divine lord. It's because not only has he given birth to a divine nascent soul. With intelligence, he had also formed the embryonic form of the Dao fruit. He did not if he could cultivate divine marks after becoming a divine Lord Realm martial artist, or his cultivation path will turn stray. Ye Xiao simply had no idea. There was also the possibility of him becoming a heavenly Lord Realm martial artist directly after breaking through and ascending to the divine realm. That's why the Emperor Blood Pill was perfect for him to swallow while he was still at the middle Dao Tribulation stage of the Dao manifestation realm. In the second test of the first trial, after Ye Xiao became powerful, he attacked the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land to take revenge for Shui Xiaofei. He almost destroyed the entire Immortal Heaven Sacred Land single-handedly. It was just, at the last moment, Hu Jintao swallowed the Emperor Blood Pill and directly broke through to late Dao Tribulation stage martial artist. Ye Xiao was shocked when he saw this. He wanted to kill Hu Jintao immediately, but now that Hu Jintao had broken through to the late Dao Tribulation stage, killing him became extremely difficult. But luck was on Ye Xiao's side. Ye Xiao was lucky that Hu Jintao was a Dao Tribulation stage martial artist. After breaking through directly 2 minor stages in cultivation, a terrifying tribulation descended from the sky that Hu Jintao failed to pass and died under tribulation. At that time, Hu Jintao was not prepared to go through the tribulation and was heavily injured, resulting in his death because of the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Hu Jintao was talking with his son. He could feel that someone was spying on him. After all, he was also a Dao Tribulation stage martial artist and had divine see. He also spread his divine sense to check who the person spying on them actually was. It was a pity that his divine sense was not powerful enough to track Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's Emperor Divine Soul was extremely powerful and unique. Because of this, his divine sense had some special characteristics. One such characteristic was that no one could sense or track Ye Xiao even after knowing that someone was spying on them through divine sense. Divine sense was actually waves of soul force that could sense everything in the area it could cover. But one could easily track others through others' divine sense if they want. However, this was not the case when it comes to Ye Xiao's divine sense. This resulted in Hu Jintao's failure in finding Ye Xiao. He frowned and then thought that he might be hallucinating. Ye Xiao smiled and then shifted his gaze to Shui Xiaofei's VIP room. Inside the VIP room of Shui Xiaofei, there was another person present at this time. She was an old woman with white hair. This woman was the previous sect leader of the spirit martial sect. She was also Shui Xiaofei's master. No one knows for how long this old woman has lived. She was not weak, she was already a middle-stage ancient immortal realm martial artist. When she was young, her talent in cultivation was terrifying. It is just that, when she broke through to the ancient immortal realm, she was secretly attacked by someone close to her, causing her to suffer heavy internal injuries which caused her cultivation to stagnate. After hundreds of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, she only managed to break through a single minor stage, reaching the middle stage of the ancient immortal realm. It was not like she didn't take healing pills or other rare pills, but she never succeeded in healing her internal injuries. There seems to be something inside her body that was not letting her heal her injuries. In her entire life, she had only taken one disciple, and that disciple was Ye Xiao's woman, Shui Xiaofei. After Shui Xiaofei became an immortal emperor realm martial artist, she stepped down and passed down the seat of sect leader to her only disciple. When Shui Xiaofei suddenly disappeared for 10,000 years, she had to come forward again to manage the spirit martial sect. She kept looking for Shui Xiaofei all the time until Shui Xiaofei's return. Knowing what happened with her disciple, it was this old woman who sent Shui Xiaofei to an ancient site where Shui Xiaofei found her lucky opportunity and become a Dao body stage martial artist. When Shui Xiaofei returned, she took her revenge by killing the person who sealed her in the Holy Beast continent for 10,000 years. If not for the black coffin, she might have died there long ago. And if not for Ye Xiao, she might have remained sealed in the Holy Beast continent for who knows how many thousands of years. In short, in Shui Xiaofei's life, the old woman had played a big role. She was like a mother to Shui Xiaofei. Right now, Ye Xiao was looking at his mother-in-law with a gentle smile on his face, remembering some warm moment in the second test of the first trial. Ye Xiao didn't eavesdrop on Shui Xiaofei and her master's conversation. He knew Shui Xiaofei called her master because of the golden flame stone. Golden flame stone was simply too important for any forces. She could not let this opportunity go without even fighting for it. But Ye Xiao did not want Shui Xiaofei to spend hundreds of millions of high-grade immortal stones for just a single piece of golden flame stone. He had an entire mine of the golden flame stone and he could give Shui Xiaofei as many of them as she want. Chapter 643, Chubby Girl, Xiaofei, you don't need to bid for golden flame stone. Don't waste immortal stones on them. Ye Xiao immediately sent a sound transmission to Shui Xiaofei, telling her not to bid for golden flame stone. Hearing this, Shui Xiaofei frowned and then looked at the VIP room where Ye Xiao was and replied, "You should know how valuable this item is. This item alone can change the strength of my sacred land, which is currently the weakest among all the sacred lands in Immortal Heaven World. With the weapon created by using this piece of golden flame stone, my spirit martial sacred land even has the chance to become the strongest sacred land in the next 1,000 or more years. No sacred land will dare to look down on us or dare to threaten and attack my sacred land. How can I not bid for it?" Ye Xiao knew that Shui Xiaofei's reaction would be like this. So, he said, "Don't worry about that. Actually, I'm the one auctioning this piece of golden flame stone. I have many of them with me. If you want, I can give as many golden flame stones as you want." "Are you serious?" Shui Xiaofei was astonished when she heard this. She almost shouted out loud, but knowing the current situation where it would not be good to shout, she suppressed her emotion and said, "It could not be, right? You have to know that golden flame stones are extremely rare, to the point where they never appeared for the past 500,000 years. Even if you are the one to auction this golden flame stone, it should be impossible for you to have many of them, right?" Ye Xiao shook his head and laughed bitterly. He could not tell Shui Xiaofei about him having an entire mine of golden flame stones. He could only make up an excuse now. He said, "You don't have to worry about that. I have many of them. Actually, I once entered an ancient ruin and found thousands of these golden flame stones there. So, giving you hundreds of them is nothing to me." Shui Xiaofei frowned. She could not remember who this person is and why she was finding this voice so familiar. But even if she and this man is familiar with each other, Why would this man be willing to give her hundreds of golden flame stones just like that? What was it that this man wants from her? She could not help but ask, why are you being so kind to me? Although you and I might be familiar with each other and I'm really sorry for not recognizing you, no matter what, you shouldn't be so kind to me, to the extent where you are ready to give me hundreds of golden flame stones. What is your motive? Who exactly are you? What do you want from me? Ye Xiao knew that she was vigilant. She doesn't know who he is, how could she trust him so easily? He smiled and replied, when you'll see me, you'll naturally know why I'm being so kind to you, to the point of giving so many golden flame stones. Shui Xiaofei did not reply anything to Ye Xiao this time. Instead, she fell in deep thought and after a while, she looked at her master, and spoke, Master, let's not compete for golden flame stone this time. What do you mean? Fair, you already know how rare and valuable this golden flame stone is, we absolutely could miss the opportunity of obtaining such a treasure for no reason. Aware of what her master wanted to say, Shui Xiaofei said, Master, I know how valuable the golden flame stone is, but I know the person who placed the golden flame stone for auction. He has more of these things. Later, I'll ask him for a few golden flame stones. I believe he'll not refuse me. While Shui Xiaofei was talking, the time continued to pass. Very soon, the limit of 10 minutes ended and the auctioneer took action once again, saying, Everyone, I guess you all are ready now to bid for the last item of this auction, golden flame stone. Everyone is now aware of the value of golden flame stones, so there will be no starting price. Everyone can raise the bid by as many immortal stones as you want. Now, I announce the start of the bid. 100 million high-grade immortal stones. 150 million high-grade immortal stones. 200 million high-grade immortal stones. 270 million high-grade immortal stones. The moment the auctioneer told everyone to start, the crowd exploded with noise bids one after another. Everyone here knew the value of golden flame stones now and understood that the final price might be more than 500 million high-grade immortal stones. So, even though there was no starting price, the first bidder bid a 100 million high-grade immortal stones, and after that, every increase in price was at least 50 million high-grade immortal stones. Very soon, the price of golden flame stone broke through 500 million high-grade immortal stones, reaching 520 million high-grade immortal stones. But the process did not slow down. The crowd of people had already gathered many hundreds of millions of high-grade immortal stones. None of them wanted to back down and give up on golden flame stone. Because of this, the price of golden flame stone kept increasing without any sign of stopping. On the other hand, Hu Bin was fuming in anger. He never expected the crowd to behave like this. For the golden flame stone, he had already bided more than 3 times, but every time, someone called out a higher price, resulting in him clenching his hand and gritting his teeth in anger. In the fight for the golden flame stone, no one thought about the immortal heaven sacred land or its strength. All they knew was that golden flame stone was a must item to get. They could not give up on this item, not unless they are out of immortal stones. 760 million high-grade immortal stones. At this time, the price of golden flame stones increased to 760 million high-grade immortal stones. It was also the time when more than half of the people present in the auction house gave up and chose not to compete for the golden flame stone anymore due to the lack of immortal stones in their hands. Now, mostly, only the cultivators from various sacred lands were competing for the golden flame stones without stopping. Even now, every increase in the bid was more than 20 million high-grade immortal stones. 800 million high-grade immortal stones. 1 billion high-grade immortal stones. Hu Bin's father, Hu Jintao, gritted his teeth and raised the bid to 800 million high-grade immortal stones, but not even the time to take a breath passed and a new bid raised the price of golden flame stone to 1 billion high-grade immortal stones. This voice did not appear in the fight for the golden flame stone until now. Maybe, the owner of the voice was having fun while hundreds of countless people with high statuses fighting for golden flame stone. Maybe, after being bored, that person finally decided to take action and directly raised the bid by 200 million high-grade immortal stones. The entire auction house fell into silence for a few moments before a huge uproar was caused among the people. They could not help but look in the direction of the voice to see who it was that raised the price of golden flame stone directly to 1 billion high-grade immortal stones. Surprisingly, they discovered a chubby girl sitting at the end of the public line seats. At first, Many of them thought that the person who raised the bid directly to 1 billion high-grade immortal stones might belong to 100 Treasure Pavilion because at first, 100 Treasure Pavilion sent 2 people and they were fighting fiercely to obtain the golden flame stone. However, looking at the chubby girl, they knew she was not from the 100 Treasure Pavilion. None of them knew which background this chubby girl is actually from. Ye Xiao, on the other hand, frowned when he saw this chubby girl. He had never seen such a character in the second test of first trial. He could also feel an incredible power hidden in the chubby girl's body. This power was something that might even threaten Ye Xiao's life. Ye Xiao could not see through her cultivation base no matter how he tried. This again surprised Ye Xiao. He, a dignified middle Dao tribulation stage martial artist, was unable to see through this chubby girl's cultivation base and even felt a threat from the power hidden in her body. This attracted Ye Xiao's attention a lot. He did not know who this chubby girl was, but her appearance was something that never happened in the second test of the first trial. This made Ye Xiao understand that the trajectory of events might have changed for some reason. Maybe, the reason for this change was he himself. Chapter 644. 6 Marked Worldly Divine Lord, Eyes of Insight. Ye Xiao's eyes immediately turned green as he looked at the chubby girl with the intention to see through her cultivation base as well as the hidden power that Ye Xiao felt earlier. Eyes of insight are the eyes that could see through the essence of anything and everything. The moment Ye Xiao's eyes turned green, all the things about the chubby girl immediately became clear in his eyes. He could see the flow of blood as well as energy inside her body. He could also clearly see the trajectory of meridians and the true essence flowing inside without any trouble. 6 Marked Worldly Divine Lord. Ye Xiao was shocked to know that this chubby girl was actually a Worldly Divine Lord realm martial artist. He has Divine Lord, Worldly Divine Lord, or Heavenly Divine Lord realm martial artist. But for some reason, he was able to determine that the chubby girl was a 6 Marked Worldly Divine Lord. As for why he was able to determine this, it must be because of the Eyes of Insight. The Eyes of Insight not only helped Ye Xiao successfully know the cultivation base of the chubby girl, but it also let him know that the chubby girl was currently using a secret technique to hide from the Heavenly Dao. As for why she was hiding from the Heavenly Dao, Ye Xiao guessed it must be because she has descended from the Divine Realm. The upper realm does not allow anyone above Dao tribulation stage martial warrior to exist. If discovered, either they would be forced to ascend to the Divine Realm or they would have to face a terrifying heavenly tribulation as punishment that would be strong enough to heavily injure any Divine Lord or even Worldly Divine Lord. What Ye Xiao could not understand was the reason why the chubby girl descended to the upper realm from the Divine Realm. Was there any special reason? Ye Xiao didn't know, but the chubby girl really attracted his attention. He became curious about her and wanted to know why she came to the upper realm. Well, now was not the correct time. The auction was still on play and he also needed to solve the matter of Immortal Heaven Sacred Land first before he could divert his attention on any other matter. 1 billion high-grade immortal stones. Is there anyone who wants to raise the bid? The voice of the auctioneer pulled back everyone from their dazed state. They could not help but take another few glances at the chubby girl and then shift their gazes to the auctioneer, more specifically, to the golden flame stone on the stage. No one wanted to miss out on this item. They now know that golden flame stone was a treasure that could at least be refined into a pseudo-divine rank weapon. Its other attributes had also completely conquered the people's hearts. The bid once again started to increase by leaps and bounds. 1.1 billion high-grade immortal stones. 1.2 billion high-grade immortal stones. 1.5 billion high-grade immortal stones. 1.7 billion high-grade immortal stones. The bid continued to increase. No one wanted to give up on it. When the bid reached the high price of 1.8 billion high-grade immortal stones, it was at this moment the chubby girl said something that shocked the crowd immediately, including Ye Xiao. The chubby girl said, 100 low-grade divine stone. Others might not know what divine stone was, but Ye Xiao clearly know. It was the currency as well as cultivation resources of the divine realm. And according to the exchange rate, 1 low-grade divine stone was equivalent to 10,000 high-grade immortal stones. The previous bid was 1.8 billion high-grade immortal stones, while 100 low-grade divine stones could only be exchanged for 1 million high-grade immortal stones. But, in the upper realm, the value of 100 low-grade divine stones has already surpassed the value of billions of high-grade immortal stones. It is because divine stones could increase the probability of a Dao tribulation stage martial artist breaking through to the Divine Lord realm by 40%. The increase of 40% probability was extremely high. Who doesn't want to become a divine being and ascend to the divine realm? Because of this, all the people who knew what the divine stone actually is and its value, looked at the chubby girl with astonished looks on their faces. They could not believe what they had just heard. At the same time, some of the people present at the scene who knew the value of divine stones looked at the chubby girl with greed in their eyes. They could not help but want to capture the chubby girl and rob all the divine stones and other treasures from her. In the list of these greedy people, people from the Immortal Heaven sect were at the first rank. There were also some other people. 100 low-grade divine stones was something that the 100 treasure pavilion could not ignore. The auctioneer looked at the chubby girl and sighed before looking at the 3 people who were participating to bid for the golden flame stones. The 3 people looked at each other and talked something via sound transmission, and then nodded their heads at the auctioneer. Then, the auctioneer said, "Many of you might not know what divine stone is, let me explain it to you all." The auctioneer then explained what divine stone was and its properties. This explanation shocked all those people who didn't know what divine stone was. The auctioneer explained about the divine stone because he did not want others to cause trouble if he sealed the deal with the chubby girl. The 100 treasure pavilion also gave up competing for the golden flame stone because they knew, in the upper realm, no matter how many billion high-grade immortal stones one were to spend, they could not exchange them for 10 low-grade divine stones, let alone 100. After all, upper realm was not the divine realm. Because of this, there was no such thing as the divine stones. Of course, it doesn't include some secret realm or ancient ruins left behind from the ancient eras. 100 low-grade divine stones once. 100 low-grade divine stones twice. 100 low-grade divine stones thrice. Congratulations to the guest over there for winning the bid for golden flame stones. This piece of golden flame stones belongs to you now. Everyone left the auction house one by one. Ye Xiao stayed behind, and when all the people left, a few people from the auction house entered the room where Ye Xiao was and gave him the deep sea essence crystal as well as the star spirit water. Ye Xiao also paid them with high-grade immortal stones. He did not choose to pay the price of these 2 materials from the divine stones. The people from the auction house also knew Ye Xiao will do this. Since they had expected this, none of them said anything. After the payment was done, they took out a spatial ring and gave it to Ye Xiao, saying, "Here are 90 low-grade divine stones. Your golden flame stones were sold for 100 low-grade divine stones. We have taken our 10% and the remaining 90 low-grade divine stones are given to you." Ye Xiao nodded his head and said, "Is there anything you want to say?" The elder looked at Ye Xiao and hesitated for a few moments. Then he looked as if he had made some decision and said, "Mr. Yi, do you only have 1 piece of golden flame stone?" Ye Xiao had expected that these people will ask for the golden flame stone. He showed them as if he was hesitating. Then he said in low voice, "Actually, I entered an ancient ruin and there I found 3 pieces of golden flame stones. I kept one for myself to refine a weapon. I auctioned off one here. So, I am left with only 1 golden flame stones now. If you want, I can give this golden flame stone to you, but you have to do one thing for me." The elders of 100 Treasure Pavilion immediately became excited when they heard Ye Xiao. They looked at each other with happy expressions on their faces. One of them said, "Mr. Yi, please be assured. We will do whatever you say. Of course, the premise is that your request must comply with our 100 Treasure Pavilion's rules." A crafty smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face as he said with a sigh, "Then I think your 100 Treasure Pavilion doesn't have any fate with golden flame stone." The expressions on the elders' faces changed immediately. They were instantly agitated. One of them said, "Mr. Yi, at least, tell us what do you want us to do?" Chapter 645, Sly, Cunning, Crafty. "Do you really want to hear it?" Ye Xiao asked. "Yes." The elders nodded their heads. Ye Xiao smiled and said, "I want you to help me destroy the Immortal Heaven sacred land." "What? Impossible." The elders were dumbfounded when they heard Ye Xiao's request. They could not help but remember what Ye Xiao told them before. This was indeed a request that doesn't comply with the rules of their 100 Treasure Pavilion. The 100 Treasure Pavilion existed for countless years and no one could trace it back to the original period of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. From its establishment time till now, the 100 Treasure Pavilion had stayed neutral. It never interfered in the war of sects or empires. It would only take action if someone wanted to find trouble with the 100 Treasure Pavilion or destroy the 100 Treasure Pavilion's reputation. Since the 100 Treasure Pavilion was a neutral force since the day of its establishment, how could they break the rules set by their founder ancestor and help Ye Xiao attack and destroy the immortal heaven's sacred land? It was an impossible request that they could not complete. One of the elders said, Mr. Yi, you should know my 100 Treasure Pavilion is a neutral force. 100 Treasure Pavilion never interferes in the struggle between powers. I don't know what grudge Immortal Heaven's sacred land has with you, but you should know that Immortal Heaven's sacred land is the strongest force of the Immortal Heaven world. There are 5 Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists in the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. The leader of Immortal Heaven's sacred land has the highest cultivation base. He is at the early Dao Tribulation stage. 2 elders are at the middle Dao Soul stage, one is at the early Dao Soul stage, and the last one is Elder Pang, who also participated in this auction, and his cultivation base is Dao Body stage. Not to mention, there are hundreds of ancient immortals inside the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. Such a powerful force, and you are thinking of destroying it. Aren't you trying to dig your own grave by doing this? Not to mention no one will help you destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. This is simply crazy. Ye Xiao shook his head and replied with a smile, I don't need anyone to help me destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. I alone am enough to destroy this strongest power of the Immortal Heaven world. It is just that it'll waste too much of my time, that's why I asked you to help me. Ignorant, arrogant, stupid, the elders thought in their hearts about Ye Xiao like this. Ye Xiao actually dared to say that he alone is enough to destroy the entire Immortal Heaven's sacred land. How old is Ye Xiao? Well, they don't know how old Ye Xiao was, but looking at Ye Xiao's young appearance, they were sure that Ye Xiao had not even cultivated for more than 10,000 years. How can a person who had not even cultivated for 10,000 years dare to say that he alone is enough to destroy the strongest power of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land? What they didn't know, not to mention 10,000 years old, Ye Xiao was not even 150 years old. Ye Xiao knew what these elders were thinking in their hearts. He did not bother to explain anything. He simply spoke, I'm not saying you to help me destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land while representing the 100 Treasure Pavilion. You can disguise and help me destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. If you are worried about the Dao Manifestation Realm cultivators of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land, then you don't have to worry about them. Leave them to me. 3 of their Dao Manifestation Realm cultivators are present in the Spirit Martial City, I can take care of them first. Then we will head to the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. I'll deal with the remaining 2 Dao Manifestation Realm cultivators. As for the rest, I'll leave them to you guys. In exchange, how about I'll give the remaining 2 pieces of golden flame stones? Although I was thinking of keeping 1 golden flame stone with me and using it to refine a powerful weapon for me, but if you want, I can give both pieces of golden flame stones to you. Elders, you should know about the value of golden flame stones. I'm left with only 2 golden flame stones and I'm willing to give you both of them. Now, it is up to you if you want to help me kill the Immortal Heaven's sacred land or not. Sly, cunning, crafty, the elders could not help but curse in their hearts. Only now did they understand that Ye Xiao was trapping them with his words from the very start. He first told them that he was left with only 2 golden flame stones, one of which he wanted to keep for himself. As for the last one, he was ready to give it away if they helped Ye Xiao destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. Ye Xiao knew that it was impossible for the 100 Treasure Pavilion to help anyone battle or destroy any power. This does not comply with the rules of their 100 Treasure Pavilion and they'll definitely reject him. But Golden Flame Stone is an extremely rare treasure, they certainly wouldn't want to give up on the Golden Flame Stones. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Xiao threw out more powerful dice of his. He told them that it is not necessary to represent the 100 Treasure Pavilion. They can simply disguise and help him attack the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. At the same time, they don't need to fight any Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists, Ye Xiao will deal with them himself. And in exchange, he was ready to give them both of the Golden Flame Stones. How rare and valuable were Golden Flame Stones? Ye Xiao was actually ready to give them both Golden Flame Stones. He knew, if he were to give them both Golden Flame Stones, they'll definitely think about him and will not reject him immediately. At the same time, they'll not dare to attack Ye Xiao rashly to rob him out of his Golden Flame Stones, since he dared to say that he'll deal with Dao Manifestation Realm cultivators of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land himself. Since he dared to say such words, it means he definitely has his own special means to keep his words true. Well, None of them thought that Ye Xiao himself was strong enough to kill all the Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists. One of them said, "We need some time to think about it." Ye Xiao nodded without thinking too much and said, "I have something to do outside anyway. I'll come back soon, decided until then." About an hour ago, after the auction ended, people started to go out. When everyone except for Ye Xiao went outside, something suddenly shined with golden light and a large formation enveloped a huge piece of land, immediately trapping all the people inside the formation. No one was an exception, other than the people of Immortal Heaven's sacred land. All the people were trapped inside the formation, unable to move forward or backward. They could not help but panic and started to shout. But even after shouting for a long time, no one came forward and helped them get out. Suddenly, the formation started to change color and turn dark. After that, the gray fog appeared out of nowhere and enveloped all the people, causing them to cough blood. This was actually poisonous fog. The moment it enveloped all the people trapped in the formation, it immediately affected people. Weak people were unable to resist and were poisoned, causing them to cough out blood. Strong people used their spirit energy to fight the poisonous fog invading inside their bodies. But the poison seemed to be extremely strong. They could not get rid of the poison at all. "Master, I'm feeling dizzy, cough, cough." A girl's weak voice sounded, causing Shui Xiaofei, who was trying to fight the poison with all her strength, to frown. She looked back and saw her only disciple coughing out blood and fainting. Seeing this, Shui Xiaofei becomes anxious. She wanted to help her disciple but could not move from her place. At this time, a burst of evil laughter sounded, and the next moment, Hu Bin appeared in front of Shui Xiaofei. He said, "Scared leader Shui, how are you? I hope you don't mind what we are doing. After this matter is over, I'll definitely help you treat your disciple as well as all of the people of your sect who have been poisoned here." "You, Hu Bin, how dare you poison so many people like this? There are so many people of other sacred lands here. Aren't you afraid that all the sacred lands will join hands and retaliate against your Immortal Heaven sacred land?" Seeing Hu Bin in front of her and hearing his words, Shui Xiaofei could not help but become furious. Chapter 646. Angry Hu Bin. Hearing the threat in Shui Xiaofei's words, Hu Bin could not help but laugh out loud. After calming down, he said, "Miss Shui, do you know how silly your words sound right now? You should look around carefully. All the people are already trapped in the formation laid down by my Immortal Heaven sacred land's formation master. Among these people, there are many important men of other sacred lands of Immortal Heaven world. All of them are poisoned and will die very soon. No one will save them. With so many people dead, the power of all the sacred land will alleviate. At that time, who will dare to question or go against my Immortal Heaven sacred land? Of course, you and your people are exceptions. With me here, as long as you promise to marry me, I'll save all of you and will definitely take good care of you. I'm not willing to kill a beauty like you." Shui Xiaofei gritted her teeth in anger. How she wished she could kill this Hu Bin immediately, but she knew her power was not enough to kill Hu Bin. It is because Hu Bin has his father, Hu Jintao, and the Immortal Heaven sacred land standing behind him. She looked at her disciple who had already fainted and the poison was still spreading inside her body, causing more than half of her body to turn purple. She did not know what kind of poison was in the dark fog. Since this poison could affect Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists like her, she could imagine how terrifying the potency of this poison actually is. Shui Xiaofei could not bear to watch her only disciple die just like that. After struggling for a few seconds, she made a decision in her heart, and said to Hu Bin, "Save my disciple first. As long as you save her and free me from this trap formation, I'll go with you." A proud smile formed on Hu Bin's face. He felt like he has won a great battle just now. For how long he had been chasing after Shui Xiaofei? It has been more than 100 years. But Shui Xiaofei never accepted him. She always rejected him. Even when his father came forward in person to ask Shui Xiaofei to marry his son, Shui Xiaofei still refused Hu Jintao and did not give him face at all. But now, just for the sake of her disciple, Shui Xiaofei was ready to make the sacrifice. If he knew it was so easy to subdue Shui Xiaofei, he would have done this a long time ago. Well, now that Shui Xiaofei was ready to go with him as long as he satisfied her request, this made Hu Bin too happy. What Hu Bin didn't know was all of these things were Shui Xiaofei's plan. As long as he let go of her from the formation that is trapping her movement and was poisoning her, she'll hold him hostage and threaten Hu Jintao, saving all the people trapped in the formation at once. After that, all of them will jointly oppose the immortal heaven's sacred land. But Shui Xiaofei also doesn't know that this plan of hers was not foolproof. Since Hu Bin was Hu Jintao's son and also the young lord of immortal heaven's sacred land, he definitely has his own means to stay safe at the time of danger. Hu Bin nodded his head and took out a token without thinking too much. Then he did something and Shui Xiaofei felt that she had gained her freedom once again. But her disciple was still unconscious and the poison had already spread to more than half of her body. She doesn't have the antidote of the poison, so she could not do to Hu Bin for the time being. Hu Bin smiled lecherously and said, "Miss Shui, come here and stand to my side. I'll take you out of this formation." Shui Xiaofei shook her head and said, "Young Lord Hu Bin, you should first give antidote of the poison to my disciple and save her." "Of course, don't worry about that." Hu Bin nodded his head and went to Shui Xiaofei's disciple. Then he took out a green pill and fed it to Shui Xiaofei's disciple. Very soon, the effect of the pill could be seen. Shui Xiaofei's disciple started to recover with a speed seen naked to eyes. Shui Xiaofei took a deep breath. She arrived in front of her disciple and checked her body to see if there was still something wrong with her disciple or not. Finding that there was no problem with her disciple, Shui Xiaofei heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at her master and other elders of the spirit martial sacred land who was still trying to fight the poison with their spirit energy. "Haha, Miss Shui." Before Hu Bin could say anything, he saw Shui Xiaofei disappearing and the next moment, he felt a cold chill behind his back. The next instant, he felt a sword pressing against his neck. Then he heard a cold voice, "Young Lord Hu Bin, you shouldn't dare to move. If you dare to move, it'll be the last mistake you'll ever make." Hu Bin panicked, but after some time, he calmed down. It has to be said that Hu Bin really was the young lord of immortal heaven's sacred land, the strongest force of the immortal heaven world. He was not a fool. He quickly calmed down and then said in a very calm voice, "I didn't expect Miss Shui Xiaofei to go against her promise." "Shut up," Shui Xiaofei said coldly, "I didn't promise anything. I only told you as long as you save my disciple and free me, I'll go with you. I only said, not promised." "Hehe, Miss Shui is really a clever woman. I didn't expect Miss Shui to know how to play with words." "Well, it doesn't matter. Today, you have to either come with me and become my woman, or you'll die here." Hu Bin laughed loudly and suddenly took out a talisman and tore it. Immediately, streams of spirit energy spiraled where Hu Bin stood, causing a shockwave to suddenly blow up. Shui Xiaofei was sent flying, but Hu Bin stayed still, standing at his original spot. Shui Xiaofei stood up. She could feel pain in her shoulder and waist. It was caused by the sudden blow of shockwave. After all, the center of this shockwave was where she and Hu Bin was standing. She looked at Hu Bin, who was smiling at her. Surprisingly, he was safe and sound and there seemed no injury on his body. This was one of the cards that Hu Bin's father gave him, and this was also the reason why he did not panic when Shui Xiaofei suddenly appeared behind his back with a sword on his neck. "Haha, how was that?" Hu Bin laughed and asked in a mocking voice. He looked at Shui Xiaofei's body up and down and again said, "I have to say that you are indeed a rare beauty. It is a pity you are not accepting my proposal. Since I cannot get you, I'll never let you become other people's woman. You have to die here with other people. But before killing you, I'll definitely enjoy your body. Wait for me to finish something, after that, I'll come back for you." Saying this, Hu Bin wanted to do something to the token in his hand when he suddenly felt the pain coming from his shoulder. In the next moment, his arm that was holding the token dropped to the ground with blood swarming out from the wound. What happened? This question was in his mind when he suddenly felt pain in his other shoulder and, at the same time, he saw his other hand dropping to the ground. Hu Bin was frightened. He could not believe what he had just seen. He also could not understand what just happened. He shifted his gaze from shoulders to the place where Shui Xiaofei was and painfully squinted his eyes. He did not see Shui Xiaofei there. It was at this moment when a female's soft voice sounded from his back. "Young Lord Hu Bin might have forgotten that he is still an immortal emperor realm martial artist while I am a Dao body stage martial artist. No matter what tricks or treasures you have in your sleeves, you cannot cover up the gap between our cultivation with those little means of yours. The moment you freed me from the tap, you had already lost the fight. Bitch, I'll kill you." Hu Bin frowned and could not understand for a few breaths of time. When he come to understand what just happened and how his arms dropped to the ground, he was infuriated and suddenly let out an angry shout, attracting the attention of many people including the people from his immortal heaven's sacred land. Chapter 647. Killing Hu Jintao. All the elders including the leader of the immortal heaven sacred land were forcing the people, who have won the items from the auction, to give them all those items. To do this, they had also killed many people from the sacred lands as well as ordinary powers. This sacred many people, causing them to willingly give up on the items they had won from this auction. They tried to assure their hearts by saying that their lives were more important than the items they had purchased. Son. When Hu Jintao saw his son's situation, he shouted and immediately appeared in front of his son. Seeing the two armless shoulders of his son and streams of blood flowing out from the wounds, Hu Jintao immediately took out a pill and let his son swallow the pill. After swallowing the pill, Hu Bin fell asleep and his arm started to recover slowly. The pill his father gave him to eat was actually an extremely rare pseudo-divine rank pill that he had gotten his hands on from the same ancient ruin from where he had gotten the Emperor Blood Pill. It was no wonder that this pill was able to heal Hu Bin's wounds and let him grow his limbs. After his son had fallen asleep because of the effect of the pill, he shifted his gaze and looked at Shui Xiaofei. Then he again shifted his gaze from Shui Xiaofei to the blood-stained sword in her hand. He was infuriated. Shui Xiaofei actually dared to harm his son in his presence. Could it be that she was not afraid of him in the immortal heaven sacred land? Sacred leader Shui, I didn't expect you to have such guts. Do you know what will happen to you in your sacred land now? I'll definitely destroy your sacred land and let you witness the destruction of your sacred land with your own eyes. But before that, I'll kill your disciple, your master, and the elders of your sect. I'll let you see how powerless you are in front of me and how wrong the decision of harming my son was. Hu Jintao said coldly and then waved his hand. Immediately, powerful waves of wind blew and in the next moment, Shui Xiaofei's disciple appeared in Hu Jintao's hand. In the next moment, without waiting for anything, he took out a long blade and directly pierced it in Shui Xiaofei's disciple's heart. No, Shui Xiaofei shouted out loud with tears of regret in her eyes. Because of her one decision, she was about to lose her disciple. She could not bear to witness the scene of her disciple's death whom she had nurtured from the moment her disciple was 6 years old kid. Actually, her disciple was called Chu Yun. Shui Xiaofei found Chu Yun when she ascended to the upper realm after 10,000 years of being sealed. Maybe, it was fate. The place where Shui Xiaofei appeared was a small village that had been destroyed by an immortal king realm demonic cultivator. Only a few villagers were alive and the demonic cultivator was about to kill them and gather their blood essence to increase his cultivation base. It was a pity that Shui Xiaofei suddenly appeared and disrupted the demonic cultivator's plan. Not only did she ruin the demonic cultivator's plan, but she had also killed that demonic cultivator in fury. She could not bear the scene of the bloodbath of innocent villagers. Chu Yun was one of the villagers who had survived this disaster. Her parents were killed by the demonic cultivator and no relative was alive. This pained Shui Xiaofei's heart. With a pained expression, she held Chu Yun's hand and was surprised to find out that her disciple actually possessed a special body called Holy Aqua Feather Body. In a village of mortals, she actually found a treasure like Chu Yun. She could not help but wonder why Chu Yun possessed a special body. After thinking for a long time, she could come up with only one explanation. The explanation was Chu Yun's ancestor. Chu Yun's ancestor must be an extremely strong existence years ago, but for some reason, the ancestor disappeared and the family was destroyed. Some of the remaining survivors run away for their lives. 1 or 2 of them must have come to this village and lived ordinary life to not attract the enemy's attention. Generations after, the inheritance must be lost and Chu Yun's parents must have thought that they were ordinary people just like other villagers. Only this could explain why Chu Yun possessed such a rare body like the Holy Aqua Feather Body. Discovering Chu Yun, Shui Xiaofei brought 6-year-old Chu Yun to the spirit martial sacred land with her and accepted Chu Yun as her first and last disciple. She cultivated Chu Yun for more than 100 years. Chu Yun also showed her great talent and in just a short period of more than 100 years, Chu Yun advanced by leaps and bounds and coupled with the resources provided by Shui Xiaofei, Chu Yun was able to become a mid-stage immortal emperor realm martial artist. Chu Yun was like a daughter to Shui Xiaofei and Shui Xiaofei was also more mother than a master to Chu Yun. Seeing that her daughter-like disciple was about to die under the hands of Hu Jintao, the leader of immortal heaven's sacred land, Shui Xiaofei could not bear as tears slides down her cheeks. Poochie. The next moment, Shui Xiaofei heard the sound of a long blade piercing in Chu Yun's body. She suddenly became silent and looked at Chu Yun with wide eyes. Her eyes soon lost color as self-blame appeared in her eyes. As if her eyes had immediately become lifeless, Shui Xiaofei stood in a daze as tears filled with self-blame and guilt continued to slide down on her cheeks. Puff. But the next moment, she felt something was not right. It is because she heard Hu Jintao's painful voice and then saw Hu Jintao spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blood did not stop and continued to flow out from the corner of his mouth. What happened? Shui Xiaofei was confused and looked closely. In the next instant, she could not help but click her tongue in astonishment, as if what she saw was unbelievable. This is impossible. On the other hand, Hu Jintao was also shocked. He could not help but look down, only to see a long blade stabbing in his body, at the place of his heart. He had clearly pierced the long blade in Chu Yun's heart. Why was the current situation so different from what it should have originally been? Why was the long blade pierced in his heart instead of Chu Yun's? Shui Xiaofei quickly came back to her senses. She hurried over and snatched Chu Yun away from Hu Jintao's hand, and quickly retreated more than 100 meters. Leader, quickly look what happened to the leader. Someone pierced a long blade in the leader's heart. The leader's situation is too critical. We need to retreat and save the leader first. How is this possible? Look at the long blade in leader's heart, it is actually leader's long blade. What happened exactly? Did the leader kill himself instead of killing that little girl in his hand? Many people of the immortal heaven's sacred land quickly come forward, pulled out the sword from the leader's heart, and gave him some healing pills. Although the quality of the pills was not as good as the healing pill Hu Jintao gave to his son, they were still top-grade immortal rank healing pills. The effect was obvious. The heart injuries of Hu Jintao started recovering, but suddenly, a soft voice sounded from distance, and Hu Jintao, the leader of Immortal Heaven's Sacred Land, an early Tao Tribulation stage martial artist, immediately lost his breath and died. People were shocked. They could not help but look in the direction from where the soft voice came from. If they did not hear it wrong, then the soft voice had only said 2 words and the leader lost his life. Those 2 words were, soul destruction. When they shifted their gazes to look at the attacker, they were shocked to see a young man, whose right eye's pupil was white, coming towards them step by step. The next instant, the white color vanished and was replaced with black. Who can be this young man if not for Ye Xiao? The moment Hu Jintao took out his long blade to kill Chu Yun, Ye Xiao came out of the auction house. When he saw the current situation, he immediately used the eyes of illusion and confused Hu Jintao, affecting his thinking power. Because of this, instead of killing Chu Yun, Hu Jintao stabbed the long sword in his own heart. After giving this blow, Ye Xiao did not give Hu Jintao the chance to heal and used the ability, Soul Destruction, to destroy Hu Jintao's soul, killing him on the spot. Chapter 648, His name is Ye Xiao. You are. The elders of the Immortal Heaven's Sacred Land hurriedly backed down, leaving the corpse of their leader on the ground. They were frightened when they witnessed the scene of Ye Xiao's right eye's color changing from white to black. What was more, he only said 2 words previously and their leader immediately lost his life. What kind of existence is this young man? Who is he and why is he here? This kind of many questions appeared in their minds. They kept retreating and Ye Xiao kept walking. He looked at the elders and again used the soul destruction on all the people of Immortal Heaven's Sacred Land and killed them all at once. Those elders fell to the ground together, never to get up again. Ignoring them, Ye Xiao arrived in front of the corpse of Hu Jintao and pulled out the spatial ring from his index finger. Then he looked inside the spatial ring and soon found the Emperor blood pill there. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he kept the spatial ring and looked at Shui Xiaofei, who was also looking at him with wide eyes. Ye Xiao could see how shocked Shui Xiaofei was right now. Shui Xiaofei was dumbstruck when she saw Ye Xiao. She never forget this face because this face was the one whom she had given her first time. Before leaving the Holy Beast continent and ascending to the upper realm, she had told Ye Xiao that she'll wait for him to look for her. Now that Ye Xiao really appeared in front of her, Shui Xiaofei was left astonished. Because she had never imagined Ye Xiao to appear in front of her like this. She was more shocked when she could not see through Ye Xiao's cultivation base. The scene of Hu Jintao's death appeared in her mind, and she understood that Ye Xiao's cultivation has far surpassed Hu Jintao's cultivation base, since he could easily kill Hu Jintao with words. It has to be known that Hu Jintao was already an early Tao Tribulation stage martial artist. Since Ye Xiao could kill Hu Jintao so easily, it could only mean that his cultivation base is also at least at the early Tao Tribulation stage of the Tao manifestation realm. Ye Xiao smiled gently seeing her shocked face. He then again shifted his gaze to Hu Jintao and used the devouring skill to devour Hu Jintao's cultivation. He had used devouring skill to devour someone's cultivation after hundreds of years. This feeling of the sudden increase in cultivation was something Ye Xiao had almost forgotten. Ye Xiao would not have devoured Hu Jintao's cultivation if Hu Jintao's cultivation base had been below Dao tribulation stage. Since Hu Jintao's cultivation was already at the early Dao tribulation stage of the Dao manifestation realm, it could at least help his cultivation increase by a little bit. Although Ye Xiao's cultivation did not break through to the late stage of the Dao tribulation realm, his cultivation at least increased by a little bit. After that, Ye Xiao arrived in front of Shui Xiaofei, held her hand gently, and said with a smile on his face, "It's been long, Xiaofei." Only now did Shui Xiaofei come back to her senses. She looked into Ye Xiao's eyes and muttered in a soft voice, "How could it be? How is it possible for your cultivation to increase by so much? Do you want to know?" Ye Xiao asked while maintaining his smile. Shui Xiaofei subconsciously nodded, but then she suddenly realized something and shook her head before saying, "Let's talk later, we should first save everyone." She tried to pull back her hand, but Ye Xiao did not let it go. He kept holding her hand and then took out a token from the spatial ring of Hu Jintao. Then he fused his true essence in this token, and the next moment, the formation disappeared. All the people who were trapped in the formation were freed. Almost everyone's condition was severe. All of them were poisoned and almost 9 out of 10 people had already fainted and were on the verge of dying. It was fortunate for them that Ye Xiao was present here. He had become with the celestial poison imperial dragon and could control all types of poison under the heavens. There was no poison that he could not treat, and there was no poison that he could not control. He can even make all the poison out of thin air. As for the materials, his true essence is enough. To him, removing the poison from the bodies of all these people was nothing. He simply waved his hand, and the next moment, as if all the poison heard a command from their king, they took the initiative to come out from everyone's body. In the blink of an eye, everyone was saved. But none of them knew who saved them. Previously, they were trapped in the formation and did not know what was happening on the other side. This was a trap formation, and to every single person trapped inside the formation, only if the controller permitted them could they feel what was happening in their surroundings. Previously, Shui Xiaofei was able to see the condition of her disciple, master, and elders of her sacred land only because Hu Bin let her see. If not for Hu Bin's motive to weaken Shui Xiaofei's resolve of not marrying her, he would not have let Shui Xiaofei feel what was happening in her surroundings. Since no people could feel or see what was happening in their surroundings, none of them knew that Ye Xiao was their savior. But there was one person who was observing everything from start to finish without batting an eye to the situation. This person was the chubby girl who was a 6-marked worldly divine lord. Interesting. A strange smile appeared chubby girl's face as she muttered, "I never thought to find such an interesting person in the upper realm. Even I cannot see through him. Who exactly is he? Did he use a soul ability to kill those people before?" She was still looking at Ye Xiao when a shadow suddenly appeared beside her and said in low voice, "Second princess, we have found that place, but," hearing the term, "that place," the chubby girl's smile vanished and she became serious. She did not look at the shadow that appeared beside her. She simply asked, "But what?" "But, I don't know what happened there. That place is already destroyed." The shadow replied, "That place is destroyed." The chubby girl frowned and then asked again, "Has anyone been there before you?" The shadow shook his head and replied, "No, no one had been there before me. But when I was investigating, the young master of Sun family and Song family arrived. They also came to investigate what actually happened there that alarmed our ancestors." The chubby girl nodded, thought for a while, and asked again, "Did you find anything about that place?" The shadow replied, "Yes, second princess. That place was called Well of Hell by the people of Upper Realm. That place used to be in a world called Great Martial World. It is said that Well of Hell was extremely dangerous and very few people could return alive from there. There is also a rumor among the sacred lands of Great Martial World that Well of Hell actually has a divine rank treasure, but getting that treasure is not that easy. Anyone who enters the Well of Hell has their cultivation sealed by some mysterious force, and they have to kill the demonic beasts inside the Well of Hell to temporarily create a fake Dantian and cultivate from the start. To obtain that divine rank treasure, more than 100 years, the sacred lands of Great Martial World sent hundreds of disciples. It is said that many died inside the Well of Hell and many were suddenly teleported out. But before those people were teleported out, they saw a golden light shining and a golden platform descended. Only 2 people ascended to that platform and walked on it. One of them came out of Well of Hell just after spending a few years on the platform, but the other person never came out. He disappeared somewhere, and after 100 years, the Well of Hell suddenly exploded and was destroyed. The chubby girl called second princess by the shadow fell in deep thought. Then she said, "Our ancestors were startled a few weeks ago and came out from the seclusion, right? Was the time of the destruction of Well of Hell and our ancestors leaving the seclusion same?" "Yes, second princess." The shadow nodded his head. The second princess then asked, "Did you find who the second person was who never came out from the Well of Hell?" "His name is Ye Xiao." The shadow replied. Chapter 649. Clue about Lin Hao, Ye Xiao. The chubby girl muttered. Then she took out a mirror and did something, causing the surface of the mirror to ripple like water. In the next second, a scene appeared on the surface of the mirror. If Ye Xiao was here, he would have been shocked to see that the scene appearing in the mirror was actually the scene of the destruction of Supreme Platform. The chubby girl saw the Supreme Platform being destroyed. She could also see a young figure standing on the 10th Supreme Platform, but for some reason, the face of this figure could not be seen. The face was blurred to the extreme where no facial feature could be detected. This caused the chubby girl to frown. She could not help but try many times, but every time she failed to see face of the figure standing on the 10th Supreme Platform. Finally, she saw the destruction of entire Well of Hell, and after its destruction, only the 10th Supreme Platform was left, floating in the endless dark space. After a few seconds, the chubby girl saw the 10th Supreme Platform shaking a little and then disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the figure floating in the dark space. What surprised her the most was what happened next. She saw the figure also disappeared suddenly, never to appear at that place again. The chubby girl could not understand what happened. She repeatedly saw this scene dozens of times, but found nothing. Who exactly is this Ye Xiao? Maybe our ancestors were alerted by the heavenly Tao because of this person. If that's the case, it means our ancestors send us to the upper realm to capture this person and bring him to the divine realm. He might have something that caused heavenly Tao to feel threatened. No matter what, we have to look for this person. As you wish, second princess. I will immediately start looking for this person, and I promise, I'll find him soon. The shadow replied. The chubby girl was about wave her hand, but thinking of something, her hand stopped in midair as she said, "Also, look for that person who was able to ascend to that golden platform. He might know something about Ye Xiao." "You mean Lin Hao, second princess? Don't worry. We have been looking for his traces for a few days now. We have already found that he is currently in the mysterious immortal world." The shadow replied. After that, the chubby girl looked at Ye Xiao with slight interest in her eyes, and then both of them disappeared as if they were never here. When they disappeared, Ye Xiao looked in the direction where they were a moment ago. Then he frowned and muttered, "They came from the divine realm to look for me because of a warning given by the heavenly Tao to their ancestor. Second princess, young master of Sun family and Song family. I never expected heavenly Tao to warn these people's ancestors about me. It means the background of these people is definitely not ordinary even in the divine realm. I need to be careful." Then Ye Xiao thought of something and heaved a sigh of relief, muttering, "Mysterious immortal world. At least, I know where Lin Hao is now. I'll look for him after a few days." Since Lin Hao is at the mysterious immortal world, Shui might also be there. While Ye Xiao was thinking, he didn't notice that many people were looking at him holding the hands of Shui Xiaofei. Shui Xiaofei's face was red at this moment. She hurriedly jolted her hand and pulled it away from Ye Xiao's hand. Ye Xiao's diverted mind was attracted by Shui Xiaofei's action, and seeing her red face as well as the surrounding people looking at them, Ye Xiao understood what happened. He laughed weirdly and said, "Everything is fine now. Everyone are saved." Shui Xiaofei nodded her head and then looked at her master, who was curiously looking at the action of Ye Xiao and Shui Xiaofei. "Master." Shui Xiaofei softly called out her master and said, He is Ye Xiao, I told you about him before." Her master nodded her head and sized up Ye Xiao up and down, and then said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to our sacred land first." Everyone nodded their heads and were ready to return to their sacred land. I have something to do in the 100 Treasure Pavilion. I'll go to the Spirit Martial Sacred Land later," Ye Xiao suddenly said when he saw Shui Xiaofei and others ready to go back to the Spirit Martial Sacred Land. Shui Xiaofei didn't say anything. She only nodded her head and then left with other people of the spirit martial sacred land. Shui Xiaofei also finally understood to whom the familiar voice she heard in the auction house belonged to. It was no wonder that owner of that voice was ready to give her hundreds of golden flame stones. It is not because they were just familiar with each other. It is because she, Shui Xiaofei, was that Ye Xiao's woman. And giving a treasures to one's own woman was normal. What did you think? Ye Xiao was sitting opposite to a few Dao Manifestation Realm elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. He told them that he had already killed Hu Jintao, and other elders of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. In total, he had killed 3 Dao Manifestation Realm elders and many ancient immortals as well as immortal emperors. The elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion talked for a short while and finally they agreed to destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land on the condition that they'll not represent 100 Treasure Pavilion in this fight, and Ye Xiao had to deal with the other Dao Manifestation Realm elders of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. Ye Xiao nodded his head and told the elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion that they only need to destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. To be more accurate, they only need to deal with immortal emperors and ancient immortal realm martial artists of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. As for the martial artists below the Immortal Emperor realm, they should not do anything to them. One of the elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion asked, "Since we are going to destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land, why not cut it to the root so that no one will come in the future to find trouble with you?" Ye Xiao smiled and said, "Because there is no need. No one will ever be able to come to me for the sake of revenge. You don't need to worry about these things. Just do the things I'm telling you." How would these elders know that Ye Xiao is a martial artist whom no one can go against in the upper realm? Moreover, now that he already had Emperor Blood Pill in his hand, he can directly break through to the late stage of Dao Tribulation realm anytime he wants. Emperor Blood Pill could increase a person's cultivation by 2 minor stages below 9 mark Divine Lord realm. It can only help a person break through minor stages in cultivation, not major. Because of this, it is impossible for Ye Xiao to directly break through to the Divine Lord realm after swallowing the Emperor Blood Pill. He could only increase his cultivation to the late Dao Tribulation stage. At the same time, he might be able to increase the density and grade of the Wood Blossom bloodline. After a short talk, Ye Xiao gave 2 pieces of the Golden Flame Stone to the elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. The elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion immediately became extremely excited. They took the 2 pieces of Golden Flame Stone with great enthusiasm. After observing the Golden Flame Stones for a few minutes, the elder with the highest status among this group of elders kept the Golden Flame Stones in his spatial ring. "Mr. Yi, can you tell us one thing? Since you can kill Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists, why do you need our help to destroy the Immortal Heaven's sacred land? You can do that yourself," one of the elders asked with a confused tone. Hearing this, other elders also nodded their heads. This was something they also wanted to know. Ye Xiao smiled and replied, "It is because doing everything myself will take too much time, and I want to complete everything as soon as possible." After some time, everyone left the 100 Treasure Pavilion after changing their get-ups. The elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion wore masks on their faces so that no one can recognize them. If someone recognized them, then it will bring great harm to the reputation of the 100 Treasure Pavilion that they cannot afford. After that, using the teleportation circle, they disappeared from the Spirit Martial City. Chapter 650, Chaotic Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. Currently, the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land was filled with great commotion. There was a soul hall in the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land which was filled with soul crystals that were linked with each and every member of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. Not long ago, many elders, disciples, as well as the leader of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, Hu Jintao's soul crystal shattered. It was clear that all those people had died somehow whose soul crystal shattered. Even Hu Bin, the young lord of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, was not spared. All of them died in less than 5 minutes. This shocked the entire Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, causing a great commotion to start. The other 2 Dao Manifestation Realm elders immediately took action and tried to calm the disciples and other scared elders of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, but this matter was not that easy to solve. The loss of 3 Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists, among whom one was the leader of the Sacred Land, dealt a big blow to all the members of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. No matter how the 2 Dao Manifestation Realm elders tried to control the situation continued getting out of hand. There didn't seem to be any way to control the situation of the Sacred Land. Many disciples even decided to leave the Sacred Land and go somewhere else. They no longer felt safe in the sacred land. They were sacred, really sacred. Who knows to what kind of character the leader and other elders of the immortal heaven's sacred land had offended, which caused them not only to be killed, even some other disciples were killed who went to the spirit martial city with them. What if the killer comes to their immortal heaven's sacred land and tries to destroy it? Even the leader, an early Tao tribulation stage martial artist, was unable to escape from the hand of the killer. One can imagine how powerful that killer must be. Since even their leader cannot escape, it'll be simply impossible for them to escape alive from this place. This caused fear to overtake the thinking power of the majority of the members of Immortal Heaven's sacred land, causing some to leave immediately and some to prepare in order to leave. The two remaining Tao Manifestation Realm elders didn't know what happened in the Spirit Martial City. Their leader had clearly gone to the Spirit Martial City to bring back the golden flame stone as well as other rare materials from the auction house. Even their only formation Grandmaster was brought to the Spirit Martial City so that he can lay down a trap formation that could trap all the people at once. At that time, all they'll need to do is to kill them and rob their treasures. But somehow, instead of killing people from other sacred lands and weaker powers, they got themselves killed. The Immortal Heaven's sacred land has not only suffered a great blow, but its loss was also huge, which could no longer be recovered in a short period of time. Along with the death of their leader and the other two Tao Manifestation Realm elders, the Immortal Heaven's sacred land had already lost the qualification to be called the strongest sacred land of the Immortal Heaven world. They understood that the sky of the Immortal Heaven world was going to change soon. In its heydays, the Immortal Heaven's sacred land was very arrogant and had offended many sacred lands as well as many strong cultivators. The elders knew once the death of their leader and elders were to be renowned, all those people will come to their doorsteps in order to take revenge. With the current strength of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land, it could only be said to be an average sacred land, slightly stronger than the weakest one, the Spirit Martial sacred land. They don't have the strength to go against all those whom they have offended at once. They need to be prepared for the revenge of all those people. The two Tao Manifestation Realm elders were finding it extremely difficult to control the current situation of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. They felt headaches because of the situation becoming worse and worse with every passing second. For a moment, even they thought of leaving the Immortal Heaven's sacred land and escaping with their lives. But they had spent their entire lives in the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. In addition, they were used to being arrogant in front of others and thought of themselves as the ruler of the entire Immortal Heaven world. This caused the two elders to shake their heads and think, although the situation is worse, for now, it is not to the extent that they need to leave the sacred land in order to escape and save their lives. Moreover, they were also thinking that the killer might not come to their Immortal Heaven's sacred land to kill them. Since he had already killed 3 Tao Manifestation Realm cultivators, including their leader and other ancient Immortal Realm and Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators of their sacred land, his anger must have dissipated. As for the Tao Manifestation Realm people of other sacred lands and powerhouses from other forces whom they have offended in the past, according to the means of Immortal Heaven's scared land and the great formation enveloping the entire sacred land, it should not too difficult to defend. And over time, when they'll recover their strength, they can once again become the ruler of the Immortal Heaven world and their sacred land will become worthy of its name again. What they didn't know was that a big danger that was about to destroy their sacred land has already appeared in the Immortal Heaven City, and was on his way to the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. Immortal Heaven City. At the center of the Immortal Heaven City, there were 7 large teleportation formations in a single row. These 7 teleportation circle was connected to the 7 biggest cities of the Immortal Heaven world, which were under the jurisdiction of 7 sacred lands. It also means that there are 7 sacred lands in the Immortal Heaven world. From time to time, every teleportation circle was lighting up. Many people were appearing and disappearing at the teleportation circle. At this time, the teleportation circle that was connected to the Spirit Martial City lit up and a few figures appeared. These few figures were actually Ye Xiao and some Tao Manifestation Realm elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. This is the Immortal Heaven City, the biggest city of the Immortal Heaven world, as well the city under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Heaven sacred land. One of the elders introduced the Immortal Heaven City to Ye Xiao. When they were coming to the Immortal Heaven City, they asked Ye Xiao to know from where he came from or to what power he belongs. They were surprised to know that Ye Xiao was just a rogue cultivator. There was no power behind him at all. How could a person become a mid-Tao tribulation stage martial artist without the support of a greater power? The few elders thought in their hearts that Ye Xiao did not want to reveal his background. They did not ask any more. According to Ye Xiao, this was the first time he came to the immortal heaven world. Knowing this, the elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion tried to curry favor with him. This was also the reason why one of them introduced Immortal Heaven City to Ye Xiao. Although they belonged to the 100 Treasure Pavilion whose power exceeded anyone's imagination, they still wanted to be put in Ye Xiao's good eyes. After all, Ye Xiao was someone who was able to take out 3 pieces of golden flame stones. According to Ye Xiao, he had gotten his hand on only 3 pieces of the golden flame stones. They would be fools if they really believed in this nonsense. If what Ye Xiao said was really the truth, Ye Xiao would not have given out all 3 pieces of golden flame stones causally. If that was the case, he would not have asked their help to destroy the immortal heaven sacred lands at the price of 2 golden flame stones. With his strength, it would have been too easy for him to destroy the immortal heaven sacred land by himself. Looking at the bustling city, Ye Xiao muttered in a low voice that only he could hear, "This city is still the same as what I saw in the second test of the first trial. It is a pity, after today, there will no longer be a city called the Immortal Heaven City. After today, this city will fall into chaos and many powers will fight to get the right of this city and rule over it." Ye Xiao still vividly remembered what happened in the second test of the first trial after he destroyed the Immortal Heaven sacred land in anger. He took a deep breath and looked in the direction of Immortal Heaven sacred land with indifference in his eyes. Chapter 651, Destruction of Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. The sacred land was still in chaos when a sudden explosion occurred at the front gate. The gate was destroyed and a few figures with domineering aura walked inside with steady footsteps. Their aura was enough to frighten countless disciples of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. What happened? The disciples and elders of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land who heard this explosion were startled. They immediately reported to the higher-ups and flew towards the front gate, arriving in front of the few people who invaded the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land while it was already in chaos. These people were all covered in black clothes and had masks on their faces to cover them. Only the person in the middle did not wear anything to hide his face. "Who are you people? What did you come to my sacred land for?" An elder at the late stage of ancient immortal realm came forward and asked coldly. But instead of a reply, what he got was a sword slash from a figure in black. Before he could respond, his head was cut and slid down to the ground along with blood that flooded from the cut. What? The elders who saw this scene were shocked. A late-stage ancient immortal realm martial artist died just like that. What kind of experts were standing in front of them? Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble in fear. Their will had already been broken when they heard the news of their leader's death. Seeing one of the ancient immortal realm elders die so easily in front of them, they knew trouble has come knocking on the door of their immortal heaven sacred land. These people must either be the people who killed 3 Tao Manifestation Realm and many other elders of their immortal heaven sacred land, or they might be the people whom immortal heaven sacred land had offended somehow in the past. Either way, the immortal heaven sacred land was already facing a big catastrophe. Their gut feeling told them if they were to stay in the immortal heaven sacred land for a single more minute, they will definitely be killed. But the time of 1 minute was not that much. Before they could escape, all of them were instantly killed by another sword slash. "You guys can continue. I'll go and look for those 2 Tao Manifestation Realm elders. Also, remember that you don't have to kill anyone below Immortal Emperor Realm. As for others, you can kill them." Saying this, Ye Xiao disappeared from the place he was standing just a second ago. Somewhere deep inside the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, the 2 Tao Manifestation Realm, elders were standing in front of a hollow in space where multicolored light was swirling continuously. "We have to escape now, otherwise we won't be able to get away from our death," one of them suddenly said while looking at the swirling multicolored light in front of them making a gate that leads to somewhere unknown. The other elder nodded his head and said, "Who would have thought so many Tao Manifestation Realm martial artists will suddenly come to our Immortal Heaven Sacred Land? From their overwhelming killing intent alone, I can say for sure that they have come here to kill. Our Immortal Heaven Sacred Land is finished. But who are they? Why did they have to destroy our Immortal Heaven Sacred Land? What kind of enmity do they have with us? I think these people are whom our leader must have offended this time after he went to the Spirit Martial City. In their fury, they not only killed our leader Hu Jintao and others who went to the Spirit Martial City, but they also came here to destroy our Immortal Heaven Scared Land. In short, the leader himself has brought this disaster to our sacred land." "Yeah, I think what you said is very likely to be the truth of this matter. Anyway, As long as we enter this forbidden ground of our immortal heaven's sacred land, those people will never be able to find us, and we can escape with our lives. After all, the key to the forbidden ground is with us. You are right, this forbidden ground is something left behind by the founder of our immortal heaven's sacred land who later ascended to the divine realm and become a divine being. It's already been millions of years since then. I don't know how powerful the founder would have become. Yes, before this, we were prohibited from entering the forbidden ground. Only the sacred leader and the next inline successor could enter and exit the forbidden ground of our immortal heaven's sacred land. But now, we can also enter and no one will be able to stop us. The two elders nodded their heads as their eyes glowed with light. Very soon, the swirling of multicolored light calmed down and the gate stabilized. They knew it was time. They turned back and looked at the land where they had been living for hundreds of thousands of years and sighed with regret and unwillingness in their eyes. They could continuously hear many explosions as well painful cries and terror-stricken screams of disciples, but they were helpless to do anything. They could feel the aura of more than 5 of Tao Manifestation Realm Master Artists. They knew could not do anything to save the disciples and elders of their sects. If they dare to stay anymore, even they'll lose their lives. So, they choose to escape in order to save their own lives. Taking deep breaths, both elders looked at each other and nodded their heads. Then they stepped forward and were about to enter the gate when suddenly, they heard the soft but heart-whelming sound of air piercing, and the next moment, they stopped in their tracks as blood gushed out from their chests. They lowered their heads and looked at their chest, only to see a hole of a teen's fist size at the place of their hearts. They looked at each other and could see the frightened expression on each other's faces. Then they turned back, only to see a young boy standing with a calm expression while holding a black spear in his hand. This spear was stained with fresh blood which was still dripping on the ground drop by drop every second. Before they could say anything, they saw the young figure making another move, and the next moment, they saw their own bodies decomposing rapidly. At first, because of the pain in their hearts, they failed to feel anything, but very soon, they could feel the spirit energy within their bodies as well as their cultivation bases being sucked out by a mysterious force. Soon, the two elders turned into dried-up corpses and fell to the ground lifelessly. Everything happened too quickly, they didn't even get the chance to scream or beg for mercy. They were still muddle-headed when they died. Ye Xiao bent down and pulled out a black token which had many strange patterns carved on it from the hand of one of the elders and muttered, "So, it is the key of this forbidden ground." Ye Xiao smiled and then muttered again, "Since I am already here and the entrance of the forbidden ground is also here, let me explore what this forbidden ground has to offer." Muttering this, without caring about what was happening in the immortal heaven's sacred land, Ye Xiao stepped past the gate formed by the multicolored light and disappeared from the sight. At the same time, Tao Manifestation Realm Elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion also finished their jobs. They killed all the ancient immortal realm martial artists. Although they failed to kill all the immortal Emperor realm martial artists and let some of them get away, they still managed to kill a majority of them. As for the rest of the martial artists, they announced to them that there is no such sacred land called the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land in the Immortal Heaven world anymore. Announcing this, they also told that Hu Jintao, the last leader of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, has offended someone they should not have ever offended, thus resulting in the destruction of the entire sacred land. After that, they let the remaining survivors go away with their lives. Doing all these things, they waited for Ye Xiao to come back for close more than 5 hours, but Ye Xiao never came back. Suspecting something might have happened to them, they started looking for Ye Xiao everywhere but failed to find a single trace of him. Not only this, but they also didn't find any sign of the other 2 Tao Manifestation Realm Elders. Seeing this, they visited the Soul Hall and saw the shattered soul crystal of the 5 Tao Manifestation Realm martial artists. They knew Ye Xiao had already killed the remaining 2 and must have left long ago since other things were up to them to do. Chapter 652, 2 Divine Souls Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, Forbidden Ground and Energy Fluctuation appeared in space, and the next moment, a young figure appeared in front of a collapsed palace. This young figure was Ye Xiao. He was surprised to see a collapsed palace in front of him. He did not expect the so-called Forbidden Ground of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land was actually a collapsed palace. However, there must be some reasons behind this collapsed palace to be considered as the Forbidden Ground. Thinking of this, Ye Xiao started to look around the collapsed palace. From these collapsed buildings, materials, one could tell that this palace used to be magnificent. From the looks of it, There were originally countless powerful formations guarding the surroundings of the palace, but now, the power of these formations no longer existed. Ye Xiao smoothly entered the center of the collapsed palace and arrived in an open hall. There, he found many jade chips which actually contain many immortal rank cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. Of course, Ye Xiao didn't put these cultivation techniques and martial arts skills in his eyes. He simply used his divine sense to wrap around all jade slips and sent them into his spatial ring. Since the immortal heaven's sacred land was no longer here, there was no need to keep all these cultivation techniques and martial arts skills here. This hall seemed to be Skill Pavilion. Ye Xiao visited many such halls in the collapsed palace and found many pills, immortal weapons, and other such things. After that, he left the palace and continued to wander inside the Forbidden Land. After some time, Ye Xiao arrived at the deepest part of the Forbidden Land. The deepest part, it was not actually the palace he saw earlier, instead, it was an open space. When Ye Xiao arrived here, he found that the nearby energy was turbulent, the mountains were collapsed and the earth was broken. From the look of the surrounding, it was very likely that this was the place where some top experts fought in the past, and the fight must have been extremely terrifying. This fight must have happened millions of years ago. Although such a long time had passed since the fight, however, the energy ripples left behind by the battle still existed here. When Ye Xiao arrived at this place, he was sure of one thing. The reason why this entire Forbidden Land is such a crumbled state must be all because of that battle in the past. The turbulent energy seemed very chaotic. In fact, these chaotic energies seemed to be coming from a certain direction. Ye Xiao covered his entire body with the true essence, blocking the impact of the chaotic energy waves, not letting those energies touch his body. After that, he used the eyes of insight and tried to see through the essence of chaotic energy and find its source. Soon, Ye Xiao found a sharp sword that looked like it was made of ice crystals, stabbed into the ground not far from him. Ye Xiao only took a glance at it and he was certain that this was a low-grade divine rank weapon. If everything he had experienced in the second test of the first trial was right, then this sword must be the sword once held by the founder of the immortal heaven's sacred land. This sword was called Freezing Sky Sword. Ye Xiao uses a spear, not a sword, but this doesn't mean all the people he knew also uses a spear. Many of his women use swords. He could give this sword to any one of them. Ye Xiao wanted to take this sword but he did not act immediately. Because, with the eyes of insight, Ye Xiao could clearly see that besides the Freezing Sky Sword, there was menacing aura fluctuation. This aura fluctuation came from a small bead that lay down beside the Freezing Sky Sword. And within the Freezing Sky Sword, there was also a slight fluctuation of a divine soul. It seemed like the two people who fought here in the past hadn't truly died yet. One of them seemed to be an expert who had already become the divine being. The other one was the founder of Immortal Heaven's sacred land, who must have borrowed the power of Freezing Sky Sword to fight the divine rank martial artist. Ye Xiao guessed since the founder of Immortal Heaven's sacred land could fight a divine rank martial artist, it means the other party must be a newly ascended divine being. That person might only be a first marked divine lord. Ye Xiao stood where he was and circulated his cultivation technique. A portion of the true essence in his body had turned into ice elemental energy. It was because, although weak, he also has the ice elemental body. After that, Ye Xiao threw a ball of ice elemental energy at the Freezing Sky Sword that was stuck in the ground. Ye Xiao's action caused the Freezing Sky Sword to fluctuate violently. Suddenly, streams of white energy flew out from the Freezing Sky Sword, turning into a divine soul that looked no different from a real person. This divine soul was that of a middle-aged man who wore white clothes. The white-clothed middle-aged man laughed out loud and said, "The disciple of my immortal heaven's sacred land has finally arrived at this place. I thought no one will be able to withstand the chaotic energy here and come for the Freezing Sky Sword." Sigh, everything was destined to happen. Old Monster Yan, your millions of years of hard work is destined to be in vain. Wu Shuang, don't be so proud of yourself. He is just a young man. Although I cannot see through his cultivation base, according to my judgment, he can't affect me. You have been hiding in your Freezing Sky Sword all this time, and you don't dare to fight me. Today, you have finally come out, so I will kill you first. After that, I will kill that little fellow. The divine soul that was hidden in a bead beside the Freezing Sky Sword also transformed into the figure of a gray-haired old man and said arrogantly. Obviously, the white-robed middle-aged man who was called Wu Shuang was the founder of the Immortal Heaven's sacred land. As for the so-called old monster Yan, he was the enemy of the Wu Shuang, a one-marked divine lord realm martial artist. Ye Xiao had heard from those two Dao manifestation realm elders that the founder of the immortal heaven sacred land had already become a divine being and ascended to the divine realm. He didn't expect to be a lie. The founder of the immortal heaven sacred land had his body already destroyed, and his divine soul was hiding inside his sword, freezing sky sword. From their conversation, Ye Xiao also discovered a problem. The conflict between them seemed to be related to something important. Two divine souls that had been left behind for millions of years began to fight again. Although they were only divine souls, they still had a powerful force. Ye Xiao could feel the entire forbidden area of the immortal heaven sacred land trembling under their fight. After several intense collisions, it was obvious that the founder of immortal Hebes sacred land, Wu Shuang, was in a disadvantageous position. His divine soul was unstable and it was showing signs of collapsing. Wu Shuang, if you have continued to be a coward, I really won't be able to do anything to you. But now that you have already come out, I won't let you have the chance to hide in that sword again. Old monster Yan shouted out loudly. He unleashed his fiercest attack at Wu Shuang without caring about anything else. His attack was like a violent storm. Old monster Yan didn't put Wu Shuang in his eyes at all. Old monster Yan, I have been waiting for this moment for millions of years. Do you really think that I can't get rid of you? You are too naive. Wu Shuang's body formed from divine soul was blasted apart several times, but he still persisted. Suddenly, a silver brilliance shone and his divine soul seemed to have been strengthened a little. Don't bluff here, you're already at the end of your rope. Don't think of using a secret technique to strengthen the divine soul would scare me. Old monster Yan shouted as he attacked. Seeing this, Ye Xiao, who was watching the fun from the side, shook his head and chuckled that it was a pity. It was obvious that old monster Yan had been intimidated by Wu Shuang's words and had fallen into his trap. Ye Xiao stood aside and watched everything. He didn't believe that this Wu Shuang would become so crazy and start attacking the divine soul of old monster Yan, thinking that Ye Xiao was a disciple of immortal heaven's sacred land. He also guessed that there must be some other reason for their fight. Chapter 653. The abandoned world. The two divine souls from millions of years ago were fighting intensely, without caring about anything. They didn't even seem to put Ye Xiao in their eyes, though Wu Shuang did try to not put Ye Xiao in danger. If not for the secret technique, Wu Shuang's divine soul would have been shattered long ago. After all, at his peak, Wu Shuang was only a Dao manifestation realm martial artist, maybe a late Dao tribulation stage of the Dao manifestation realm. On the other hand, old monster Yan was a genuine divine lord. His divine soul was much stronger than Wu Shuang's in every possible way. When both of them were still alive, Wu Shuang relied on the power of the freezing sky sword to go against old monster Yan and even caused the old monster Yan's physical body to be destroyed, though the same happened to him in the end. Now that both of their bodies have been destroyed and were only left with divine souls, Wu Shuang's divine soul was obviously weaker than old monster Yan, causing him to suffer endlessly. Divine soul has one greatest characteristic, that is, even if a person's body is destroyed, they would still not die. To kill a divine being, one has to destroy their divine soul. If not, the divine soul can possess another's body or use a secret technique to create another body and revive again. Soul destruction. The fight between the two divine souls continued for a long time, causing Ye Xiao, who was watching everything from the side, to feel irritated. He did not hesitate and used the soul destruction to destroy the divine soul of old monster Yan immediately. This battle that originated millions of years ago had finally come to an end at this time. Wu Shuang's divine soul had once again condensed, but it was now incomparably thin, like a mist that could be blown away by a gust of wind. He looked at Ye Xiao and vaguely saw his figure. Although he was surprised and didn't know how Ye Xiao killed old monster Yan, he didn't ask any questions. It is because he was not left with much time. While fighting old monster Yan, he was continuously using a secret technique to heal his soul. The secret technique is not as simple as it seems on the surface. This technique actually used Wu Shuang's soul force to heal his soul. The continuous use of this technique caused Wu Shuang's divine soul to be weakened by simply 9/10 of its original strength. He knew he would be disappearing at any moment. So, without asking any questions or saying any nonsense, Wu Shuang slowly said, "You must be wondering who that old man was and why we were fighting like that. There is no time for me to explain many things. I'll cut everything short, so listen well. Old Monster Yan and I were actually enemies since our childhood. We both went to the same sect to cultivate and had some conflicts. The conflict was strengthened when both of us fell for a single woman. Both of us started fighting to get her from time to time. Maybe this caused that girl to be disgusted with us. She married another man. We had many more conflicts in our lives but and become the life enemy of one another. We slowly rose to power. When I become a Dao Soul stage martial artist, I established the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land, but Old Monster Yan continued to be a lone wolf. After the establishment of the Sacred Land, I got busy, which caused my cultivation to slow down. When I broke through to the late Dao Tribulation stage of the Dao Manifestation Realm, Old Monster Yan had already cultivated to the peak and was waiting for an opportunity to transform into a divine being and ascend to the divine realm. One day, a terrible fluctuation of energy appeared in the endless dark space, swamping over hundreds of worlds at once. This energy storm was so horrifying that instantly destroyed dozens of worlds that were too close to its source. This energy storm continued for full 10 days, and when everything calmed down, a crack in the dark space appeared. Thousands of Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists gathered from thousands of worlds gathered and entered the crack to explore what was on the other side. You won't believe it, the other side of the crack actually led us to an abandoned world. And that abandoned world was actually located in the divine realm. When we discovered this, we became extremely excited. We could feel abundant, true essence in that abandoned world. We didn't know why that world was abandoned by those divine beings. What we knew was that an opportunity was right in front of us. All we needed to do was to explore the abandoned world. We also tried to get out of the world so that we no longer have to wait for our breakthrough, transform into divine being, and then ascend to the divine realm. We could simply stay in the divine realm and cultivate. But we failed to get out of the abandoned world. As I said, that world was imprisoned. A great formation was blocking the sky of that world. Not being able to go out, we started to explore the world and cultivate there. We spent a total of 1,000 years in that abandoned world before we were automatically teleported out, returning to the upper realm. In that abandoned world, everyone had their own opportunities. Old Monster Yan broke through to the Divine Lord realm and become a one-marked Divine Lord. My cultivation also increased by a lot and reached the peak of the Dao Manifestation realm, only half a step away from the Divine Lord realm. Many other Dao Manifestation realm martial artists also broke through to Divine Lord realm, and after returning to the upper realm, all of them ascended to the divine realm. In that abandoned world, I found many divine rank cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, some divine rank pills, one mid-grade divine rank sword, and a treasure without any rank. Don't get confused when I say a treasure without any rank, because exactly this thing caused Old Monster Yan to fight me to the death. When I got that treasure, Old Monster Yan saw me. He wanted to attack me immediately, but exactly at that time, all of us were teleported back to the upper realm mysteriously. Old Monster Yan didn't want to attract others' attention on that treasure, so he did not attack me immediately. Instead, he waited for me to return back to the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land and then attacked me. I did not even get the chance to give the divine rank martial arts skills and cultivation techniques to my Immortal Heaven Sacred Land when I was attacked by Old Monster Yan. To keep my Immortal Heaven Sacred Land safe, I led Old Monster Yan to my Sacred Land's forbidden area, and with the help of mid-grade divine rank sword, I fought him. Our battle continued for more than 10 days and both of us lost our physical bodies. Only our divine souls were left. I was weaker in terms of divine soul, so I chose to hide inside the freezing sky sword. Old Monster Yan didn't want to give up on that treasure, so he used the divine soul bead, which was one of the treasures he found in that abandoned world, and hide inside it. He started to wait for me to come out so that he can kill me and take away that treasure. And I also started to wait for someone from my Immortal Heaven Sacred Land to come so that I can give him that treasure and leave this world with Old Monster Yan, ending our enmity millions of years. But no one was able to come here. In all these millions of years, I saw every generation of sacred leaders coming to the forbidden ground, but no one was able to bear the pressure and burnt from those chaotic energies out there and come here. I don't know why you came here, but since you could enter the forbidden ground, it means you are an important person of my Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. So, I'll give that treasure to you. That treasure is underneath the ground where Freezing Sky Sword is stabbed at. Since you met me and Old Monster has died, even I'm about to disappear, it means the treasure is fated to you. However, remember that you must not reveal this treasure to anyone. Also, listen well, there is a magnificent palace at the center of that abandoned world. We explored every corner of that abandoned world except for that magnificent palace. No one was able to enter that palace no matter how hard we tried. I hope you could enter." The moment Wu Shuang finished saying this, his divine soul transformed into many light blue fragments of light and dissipated into thin air. Chapter 654, Key to the Abandoned World. Ye Xiao knew that Wu Shuang thought of him as a member of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. Wu Shuang didn't know that Ye Xiao was actually the one who destroyed the sacred land that he had founded millions of years ago. Well, Ye Xiao also didn't tell him. There was no reason why he should tell Wu Shuang about the destruction of the Immortal Heaven Scared Land. Ye Xiao let Wu Shuang think he was an important member of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land and the treasures had fallen into the safe hand. With this, Wu Shuang happily left this world. After Wu Shuang's divine soul disappeared, Ye Xiao looked at the freezing sky sword. Then he shifted his gaze slightly and saw a milky white bead the size of a fist not far from the freezing sky sword. This was the divine soul bead that old monster Yan had gotten from the abandoned world of the divine realm. This was a divine rank treasure. Ye Xiao did not know the function of this divine soul bead, but one thing he was sure about was that this divine soul bead is definitely related to divine souls of martial artists and its functions must be applied only on divine souls. Ye Xiao grabbed the divine soul bead in his hand. Immediately, he felt a surge of pure soul force surging in his hand, causing him to feel refreshed. Ye Xiao immediately understood what is the effect of this divine soul bead. The divine soul bead could help a martial artist increase the strength of their divine soul and let it experience a qualitative leap. If it is a Dao body stage martial artist, with the help of this divine soul bead, that martial artist could evolve their soul into divine soul in the shortest period of time. It could also help divine beings raise their soul force and nurture a nascent soul. This was a heavenly treasure for any martial artist. It was a pity that Ye Xiao has no use of this divine soul bead. In terms of soul, Ye Xiao was afraid that not even a ruler could match him. After all, a ruler can give birth to nascent soul, but Ye Xiao already has divine nascent soul. If he could properly control his divine nascent soul, then it would not be difficult for him to kill rulers using the soul destruction ability. It is just that, for some reason, Ye Xiao could only sense his divine nascent soul but could not control it. His divine nascent soul has already given birth to its intelligence, which is only possible for extreme rulers. From the moment Ye Xiao walked on the supreme platform, everything about him changed drastically. He himself didn't know what would happen after he ascended to the divine realm or what his cultivation path will be. Everything about him has already become unexplainable that even Queen, the most ancient and first ever being along with 9 ancestral dragons to be born in this universe, could not explain. Shui Xiaofei was already at the early Dao body stage of the Dao manifestation realm. Ye Xiao decided to give this divine soul bead as a gift to Shui Xiaofei. With this divine soul bead, the time taken for Shui Xiaofei to break through to the Dao soul stage would be greatly shortened. Keeping the divine soul bead, Ye Xiao took out the freezing sky sword. At first, Ye Xiao thought that this sword was a low-grade divine rank sword. But according to Wu Shuang, it was a middle-grade divine rank sword. Even in the divine realm, it would be called a treasure. Using the freezing sky sword, Ye Xiao slashed open the ground from where he had just pulled out the freezing sky sword. Just like what Wu Shuang had said, there was something underneath. It was a piece of metal. This piece of metal was the reason and trigger of the war between the old monster Yan and Wu Shuang of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. There must be a big secret behind this metal piece. Ye Xiao looked at it for some time and then put it away. Ye Xiao did not know what this metal piece was and he could not sense anything special about it, but he knew, this metal piece was not an ordinary metal. There must be some secret about it that he has to crack carefully. But right now was not the time. After putting away the piece of metal, Ye Xiao's figure flashed and he left the forbidden area of the Immortal Heaven Scared Land. Here, he saw that the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land has already been destroyed. Not a single life could be seen in the entire Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. Ye Xiao spread his divine sense and nodded his head. The elders of the 100 Treasure Pavilion did the job that they were told to do. They only killed immortal emperors and ancient immortals of the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. He did not find the corpse of any immortal king or below martial artists, which was proof that not a single martial artist below the Immortal Emperor realm was killed. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and left the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. He did not directly go to the Spirit Martial Sacred Land, instead, he arrived at a forest nearby the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. Then he found a cave and set up a formation outside the cave. After that, he started to count the rewards he had obtained from this trip to the Forbidden Land. The cultivation method, martial arts skill, and pills were all thrown into a spatial ring by Ye Xiao without giving it a second glance. He then took out the divine soul bead. It was a treasure that could only be chanced upon by luck. The energy within the divine soul bead could greatly increase the strength of a martial artist's divine soul. However, it was also very difficult to refine it. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and kept it before taking out the piece of metal. Ye Xiao didn't know what this piece of metal is. He didn't try to find out anything about it inside the Forbidden Land was because he wanted to return to the spirit martial sacred land first, and after finding some time, he'll try to discover what it actually is. But after coming out from the Forbidden Land, Ye Xiao changed his mind and decided to first discover what it is before going to the spirit martial sacred land. Ye Xiao observed it closely but failed to find anything. It was just like any other ordinary metal. Taking deep breaths, Ye Xiao released his divine sense and then used his divine sense to see if there was something special about this token. The moment he did this, he immediately saw many strange patterns in his line sight that were carved on this piece of metal but were not visible to the naked eye. Also, at the same time, a message appeared in Ye Xiao's mind, causing him to take deep breaths. It was no wonder why Wu Shuang fought so hard just to keep this metal for himself, and old monster Yan fought to death just to get his hand on this piece of metal. This piece of metal was actually the key to the abandoned world. The abandoned world was sealed within a great formation. No one could get inside the abandoned world or go outside of the abandoned world, all because of that formation. For some reason, the entrance to the abandoned world opened in the upper realm millions of years ago, causing people to go inside and explore the abandoned world. Without the space crack that leads those martial artists inside the abandoned world in the past, it would have been simply impossible for anyone to go inside. But this rule was not applied to the holder of this token. With the help of this token, one can easily enter and exit the abandoned world. Ye Xiao suddenly remembered that Wu Shuang told him about a magnificent palace at the center of the abandoned world which was still unexplored. He told Ye Xiao to go and explore that magnificent palace if possible. It was no wonder, with the help of this token, he could easily go to the abandoned world. Also, this token might be the key to entering the magnificent palace. Wu Shuang failed to confirm this because not long after he obtained the metal piece, he was attacked by old monster Yan. And after that, they were teleported out from the abandoned world automatically. To not attract anyone's attention, old monster Yan first let Wu Shuang return to the immortal heaven sacred land before attacking. Wu Shuang never got an opportunity to return back to the abandoned world and confirm if this metal piece was really the key to entering the magnificent palace or not. Chapter 655. Gray ball of light. Just as Ye Xiao was continuously observing the piece of metal with his divine sense, he suddenly thought of eyes of insight. Eyes of insight could see through the essence of anything and everything. So, what will happen if he was to look at this ordinary-looking metal with eyes of insight? Thinking of this, Ye Xiao retracted his divine sense and used the eyes of insight. His eyes' color changed immediately to green, and at the same time, the aura around Ye Xiao's body seemed to have changed slightly. Ye Xiao then looked at the piece of metal and realized that he really could see all the patterns he previously saw on the metal piece. But even with the eyes of insight, he failed to understand the essence of those patterns. Maybe, it was because his current strength was too low. Although the eyes of insight could see through the essence of everything in the universe and could let its owner understand them, it was not omnipotent. If the owner of eyes of insight is weak, though these eyes still could see through the essence of the stronger treasure of the universe, they could not let their owner understand the essence. Being able to see through the essence and understanding them are completely two different things. For example, anyone could see a formation, but only the formation master understands the meaning of those formations and can lay down or alter them. Understanding formations is not everyone's cup of tea. The same goes for the eyes of insight. Even a mortal who possesses the eyes of insight can see through the essence a divine rank treasure. But understanding them was a completely different matter. As Ye Xiao was observing the metal piece of eyes of insight, he suddenly saw a gray ball of light on the token. He frowned and looked at the gray ball of light curiously. As if the gray ball of light was alive, it could feel someone observing it. It quivered a little and instantly shot forward, entering the space in the middle of Ye Xiao's brows and disappearing. This is what happened just now. Ye Xiao immediately investigated his body but failed to find anything. Then he looked into his divine sea and was shocked to see that the space in his divine sea has been separated into two. One side was the universe of the heavenly pearl, which seemed to be covered in some kind of membrane, protecting it from the invasion of outside forces. And the second space has a gray ball of light. Ye Xiao immediately understood that this gray ball of light is no ordinary thing. It was definitely extraordinary, so much that it forced the second universe to cover itself with a membrane. What are you? Ye Xiao muttered and tried to touch the gray ball of light with his divine sense. The moment he touched the black dot, he was shocked to see his ancient emperor divine soul growing stronger at a terrifying speed. As the ancient emperor divine soul grew stronger, Ye Xiao discovered that the gray ball of light suddenly had some fluctuations. The fluctuations of the gray ball of light in his divine sea became more and more intense, as if it was a seed that was about to break out of the ground. Ye Xiao's heart tightened, and he immediately stopped touching the gray ball of light with his divine sense, causing his ancient emperor divine soul to stop growing stronger. At the same time, the gray ball of light also calmed down and all the fluctuation disappeared. Looking closely, Ye Xiao found that the gray ball of light has shrunk a little. What exactly is this gray ball of light? The secrets contained within this thing might be extremely shocking. If he allowed the gray ball of light in his divine sea to continue producing powerful fluctuations, he was afraid that he would be noticed by some unknown existence of the divine realm. He also didn't know what kind of consequences it would cause. After all, some worldly divine lords has already descended to the divine realm because of what happened in the well of hell and were looking for him everywhere. Ye Xiao was very cautious about this. He then looked at the cave and started to lay down a series of formations. Every single one of these formations was pseudo-divine rank formation. After laying down tens of these formations, Ye Xiao finally was relieved and thought that he could finally observe the gray ball of light again. His ancient emperor divine soul started to grow stronger again and those fluctuations once again appeared. When the gray ball of light shrunk by more than half, his ancient emperor divine soul finally stopped growing stronger. But Ye Xiao could feel the strength of his soul. He was now sure that he could destroy the soul of those worldly divine lords with a single thought. Previously, Ye Xiao was sure about immediately killing divine lords, but now, he was sure to kill worldly divine lords. The difference between his soul's strength could be seen from this. Of course, if he can properly control the divine nascent soul, killing a ruler is not impossible. But he did not have any idea how to control the divine nascent soul or even how to communicate with it. When his ancient emperor divine soul stopped growing stronger, the strange fluctuation suddenly became more than 100 times stronger and a burst of strange power caused Ye Xiao's surroundings to explode. A huge explosion occurred that not only destroyed the cave, but also the entire mountain. Thankfully, Ye Xiao had already laid down a series of formations, because of which, the space where Ye Xiao was sitting was safe and sound. It could be said that Ye Xiao was currently buried under the mountain, in a small space that was being protected by tens of pseudo-divine rank formations. As for Ye Xiao himself, he was currently in shock. It is because he was looking at a completely different world. This place was empty, without any signs of life. However, there were countless powerful auras surging around. After Ye Xiao observed for a moment, a powerful suction force erupted from this mysterious world, trying to pull Ye Xiao's soul into it. Ye Xiao made a prompt decision. He gritted his teeth and forcefully resisted the powerful suction force. A look of shock appeared on Ye Xiao's face. He was shocked to see that in front of this powerful suction force, even his devouring law was like a child's play. Maybe, he was able to resist the suction force because he was simply too far away from the world he was looking at right now, so far that measuring the distance was simply impossible for even rulers or gods. While Ye Xiao was resisting the powerful suction force, he was suddenly enlightened and his understanding of devouring law started to increase rapidly. Ye Xiao entered a mysterious state where he was able to automatically resist the suction force. Not only this, because of this suction force, his understanding of devouring law was like an arrow shot by a powerful bow. The speed of understanding was so fast that even Ye Xiao felt for a moment that it was impossible. Moon Shadow World, ancient ruin. Inside the ruin where Ye Xiao laid down countless formations to hide the locations where ancient devils were sealed, there was an abyss, and deep down the abyss was a palace. This was exactly the palace where Ye Xiao had seen blood-red coffin. And inside the coffin was soul-captivating beauty sleeping. When Ye Xiao looked at this beauty previously, he felt consciousness becoming blurry, and as if charmed by the beauty inside, a dirty thought sprouted in his mind and he had the urge to get intimate with her. This beauty was definitely a soul-captivating witch. Well, right now, the blood-red coffin was already filled with cracks. The beauty inside the coffin suddenly opened her eyes and a powerful aura burst out from her body. causing the coffin to be destroyed instantly, and along with the coffin, the strange arrays that were sealing the coffin were also broken. After a moment, the beauty muttered, "Someone has discovered the void god realm. This is perfect." The beauty raised her head and looked at the sky. Her line of sight was covered with walls and roof of the palace, as well as the darkness of the abyss, but even so, her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Her gaze even pierced through the space itself and passed through countless worlds. It directly looked at a figure sitting in the middle of tens of formations, lost in a mysterious state. The moment she saw Ye Xiao, a terrifying killing intent burst out from her body. It is actually him. This person actually dared to take advantage of me and kissed me. I'll definitely kill him. She raised her hand and a light shone, that was powerful to the extent which caused the entire ruin to tremble violently. Chapter 656. As weak as an ant, she was ready to kill Ye Xiao instantly, but realizing something, she immediately regained her calm and everything returned to normal once again. She muttered, "No, I cannot kill him, at least not yet. He is the only person who was able to sense and see the void god realm. He is the key for me to return back to chaos. Right now, I have to heal. My cultivation has regressed too much. I have to recover my cultivation base, heal my injuries, and go back to chaos. This person is the only one who can help me." She took a deep breath and then continued looking at Ye Xiao, who was still in the state of enlightenment. This state continued for more than 3 days before he regained his senses. Ye Xiao had an excited expression on his face. He was simply too happy, so much that it took him more than 5 minutes to calm down. But even so, he kept smiling like a fool. "I actually comprehend the devouring law to perfection. All I need now is to advance to the Divine Lord realm. I already have a Tao fruit, so I don't need to break through and become a ruler to comprehend the profound meaning. I can start comprehending the profound meaning of devouring law right after breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. This is insane." Ye Xiao was excited, but he didn't sense that there was someone looking at him from far away. She gritted her teeth when she saw Ye Xiao's excited expression. His face reminded her of the time when Ye Xiao kissed her. She had cultivated for an extremely long time, for hundreds of thousands of years, but even so, she had never been intimate to any man. Let alone kissing. She had never even held the hand of a man. But when she was deep in slumber, Ye Xiao actually took advantage of her and kissed her. Just the thought of this was making the beauty go crazy. She wanted nothing more than to kill Ye Xiao immediately, and she was capable of doing so. But the reasons told her that she should not. If she killed Ye Xiao, she will have no way to recover her injuries. It is because she cannot enter the void god realm. As for what the void god realm is, this is something only she knows. "Hey, you." Ye Xiao calmed down, kept the metal piece after staring at it for some time. He had no idea what the void god realm is. What he knows is that the void god realm is most likely a world. As for how to go there, Ye Xiao did not dare to even think of this. It is because just the thought of his soul being sucked by the sucking force of void god realm was enough to make him tremble. It has to be known that Ye Xiao's most powerful aspect was his soul. There was no under the heaves with a soul like him. He was the only one who has the ancient emperor divine soul. But even so, it was almost sucked by the swallowing force of void god realm. Not only this, the swallowing force of the void god realm was so strong that made Ye Xiao comprehend the devouring law to perfection. Just this is enough to make one guess what kind of terrifying world this void god realm must be. Not to mention, after going to this place, what he'll encounter will be much more dangerous than this swallowing force. Ye Xiao simply had no thought to even look for a way to go there. This was out of the question, at least for the time until he become powerful enough to stay unaffected in front of the terrifying swallowing force of the void god realm. He taking deep breaths, just as Ye Xiao was about to leave and go back to the spirit martial sacred land to meet Shui Xiaofei, he heard a female's voice. Although the words sounded rude, the voice seemed to be coming from an angel. Ye Xiao was alerted and almost jumped out. It was because he knew that his surroundings has crumbled and there was no one in thousands of kilometers of area. Then where does this sound come from? The beauty's eyes shone golden, and before Ye Xiao could even scan his surroundings, he was suddenly pulled into an unfamiliar space, and this feeling of being pulled into many different unfamiliar spaces continued for a minute before Ye Xiao found himself standing right in front of the beauty, who seemed to have already carved a beautiful as well as a horrible memory in his mind and heart. "It's you." The moment Ye Xiao saw this beauty, he immediately recognized her. She was the one whom he kissed her uncontrollably. After seeing her face once, he seemed to have been charmed. He could not control his body as he kissed her. And that horrifying killing intent burst out from her body after she opened her eyes. It is something Ye Xiao could never forget. This kind of killing intent was something he had never felt before. Although the memory was beautiful, the feeling of kissing was comfortable and lovely, and the girl was also an angel-like figure, that killing intent was enough to make one shake in fear and forget all these things instantly. Because of this, Ye Xiao did not want to see her again. But for some reason, he felt himself being pulled in many different spaces before he found himself standing right in front of this devilish beauty. So, you still remembered. Ha! Another burst of bone-chilling killing intent enveloped the entire place, making Ye Xiao's body shudder uncontrollably on its own. This beauty seemed to have a grudge against him. This grudge must be because of that kiss. When she heard Ye Xiao blurting out, "It's you," she knew Ye Xiao remembered her and that kiss. She could not control her emotions for a second as killing intent burst out from her body. But she quickly controlled it and everything returned to normal. Although the burst of killing intent was there for only a single moment, Ye Xiao felt like he was standing in front of the most terrifying devil ever to come by. Taking deep breaths, Ye Xiao mustered up the courage and asked, "How did I come here? Who are you? Are you a ruler or a god?" "Ruler. God." The beauty frowned then laughed mockingly. But this laughter of hers seemed to be aimed at herself. She said coldly, "You came here because I brought you here. As for how, you don't need to know. Even if I tell you, you won't understand." Ye Xiao waited for her to answer his second question, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of answering him anymore. She directly come to the point and said, "Let me look at the Void God token." Void God token? Ye Xiao frowned. He didn't understand what she was talking about. "Idiot, I'm talking about the piece of metal in your possession. You seem to have seen the Void God realm because of that token." Void God realm? Ye Xiao suddenly realized what she was talking about. He immediately took out the metal piece and said, "Are you talking about this?" "Yes," the beauty said, and the token flew at her on its own instantly. Ye Xiao was startled. He was sure that he had been holding the token tightly, but even so, it was taken by the beauty easily. This alone was enough to prove how powerful this beauty actually is. What is this Void God realm? Ye Xiao understood that this girl knows about the Void God realm. So, he became curious and asked, "You don't need to know." Ye Xiao was disappointed by her answer. But what made him almost cough out blood was her next sentence. She said, "You are not qualified to know. Even if it is God realm martial artists, they wouldn't be qualified to know what Void God realm is, let alone an ant like you." Her remark was like an arrow, directly stabbing his heart. He felt he was too powerful now, invincible in the upper realm, and can even face divine lords and world lords. But in the eyes of this beauty, he was no different from an ant. Ye Xiao thought that this girl was taking revenge on him for that kiss by talking this rudely. He still did not believe he is weak. He said, "You are more powerful than me, this doesn't mean I'm weak. I'm still someone whom no one in the upper realm can rival. Even divine lords are no match for me, and I'm confident to face worldly lords." Understood. When she heard this, the beauty shifted her gaze from the token and looked at Ye Xiao. Then she suddenly laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, do you really think you are powerful just because you can face worldly lords? Fool, even if you become a ruler, you'll still be as weak as an ant in front of me. Don't make a fool of yourself by saying you are strong." Chapter 657. Link between Divine Realm and Void God Realm. Ye Xiao wanted to retort the beauty but could not say anything. He could also feel that this beauty is simply too powerful. She was actually able to pull Ye Xiao to the ancient ruin from a mortal heaven world. One has to know that the ancient ruin could not be entered like one's own home. There are some rules and restrictions to enter and exit the ancient ruin. But the girl in front of him was able to bring Ye Xiao directly to her through space. This kind of strength, Ye Xiao was afraid that only gods or even gods might not possess such power. Thinking of this, he once again asked, "What is your cultivation base? You seem to not put even gods in your eyes. Are you an ancient god?" Without looking at him, the girl seemed to be lost in deep thought as she replied, "Well, I once was someone who even looked down on ancient gods, let alone gods. But, right now, although I'm sure to face ancient god with my current strength, winning against them is still out of question. But, they also could not win against me." She then suddenly came back to her senses and said coldly, "You don't need to know more. And if you ask any more questions, I'll be sure to beat you up first." Ye Xiao shuddered without any warning for some reason. His own body seems to fear the girl in front of him. Suddenly, the domineering god stone inside his divine nascent soul trembled a little, and comfortable energy surged out from it, spreading throughout his body in an instant, instantly calming him down. The girl seemed to be surprised when she saw Ye Xiao calming down suddenly. She looked at him deeply, seeming to be able to see through his body and soul as her gaze stopped at the divine nascent soul that was holding the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. The nascent divine soul also seemed to have felt someone spying on it. It snapped open its golden pair of eyes, which was enough to send a cold chill running down one's spine. But the beautiful girl only seemed to be surprised a little and did not react much. Instead, Ye Xiao's divine nascent soul looked as if it has just seen a terrifying person against whom it could not stand a chance. It once again closed its eyes, returning to its calm state. She winced strangely and then said, "You are just a Tao tribulation stage martial artist, yet you have already given birth to divine nascent soul. Although it has already given birth to intelligence, it is still different from other divine nascent souls that have also given birth to intelligence. Though it was for a moment, your divine nascent soul was able to see through my true nature." How interesting. Ye Xiao also sighed with relief when he heard this. Her words are enough to prove that she was also unable to see domineering God stone inside his divine nascent soul. It can also prove that domineering God stone is not just some normal stone, it must have its own secret, no less than the universe of heavenly pearl. True nature. What are you talking about? You again dared ask question. Believe it or not, I can kill you instantly. A strange smile formed on Ye Xiao's mouth as he replied while laughing slightly, I don't think you'll kill me. Since you brought me here, it must not be as simple as taking revenge for that kiss. After all, if you are able to bring me here through space while I was still in the immortal heaven world, you can also kill me instantly from here. There is no need for you to pull me here. The girl was surprised. She didn't expect Ye Xiao to guess this point. I'm surprised you can actually guess this point. That's right, I do want you to do something for me. If you do this, I can forget about you taking advantage of me. But if you didn't do it, I'll make sure to kill you. Ye Xiao shuddered again as the girl released her killing intent for a moment. He softly muttered, I didn't take advantage of you. It is just that, the second I saw you, I seemed to have been charmed by you. The only thought in my mind at that time was to become intimate with you. If I did not have done my best to stop this impulse of mine, do you really think it would have been as simple as just a kiss? Ye Xiao was fortunate that his voice was too low to be heard by the girl. Otherwise, Ye Xiao might have been killed today. What do you want from me? Nothing much. You just need to collect a few God-grade spirit herbs and give them to me. What? God-grade spirit herbs? Didn't you hear what I just told you? Yes. I mean no, wait. Ye Xiao calmed his surging emotion and said, but still in a shocked voice, you should know I'm only a Tao tribulation stage martial artist. It is impossible for me to obtain a single God-grade spirit herbs. Not to mention God-grade spirit herbs, I cannot even obtain top-grade divine rank spirit herb with my current strength. The girl nodded, I know that. That's why I'm giving you 1,000 years of time. You are someone who has even given birth to a divine nascent soul at the Tao tribulation stage. I can also see that you are not even 200 years old. There is no doubt you are a genius. In the coming 1,000 years, I believe you can definitely break through to the worldly divine Lord realm. After breaking through to the worldly divine Lord realm, use the Void God token and go to the world that is the link between divine realm and the Void God realm. At the center of that world, you'll see a gigantic palace. That palace is actually called the Void God Vault. There, you'll find many treasures. The lowest grade of treasure there is God-grade treasures. With the cultivation base of a worldly divine lord, you can only open the vault and enter the space where God-grade treasures are stored. You can keep all other treasures. What I want are just God-grade spirit herbs. All you need to do is to bring those God-grade spirit herbs to me. That's all. Ye Xiao frowned for a moment. Then he seems to understand something as he asked, are you telling me that the abandoned world from where Void God token came from is a link between the divine realm and the Void God realm? And the magnificent palace in the center of this world has countless God-grade spirit herbs. No, wait, even God-grade herbs, there is just the lowest grade of herbs. Are you for real? The beautiful girl didn't bate an eye to him. She just replied directly, yes, that world is the link between divine realm and the Void God realm. You don't need to know more. If you can help me by bringing those God-grade herbs to me in 1,000 years of time, I'll tell you a secret that will definitely shock you. This secret is also something that no one in this universe knows, from the moment of this universe's birth. That can be considered as me repaying the favor I'll receive from you. After that time, if I see you again anywhere, I'll kill you." The next instant, before letting Ye Xiao ask any question, she waved her hand and Ye Xiao seemed to have been pushed by a powerful force. He felt like being pushed into a dark hole, and the next moment, he fell to the ground. Looking at the surroundings, Ye Xiao found himself in the same cave, in the middle of tens of pseudo-divine rank formations that he personally had laid down before. Ye Xiao took deep breaths. He had many questions in his mind at the moment, such as, what is the Void God Realm? What is the purpose of the world that is the only link between Divine Realm and the Void God Realm? Who is Void God, and what is the purpose of him living his treasure vault in the abandoned world? Who is this mysterious beautiful girl? Why does she need so many God-grade spirit herbs? Is she injured badly, or is there some problem with her cultivation? She is much more powerful than him, to the extent where she can pull or push Ye Xiao from into a different world. If she wants the God-grade spirit herbs, why doesn't she go to the abandoned world herself? With her strength, she can quickly get her hands on those herbs. Why is it that she needs him to bring those treasures back? Chapter 658. Immortal Origin. Liquid Spirit Martial Sacred Land. Returning back to the Sacred Land, Shui Xiaofei started to wait for Ye Xiao to come back. She still could not believe that the young man back then has not only ascended to the upper realm, he has also become an extremely powerful martial artist. And all of this happened in the period of 100 and more than a dozen years. This kind of speed in cultivation was never heard of. But this was not at all important. What is important is that Ye Xiao has really come looking for her. It means Ye Xiao was a faithful person. She had been waiting for Ye Xiao to ascend to the upper realm and was ready to wait for thousands of years before they could meet again. A few years ago, she even thought of going back to the Holy Beast continent and bringing Ye Xiao to the upper realm with her. But she didn't have the time to go to the lower realm. She was too busy all this time, mainly because of the Immortal Heavens Sacred Land. But now, all the trouble has been erased. Hu Jintao and Hu Bin, the pair of father and son, died in front of her. She knew no one will come to cause trouble for her now. Currently, she was walking in a beautiful garden while admiring the scenery. Suddenly, her disciple came running and said while gasping for breaths, Master, we just received a piece of news. This is. Calm down first and then talk." "Yes, Master." Taking a deep breath, her disciple calmed down and then said, "We have just received the news that the Immortal Heavens Sacred Land has been destroyed. Many Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists attacked the Immortal Heavens Sacred Land and destroyed them. The news is true, and many powerful martial artists of our Immortal Heaven world are currently going to the Immortal Heavens Sacred Land to fish in trouble." Shui Xiaofei was shocked. The Immortal Heaven Sacred Land was the strongest sacred land of the Immortal Heaven world. But now, it was destroyed. Who were those people that destroyed the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land? No one knows. The rumors are saying that those people had hidden their identities before they attacked the Immortal Heaven Sacred Land. They killed all the Immortal Emperor, Ancient Immortal, and Dao Manifestation Realm martial artists of the Sacred Land. As for martial artists below Immortal Emperor Realm, they didn't touch any of them and let them escape. "Master, Immortal Heaven Sacred Land was the strongest force of our Immortal Heaven world. There must be a lot of treasures there. Why don't you send a few elders to go and look for treasures there?" Shui Xiaofei thought for a while and then shook her head, saying, "No, let's not get involved in this matter. What we have is already enough. Although we really need a large number of resources to grow into a powerful sacred land, and the current destroyed Immortal Heaven Sacred Land is an opportunity, however, don't forget that there are also many other scared lands. They'll definitely send their people to get those treasures. We are already weaker than other sacred lands. Even if we sent our elders, let's say that a conflict arose between our elders and other sacred lands' elders, our elders will definitely suffer. We don't even have 10 ancient immortals in our sacred land. If any one of them died, it'll be a great loss. So, let's stay put for now and slowly increase the strength of our sacred land. When we'll become stronger, then participating in an event like this will no longer be a problem." While both master and disciple were talking, Ye Xiao appeared in front of the gate of Spirit Martial Sacred Land. Looking at the magnificent gate, a smile appeared on his face. He then took a deep breath and stepped forward, but was stopped by the two guards. "Stop. Explain, what is your purpose of coming to Spirit Martial Sacred Land?" If you want to enter our sacred land, you'll have to wait for another 6 months. In 6 months, our sacred land will recruit disciples. At that time, you can come back. Ye Xiao shook his head and replied, I'm here to visit your leader. Why don't you go and inform her about my arrival? Ye Xiao thought that the guards will laugh at him. He was expecting them to ridicule him for thinking too much. Unexpectedly, nothing like that happened. Instead, one of the guards asked in a surprised tone, Are you Master Ye Xiao? Master. Ye Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded his head and replied, Well, I'm Ye Xiao. The guards looked incomparably happy. They immediately invited Ye Xiao in and said, Sacred Leader has told us that you'll come. Now that you are here, I'll go and inform Sacred Leader. It turned out that Shui Xiaofei had already informed the guards that he'll come looking for her. It was no wonder that the guards didn't ridicule him or look down on him. Instead, they welcomed Ye Xiao happily. One of the guards went to inform Shui Xiaofei about Ye Xiao's arrival while the other guard brought Ye Xiao to a pre-prepared courtyard. This courtyard looked majestic and there were all things of comfort available inside the mansion. Ye Xiao went inside and started waiting for Shui Xiaofei. He did not need to wait for long. Shui Xiaofei came as fast as possible. Following her was her only disciple, Chu Yun. But the next instant, Shui Xiaofei's master also appeared. Although Shui Xiaofei was the current sacred leader of the spirit martial sacred land and was much more powerful than her master, she was still extremely respectful to her master. She obediently stood facing the back of her master. Her master's name was Shui Bing. She had adopted Shui Xiaofei when Shui Xiaofei was 5 years old. Shui Xiaofei was an orphan and had no name. So, her master gave Shui Xiaofei her own surname. Shui Bing used to be very talented, but because of her heavy injuries, her cultivation stagnated. She could not be healed no matter what kind of pill she eat. Because of her heavy injuries, her cultivation speed becomes extremely slow. It took her hundreds of thousands of years to cultivate to the middle stage of the ancient immortal realm. If not for her heavy injuries, she would not have looked like an old woman. Her strength would have also been at least at the Tao Soul stage. She had terrifying cultivation talent when she was young. It was a pity she was ambushed by a person close to her. Well, after she appeared in front of Ye Xiao, she did not show any kind of emotion on her face. Even though she knew Ye Xiao was a powerful expert who even killed Hu Jintao, an early Tao tribulation stage martial artist, she did not show any sign of fear in front of him. Instead, she had a questioning look on her face. She said, Xiaofei told me about you when she returned from the lower realm. She also told me that she'll wait for you to come and look for her. At first, I was against her being together with you. Even now, although you are extremely powerful, maybe a Tao tribulation stage expert, I'm still unwilling. If you want to be together with my disciple, you'll have to pass my test first. What kind of test? Ye Xiao did not think much and said, Tell me first, what is your current cultivation base? Middle Tao tribulation stage of the Tao manifestation realm. Shui Bing nodded her head and said, All right. My test is simple. Go to the double sword sacred land of great martial world and look for a treasure called immortal origin liquid. If you can bring back even a single drop of immortal origin liquid, I'll not have any problem with you and Xiaofei being together. Immortal origin liquid. Ye Xiao was surprised when he heard this. He knew what kind of treasure this immortal origin liquid is. Immortal origin liquid is a pseudo-divine rank treasure, and even a single drop of this liquid could heal any kind of injury in an instant. Immortal origin liquid could only be found in a unique place and also requires a special environment. It takes 100,000 years for a single drop of immortal origin liquid to appear. It is an incomparably precious treasure. Ye Xiao never thought that double sword sacred land actually has such a treasure in their hands. The immortal origin liquid could heal any kind of injury. Even if a person is on the death, a single drop of this liquid can bring that person back to life. It was as miraculous as the life essence of Queen, but there was also a shortcoming. It could not be taken twice by a single person, and it could only have effects on martial artists below Divine Lord realm. Chapter 659. Debt to settle. Ye Xiao immediately guessed why Shui Bing asked Ye Xiao to bring back at least a single drop of immortal origin liquid. It is because she needed this liquid to heal her injuries, and only Ye Xiao has the strength to get this treasure from the double sword sacred land. In other words, she wanted to use Ye Xiao's strength for her own gain. Master. Shui Xiaofei was also surprised when she heard her master's words. She could not believe her master, whom she treated just like her own mother, was asking Ye Xiao to go to the double sword sacred land and bring back at least a drop of immortal origin liquid. In her eyes, although Ye Xiao was able to kill Hu Jintao, an early Dao tribulation stage martial artist, it doesn't mean he has the strength to face the double sword sacred land of the great martial world. Double sword sacred land is the second strongest sacred land of the great martial world. But its strength has already far surpassed the immortal heaven sacred land, the strongest one in the immortal heaven world. It is also said that the current leader of the double sword sacred land has already comprehended the sword heart. Because he was more inclined toward comprehending sword ways, his cultivation was slightly low. He was only at the late Dao soul stage of the Dao manifestation realm. But even so, no Dao tribulation stage martial artist will dare to go against him. It is because the sword heart that he has comprehended is enough to kill even Dao tribulation stage martial artist. She knew her master's request for this test was selfish. Her master wanted to use Ye Xiao's hand to get the treasure that could help her. It's okay. Ye Xiao waved his hand and stopped Shui Xiaofei from saying anything. He looked directly into the eyes of Shui Bing and said, I know the reason why you want me to bring the immortal origin liquid from the double sword sacred land is not only because you want to heal your injuries, it is also because you want to let the current leader of the double sword sacred land suffer heavily. Well, I don't really mind. Double sword sacred land, I also have some debt that I need to settle. So, I'll accept this test. Shui Bing was stunned when she heard what Ye Xiao said. She could not help but deeply look at Ye Xiao. Yes, Ye Xiao was right. She wanted to use Ye Xiao's hand to deal some losses to the leader of Double Sword Sacred Land. It is because the leader of Double Sword Sacred Land is her uncle, the mother's brother. It was also him who ambushed Shui Bing when she was young and almost killed her. It was fortunate that Shui Bing somehow survived, but even so, she suffered heavy injuries that could not be healed even till now. She was puzzled. This matter was something even her own disciple doesn't know. How was Ye Xiao able to know this? She looked deeply at Ye Xiao and said, I didn't expect you, whom I never even met before, to know about my past. Don't blame me for being selfish and think of me as a despicable person. Since you know about my past, you should know that I only got you as an opportunity to take revenge. I don't have the strength to against the double sword sacred land, but you have. So, I could only use your hand. I know. Ye Xiao smiled and replied, what are you guys talking about? And, why don't I know you want to take revenge on the double sword sacred land? Why is that? What is the grudge between you and the double sword sacred land? Shui Xiaofei could not stay still at this moment. She did not understand what Ye Xiao and her master were talking about. After asking her master these questions, she did not stop. She looked at Ye Xiao with a flustered expression and asked him, what is the debt you are talking about that you want to settle with Double Sword Sacred Land? You have to know that Double Sword Sacred Land is a behemoth. Although it is ranked second in the Great Martial World, even the strongest force, Great Martial Scared Land of the Great Martial World would not dare go against Double Sword Sacred Land casually. And you are saying that you can go to the Double Sword Sacred Land and bring back a treasure like the Immortal Origin Liquid. Ye Xiao looked at Shui Xiaofei with a gentle smile on his face. Then he shifted his gaze to her master, Shui Bing, and said, I think you should tell your disciple about your past. Why don't you guys go and talk? I'll like to stay alone for now. Shui Bing and Shui Xiaofei looked at Ye Xiao strangely. Ye Xiao was actually driving them out from the courtyard. They did not think Ye Xiao will do this when it comes to explaining what debt he has to collect from the Double Sword Sacred Land. Even Chu Yun, Shui Xiaofei's disciple, looked at Ye Xiao strangely. But then a smile appeared on her mouth and she chuckled secretly. Ye Xiao was the person who was actually driving her master and grandmaster out of the house. She knew it was time to go. She turned back and was about to leave when she heard Ye Xiao's voice, asking her, you are Xiaofei's disciple, right? Chu Yun looked at her master who was also looking at her. Then she turned at Ye Xiao and said, yes, I am master's disciple. Good. Ye Xiao nodded his head and took out the freezing sky sword. The moment the freezing sky sword was taken out, the temperature of the courtyard instantly dropped and layers of ice started coagulating on the floor and roof. This all happened in an instant. This was the effect of a middle-grade divine rank sword. Ye Xiao saw Chu Yun and the other two people in the courtyard staring at the freezing sky sword as if they had seen a ghost. He chuckled and said, Chu Yun, you have a rare body called the Holy Aqua Feather Body. It is a water-attributed body but a sacred one. This sword is called the Freezing Sky Sword. It is a middle-grade divine rank sword. I think it'll be more suitable for you to use this sword. But remember, not to take it out in front of others and be careful while using this sword. It is a divine sword and might even bring disaster to the spirit martial sacred land if other forces discovered this sword. Saying this, he threw the freezing sky sword at Chu Yun, who hurriedly caught it. For some time, she stared blankly at freezing sky sword in her hand, then kept shifting her gazes between Ye Xiao and freezing sky sword. It was as if she could not believe she had obtained a middle-grade divine rank sword so easily. This was something she had never thought to be possible. The pair of master and disciple, Shui Bing and Shui Xiaofei, were dumbfounded as well. They also could not believe what just happened. After a while, when they came back to their senses, they wanted to say something but found that Ye Xiao had already disappeared at some point. Shui Xiaofei took the freezing sky sword from her disciple's hand and looked at it as if she was looking at the most important treasure she had ever seen. Her master's expression was also the same. With this divine sword, the strength of their sacred land has increased once again. Shui Xiaofei gave the sword to her master, and after her master observed the sword for a while, she gave it back to Chu Yun and said, "Yuner, remember to never take out this sword in front of others. It is better to hand it over to your master for safekeeping. But we'll never force you to do that. Since he gave this sword to you, this sword belongs to you. You need strength to protect this sword, so, if you want to keep this sword with you, you should only take it out when extremely necessary. Also, remember to wipe out any hidden witness that could spread the rumor about you possessing a divine sword." Okay, Chu Yun nodded her head. She thought for a while and gave the freezing sky sword to Shui Xiaofei, telling her, "Master, I want you to keep it for now. When I'll break through to Dao Manifestation Realm, I'll take it and keep this sword with me then. At that time, I'll have the strength to protect myself. And with this sword in my strength, I'm afraid, even Dao Tribulation stage martial artists would not be able to do anything to me at that time. I'll definitely bring our spirit martial sacred land to glory with this sword in my hand." Chapter 660, Evolution of Sea Dragon Spear. Universe of Heavenly Pearl. 9-story pagoda. On the first floor of the 9-story pagoda, Ye Xiao was busy repairing the sea dragon spear. Sea dragon spear had many cracks on it, and Ye Xiao was using the materials he had gathered to repair the sea dragon spear. With his current strength as well as the knowledge of ancient god of weapon refinement, it didn't take long for Ye Xiao to repair the sea dragon spear. But what Ye Xiao wanted to do was not as simple as repairing the sea dragon spear. What he wanted was to let the sea dragon spear grow stronger, evolving it to the pseudo-divine rank weapon. And Ye Xiao was confident about it. It was because of the deep sea essence crystal and the star spirit water that he won in the auction previously. These two treasures were the two main materials that'll help sea dragon spear evolve. Ye Xiao was using his super sun fire soul as the medium of temperature. Because of his fire soul, the process of repairing the sea dragon spear became even easier. Sea Dragon Spear was a top-grade immortal rank weapon. Ye Xiao was not only trying to repair the Sea Dragon Spear, but he was also trying to evolve it to the higher rank. And it takes time to do all these things. 3 days went by quickly. Ye Xiao was busy for 3 days, spending all his time refining the Sea Dragon Spear. Fortunately, 10 days on the first floor of 9-story pagoda was equal to 1 day outside. Because of the difference in time, even though Ye Xiao had already spent 3 days here, only a few hours have passed outside. Suddenly, a humming sound came out from the Sea Dragon Spear, and the next second, beautiful luminescence filled the entire first floor, causing Ye Xiao to have a sudden feeling of relaxation in his heart. Sea Dragon Spear was evolving. This sentence appeared in Ye Xiao's mind. He kept staring at the Sea Dragon Spear and watched the process of its evolution. Now, Ye Xiao did not need to do anything. All he has to do is to wait, and the Sea Dragon Spear will evolve to the pseudo-divine rank weapon on its own. A fierce dragon's phantom flew out from the Sea Dragon Spear and roared at the sky loudly. This dragon phantom was the weapon spirit of the Sea Dragon Spear. This was the first time Ye Xiao had seen the weapon spirit of a weapon. It made Ye Xiao have a different feeling. The first floor of the 9-story pagoda disappeared the moment the dragon's phantom flew out from the Sea Dragon Spear and roared at the sky. The next instant, an endless ocean appeared where Ye Xiao could countless sea dragons playing with water, using their skills on each other, laughing, and living with peace. The feeling of harmony could be seen everywhere. This kind of scene was enough to let a very troubled person have a feeling of tranquility in his heart, making that person's heart calm and ease. Ye Xiao also took a deep breath, and comfortable energy rushed into his body. It was at this time when he suddenly had an epiphany as he fell into a dazed state. While he was still in his dazed state, the sea dragon spear completed its evolution. The phantom of the dragon circled in the sky and directly dived down in the ocean before shooting at the sea dragon spear at an incredibly fast speed. The speed was so fast that made the dragon's phantom look like a flash of blue light, and in the next instant, it collided with the sea dragon spear and disappeared. On the other hand, along with the collision of the dragon phantom, a piercing blue light shot in every direction. The light was so sharp that could make even divine lords close their eyes for a few seconds, fearing the light might harm their eyes in some ways. But nothing happened to Ye Xiao. These piercing blue lights were the ones that made Ye Xiao have more insight into something, causing a blue light to shine around him and drops of water started to condense in the air. However, these drops of water were anything but ordinary. One can even say that these drops of water seemed to have some kind of rule in them, making them out of ordinary. When the piercing blue lights disappeared, the vast ocean also vanished along with them. But Ye Xiao's state of enlightenment continued. Days passed by and on the 9th day, Ye Xiao finally came back to his senses as he muttered, "I didn't expect to comprehend the law of water to perfection in one go. This really came out of nowhere, without any warning. I didn't expect to comprehend the water law to perfection in one go while trying to repair and evolve the sea dragon spear." Taking deep breaths, Ye Xiao looked at the sea dragon spear that was still floating in the air. This spear had accompanied him for too long and had recognized him as its master long ago. While Ye Xiao was comprehending the water law, it kept hovering over Ye Xiao's head, acting like it was ready to protect Ye Xiao from any danger on its own. A smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face. He caught the sea dragon spear in his hand and took a good look. There were a few more beautiful patterns on the shaft of the sea dragon spear, making the dragon's image carving on it even more beautiful. It was giving off a kind of resplendent outlook to the sea dragon spear, and at the same time, it also gave this spear the divine aura, proving that this spear has already evolved to the pseudo-divine rank weapon. "It is a pity, I can't use you anymore. To the current me, you are too weak to be of any help. I'm sorry for this, but I'll give you to my master. He'll definitely find you a master who'll accompany you for life and make your name known throughout the upper realm." The sea dragon spear hummed and let out a sound that could make one feel sad for it. Ye Xiao could say the sea dragon spear was reluctant, but he really could not continue to use the sea dragon spear. With his current strength, it was no longer of any help to him. Even the blood devil spear, which was a low-grade divine rank weapon, could barely prove to be of any help to the current Ye Xiao. Although the sea dragon spear was reluctant to part with Ye Xiao, it also understands that Ye Xiao was too powerful and it could not be of any help to him. So, it reluctantly accepted what Ye Xiao wanted and stopped humming. When Ye Xiao came out of the universe of Heavenly Pearl, it was already the next outside. Inside the courtyard, there was no one right now. Ye Xiao spread his divine sense and saw Shui Xiaofei coming to his courtyard. She was dressed in blue and seemed to have just taken a bath. Her loose hair was swaying with the soft blow of wind, making her already beautiful figure seem more beautiful. There seemed to still have a few drops of water on her red lips, causing Ye Xiao to swallow down a mouthful of saliva. Her white long legs, which could be sneak peek because of the comfortable dress she was wearing, made Ye Xiao feel a hot current running through his body. Shui Xiaofei was the first woman Ye Xiao had become intimate with. Well, she was also the only woman for now. Although forced, when the scene of them having sex appeared in Ye Xiao's mind, he suddenly felt some sort of reaction in his lower body. He was also a man. How can he be void of what a man has to go through when thinking of a beautiful woman with perfect looks? He hurriedly suppressed his feeling and continued to observe Shui Xiaofei, who was now standing in front of his courtyard's door and was hesitating whether to go in or not. Ye Xiao could not wait any more. He didn't wait for her to knock on the door. Instead, he took the initiative to open the door, causing Shui Xiaofei to be startled. "You are here." Ye Xiao smiled at Shui Xiaofei, held her hand, and brought her inside the courtyard before closing the door. Both of them went to the bedroom and sat down. None of them spoke anything for a long while. Ye Xiao kept staring at Shui Xiaofei with gentle gazes. The more he looked at her, the more intense the feeling in his heart became and the harder he felt down there. On the other hand, Shui Xiaofei was feeling embarrassed because of Ye Xiao. He was looking at her with pure love in his eyes, but at the same time, she could also see traces of lust in there. Chapter 661. Stayed Immortal Tower. Thinking of what happened between the two of them in Holy Beast Continent, her face turned red. She also didn't feel bad about Ye Xiao having traces of lust in his eyes. She could understand how Ye Xiao feeling right now. It is because, somewhere deep down in her heart, she was also feeling the same. It is just that her control over her own emotion was much stronger than Ye Xiao's right now. From time to time, she raised her head to look at Ye Xiao, only to feel more embarrassed as she lowered her head. Ye Xiao's gaze never left her face. Finally, she could not endure the feeling of being suppressed by emotion. She said in low voice, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Although she had met Ye Xiao only one time and it was because of the situation that she had sex with him, for all these years, she had been thinking about Ye Xiao from time to time. Ye Xiao is the first man to touch her and had sex with her. She didn't who Ye Xiao is and where does he come from, but he was the man she chose because of the situation. She also promised him that she'll be waiting for him to come and look for her in the spirit martial sect of the upper realm. Because of these things, Ye Xiao was the only man she had been thinking about for more than 100 years. This caused the seed of love to sprout in her heart unknowingly. And when she once again met Ye Xiao and was in the same room with him alone, she had an extremely strange feeling in her heart. She was feeling happy, embarrassed, relieved, relaxed, and many such emotions. Ye Xiao smiled because he was also having the same feeling. Shui Xiaofei is the first woman who he had sex with. He had never forgotten about her and had been thinking of her. He had also started loving her, so it became important for him to tell Shui Xiaofei about other girls. Shaking his head, Ye Xiao started talking and told her about his experience. He also told her about other girls, knowing that hiding about other girls will only bring trouble in the future. When Shui Xiaofei come to know about Ye Xiao's women, she suddenly remembered the sentence she had told him before leaving the Holy Beast continent and ascending to the upper realm. She had told him that no matter how many women he has in the future, she'll not care. She'll be waiting for him to come and look for her. But when she really come to know about other girls, she felt jealous. But what could she do? She knew she could not request Ye Xiao to leave those girls and become hers alone. She also knew Ye Xiao will never leave other girls just because of her. Since she had already promised Ye Xiao, she naturally had no problem. After that, Ye Xiao told her about his journey, excluding a few events such as what he encountered after walking on the supreme platform, the universe of Heavenly Pearl and the 9 dragons, and many other important things that are related to his secret. They spent a few hours together but didn't do much other than talking and holding each other's hands. It is because when they were about to take the next step, which was kissing, a knock on the door suddenly jolted them back to their right mind. Ye Xiao coughed a little and went to open the door. Shui Xiaofei also walked out of the room and saw her disciple and master standing outside the courtyard. "Master." Shui Xiaofei greeted her master. Seeing her disciple walking out from the courtyard, her master and disciple looked at her with, "I understand everything," gaze and smiled at her, making her feel flustered. Nothing happened between her and Ye Xiao in the first place. And when something was about to happen, they came and interrupted them, and now they are telling her with their eyes that they understand what was going on inside the courtyard. Ye Xiao also saw this but pretended not to see them. He said, "I'm leaving then. I'll come back after completing the task you have given me. Till then, let's say goodbye." Shui Bing nodded her head. Before Ye Xiao could leave, she stopped him and said, "It'll not be any problem if you could not complete the task. Your life is more important. Remember to come back safe and sound, otherwise my disciple will be angry with me." "Master." Shui Xiaofei was again embarrassed and did not dare to look into Ye Xiao's eyes. Ye Xiao laughed when he saw this and said loudly with a laugh, "Ha ha ha, I will. Don't worry about it, and please take care of Xiaofei for me till I come back." Shui Xiaofei felt like fainting at the moment. She looked at Ye Xiao fiercely, but there was also a door in her eyes. Shui Bing and Chu Yun also laughed silently. Mysterious immortal world. With a flash, Ye Xiao appeared. He used the gate on the 5th floor of 9-story pagoda to travel from immortal heaven world to the mysterious immortal world. This world was where Lin Hao was last seen according to the accomplice of the chubby girl. Ye Xiao came here to look for Su Shui. She had been last seen with Lin Hao. Lin Hao helped her take revenge on the Xiao family and save her mother. After that, she left the Xiao family and went somewhere else with her mother. Now, only Lin Hao could tell him where Su Shui is, so he came to the mysterious immortal world. He didn't know where to look for Lin Hao, however, as the saying goes, if there is a will, there is a way. He knew how to look for him. He traveled through a few cities and arrived at the mysterious immortal city ruled over by the mysterious immortal sacred land. It was also the strongest power of the mysterious immortal world. As the city with the same name as the strongest force in this world, the mysterious immortal city was the biggest city and all kinds of things can be found here. Ye Xiao came here to get information about Lin Hao. He went to the State Immortal Tower. The State Immortal Tower was the same as the State Demon Tower from where Ye Xiao had gotten information about Zhao Qinger and where she'll be auctioned off. The State Demon Tower in the Green Blood Demon world had the word demon in its name because it was located in a demon world. The same goes for the State Immortal Tower. Since it was located in an immortal world, it has the word immortal in its name at the place of demon. It was one of the most mysterious forces of the upper realm, as every kind of information could be found here. It is said that the State Immortal Tower has a secret technique that could let a person what has happened in the past and some things related to those events. And if used life essence in exchange, that secret technique could even let a person see a glimpse of what will happen in the future. Of course, glimpsing into the future requires much more than just life blood. Ye Xiao entered the State Immortal Tower and arrived at the front desk where a woman with a lot of makeup on her face was sitting comfortably, chatting and laughing with a young man who seemed to be the young master of some big family. Seeing Ye Xiao coming, the lady took a look at him. Looking at his ordinary clothes, she wanted to ignore him, but the next moment, she hurriedly stood up as if she had received some sort of message secretly. She came forward and greeted Ye Xiao, saying, "Dear guest, may I know why you are here?" The State Immortal Tower not only sells information, but it also sells many other treasures. And if one knows the State Immortal Tower closely enough, one would know that the main work of State Immortal Tower was not gathering information or selling treasures, it was assassinations. Yes, the State Immortal Tower was a powerful assassin force in the upper realm and was controlled by a divine being from the divine realm. It also has many branches in some famous and bigger worlds. Ye Xiao directly stated his purpose for coming here: "I want to buy information about someone." "Who?" "Lin Hao. It'll take 500 million high-grade immortal stones." "No problem." Although Ye Xiao was surprised at first because 500 million high-grade immortal stones was really a very high amount, however, no matter what, he has to know where Lin Hao currently is. Only Lin Hao can tell him where Su Shui is. Chapter 662. Meeting Lin Hao. Ye Xiao took out a spatial ring filled with immortal stones and gave it to the lady in front of him. The lady then went inside, and after 5 minutes, she came out with a jade slip in her hand. This jade slip contains the information Ye Xiao needed. She gave it to Ye Xiao and Ye Xiao said goodbye. After Ye Xiao left the State Immortal Tower, the lady once again went inside and arrived in front of a room before knocking on the door. "Come in." A hoarse voice came from inside. The lady pushed open the door and stepped in, arriving in front of the owner of the voice, who was an old man who has his eyes closed. "Master, I don't understand, who is that guy and why did you ask me to be respectful to him?" the lady asked. The old man smiled, opening his eyes, revealing completely white eyes without pupils. However, he seems to be able to see everything. He replied, he is an interesting young man. I heard a few things about him from the State Demon Tower of the Green Blood Demon world. Also, I cannot see through his fate. His is the first one whose fate I cannot see through. According to my deduction, he should have died more than 100 years ago, but he is still alive and more powerful than you can think of. Hey, looks like he is the one we have been looking for. Sigh, it is time to return to the divine realm. Yuner, prepare yourself. We are going back to the divine realm in 3 days. The girl called Yuner was surprised. She and her master came to the lower realm 50 years ago. When they appeared, Ye Xiao was still walking on the 8th Supreme Bridge. At that time, her master predicted that an anomaly has appeared in the upper realm, so he brought her and descended to the upper realm, wanting to look for who that anomaly is. In these 50 years, she had requested her master many times to return to the divine realm, but her master never heeded to her request. Unexpectedly, her master now told her to prepare as they were about to return to the divine realm. Sighing, she nodded her head, but there was an extra sign of happiness in her eyes. Finally, she was about to return to the divine realm. Unaware of the little episode in State Immortal Tower, Ye Xiao used his divine sense to read all the information in the jade slip, and following the instruction there, he arrived in front of a huge restaurant called Silver Star Restaurant. After some short queries at the front desk, Ye Xiao arrived at the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of a certain room. A few seconds later, the gate opened and a young figure could be seen. Ye Xiao, it's you. Lin Hao was surprised when he saw Ye Xiao. He invited Ye Xiao inside the room and the two of them talked for a long. Lin Hao told Ye Xiao where Su Shui'er currently is. After that, both of them talked for a while, and when Ye Xiao was about to take his leave, Lin Hao asked something that stunned Ye Xiao for a few seconds. Lin Hao asked, "Are you the inheritor of the second universe?" Ye Xiao deeply looked at Lin Hao and knew the god-slaying sword told him something about the universe of Heavenly Pearl in the past, or maybe everything. But it doesn't matter anymore. Ye Xiao knew, no matter how powerful Lin Hao could become or what kind of godly weapon he has, Lin Hao is no longer his opponent, nor is he his enemy. Smiling, Ye Xiao nodded his head and replied, "Yes, I am." "So, what do you think about it, the successor of Celestial Sword Emperor?" Lin Hao was stunned, and after he came back to his senses, he said with a sigh, "You knew? For how long did you know that I am the successor of Celestial Sword Emperor?" "Well, I knew that the holder of God-slaying sword has appeared for a long time. As for who it is, I didn't know anything about this. But everything became clear when you received the second piece of God-slaying sword on the 10th platform in the Well of Hell." Ye Xiao shifted his gaze and looked outside the window. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Lin Hao, who said, "So that's how it is. Since you also know that in the future, we'll be standing at each other's opposite side, fighting against each other." Ye Xiao shook his head, waved his hand, and a rusty blade appeared in his eyes. The moment this blade appeared, the god-slaying sword in Lin Hao's divine sea trembled violently. Lin Hao felt rare traces of fear from the god-slaying sword. Maybe, the god-slaying sword has already told Lin Hao everything about what happened in the past. Lin Hao recognized the blade in Ye Xiao's hand and asked in shock, "Is this the Infinity Edge blade?" Ye Xiao nodded his head, replying, "Yes, it is. It seems God-slaying sword has already told you everything. You should know, no matter how powerful you can become or how powerful your God-slaying sword is, both of you are nothing when it comes to the Infinity Edge blade. It was created for the sole purpose of retaliating against the God-slaying sword. However, it is thousands of times more powerful than the God-slaying sword. God-slaying sword is like an ordinary weapon in front of Infinity Edge blade. It is made by using a few parts from the 9 ancestral dragon and 30% of heaven's source. It is thousands of times stronger than the god-slaying sword. With this in my hand, how can you stand opposite to me, not to mention I can defeat you with my strength alone." Saying this, a shocking aura pressed down, causing not only the restaurant but the entire mysterious immortal city to experience what the terror of destruction is for the first time. But this pressure was for a very short time. It came and vanished, causing people to think they might have hallucinated for a second. As for Lin Hao, he was kneeling down on the floor and looked at Ye Xiao in terror. After coming out from the Well of Hell, he spent more than 100 years in order to break through to the early Dao body stage of the Dao manifestation realm, but after experiencing the terrifying pressure from Ye Xiao's aura, Lin Hao came to know that he couldn't even see through the depth of Ye Xiao's cultivation. Although God-slaying sword in his divine sea did tell him Ye Xiao's current cultivation base seems to be at the middle Dao tribulation stage, it also told him that Ye Xiao's true strength has long exceeded the scope of the upper realm. Lin Hao was shocked to know this. When he got the second piece of God-slaying sword on the 10th supreme platform and was teleported out of the Well of Hell, he heard from God-slaying sword that the inheritor of the second universe is Ye Xiao, and in the future, he has to fight against Ye Xiao because Ye Xiao was going to fight against the heavens while he has to fight for the heavens. Lin Hao's thoughts were complicated all these years after knowing this. From the very start, his and Ye Xiao's relationships were extremely good. They both even helped each other a few times. And when they entered the Well of Hell, his and Ye Xiao's cultivation bases were both at the Immortal Emperor realm. He was the first one to reach the 10th supreme platform, receive the second piece of God-slaying sword, and teleport out of the Well of Hell. His cultivation also broke through to the late stage of the ancient immortal realm. He always thought, if not more powerful, then his strength was not weaker than Ye Xiao. Only now did he understand the gap between the two of them. Since he was destined to fight for the heavens, he received many benefits from it. He did not encounter many life-threatening situations but was able to get the greatest treasure for his cultivation. His cultivation speed is amazing and his perception is also extremely strong, causing him to understand a few laws and some of them to perfection. But even so, he felt like an ant in front of Ye Xiao right now. This directly shattered his belief. He could not believe it. Author's note: Hey guys, I was writing the complete outline for this novel, and took me more than 3 days to complete it. Well, this is also the reason for me not updating the chapters recently. But it will not happen again. I hope you guys are enjoying reading this novel. Chapter 663. White-haired old man Ye Xiao knew Lin Hao was currently fighting in his mind. He sighed and said, "Listen, although I'm the inheritor of the second universe and am destined to go against the heavens, it doesn't mean we have to turn against each other. So what if the celestial sword emperor of the past and the 9 ancestral dragons fought against each other, to the point where they wanted to kill the opponent? We are not them. We don't have to fight each other for the sake of the so-called heavens in the second universe. On the other hand, we can support each other and do other things that are worth our effort." Such as, taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao thought of the dark thread on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit and thought of those ancient demons, and said, "Such as ancient demons. You might not know, but there are thousands of strong ancient demons and ancient devils in the upper realm. There are so many that you can't even imagine. I've been to 2 such places where thousands of ancient devils are sealed. I've hidden those places from the outside world using formations. However, how many such places are there in the upper realm, no one knows. And since there are so many places in the upper realm where ancient devils are sealed, there must be other such places in the divine realm. Why fight among ourselves when there is a common enemy to both of us? You should know, even in the primordial era, the 9 ancestral dragons and the celestial sword emperor retaliate together against the ancient devils. Think about it carefully. I have to go and look for Su Shui. Thanks for taking care of her for so long. We shall meet again in the future." Saying this, Ye Xiao did not stop for Lin Hao to wake up from his stupor. He left the room, leaving Lin Hao alone to think about it. After some time, Lin Hao stood up, closed the door, went to the window, and looked outside of it, muttering, "I never thought of fighting you in the first place. Even though God's slaying sword told me repeatedly that I have to fight for the heavens and against Ye Xiao, I never accepted it. I told it that I'll definitely fight for the heavens but will not fight against Ye Xiao. He is my friend. However, it seems this friend of mine has left me far behind. I never thought that the gap between us two will be so huge. No, I can't stay put." Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao appeared in front of the floating god-slaying sword in his divine sea and said, "Let's enter that place. You told me that place is where Celestial Sword Emperor left his inheritance and many dangers lurk there. No being below Divine Lord could even think of entering that place. But if I don't enter now, the gap between me and him will become wider and wider, and there'll come a day when I can only look up to him. I can't be weaker. So, I'll enter that place. Let's go." The god-slaying sword trembled as if it has become exciting. Then its voice sounded in the divine sea, "Are you sure about it? You should know once you enter that place, you can only come out after successfully inheriting the inheritance of the Celestial Sword Emperor. If you failed, you'll die there." Lin Hao gritted his teeth and then his expression calmed down and became resolute. He nodded his head, saying, "I'm sure. But first, I have to settle Lin Ling and Shu Qing, former sect leader of White Snow sect of the Azure Sky Country in the Azure Sky Continent. Only after confirming that they'll be safe could I enter that place." After some time, Lin Hao retracted from his divine sea, looked at the sky from the window, and muttered, "I've also encountered ancient devils a few times and know how dangerous they are. They are almost impossible to kill. If not for the god-slaying sword, I wouldn't have been able to escape from their clutches a few times. Ye Xiao, when we'll meet again, I'll not be weaker than you. Let's forget about the heavens and fight together against ancient devils." Unaware of the fact that he has become the inspiration for Lin Hao to become stronger, following the route given to him by Lin Hao, Ye Xiao arrived in front of the gate of mysterious immortal sacred land. This was the strongest force in the mysterious immortal world. When Su Shui come to this world with Lin Hao, Lin Ling, and Shu Qing, the mysterious immortal sect was accepting disciples. She chose to participate in the test to enter the mysterious immortal sacred land, while Lin Hao along with his 2 lovers didn't choose this option, but they also didn't stop Su Shui. They supported her decision. After the test, Su Shui entered the mysterious immortal sacred land and become the inner disciple successfully. Ye Xiao came here because Su Shui was here. Without alerting anyone, Ye Xiao silently entered the mysterious immortal sacred land, and using his divine sense, he started looking for Su Shui. With his strength, if he doesn't want to come out, no one can detect his presence, not even the strongest expert in the mysterious immortal sacred land. Ye Xiao looked for a long time but failed to find Su Shui, which caused him to frown deeply. But he did not give up. He started pretending as a disciple of the mysterious immortal sacred land and asked around. After some time, Ye Xiao finally found some clues. He got to know that Su Shui'er has gone to do some missions. When she'll come back no one knows. Ye Xiao investigated the content of the mission and then left the sacred land to look for her. After flying for more than 2 hours, Ye Xiao arrived at a huge and wide grassland. He could see Su Shui'er's figure that was walking slowly with some of her fellow sacred land members. A happy expression appeared on Ye Xiao's face. He paced up and was about to call Su Shui'er when he suddenly looked in the sky. Not long after, a light flashed in the sky, and far behind this light, a few flashed of lights again flashed. Worldly Divine Lord Realm Martial Artists. Ye Xiao was shocked. He did not know why so many Divine Lord Realm powerhouses came here and stopped in his tracks. What are they doing here? They are not even suppressing their cultivation. Aren't they afraid they'll be suppressed and be forcefully pushed back to the divine realm? Su Shui'er and her group has completed the mission and were about to return to the mysterious immortal sacred land. However, suddenly, a laugh sounded and she saw a flash of light descending from the sky. Hee, little fellow, do me a favor. A white-bearded old man with small eyes suddenly fell from the sky. He was an expert at 7-marked worldly divine lord, and chasing after him were a few divine lords. And who are you? Stay away from us. Su Shui'er and her group were stunned on the spot. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly knitted, and her cold eyes were full of caution as she looked at the old man. The old man's eyes flashed with a thief-like light when he looked at Su Shui'er. Without waiting for her to say anything, he grabbed Su Shui'er's shoulder and said, "Little girl, I don't have much time left. Come with me first." You, whoosh. Before she finished his sentence, the old man lifted Su Shui'er off the ground and turned into a shadow as he flew toward the sky. Shui'er. Ye Xiao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He immediately started following Su Shui'er. He was using the Spirit Devour escape to follow the old man, so his speed was fast enough to not be left behind by the old man. Hee, little girl, don't worry. I won't hurt you. I'll send you here back tomorrow. Hee. Hearing the other party's words, Su Shui'er couldn't help but feel speechless. Wait, where are you taking me? Don't worry, we'll be there soon. In a few blinks of an eye, the white-haired old man brought Su Shui'er and disappeared into the distant horizon. The other disciples stood where they were, stunned. A trace of helplessness, as well as shock and worry, flowed through their eyes as they looked in the direction where the white-haired old man took Su Shui'er. What just happened? Who is that old man? One of the disciples finally muttered after a long time. The other disciples shook their heads helplessly as no one knew who the old man actually is. Chapter 664. Blue Book. Not long after the old man took Su Shui'er away, a few flashes of light again appeared in the sky, flashing at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the air, chasing in the same direction where the old man has escaped to. Not long after, these divine beings arrived in front of a forest called a forest. The verdant forest before them was like a green ocean. Your Highness, he seems to have gone in that direction. A man wearing a silver mask respectfully spoke to a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes at the very front of the group. We must catch him and get back, that thing. The woman said indifferently. Her calm tone of voice did not show any signs of joy or anger. Yes, Your Highness. At this moment, above a mountain range, an old man was flying at an extremely fast speed with a beautiful young lady. Su Shui'er tightly held onto the mysterious old man's arm with both of her hands, not even daring to say anything. She also feared that if the old man were to let go of her while flying at such a fast speed, she'll at least get seriously injured and might even die. The speed was so fast that she could not even open her eyes and felt the air piercing into her body like thousands of blades. Many bloody scratches appeared on her soft skin and even her clothes had many torn places now. The speed of a worldly divine lord was not something that an ancient immortal like Su Shui'er can endure. Hey, little girl, why are you hugging me so tightly? Senior, can you fly slower? Su Shui'er said in a trembling voice. The tremble in her voice was not due to fear but because she could not calm down her heart at the moment. Hee, so it turns out that you are afraid of speed. Little girl, aren't you a little too cowardly? Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. This speed of mine will at most break 1 or 2 limbs of yours. The mysterious old man joked and laughed. You, Su Shui'er couldn't help but want to curse in her heart. This old man is shameless as well as reckless. She looked down at the magnificent mountains. The vast and boundless mountain range was like a dragon bone crawling on the ground, giving off an indescribable feeling. Senior, why did you capture me here? Can you tell me now? Su Shui was quite anxious in her heart. It was just that she did not reveal it on her face. After all, the other party's strength seems to be extremely strong, so strong that she has never seen someone equally powerful as this old man. It also meant that this old man can kill her if he wants at any time without any trouble. Since she knew it was useless to resist, Su Shui could only take one step at a time. Hee, little girl, you have a good mind. If it was anyone else, they would probably be crying from fright. I like a brave junior. Not bad, not bad, you're not answering the question. Hee, I'll tell you later. For now, hold on tight, don't fall down. The mysterious old man changed his topic. A ray of light flashed across those tiny eyes. Then, his figure flashed as he directly drew an arc in the air with Su Shui and headed down a mountain ravine. Shit, Su Shui, who was caught off guard, was almost thrown out of the other party's hand. The old man laughed heartily seeing this. Swish, the mysterious old man pulled Su Shui, creating a series of black shadows in the air before arriving in the middle of a mountain stream. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave. It was exceptionally dark and cold. Then, the mysterious old man directly brought Su Shui into the cave. Hiss, the two of them had just entered the cave and a huge single-horned fire python attacked them. But before the fire python could launch its attack, the mysterious old man sent out a palm attack and directly smashed the fire python into meat paste. Su Shui felt a chill run down her spine when she saw this. Senior, can you tell me now why did you bring me here? Don't worry, as long as you obediently listen to me, I can guarantee that you'll be able to return safely. Of course, but, Senior, how can I help you? It's simple, I want you to help me record the content of something in this jade slip. The mysterious old man said to Su Shui with a serious tone. What is it? Before the two of them could finish their words, they heard some noises coming from outside. They caught up so quickly. The mysterious old man frowned and without any hesitation, he took out a strange item. This item was shining with dazzling blue light that caused Su Shui to squint her eyes. What is it? Su Shui looked carefully and saw that the other party was holding a shining blue-colored book. It was obvious from the glittering blue color that it was no ordinary object. It was about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. There were 2 marks of blue fire engraved on the cover of the blue book. Senior, what's this? Su Shui was confused when she saw this and asked. You don't need to ask. The mysterious old man placed the blue book in front of Su Shui, then took out a jade slip and placed it on the ground. Listen up, use the fastest time possible to store all the contents of this book in this jade slip. After you finish doing this, you will leave this blue book here and leave secretly. Leave secretly? How? This is the side of the cliff, how can I leave? Su Shui asked unhappily. There's a river down there. It won't kill you if you fall. Life is not yours, of course you don't care. Hey, little girl, as long as you help me this once, I will give you a divine weapon when everything is done. Su Shui's eyes lit up when she heard the word, divine weapon. However, no matter how she looked at it, this sounded a little unreal. If this old man really has a divine weapon, why would he give that weapon to him? Is this blue book more valuable than the divine weapon? If yes, then what exactly is this book? And, does this old man doesn't care if she were to remember or copy the contents inside for herself in another jade slip? Why do I feel like you're going to kill me after this? Su Shui squinted at him and felt a bit scared. I mean it, I don't have the time to explain so much to you. That girl has already brought people to chase after us. Your time is very limited. Remember, you must not miscopy the contents. What girl? What chasing? You didn't steal it, did you? Without waiting for Su Shui to ask any further questions, the mysterious old man had already transformed into a blurry shadow and flew away. In the sky above the mountain range, several figures stood proudly. In the middle, a woman with extraordinary grace and elegance was floating. When Ye Xiao, who was hiding in the shadows, saw this girl, he was shocked as he remembered this girl as the second princess whom he saw in the auction house of the immortal heaven world. He was surprised but didn't stay where he was to watch whatever was going to happen. Instead, he went inside the cave and looked at Su Shui who was staring at the blue book carefully. He had clearly heard what the old man told Su Shui to do, so he also become curious about this blue book and the content inside. There was no title written on the cover of this book, making it impossible to know what this book is about. Senior thief, we're already here. There'll be no benefit in hiding anymore. Why don't you come out? The chubby girl's indifferent voice didn't contain the slightest emotion. 2 sparks of light flashed in her eyes. He, this old man is here. It is nice to meet the second princess again. Accompanied by a burst of weird laughter, the mysterious old man flew out from a ravine below and hovered in the air. He stood in confrontation with the group of people that came here with the second princess. Heh, little girl, your skills aren't bad. You chased me, all the way to here from the great martial world. If it were anyone else, they would have lost me long ago. You're the only one who can chase me for so long. Chapter 665, Invulnerable Old Man. Heh, little girl, your skills aren't bad. You chased me all the way here from the great martial world. If it were anyone else, they would have lost me long ago. You're the only one who can chase me for so long. The old man looked at the chubby girl and said with a hearted laugh. He showed no fear even though he was facing so many divine lords as well as the chubby girl who was a 6th marked worldly divine lord. You praise me too much. The second princess calmly replied, Senior thief, please give me the items you stole me. If you are willing to return it, we will no longer pursue this matter. But if you don't return me that item, you'll be the enemy of not only me but the entire royal family of my Star Spirit Empire. Your Highness, this person actually dared to steal from you. We cannot let him go so easily, the man with the silver mask behind the chubby girl called out. The second princess raised her hand slightly, indicating that she didn't need to say anything. Hee, little girl, you're still young, but your bearing is quite magnanimous. However, there is no reason to return anything that has entered the hands of this old man. The old man replied with a frivolous laugh. In that case, please forgive this junior for his offense. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the man with the silver mask behind her waved his hand. In an instant, a few flying-type demonic beasts appeared out of nowhere. These demonic beasts were called the wind-chasing eagle. Tens of people jumped on the back of the eagles and the wind-chasing eagles let out a loud and clear screech and rushed towards the old man. At the same time, the second princess took out a pearl and threw it in the air. Instantly, the pearl expanded and swallowed the entire mountain range inside. From the outside, people can only see a black sphere enveloping the entire mountain range, but they could not be able to see what was going on inside. This pearl was a divine rank treasure that can hide anything from the sight of the heavenly Tao of the upper realm. Inside the black sphere, even if they were to fight using their true strength, they will not be detected by the heavenly Tao and forced to go out of the upper realm. Ye Xiao also sensed the change in the surroundings. He was surprised and inspected this treasure and was surprised to find out its features. Hee, you want to capture me with just these few pieces of trash? The old man laughed in disdain. HMPH, don't underestimate us. We are the people from the royal family of Star Spirit Empire. A man wearing a red ghost mask shouted. Then I will experience today just how capable the strongest people of royal family of Star Spirit Empire really are. In a split second, the 2 wind-chasing eagles had already arrived at the old man's left and right flanks. Each of them had 10 powerful experts on their backs, chains. The man with the red ghost mask shouted. In the next moment, the dozen or so iron chains that were like a flowing river suddenly expanded and flew towards the sky above the old man's head. Dozens of iron chains rapidly intersected in the air, and with the shape of a cage, they fall down from above the old man's head. The next second, the old man was trapped in an iron cage that was several meters wide. Hee, you want to trap me with such a small trick? The old man, who was besieged in the iron cage, didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he was chatting happily. Humph, this is only the beginning. The man wearing the red ghost mask sneered. Towards this powerhouse who is a 7th marked worldly divine lord, they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Sandstone flying rain. A powerful aura burst out from the body of a strong expert. The true essence inside his body surged forward and transformed into fine grains of sand in the air. Every grain of sand was like a rain of flying needles, howling towards the old man who was in the iron cage. The countless grains of sand were like 10,000 arrows piercing through the sky. The attacks were concentrated, covering a wide area. A series of continuous muffled explosive sounds exploded around the old man like beans being poured out of bamboo. However, the surrounding people were a little surprised when they saw that the old man's body had a layer of golden light attached to it. The sandstorm's attack was like hitting a metal board, it had no penetrative power at all. Don't be happy too early. The man with the red ghost mask gave the command again. Waterfall. In a split second, the other people burst out with a torrent of water laws, creating a large amount of water. Several torrents of water rushed out and attacked the old man who was in the middle of the chain. The waves of water coming from all directions swept down and instantly submerged the old man within it. Rain filled the sky as it wantonly splashed outwards. The shockingly powerful ripples of laws caused the sky to faintly tremble. Soul-sealing wall. A few more experts struck out at the same time with their attacks, and multicolored resplendent light shone. Under the control of everyone, the rain and sand quickly mixed together, forming 4 walls of soil and stone that were 100 meters tall. 4 huge earth walls surrounded the old man from 4 directions. The chains penetrated through the walls and connected to the iron cage inside. Such a magnificent scene was like a prison in the sky. Raging flames of the burning heaven. The man wearing the red ghost mask again shouted loudly. His impassioned tone was filled with excitement. In the next moment, the last group of experts exploded with a strong divine aura. The true essence that everyone released suddenly increased in temperature, in an instant transforming into a scorching flame of fury. Over 10 wild and violent flames followed the chain and swiftly extended toward the earth wall. From afar, one can see over a dozen fire pythons appearing in the sky, appearing abnormally dazzling. What was even more astonishing was that those tyrannical flames directly followed the chains and entered the inner regions of the wall. All the power flowed into the 4 walls, interior space in an instant. Explode. In the next second, a blazing mushroom cloud rose up from within the 4 mud walls. The violent energy was like a volcano erupting magma. The sky and earth changed color as a scorching wave of energy filled the skies. With such shocking power, it was likely enough to burn everything inside the wall into ashes. The many demonic beasts in the mountain range below started to run, and the birds in the distance started to flee in panic. The encirclement of these divine lords was extremely terrifying. Although they were only divine lords, they were still able to achieve such a feat against a 7-marked worldly divine lord. This alone was an achievement to brag about. Hee, old man, are you all right? The man wearing the red ghost mask laughed frivolously and asked, testing if the old man was still alive or not. Even if he was a 7-marked divine lord, he should not be safe from the combined attack of everyone just now. Hee, it's just this little bit of ability. It hasn't even hurt a single hair on my head. How boring, how boring. A teasing and playful laughter came from the inside of the huge stone wall, causing all the people to be shocked. They, once again took action to stop the old man from coming out and at least cause some damage to him. Buzz, buzz. The majestic and mighty energy waves continuously stirred the air. The cage formed by the 400-meter-high stone walls was like a 4-sided castle that hung in the sky. More than 20 pitch-black iron chains pierced through the sky, connecting them to the earth prison. Flames that soared to the sky erupted from the interior of the space like lava from a volcano once again. Hee, is that all you have got? Looks like you were just bragging about your strength previously. The old man's teasing voice again sounded, changing all the people's expressions. Frowning, they thought, this old man was truly too strong. Such continuous and powerful attacks, yet they did not cause the slightest bit of harm to the old man. Come, use whatever skills you have left. This old fellow, the man wearing the silver mask, who was still standing beside the second princess, released a biting cold aura. He took a deep breath, looked at the chubby girl, and asked, Your Highness, what should we do now? The second princess waved her hand slightly. Her pair of bright eyes flashed with a faint light. She thought for a while and said, He's stalling for time. Prepare to set up the destructive lightning punishment. Yes, Your Highness. Swoosh. With that said, she stepped into the air and flew. At the same time, white energy flashed and a strange sword appeared in her hand. The sword glowed with a bright silver light. Senior thief, be careful. With a light shout, an astonishing sword force was released from her body. Endless silver light quickly extended like a vine towards the sword in her palm. The second princess moved her wrist and raised her hand, slashing the sword. A 300 meters long sword light slashed its way towards the 4 earthen walls of the earth prison. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful sword's aura was extremely destructive. With a single sword strike that shook the mountains, the enormous earthen cage was directly split apart from the center by the woman's sword. Along with the intense turbulence, the old man flew out from the shockwave of chaotic power, which caused rocks to fly everywhere and sword light to cross each other. Chapter 666. Reuniting. Hehe, why is the second princess so anxious to make a move? I want to have a good time with your team first. The old man stroked a strand of beard on his chin as he smiled cunningly. Senior's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid that they will not be able to fight against you. So, only I can come forward and ask for your guidance. The second princess wielded her sword to attack the old man again. The dazzling sword shadows formed a 10-meter wide net in the air, attacking the old man. The old man raised his white eyebrows as a hint of approval appeared in his eyes. Hehe, Huang family's little girl is truly talented. After muttering this, the old man flicked his finger and a ray of golden light shot out and struck the sword net. Bam! As the sword of radiance network intersected, a series of loud sounds exploded in the empty space. In the next second, the stream of golden light increased in intensity, and with a violent shock, the beam of golden light broke through a gap in the sword net. Whoosh! The golden light didn't slow down at all, dragging a powerful shockwave in the air, attacking straight towards the dignified second princess. The second princess was not flustered. Her jade-like hand was slightly congealed, and the divine sword in her hand carried a layer of bright silver light. The silver light was dazzling, causing the surrounding space to tremble uneasily. Ding! The sharp sword clashed directly against the golden light, and a circular shockwave bloomed like a firework in the sky and spread forward in every direction, causing many mountains in the mountain range to collapse and demonic beasts to die. The golden light was repelled, but the second princess's palm also felt slightly numb. Only now did the second princess clearly see that this golden light was actually two sharp needles needle. The two sharp flying needles were about 30 centimeters long and were as thick as a rolling pin. They were exceptionally beautiful as they glittered with golden light. Heh, little girl, my gold flame flying needle is a pretty good divine weapon, right? It is probably even higher quality than the sword in your hand. You'd better be careful. The old man tore open the sword net and flashed in front of the woman. He reached out his hand and grabbed the gold flame flying needle. Thank you for your reminder, senior thief. I will be careful. There was no trace of fear in the second princess's eyes. She swung her sword, which was wrapped in silver light, at her opponent once again. The old man held the golden needle in his hand and engaged in an intense confrontation with his opponent. When the second princess and the old man started their fight, the other experts who came here with the second princess while wearing masks of different styles on their faces had already driven and retreated back to the rear area. However, they did not stand behind and watch. They stood in a row, and under the guidance of the man wearing the silver mask, all of them formed a strange seal spell with their hands, continuously condensing true essence. A gust of wind blew past, bringing with it a bone-piercing coldness. An obscure energy ripple was gradually formed in the air. This energy ripple was just like the magma underground that was brewing. The next thing that would happen was a volcano erupting at any time. At this moment, in the deep and dark cave, the shockwave caused by the battle on the outside caused the mountain to tremble. Ye Xiao was fine and kept silently watching and protecting Su Shui-er secretly. As for Su Shui-er, she was both surprised and curious, what exactly was going on outside. Su Shui-er had a feeling that she had fallen into a huge conspiracy. There was a high chance that she had been tricked by the old man. What should she do? Do as the other party says. Su Shui-er looked down at the blue book and the jade slip on the ground. If this were to happen, she really didn't know what kind of consequences it would bring. Leave. If she left now, what would she do if the old man found her again after a few days? If she wasn't able to take out the jade slip containing the contents inside the blue book and gave it to him, she didn't know what the other side would do to her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Shui-er slowly picked up the blue book from the ground. It was unknown what material the blue book was made of, but it felt extremely comfortable to the touch. However, to Su Shui-er's surprise, the blue book could not be opened. What the hell is this? Su Shui-er was stunned when she saw this. This blue book was tightly held together as if there was a layer of glue in the middle, and no matter how much strength did she use, it was impossible to break. Is there a restriction? Su Shui-er muttered to herself as she looked at the blue book in her hand. Thinking of this, she injected her spirit energy into the blue book. Su Shui-er could not help but smile wryly as she felt the resistance of the blue book. It was as if she had hit an iron plate. That old man, You can't blame me for this. You should have at least broken the restriction on the book before giving it to me. But after thinking about it calmly, it was likely that the old man did not know that there was a restriction on the blue book. Or rather, the other party did not even have the time to study it before the pursuers had already caught up. Su Shui'er had already understood the other party's intention. The old man stayed outside to buy time for her. After Su Shui'er left with the jade slip while leaving the blue book behind, the old man would tell the pursuer that the blue book was hidden in this cave. The pursuer of the blue book would most likely not continue to make things difficult for old man and leave with the blue book. After the trouble here was over, the old man would come to Su Shui'er and take back the jade slip containing all the contents of the blue book. This plan could be said to be quite brilliant. However, the old man was careless and forgot that there was a restriction placed on such an important object. With Su Shui'er's strength, it seemed that it was not enough to break this restriction. Don't blame me. Coincidentally, Su Shui'er didn't want to be involved in this matter, so she threw the blue book on the ground and prepared to leave. However, just as she took 2 steps, she suddenly turned her head around and looked at a certain corner, seeing a pair of gentle eyes staring at her. When she saw who it was, her body trembled and subconsciously muttered 2 words, Ye Xiao. Her eyes became watery and in the next second, drops of tears rolled down her soft cheeks. Ye Xiao took a few steps forward, spread open his hands wide while looking at Su Shui'er with a caring smile on his face. Su Shui'er didn't think of anything and rushed into Ye Xiao's embrace, hugging him tightly. It's okay, I'm back. Ye Xiao lovingly caressed her hair. His eyes fell on the blue book at the distance as he revealed a puzzled expression. Damn it, even my curiosity has been piqued. Just what is this blue book? Ye Xiao muttered in his heart. At this moment, the mountain range again shook violently, and the tremor outside again affected the inside of the cave. Fortunately, Ye Xiao was here. He used his strength to calm down the tremor inside. Then he and Su Shui'er separated from each other. He said to Su Shui'er, let's talk later. The people fighting outside are all divine beings from the divine realm. Let me take a look at this blue book first. Su Shui'er nodded her head and let Ye Xiao see what this blue book is all about. Immediately, Ye Xiao picked up the blue book. He first used the true essence in his body to try and see if he could break the restriction on the book and open it, but ultimately he failed. He didn't even recognize what kind of restriction this was. It was as if this restriction was out of this world, he had simply no knowledge of it. He even thought this restriction might be a divine level restriction and the memories of divine level were still locked, so he was unable to understand it. But for some reason, his heart was telling him that it was not that simple. Chapter 667. Void God 1. Ye Xiao didn't know what kind of restriction it was that was not breaking no matter how hard he tried. Sighing helplessly, he was about to give up when suddenly, he thought of something in the next moment, his pair of eyes turned sparkling green, causing him to see many patterns on the blue book, giving him a feeling of being bound by a certain law. Ye Xiao was surprised to find that the eyes of insight really worked and he was able to see the patterns of restriction placed on the blue book. He believed he could break the restriction and see the contents inside very soon. The eyes of the three-eyed clan were really too powerful. It is no wonder they said that these eyes could see through the essence of everything in the world. Nothing could stay hidden from these eyes, and these are the most powerful eyes ever to appear in the heavens. Maybe, his strength was still not enough and the rank of the restriction placed on the blue book was higher. After a few seconds, Ye Xiao started feeling sore in his eyes. He felt pain and wanted to rub his eyes uncontrollably, but he endured the pain and continued to observe the restriction. Very soon, he found the weak point and used his true essence to guide those weak points to break, causing the blue book to shine with starlight. The leaves on the cover of the book started revolving and the next instant, the cover of the book flapped open on its own. The inside of the book was completely blank. There was nothing inside. However, Ye Xiao was using the eyes of insight, even the most hidden things could be seen. Nothing could hide from the eyes of insight. He saw a few words written there but he could not read these words. These words seemed to be a completely different language. He knew the primordial language, ancient language, and some other languages because of the memories of 3 ancient gods and other encounters. But he had never seen a language like this. This language seems to be out of the world that has never appeared before. What kind of language was this? What is this book about? Ye Xiao was still lost in thought when the pages once again started flapping and only stopped after opening by half. Suddenly, Ye Xiao saw words start gathering in the middle of the book, forming a small black whirlpool. After all the words disappeared inside the whirlpool, a black light shot out, directly entering the space in the middle of Ye Xiao's brows, causing him to groan in pain. Ye Xiao, what happened? Su Shui, seeing this from the side, become worried and hurriedly hold Ye Xiao's shoulder, supporting him. On the other hand, Ye Xiao was unaware of Su Shui's support. He lost consciousness the next. No, it should be better to call that his consciousness was pulled into the light of a black ball inside his divine sea. Well, when he was inspecting the Void God token, a ball of black light entered his divine sea, causing the second universe to form a membrane around and shrink to a side, separating his divine sea into two parts. The first part was where the second universe was and the second part was where the black ball of light was floating. This black ball of light was also the one that let him see the Void God realm. At that time, Void God realm tried to suck Ye Xiao's soul out. Well, the black light that shot out of the blue book went directly inside the black ball of light in Ye Xiao's divine sea, and the next moment, Ye Xiao's divine sea began to expand crazily, and the black ball of light was also being strengthened. As for Ye Xiao, he found himself standing in front of a majestic middle-aged man. There was a light halo floating behind the middle-aged man's head. His body seems to be covered in blue armor made up of light particles, causing his already majestic look to fill with more mystery. The space around the middle-aged man's surroundings was fluctuating crazily at this moment. This middle-aged man was staring at Ye Xiao with interest. Ye Xiao was also observing him, but after some time, Ye Xiao shifted his gaze and looked at the surroundings, only to exclaim in surprise. It is because he found this place familiar. This place was the Void God realm that he had seen before. He was currently on top of a tall mountain that pierced into the clouds. However, for some reason, he could clearly see what was at the bottom. After some time, Ye Xiao again shifted his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man. He found that he could not see through the middle-aged man's cultivation base at all. Being stared at by the middle-aged man continuously made Ye Xiao feel awkward. The middle-aged man smiled seeing Ye Xiao's awkward expression, shifted his gaze to look at the distance, and then said with a sigh, "I didn't expect a person from a small universe would be the one to come here." Ye Xiao felt confused at first, but thinking about the heavens and the second universe, he didn't find the middle-aged man's words that surprising. Maybe, this middle-aged man was from another universe and a big one. Since there could be heavens in the second universe, why couldn't there be other universes? This sort of thinking made Ye Xiao's thoughts calm down a lot. He asked to confirm things, as senior from a different universe. Hey. The middle-aged man was surprised at first seeing Ye Xiao was not shocked but was very calm, and then chuckled. He replied, "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to understand since your horizon is too narrow, not that narrow, but still slightly." The middle-aged man coughed, remembering that Ye Xiao was not surprised when he heard him mentioning the universe. He again said, "Anyway, since you come here, you are fated to me, the Void God. In the future, you'll surely come to know where I'm from. Now is not the time." Ye Xiao's eyes widened when the middle-aged man called himself the Void God. If this middle-aged man is Void God and this world is called the Void God realm, isn't this mean this world belongs to the middle-aged man in front of him? Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao again asked with some doubts in his heart, as senior and ancient God realm martial artist. According to Ye Xiao's speculation, the middle-aged man must be an ancient God realm martial artist from a different universe who calls himself Void God. Void God must be this middle-aged man's title, just like Celestial Sword Emperor. His real name is definitely something else. Void God laughed and replied with mystery in his voice, "Who knows? Anyway, with your current strength, you don't need to anything about me." The eyes of Void God flashed with light as he darted his looks at Ye Xiao's consciousness. At this moment, Ye Xiao felt as if all his secrets were being seen by the Void God. The Void God first saw the black ball of light through his conscious, and then saw the second universe covered in a membrane inside his divine sea. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes when he saw the second universe, and only then found that it was no wonder Ye Xiao was not that surprised when he mentioned the word universe previously. He continued to see through Ye Xiao's secrets. He saw the divine nascent soul in the embryonic form of Tao fruit. He also saw his ancient emperor divine soul. The more he saw, the more surprised his expression became. But even he, the Void God who was able to see through everything, was unable to see the domineering God stone inside the divine nascent soul. This made Ye Xiao heave a sigh of relief. At least, There was one secret in his body that couldn't be seen through by the middle-aged man in front of him. What surprised Ye Xiao was that the Void God was not only unable to see the domineering God Stone, but he was also unable to see his small universe for some reason. This really surprised Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao also used his own consciousness to look into the small universe, wanting to see the reason why Void God was unable to see it, only to find out a layer of almost transparent golden light covering his small universe from every corner. Ye Xiao felt this energy from this layer of almost transparent golden light very similar to the energy from the domineering God Stone. It seems that it was domineering God Stone who took action in advance and hide his small universe from being seen through by the Void God. This made Ye Xiao smile happily in his heart. Chapter 668, Void God 2. Domineering God Stone was really something else. Even a great expert like the Void God was unable to see through it. This alone is enough to prove how mysterious and powerful the domineering God Stone is. As the name itself says, this stone is domineering and is really worthy of having the word domineering in its name. Little guy, you are really something else. You are hiding so many secrets in your body. You even have an entire universe hidden inside your divine sea. It is a pity this universe doesn't belong to you. Instead, it seems to be there just for its own recovery. Recovery? What do you mean? Ye Xiao was surprised and asked. The Void God laughed and said, you know I have already seen through your secrets, however, you are not worried about me blackmailing you or harming you. Instead, you want to know about the recovery of the universe in your divine sea. How amusing, Ye Xiao replied, I know you have already seen through all of my secrets and could even harm me if you want. But what can I do? For me, you are too strong. I can't do anything to you even though I want. As for the universe in my divine sea, it is closely related to me. It is natural for me to want to know about it. That's true, you won't be able to do anything if I want to harm you. The Void God said with a chuckle. He still had a smile on his face as he continued to say, the source of the universe inside your divine sea seems to be damaged. It is recovering slowly and it'll take thousands of years for it to fully recover. Also, there seems to be some kind of strange power connecting you to this universe in a mysterious way. Even I can't clearly see what kind of power this is, but exactly this power is something that is constantly changing your fate. Constantly changing my fate, Ye Xiao muttered, remembering what Yuan Shida told him. His fate was to die with vengeance in his heart long ago. But he was able to not only avoid death, he even took revenge for the death of the fifth elder of the Silver Moon sect. Not only this, he even becomes so much strong, and all of this was because of the mysterious energy that is connecting him to the second universe. This mysterious energy is constantly changing his fate. Ye Xiao thought of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. This technique was something he got when he entered the Heavenly Pearl for the first time. At that time, a sound told him that he has become the inheritor of the Heavenly Pearl. Maybe, cultivating this technique not only let Ye Xiao form an ancestral dragon, but it also gave birth to the mysterious energy that is changing his fate. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao said emotionlessly, I understand. The Void God looked at Ye Xiao's emotionless face and said, let's forget about you. Your fate is something even I'm unable to see through for some reason. The reason is not as simple as the mysterious energy that is changing your fate constantly, the reason is something else. But I'm unable to see through it. Ye Xiao immediately thought of the domineering God Stone, maybe it was the reason. Before Ye Xiao could think more, he heard the Void God's voice again, telling him, let's talk about something important. Have you seen my daughter? Her name is xianxia. She looks like this. The Void God waved his hand and an image of an extremely beautiful woman appeared in the air out of nowhere. Ye Xiao immediately recognized this woman. This woman was the one he kissed after opening the coffin in the ancient ruin where he had sealed hundreds of thousands of ancient devils. This woman was also the one who gave Ye Xiao a mission to bring her treasures of God level which could help her heal her injuries. Ye Xiao recognized this woman, but his expression doesn't change. He showed as if he was seeing this woman for the first time, and it was Void God who was showing him her image. He also kept staring at her to let Void God think he was mesmerized by seeing this beautiful woman. Ye Xiao did this because he guessed this woman called xianxia was not Void God's daughter. It is because when the Void God was mentioning her name, he showed a rare trace of hatred in his eyes, but it was only for a single moment. However, that trace of hatred was unable to escape from Ye Xiao's eyes. He immediately understood there might be some story between this Void God and the beautiful woman called xianxia. He didn't want to come between these two powerful people's businesses. After all, when they'll kill him, no one knows. And he knew he'll be unable to defend against their strength. Have you seen her? When the Void God saw Ye Xiao's reaction, he thought Ye Xiao had not seen her, but to be sure, he still asked again. Ye Xiao showed as if he has just come back to his senses. He looked at xianxia's image and shook his head, replying in a praising voice, "This is the first time I'm seeing this beautiful woman." The Void God's face turned disappointed. He started thinking something and said, "My mark is already inside your divine sea. If you ever see this woman, use my mark to contact me and tell me about her. I'll reward you well for doing my job. I'll give you something that can help you directly become a god from your current cultivation base. But the condition is, you have to look for her and tell me where she is and give me her information if you get any." Ye Xiao was shocked when he heard this. This Void God actually has a treasure that could directly help Ye Xiao become a god. For a moment, Ye Xiao was fascinated hearing Void God's offer and wanted to tell him about her, but the domineering God stone inside his divine nascent soul trembled and a message appeared in his mind, telling him to let the nature take its course and not accept Void God's offer, as it sensed danger from the Void God. Ye Xiao had always felt that the domineering God stone was a product and an important part of his own soul. He knew he could believe in domineering God stone, for it was born from his own soul and didn't come from the outside world. Since the domineering God stone told him, Ye Xiao calmed his throbbing heart and didn't say anything. He wouldn't have said anything anyway. After all, it was not in his nature to sell someone off for his own benefit. Of course, it is a different matter that he was allured by Void God's offer for a moment. Anyone in his place would have been attracted by Void God's offer. After all, who wouldn't want to directly become a god from Tao tribulation stage, without needing to cultivate step by step and skip 5 major cultivation realms, which are Divine Lord, Worldly Divine Lord, Heavenly Divine Lord, Ruler, and Extreme Ruler. In response to the Void God's offer, Ye Xiao showed an excited expression on his face as if he was completely attracted by Void God's offer. He replied with a happy expression on his face and with a wide smile, "I'll definitely look for her. Don't worry, I'll use all of my contacts to make people look for her and soon give you news about your daughter to you." The Void God nodded his head in satisfaction after seeing Ye Xiao's response. He said, "Good, as long as you can do what I said, I'll definitely give you the promised reward. Now, I'll send your consciousness back into your body." Wait, just as the Void God was about to send Ye Xiao back into his body, Ye Xiao stopped him. Do you have anything to say?" The Void God darted his gazes at Ye Xiao and asked with the same smile on his face, not looking dangerous at all, instead he looked like a loving middle-aged man. Ye Xiao nodded his head and said with a gratifying tone, "That, Senior Void God, you are so strong and you are also from another universe, much stronger than my universe. You must also have many treasures in your possession, for you are such a majestic and influential being. Why don't you give me a little reward first that could help me with my cultivation? You see, that beautiful woman is your daughter. Being your daughter means she must be extremely powerful. Looking for her would not be easy, you see. If you can give me something too." For the very first time, a cold expression appeared on the face of Void God, but Ye Xiao behaved as if he didn't see the cold expression. The next instant, the cold expression vanished and was replaced by a loud laughter as the Void God said, "Interesting young man." Chapter 669, Old Man vs. Second Princess. In the sky above the mountain range, sparks flew everywhere as true essence wantonly leaked out. The sharp sword chi and the resplendent golden light constantly clashed against each other, making it seem as if the sky has lost its color. Boom! The mysterious old man and the second princess had already exchanged over 100 moves, but neither of them was able to do anything to the other. The mysterious old man was a 7-mark worldly divine lord while the second princess was a 6-mark worldly divine lord. However, none of them were able to gain victory. Although the second princess was 1 mark weaker than the mysterious old man, her fighting prowess was in no way inferior to him. At least, she was able to counter every attack of the old man and fought till both of them felt a little tired. This was the upper realm, not the divine realm. Although second princess has used the divine rank treasure to block the detection of heavenly Tao from discovering them, there was no true essence here. They depleted true essence within their bodies very quickly. However, recovering those true essence without any outer support is next to impossible in the upper realm. To recover the lost true essence, They either have to look for the true essence pool or places where true essence flows in the air, or swallow divine grade essence recovery pill. Hehe, it's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. It feels so good. The mysterious old man's palm moved and the golden flame flying needle in his hand immediately flew out. As it moved, circles of powerful golden light lingered around the flying needle. At the same time, the flying needle's color changed as it turned dark red like a red-hot iron. Senior thief, you won't be able to escape today. Why don't you give that blue book back to me? That book was obviously discovered by me. I and my team also sacrificed many treasures to finally get our hands on that blue book, and when we were about to take that book, you appeared out of nowhere and stole it away. You are also from the divine realm and you should be aware of the strength of my empire. You know you can't get away with the book, then why don't you return the book back to me and I'll forget about what you did. This is better for both you and me. The second princess said while counter-attacking the old man's attack. She slashed out with her sword. The formidable sword shadow was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the world as it rushed forward. Thump! The moment her sword attack collided with the golden flame flying needle, a huge golden ring of shockwave appeared in the air and the needle was sent flying. Hehe, how about this? As long as you can defeat me, I will return that item to you. If you can't beat me, then lend me that book to read for 3 days. What do you think? The mysterious old man leapt in the air and at the same time, he retracted his golden flame flying needle. The second princess's eyes slightly narrowed. She said, I can't use that item as a wager, but senior, after we return back to the divine realm, you can come to my royal family and my father might let you read the book for 3 days. How about it? Ha ha ha, little girl, you sure are smart. Who knows if I'll ever be able to return back after going to your family. There are not many people who would dare to go to the royal family of Star Spirit Empire and talk to your father. Since you can't give me the book to read for 3 days here, let's continue to fight then. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a surge of immense aura rushed out from the old man's body like a tide. A dazzling array of golden light like the burning flame of the scorching sun, burst out, causing space to distort. The space of the upper realm was not as strong and stable as the space of the divine realm, causing it to almost unable to endure and crack like shattered glass. However, neither the old man nor the second princess heeds to the space around them. The old man waved his hand and the golden flame flying needle appeared in the air again before descending in a graceful manner. 100 golden shadows. In the next instant, the golden flame flying needle released an incomparably glaring golden light. Immediately following that, the entire sky seems to have been filled with countless golden needles. Tens of thousands of golden flame flying needles were like tens of thousands of sharp arrows that had been shot out at the same time. Each flying needle was extremely lethal, capable of instantly killing any Tao tribulation stage martial artist, even average divine lords. A cold light flashed in the eyes of that chubby girl. The sword in her hand rippled with shocking luster as an astonishing sword force stirred up in the air. The second princess swung the sword and in the next second, an incomparably powerful sword aura whizzed out from her body like a swimming dragon, spreading far wide, making it seem as if the space was being cut into countless shreds. The sword aura with shocking power shook the entire mountain range, causing countless mountains to shatter and crumble down but in equal and refined pieces. Tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared in the sky, slashing randomly, causing thousands of demonic beasts to be killed immediately. Boom, boom, boom. It was also at this moment when the flying needles that filled the sky came crashing down like a violent storm. The resplendent rays of tens of thousands of golden flame flying needles continuously struck the tens of thousands of sword shadows in the sky. The incomparably violent energy tremors caused even the sky to tremble uneasily, and an awe-inspiring scene appeared. The sky above the mountain range seems to have been filled with falling meteor showers as well as violent shockwaves that seem to have created tornadoes. The aftershocks of this collision recklessly blasted out everything in the entire land inside the pearl that was protecting these divine beings from being discovered by the heavenly Tao. The world seemed to have changed color and the mountains below began to tremble due to the meteor shower and the violent tornadoes. All the remaining alive demonic beasts within a radius of hundreds of kilometers were running for their lives. The violent wind caused the surrounding airflow to become extremely uneasy. Fortunately, the old man protected the mountain with the cave where Su Shui'er and Ye Xiao were. Otherwise only death was waiting for them, at least for Su Shui'er. As for the chubby girl, she was gracefully standing in the air, her long black hair fluttered in the wind. There was no emotion on her face other than indifference. At this moment, the other people who come here with the second princess standing silently at the border of the pearl that was enveloping the entire mountain range. Well, they seemed to be standing silently while watching the battle, however, in reality, they were preparing for the final strike. Yes, the second princess was fighting the old man only to stall for time to let her subordinates prepare to lay down the final strike. Everyone suddenly started emitting a chilling aura. The energy waves released from their bodies caused the air around them to vibrate, and the desolate cold wind became increasingly insanely stronger. Boom! Suddenly, an aura several times stronger than those of second princess and the old man spread out in all directions. The entire sky darkened suddenly and bright beams of light rapidly gathered in the second princess's treasured sword. And these bright beams of light seemed to be shooting straight into the sky from the bodies of second princess's subordinates, forming a net before descending down on the treasured sword in her hand. In a split second, the treasured sword suddenly shone with seven-colored luster. The glazed light became more and more brilliance, as though it was condensed from the essence of a rainbow. Feeling the might of the sword, the old man's nonchalant expression finally turned grave. He narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the second princess's subordinates and immediately understood what was going on. He muttered, "I can't continue to waste any more time. That little girl should have left the cave already." Buzz, buzz. Immediately after, an aura similar to a mountain exploded from the old man's body. The glaring golden light covered the area like a scorching sun. "Second princess, you should better be careful." As soon as the old man's words fell, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky. A devastating aura surged and the second princess seemed to be locked by this frightening aura. Chapter 670. Law Skill, Divine Sword Tribulation. Inside the cave, Su Shui'er was holding Ye Xiao in her arms and had a worried expression on her face as she kept calling Ye Xiao's name, trying to wake him up. She also checked his body to see if he was injured or what was the reason behind him falling unconscious. She had noticed the black light shooting in the space between Ye Xiao's brows and knew that this might be the reason behind Ye Xiao's current condition. She darted her gaze at the blue book on the ground. Right now, it has lost all of its lusters and seems to be just an ordinary book. When Ye Xiao opened the book, no words could be seen on its pages. Ye Xiao was able to see the words only through the eyes of insight, but now, she could see many words written in the book. There were also a few pictures of a person holding a sword and making a few moves. She picked up the blue book and turned it upside down, looking at its cover. The two leaves that were on the cover before seemed to have words written on them now. 7-star sword art. She frowned and looked at the contents for a few moments. The 7-star sword art was a royal rank martial arts skill. Royal grade martial arts skills are even higher graded than the divine grade skills. In simple words, above the divine grade is the royal grade, but this fact was unknown to current Su Shui'er. Normally, royal grade martial arts skills can be seen used by rulers and extreme rulers. If a heavenly divine lord gets his hand on a technique of this grade, they'll treat it like an immeasurable treasure and will pass it down to their family from generation to generation as an heirloom. She could sense how fierce the battle outside actually is and knew staying inside the cave is no longer an option. It is not safe here. She looked at the jade slip in her hand given to her by the old man. Thinking of the old man's strength, she thought he might be able to help Ye Xiao in some ways. She could ask for help after giving him the copied contents of the 7-star sword art. Thinking of this, she hurriedly started to copy the contents of 7-star sword art into the jade slip. She was only an ancient immortal realm martial artist. Just reading the contents caused her head to ache. It is as if something has overflowed in her mind and void her out of her energy, tiring her to great extent. Let alone copying the contents of 7-star sword art into the jade slip, she wasn't even able to read its contents. She felt exhausted and closed her eyes, loosening her hand as the jade slip was thrown a few centimeters away from her. She helplessly looked at her situation and cursed the old man for expecting too much from her. How could even she be able to copy the contents if she couldn't even read it? Suddenly, she felt movements in her arms. She looked at Ye Xiao and saw him frowning, and after a few seconds, he opened his eyes. It took him another dozen seconds to sort out his thoughts. Then he looked at Su Shui'er and smiled gently, causing Su Shui'er to blush. Ye Xiao stood up, looked at the blue book, and sighed. Previously, he had asked Void God what was the black light that shot into his mind and entered the divine sea, fusing with the black ball of light, and expanding his divine sea. The Void God told him that the black ball of light, in reality, was a single strand of source energy of Void God Realm, and the same goes for the black light that shot into his mind and fused with the black ball of light. This was also the key to entering the Void God Realm without needing his permission. Void God Realm was created by him and he was the sole controller of the Void God Realm. So, if someone wants to enter the Void God Realm, they needed his permission. However, if one has even a single strand of source energy of the Void God Realm, one no longer needs his permission and can enter and exit as one wished. Of course, to be able to do so, one has to learn how to control the source energy of Void God Realm, otherwise Void God Realm will swallow their consciousness instead. This reminded Ye Xiao of the first time when the black ball of light entered his divine sea, causing the second universe to immediately pull back and lay down a membrane as a safety measure so that the black ball of energy won't be able to invade. At that time, he suddenly saw the Void God Realm and felt his soul being pulled inside this realm as if the Void God Realm wanted to swallow his soul. Well, coming back to the point, according to Void God, the black ball of light inside his divine sea were actually strands of source energy of Void God Realm which, according to him, was taken away by xianxia for her own safety measure. She was going out of Void God Realm to explore a secret realm. There, she might encounter some danger that she couldn't deal with. At that time, using the strand of source energy of Void God Realm to come back here could at least save her life at a critical moment. Of course, Ye Xiao didn't believe it. He clearly sensed the hatred in Void God's voice when he mentioned xianxia taking away a few strands of source energy of Void God Realm. Ye Xiao didn't know the problem between xianxia and Void God. He just guessed that xianxia must have stolen a few strands of source energy of the Void God Realm and escaped. Of course, it is not as simple as stealing just a few strands of source energy of the Void God Realm. After all, there was still the Void God's vault inside the abandoned world of the Divine Realm. Since it was named Void God's Vault, it must belong to the Void God. Then why was it that the Void God's vault that should have been in the universe Void God is living, appeared in the abandoned world of the Divine Realm? There must be some sort of mystery that Ye Xiao couldn't understand at the moment. He also guessed, after coming to the heavens, xianxia must have hidden those few strands of source energy of the Void God Realm in different objects. He found a strand of source energy from the Void God token and the second strand of source energy from the martial arts book, the 7-star sword art. According to Ye Xiao's guess, xianxia obtained the 7-star sword art after coming to this universe and hid a strand of source energy of the Void God Realm in it, making the royal grade martial arts skill book filled with mystery. Ye Xiao picked up the book and the jade slip, and in just a few minutes, he copied the entire content inside the jade slip. After that, he closed the book and placed 3 pseudo-divine rank restrictions on it, causing the blue book to change back to how it looked before. After that, he looked at Su Shui'er with a smile on his face, and said, "It is time, let's go." In the sky above the mountain range, the mysterious man launched his earth-shattering attack while the second princess kept maintaining her stance, gathering enough light beams on her sword. A huge golden fist manifested in the air, punching at the second princess with a terrifying force. As the golden fist punched forward to attack the second princess, the shockwave from its movement alone caused the many trees and destroyed boulders from the mountain to fly far away and shatter into pieces. However, the second princess kept her calm. She had her eyes closed, and when the golden fist appeared in front of her eyes, she opened her eyes, causing a terrifying aura to burst out from her body and the sword at the same time. Just this terrifying aura alone was enough to freeze the golden fist in the air as sparks of golden light scattered in the air. Law skill, Divine Sword Tribulation. The moment this attack was executed, not only the golden fist, but the entire sky seemed to have frozen. Even the old man had his eyes wide and felt some sort of law restricting his movement, causing him unable to dodge. The golden fist disintegrated into countless fragments of golden light too smoothly, without any burst of explosion or incomparable collision of attacks. The disintegration of the golden fist was simply too smooth, and after a few seconds, a huge shockwave along with a terrifying thunderstorm suddenly appeared. Chapter 671. Law Skill, Divine Sword Tribulation. 2 inches Law Skill, Divine Sword Tribulation. The second princess is the center of force. A huge shockwave spread everywhere, shattering tall mountains and trees into pieces. Now, there were only a few mountains in this mountain range that were still standing tall without much harm. As for the other tens of mountains, all of them had already been destroyed because of the fight between the mysterious old man and the second princess. What second princess used just now was a law skill. It was the law of the sword, one of the unique laws. And she seems to have also comprehended the sword heart, causing the power of this skill to be extremely terrifying. However, a law skill is not something that just anyone can use. If a weak person wants to use a law skill, he or she has to pay the price for it. Although the second princess was already a 6-marked worldly divine lord, she was still not strong enough to use the law skill. So, in order to execute this skill, her subordinates helped by. This was also the thing they prepared after the second princess ascended the arena to face the mysterious old man. The moment she used this skill, the darkness covered the sky as dark clouds started floating above the mountain range, rumbling with waves after. Waves of terrifying thunder. The wind blows at high speed and soon the rain started pouring down like a tsunami, giving birth to a terrifying thunderstorm. Escape. The second princess looked back and told her subordinates to escape. All of them nodded their heads and it was unknown what method they used. They were teleported out of the mountain range while the divine rank pearl was still as it was before, swallowing the entire mountain range in its stomach. Seeing that her subordinates have already escaped, she finally let out a sigh of relief. The law skill is too terrifying. It has already consumed all of her true essence, leaving her with naught. She waved her hand and swallowed a few essence recovery pills to recover 1/4 of her true essence immediately. Then she again waved her hand and a token appeared that she shattered with by exerting force with her fingers, causing silver light to shine and a barrier formed around her body and a coiling transparent dragon's figure appeared around the barrier. Ruler's protection. The mysterious old man was still unaware of what is going on. Everything happened too quickly and he was not ready for such a huge change. When he saw the barrier around the second princess's body, he immediately recognized it as the ruler's protection. Ruler's protection is a consumable item made by rulers. Upon being shattered by a person, it'll form a powerful barrier and protect that person from any outer harm. Of course, for how long it can protect someone or from what kind of danger it can protect, everything has a limit. The family that the second princess came from has 2 or 3 rulers. As the second princess of an entire empire, it was very normal for her to have such a treasure. The mysterious man was still in a daze when the thunderstorm suddenly went berserk in the next instant, along with countless bolts of destructive lightning, one after another, hundreds of thousands of swords appeared in the sky. The sword kept appearing and very soon, it appeared at a distance of every 5 meters in the entire mountain range. Each sword was exuding a terrifying killing intent along with sword chi that can cut through the space, causing cracks to appear in the void. This is a domain. Sword domain was created by a martial arts skill. No, it is not a martial arts skill but a law skill. The mysterious old man soon realized what it was and a terrified expression appeared on his face. He looked at the second princess and shouted loudly, "Have you gone crazy? You actually dared to use a law skill in the upper realm. Don't you know what kind of harm can it cause to this world? At worst, there is also a possibility for the core of this world to get destroyed. What exactly are you thinking?" The old man knew there was no way to dodge the law skill. He also took out a treasure. It was a black piece of metal exuding a noble aura. He then imbued his true essence in the black piece of metal and then dripped down a few drops of his blood on it, causing the black piece of metal to shine brightly before it started floating in front of the old man and soon enveloped the old man, forming a black sphere that isolated the mysterious old man from the outside world. When the second princess saw this, she muttered, "Asura's ancient formation. So, it was you who stole the Asura's ancient formation from the 1,000 treasure pavilion of my star spirit empire. You really have guts, old man." The second princess sent out her subordinates and used the ruler's protection to protect herself from getting hurt by the law skill that she has executed. The mysterious old man also used the treasure called Asura's ancient formation to create a black sphere around his body, isolating the outside world completely. What none of them noticed was, at a few hundred meters of distance from the old man, a young man and a young girl were standing, looking at everything with shocked gazes. It was as if they couldn't believe their own eyes what they were seeing. "Are we going to die?" Su Shui'er held Ye Xiao's hand tightly in fear and said in a trembling voice. Ye Xiao looked at the trembling body of Su Shui'er and then looked at his hand. At some unknown time, a white bead has appeared in his hand. Stars shining on the surface of this bead could be seen from outside. It was exuding a mysterious aura as if saying that it doesn't belong to this universe and came from another universe. According to Void God, it was a treasure called Bead of Void. It was refined by the Void God himself. When Ye Xiao asked for some benefits shamelessly, the void god gave Ye Xiao this bead of void and told him that it is a failed product. However, its power is still enough to save Ye Xiao and many others from the attacks of a powerful god. It is a god-rank treasure and can only be used for one time. After being used, it'll shatter and be destroyed on its own. Looking at the bead of void in his hand, Ye Xiao thought in his heart, should I use it now? The next second, Ye Xiao shook his head, muttering, no, if I use it now, it'll be wasted. I have other methods in my hand to save my and Shui-Er's life. Thinking of this, Ye Xiao kept the bead of void, looked at Su Shui-Er, and said, don't resist. Before Su Shui-Er could say anything, she felt foreign energy enveloping her body, trying to pull her somewhere. Looking at Ye Xiao, who nodded his head in return, she let go of her resistance, and the next instant, both Ye Xiao and Su Shui-Er vanished from where they stood, appearing on the third floor of the 9-story pagoda, which was filled with true essence. While Ye Xiao brought Su Shui-Er to the third floor of 9-story pagoda in the universe of Heavenly Pearl, outside, countless terrifying swords hovering in the air finally took action, slashing randomly in every direction. 1 ray of silver white light, 2 rays, 3, 4, 10, 100, 1,000. In next to no time, countless rays of sword light appeared, slashing everywhere as the entire mountain range was covered with white light, causing any person present there to close their eyes in fear. Countless clanging sounds of metal colliding could be heard, producing so much sharp noise that could cause even divine beings to bleed from their ears and noses. No one can see what was happening inside the mountain range, not even the second princess, who was covered in a white barrier with a coiling dragon. She was currently sitting with her hands on her ears, trying to not hear the noise produced by countless swords. If Lin Hao was here, he would have been shocked to feel a very clear law of the sword here. Sword law is a unique law that can only be comprehended after a martial artist completely comprehends the sword heart. After comprehending the sword law, a person can create a sword in the air with just a single thought. This is the terrifying aspect of sword law. After some time, everything calmed down. It is also the moment when countless cracks appeared on the pearl enveloping the mountain range, and soon, it shattered like glass into countless pieces. Chapter 672. Old Man's Guilt. After the pearl covering the mountain range shattered, the white light caused by the countless swords slowly started dissipating, revealing a completely different mountain range. To be more accurate, it could no longer be called a mountain range as there was no mountain left. Let alone a mountain, seeing a small boulder has become impossible. Everywhere was the mixture of white and brown powder. Other than that, there was nothing in the former mountain range. Not a single tree, not a demonic beast, and not even a single leaf could be seen. The entire land was filled with a mixture of white and brown powder. It was as if the mountain range was slashed millions of times by countless swords, causing the entire mountain range to turn into nothing but powder. The terrifying sword law could still be sensed here. Even if a Dao manifestation realm martial artists were to come, they'll be seriously injured by the leftover sword force and sword law. It was simply too terrifying. Who could believe that the former mountain range has now transformed into nothing but a plain land filled with a mixture of white and brown powder? Even the demonic beasts were slashed so many times that they were turned into powder. Not a single drop of blood or the sign of red could be found in the mixture of white and brown powder, as if their quantity was not enough to be able to overcome the weight of white and brown powder. In the future, this place turned into a forbidden area and was controlled by the mysterious immortal sacred land. It becomes a forbidden area, at the same time, it also becomes the holy land of cultivating the sword ways. But these things are the talks of the future. Right now, the barrier covering the second princess slowly opened and disappeared. She opened her eyes, raised her head, put down her hands, and stood up while looking at the surroundings. Sighing, she muttered, I didn't expect to cause such a disaster here. But it can't be blamed on me. It was all that old man's fault. That blue book was too mysterious, I couldn't have let that old man take away that book. While she was fighting the mysterious old man, she was also observing him closely. She noticed that the old man was protecting a mountain peak from being damaged in any way. This is the upper realm and they were all from the divine realm. It is unlikely for a resident of the old man to be on that mountain peak. That old man also came here only after being chased by the second princess. What does it mean? It meant that there could be only one possibility. The old man was hiding something in that mountain peak, and that thing must be extremely precious, for the old man was doing his best to protect it. It was at that moment that the second princess guessed that the old man must have kept the blue book somewhere inside that mountain peak. She believed this because, along the way, the old man was running from them while holding the blue book in his hand. It could only mean that the blue book couldn't be stored in the spatial ring. However, when the old man was fighting her and her subordinates, the blue book was nowhere to be seen. The old man was extremely powerful. He was a 7-marked worldly divine lord while she was only a 6-marked worldly divine lord, and there was simply no need to mention her subordinates. At that time, she knew neither she nor any of her subordinates could do anything to the old man. This old man is an extremely famous thief in her empire and has already stolen many valuable treasures. The Asura's ancient formation was an example. As the name suggests, Asura's ancient formation was a formation carved on a formation plate. That formation plate was the black piece of metal that the old man took out earlier and used it to save his life from the terrifying power of the lost skill. By relying on his stealing ability, he has already become a thorn in the eyes of the people of Star Spirit Empire. She knew she couldn't let the old man take away the blue book, otherwise, the old man will become more fearless in the future. She didn't know what that blue book was or the contents inside, but she knew she couldn't let that blue book fall into the hand of this old man. Thus, using the lost skill, she chose to destroy everything. Her intention was simple. Since she couldn't get the blue book, she also couldn't let the old man have it. A few seconds later, the black sphere isolating the old man also slowly started to open before turning into the black piece of metal once again. The old man kept the Asura's ancient formation in his spatial ring and looked at the surroundings, opening his mouth in awe, witnessing the terrifying destructive might of a lost skill. In his life, he has stolen many treasures. Every treasure is the best of the best, just like the Asura's ancient formation and the blue book. However, he has never been able to get his hands on a lost skill. His obsession of stealing a lost skill becomes stronger and stronger as time passed, and now, after witnessing the strength of a lost skill, stealing the lost skill has already become his lifelong goal. He has to achieve this goal no matter what. No one knew, at this time, a legend was born. A great thief who even terrified rulers in the future was born here. What a pity. The old man looked in the direction of the cave where he left Su Shui'er and sighed. Although he thought previously that Su Shui'er might have left, he was not confident. And even if she had already left, she couldn't escape from the terrifying power of the lost skill. He thought she must have also become one with these mixtures of white and brown powder. The blue book was also gone just like that. There was no longer any possibility left for him to obtain the contents of the blue book. This made him sigh in regret. He looked at the second princess and said with a pained expression, "Little girl, you really are ruthless. Look at what you have done. Not only you have destroyed this entire mountain range, but you have also destroyed that blue book." The second princess didn't say anything. She was also feeling heartache for losing a treasure like the blue book. Although this book was found in a world of the upper realm, there were many divine-level formations protecting it. This alone was enough to prove that this book was left behind by a powerful expert of the ancient era, and it must be at least a high-grade divine-ranked treasure. Losing such a book also pained her. Upon listening to what the old man said, the chubby girl smiled bitterly and said, "If you have not stolen the blue book, or at least you have returned it to me, it wouldn't have been destroyed like this." The old man also lowered his head helplessly. Then he looked at the second princess with a gloomy expression, saying, "I would have given it back to you. All I wanted was to stall for time to let a person copy the content of blue book inside a jade slip. After that, I would have returned the blue book to you safely. But you destroyed everything. Even that girl, sigh, what an unlucky child. She died just like that." The chubby girl frowned, looked at the old man, and realized something. She exclaimed, "You actually forced a girl of upper realm to copy the contents of the blue book. If you wouldn't have involved her in this, she wouldn't have died. It is not me who took her life, it is you who killed her. Don't blame me for this. Everything that happened here is your fault." The old man didn't say anything. He looked in the direction where he left Su Shui'er and sighed. Although he was a thief and liked to steal treasures, he never killed any innocent in his life. But now, an innocent person died because of him. He really felt guilty in his heart. If he knew the result of bringing Su Shui'er here would have been like this, he would have never brought her here and told her to copy the contents of the blue book. But, what can he do now? He couldn't revert the time back, right? He sighed again and muttered, "Little girl, this second princess of Star Spirit Empire is not wrong. You were indeed killed by me. I didn't know who you are nor do I know where you come from. I can't pay the compensation, so forgive me if you could. Though the old man is a thief, he is not a bad person. His heart is very good and pure. Chapter 673. Earthly Spirit Essence, Second Princess. Since there is nothing left here, this old man will go first. The old man said to the second princess and turned to leave. However, he was stopped by second princess who said, Senior thief, why don't you come to my star spirit empire and enter my royal family? I promise we'll not treat you badly. The old man laughed mockingly and replied, Second princess must be joking. How can this old man be qualified to enter the great royal family of the star spirit empire? Suddenly, the old man thought of something important and again said, However, since the second princess has invited me, how can I say no? I'll definitely visit the royal family of Star Spirit Empire after I return to the divine realm. And I'll also steal the law skill of your royal family at that time. The last sentence was something that the old man said in his heart. He looked at second princess who was frowning. Maybe she was thinking why this old man suddenly become ready to visit her family. He laughed in his heart and flew away. It was also the last time this old man was seen at the upper realm. As for the second princess, she kept frowning for a while before her expression eased up as she shook her head lightly. Then she turned back and said to her subordinates, Let's go. There is nothing left for us to do in the mysterious immortal world. We'll return to the immortal heaven world first and meet that person called Ye Xiao. I have seen him there before outside the auction in Spirit Martial City. At that time, I didn't know he was Ye Xiao. We have to meet him before we'll leave the upper realm and return to the divine realm. Her subordinates nodded their heads happily. They've been to this upper realm for a long time now and had already got bored. They were now finally ready to leave the upper realm after meeting the person called Ye Xiao. How can they not become happy? However, before they could leave, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, attracting their attention. The second princess looked in the direction of spatial fluctuation. It was not far from them. In the next second, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. When she and her subordinates saw who it is, they were all surprised. As for the second princess, she muttered with a stunning face, I was going to the immortal heaven world to look for you, I didn't expect for us to meet here. Previously, when Ye Xiao brought Su Shui to the third floor of the 9-story pagoda, Su Shui was shocked. It is because she could feel the mass of true essence floating in the air. She had also participated in the competition of myriad worlds and even entered the true essence pool to cultivate for 3 days. She knew very well the benefit of absorbing true essence, mainly when a cultivator's cultivation base is below the doubt tribulation stage. After cultivating for 3 days inside the true essence pool, she dreamed of looking for a true essence pool and cultivating them for many days, even months, and years. However, she knew clearly that it was just a dream that can't be fulfilled. However, she never expected Ye Xiao to randomly bring her to a place filled with true essence. She couldn't help but be shocked. Ye Xiao smiled when he saw her shocked face. He had already expected this kind of expression from Su Shui. He said, It is a treasure of mine. It has 9 floors in total, but for now, only 6 floors are open. After that, he told her about the functions of all 6 floors of the 9-story pagoda, causing her to be shocked even more. When she heard about the function of the gate on the 5th floor, she asked Ye Xiao to send her to the Holy Beast continent. She wanted to return there and meet her father. She also has to meet her ancestor and report him for cleaning the Xiao family thoroughly and taking revenge for him. She had also killed that friend of her ancestor who betrayed him and has become an outer court elder of the mysterious immortal sacred land. It was because of him that she enrolled in the mysterious immortal sacred land and become an inner disciple there. Ye Xiao nodded and agreed with her request. However, he didn't send her to the Holy Beast continent immediately. He and Su Shui still have many things to talk about after all. Both of them sat down with each other and shared their experience. Ye Xiao hid what he has to and told her everything other than those hidden matters. Now that they were laughing and chatting with each other, they also remembered the past and couldn't help but smile. Ye Xiao remembered the girl who told him, Brother Yi, I'll marry you. Remembering those moments, he couldn't help but embrace Su Shui, caress her hair gently, and said, Should we marry now? You. Su Shui's face turned red as she pointed at Ye Xiao but couldn't say anything. She felt embarrassed and hid her head in Ye Xiao's embrace shyly. Ye Xiao started laughing. Both of them talked for a good while. After that, Ye Xiao brought her to the 5th floor and sent her to the Holy Beast continent by using the gate there. Then he went to the 6th floor of the 9-story pagoda. This floor opened when he was still walking on the supreme platform. After all, it was there when he cultivated the 6th layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, and it was also there when he completed his cultivation of the 6th layer and become one with the 9 hell serenity dragon. Arriving on the 6th floor, Ye Xiao looked at the front. In front of him was a small pond filled with pure white milk. Actually, this was no milk but a treasure called Earth Spirit Essence. This treasure was a heaven-defying treasure for any martial artists below Heavenly Divine Lord Realm. Earth Spirit Essence can not only let a divine being cultivate their divine marks at the speed 100 times faster, but it can also cleanse their bodies, strengthening them. It also strengthens their foundation, causing them to become stronger than other martial artists of the same cultivation base. Not only this, but it can also fasten the speed of cultivating any martial arts skill. It can help martial artists below Heavenly Divine Lord Realm sense the laws of the world and comprehend them. There are many such benefits of Earth Spirit Essence. What Ye Xiao got was not just a little Earth Spirit Essence, but an entire pond. Although this pond was not that big, its size is still 500 square meters. This amount of Earth Spirit liquid is enough to let not only Ye Xiao cultivate to the 9-marked Worldly Divine Lord and breakthrough to the 1-marked Heavenly Divine Lord, but it can also let hundreds of people like him cultivate to the 1-marked Heavenly Divine Lord Realm. Ye Xiao also thought of letting his girls cultivate with the help of Earthly Spirit Essence. With this, they can surely increase their cultivation by leaps and bounds in the shortest period of time and become divine being, ascending to the divine realm with him. Just thinking about the speed as well as the benefit of cultivating on the 3rd floor while consuming the Earthly Spirit Essence made Ye Xiao's heart throb in excitement. Not to mention, if he were to cultivate on the 1st floor, where time flows 10 times faster than the outside world while consuming the Earthly Spirit liquid, what kind of shocking speed of his cultivation will be? Just a single thought of this made Ye Xiao's heart boil with excitement. However, he knew now was not the time. He could easily break through to the Divine Lord Realm after eating the Emperor Blood Pill without any trouble. There is no need for him to hurry. After all, there were still a few things he has to do at the upper realm, such as looking for Tong Nian. Ye Xiao took out a pill bottle and filled it with Earthly Spirit Essence. Then he stored it in his spatial ring and finally exited the 9-story pagoda. Leaving the universe of the Heavenly Pearl, Ye Xiao once again appeared at the place where a tall mountain used to stand proudly. What the FCK? Looking at the surroundings, Ye Xiao was stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The mountain range has disappeared at some point and is replaced by a thick layer of white and brown powder. What kind of terrifying skill was that sword move used by the chubby girl that caused such a scene? Chapter 674. Familiar aura. Ye Xiao was observing his surroundings with a look of shock on his face when he noticed a figure flying at him. Looking at the coming figure, he frowned and muttered, "Why is she coming here? Has she found out about my identity? No, maybe she is coming here because she saw me appearing here out of nowhere as if I'm teleported here without any teleportation or a. This must be it." The chubby girl landed in front of Ye Xiao and looked at him deeply as if trying to see something in his expression. However, Ye Xiao had already calmed down and there was no expression on his face. He looked directly into the eyes of chubby girl for a while and saw there was no question in her eyes as if she has already known about his identity. This made Ye Xiao sigh. He smiled bitterly and simply broke the silence, not pretending to not know here. He said, "What does second princess want from me?" The second princess widened her brows when she heard him. She was stunned at first, not being able to understand how Ye Xiao know her. She asked, "You know me?" "How?" Not intending to say anything, he asked instead, "I heard you were looking for me and was investigating me from the moment you come down to the upper realm. Can you tell me why you are looking for me?" The second princess fell in silence. After some time, she looked at Ye Xiao deeply and said, "I don't know how you know me and even the fact that I'm looking for you from the moment I descended from the divine realm to the upper realm, however, it doesn't matter. I'll directly come to the point. A few years ago, the ancestor of my family sensed something big happening in the upper realm and received warning from the heavens while he was cultivating that an anomaly has appeared that shouldn't ever have appeared. This anomaly's fate is unknown and it is very likely that there'll be a great war in the future because of this anomaly. It is not just the ancestor of my family, This warning was received by many people in the divine realm who have already connected to the heavenly Tao by evolving the nascent soul that they gave birth to after cultivating to the 9-marked divine Lord realm into divine nascent soul, and comprehending at least one profound meaning of their comprehended laws and forming a Tao fruit. Our ancestors sent us to search for the anomaly and bring that anomaly back to the divine realm. After descending to the upper realm, we spent many years looking for that anomaly. However, the upper realm is extremely big, and looking for a single person in the entire upper realm is like looking for a needle that has sunk somewhere in an endless ocean. We were unable to find that anomaly no matter how hard we tried. However, we suddenly received news about the well of hell in the great martial world, and after investigating for a while, we finally concluded one thing. Do you know what that thing is? The second princess looked at the never-changing expression on Ye Xiao's face and asked. Not receiving any answer from him, she said, we concluded that the anomaly is very likely you. Our conclusion is not without any base, we have many proofs in our hands to back our conclusion. I'm not going to explain everything in detail. The fact that you were able to come out alive somehow even after the well of hell was completely destroyed alone is enough to prove that our assumption is right. Not to mention, you even left the great martial world without being noticed by anyone. It has to know, whoever enter or exit the great martial world, they have to pass through checkpoints positioned there by the sacred lands of the great martial world. Also, according to the information we've received, when you entered the well of hell, you were only a small immortal emperor realm martial artist. However, when I saw you outside the auction house in the spirit martial city of immortal heaven world, you were clearly a Tao tribulation stage martial artist. There are also many other reasons. The points that I just explained are only 2 out of many reasons why we are sure that you are the anomaly our ancestor talked about and told us to bring back to the divine realm. So, Ye Xiao asked, are you planning to capture me and bring me to the divine realm? The second princess shook her head, saying, no, I'm not gonna do anything like that, at least, not for now. Since you can even escape alive from the middle of destruction of the well of hell, and you can talk so calmly with me even though you know about my identity, you must have something you are relying on. Although we are far above you then, be it in terms of statues, cultivation, strength, or means, however, if we want to capture you, it'll not be that easy. I'm not fool enough to think that we can capture you instantly just because we are far stronger than you and are from the divine realm, while you are just an ant from the upper realm. Other people who come to the upper realm for capturing you might think like this, I'll not think this way. Ye Xiao was really surprised at this time. For a moment, a look of respect appeared on his face. Although this chubby girl is powerful and is the second princess of a powerful empire, she was not a fool and arrogant like other second-generation nobles. Instead, she was quite intelligent and knowledgeable. He didn't interrupt her. Instead, he continued to listen. She said, we are in a hurry to go back to the divine realm and report an important issue to our family. Let me also warn you so that you can stay safe until I come back and capture you. Looking at Ye Xiao's face, which has an expression of bewilderment now, she smiled and again said, a few days ago, I and other people who descended from the upper realm entered an ancient ruin and found many treasures. However, during our exploration, one of the worldly divine lord martial artists went crazy for some and has become extremely difficult to deal with. He is constantly slaughtering lives as if he has become a demon. That person is currently in this world somewhere. We are going back to the divine realm to report our elders about him so that they can take action in time and prevent that crazy person from harming the upper realm to its core. We are unable to handle him and... Boom! Before the second princess could explain, a loud explosion was heard from a distance away in their northeast direction. A terrifying aura swept over as the sky suddenly darkened and a huge eye appeared in the sky. This aura, the second princess frowned and exclaimed, it is him. Chen Wei, hurry up and bring everyone to the place of the explosion. Yong Lang is causing trouble again. Yes, Your Highness. The person who wore the silver mask on his face nodded his head and disappeared along with all his subordinates. The second princess didn't continue to waste her time on Ye Xiao. She also hurriedly flew in the direction of the explosion and soon disappeared from Ye Xiao's line of sight. On the other hand, Ye Xiao kept looking at the huge eye in the sky. He was too familiar with this eye because it was the eye of heavenly Tao that had already attacked him too many times. What made him frown was that the eye of heavenly Tao was only looking down in the direction of the explosion coldly. It was not doing or taking action to stop that person. Neither was the heavenly Tao expelling that person from the upper realm and forcing him back into the divine realm, even though that person has completely exposed his aura of 8-marked worldly divine lord realm. Taking deep breaths, Ye Xiao also decided to go there and take a look at what is happening. At the same time, he'll at least find out about the strength of all the people present there. Thinking of this, he flew in the direction of the explosion at a high speed and soon arrived at a small city that was covered in fire. Many houses were destroyed and burned, many people had lost their lives, and many were running for their lives while even abandoning their closest family members. Everywhere was only the sight of destruction, and in the middle of the destruction, one can feel a terrifying aura breathing, as if ready to explode once again. Also, Ye Xiao sensed a familiar aura mixed with the terrifying aura of the person who went crazy. This aura was the aura of an ancient devil. Chapter 675. Possessed by ancient devil. In a certain area of Cold Heart City, a cold wind was blowing, creating a bone-chilling wind. The violent snow fell from time to time, dyeing the ground silver and frosted. However, the surroundings of Cold Heart City were dyed red with blood. Many roars kept sounding out. Upon closer inspection, Cold Heart City was actually surrounded by a densely dark aura. The ground was filled with the corpses of thousands of cultivators. Blood was flowing out of these cultivators' bodies. Chen Wei, let's return to the divine realm first. We are not his match. If we were to go now, we can still escape. However, if we were to stay here and delay any longer, he'll come chasing after us and we might have to bear some unknown consequences that'll not be in our favor. The second princess looked in the direction from where she could sense a terrifying aura boiling, ready to explode. She didn't know what went wrong in the ancient ruin that caused an 8-marked worldly divine lord to go crazy like this. Fang Lang seems to have lost his mind completely. She was unable to deal with a 7-marked worldly divine lord, the mysterious old man, let alone an 8-marked worldly divine lord. It was better for her to leave hurriedly and inform the elders of her family so that they could take action in time and stop Fang Lan from causing much destruction. However, even she knew that she can't possibly stop Fang Lan for now and can only leave him to destroy the world. Hey, can you tell me why Eye of Heavenly Tao is not taking action? That person has completely exposed his aura. The Eye of Heavenly Tao should have already taken action by now, or at least it should have forced that person over there to go back to the divine realm. Ye Xiao couldn't calm down, not knowing the reason, and could only ask. The second princess replied, it is because the Eye of Heavenly Tao is unable to locate Fang Lang. Every person who descended to the upper realm has a treasure with them that can isolate them from the sight of Heavenly Tao. It is a kind of treasure that can even trick the Heavenly Tao. As long as that treasure is with Fang Lang, even though he completely exposed his aura, the Eye of Heavenly Tao will not be able to take action. I don't have time. I have to return and report to the elders of my family. Other people had already gone back to report to their families about Fang Lang. I delayed because of a damn thief, and there is also another reason, that is you. Saying this, she didn't stop for Ye Xiao to say anything. Instead, she turned to her subordinates and asked, are you all ready? Yes, Your Highness. All of her subordinates nodded their heads and shouted loudly. Good, let's go back. A silver brilliance immediately shone, enveloping all of them at once, causing them to float in the air to 10 meters in height before they suddenly vanished. Ye Xiao knew they had gone back to the divine realm. He shifted his gaze and looked at the middle of the Cold Heart City. He could clearly feel the aura of the ancient devil there. He had some guesses in his heart about why that person went crazy. Inside that ancient ruin, that person must have come across an ancient devil by mistake and is possessed by him, causing him to not be in his right mind and influenced by the ancient devil's devilish thoughts. However, Ye Xiao admired this about this young man: his will is extremely firm. Even though he is possessed by an ancient devil, he didn't give up and is still in control of his own body, and is constantly fighting the ancient devil inside his body. Others only saw that Fang Lang went crazy and is killing people non-stop. What none of them knew is that it is not Fang Lang who is killing these people. He is just fighting the ancient devil inside his body, trying to force the ancient devil out. As for the destruction caused by him in the Cold Heart City and other places, it is all just an aftereffect of his battle against the ancient devil. After all, he is an 8-marked worldly divine lord realm martial artist. If he wants, he could destroy a city like the Cold Heart City with a single punch. Why will he waste so much time inside a city just to destroy it? Ye Xiao really admired this kind of person. His firm will alone is enough to prove that he'll definitely achieve great things in the future. The ancient devil inside his body is just one of the troubles and tests on his way to greatness. Although you come to the upper realm to catch me, I'll still help you once. Since I know why you are like this, I'll help you deal with the ancient devil. Anyway, ancient devils are like a great tonic to me, they'll help me complete the dark thread of line on my embryonic form of the Tao fruit. Ye Xiao muttered, and using the spirit devour escape, he appeared in front of Fang Land in the next second. Currently, Fang Land was curled up and was constantly twitching on the ground. He looked to be suffering and is enduring great pain. From time to time, he'll let out painful groans. More than half of his body was covered in sinister-looking black gas, causing him to look sinister and evil. One of his eyes was completely black while the other eye was normal, however, blood was flowing out from the normal eye. Above his body was floating a square-shaped treasure which seems to have created an independent domain around Fang Lang's body, isolating him from the detection of heavenly Tao. However, it is only isolating Fang Lang's body, not his aura. This is also the reason why the Eye of Heavenly Tao appeared and is constantly looking for the source of this aura exuding out from Fang Lang's body. And because of the square-shaped treasure floating above his body, the Eye of Heavenly Tao is unable to locate him, causing it not to take any action till now. When Ye Xiao appeared in front of Fang Lang, the Eye of Heavenly Tao looked at him coldly. Ye Xiao felt as if a great power has locked on him. Fortunately, the next instant, the domineering God stone inside his divine nascent soul glowed golden, causing a noble aura to burst out from his body. This aura, Ye Xiao was shocked. He suddenly remembered when he was on the 10th Supreme Platform and broke through to Tao Tribulation Realm, the Eye of Heavenly Tao appeared along with the Heavenly Tribulation. However, at that time, the domineering God stone reacted and a beam of golden light burst out from it, piercing into the Eye of Heavenly Tao. After that, a golden drop of liquid dripped down from the sky and entered his body, and was directly absorbed by the domineering God stone. That golden drop of liquid was actually the essence of the Eye of Heavenly Tao. And right now, the noble aura that burst out from the domineering God stone had the same aura as that of the Eye of Heavenly Tao. The moment this aura burst out from the domineering God stone, he immediately felt the cold gaze locking on him soften completely and become gentle. It was as if the Eye of Heavenly Tao completely treated Ye Xiao as its own part, it ignored him and once again started looking for the source of the terrifying aura in the surroundings. It was at this moment many questions that were puzzling him were solved. Such as, why did the Heavenly Tao warn people in the divine realm about an anomaly appearing that might cause a great war to explode in the future? Only now did Ye Xiao guess why. It is because the domineering God stone inside his body has absorbed the essence of Eye Heavenly Tao. Maybe, in the future, even the Eye of Heavenly Tao will treat him like he is a part of Heavenly Tao itself, causing the Eye of Heavenly Tao not to try to exterminate him, a threat who is destined to fight against it. This must be the reason why Heavenly Tao warned the people of the Divine Realm. It wanted to use the hands of the rankers of Divine Realm to kill him. Ye Xiao sucked in a deep breath of air. He even doubted that when he'll break through to the late stage of the Tao Tribulation Realm, he'll no longer have to go through Heavenly Tribulation. It is because, at that time, the same aura as the Eye of Heavenly Tao might erupt from his body, causing the Heavenly Tao to treat him like a part of its own. Why would Heavenly Tao descend tribulation on its own part? It'll completely ignore Ye Xiao at that time. Chapter 676. Law of Destruction. Just what is this domineering God stone? It seems to be an extremely part of my own soul and is born from it as well, however, I have no idea what exactly is this. Ye Xiao sighed in his heart as he couldn't find the answers of these questions. What shocked him even more at this moment was that he could clearly feel thousands of laws from depth of his own soul, as if he is swimming in the river of laws, he could feel countless laws around him. Ye Xiao gave this credit to the domineering God stone once again. Because the domineering God stone is the one that absorbed the essence of Eye of Heavenly Tao. Eye of Heavenly Tao is an important part of Heavens itself. It is said that Eye of Heavenly Tao oversees the laws of heavens and punish anyone that dares to break them. Ye Xiao had already faced the Eye of Heavenly Tao a few times, to the extent where he even died almost every time the Eye of Heavenly Tao appeared. He had even devoured the destructive red beam of light shot by the Eye of Heavenly Tao and also created his own martial arts skill using those destructive energy, and named technique, Eyes of Destruction. It is another matter that, from the moment he created this skill, he only used it one time and never used it again. It is because he never get the opportunity to use this technique. This technique uses the destructive energy that he devoured from the Eye of Heavenly Tao as the medium to execute. However, the energy he devoured from Eye of Heavenly Tao is limited, he can't produce this energy whenever he wants. This is also one of the reasons why he never used this skill to face his enemies again. However, it'll be another story if he were to comprehend the law of destruction. As long as is able to comprehend this law, he can use the destructive energy from the law of destruction to use the Eye of Destruction whenever he wants. When the aura from the domineering God Stone erupted, calming the Eye of Heavenly Tao and diverting its attention, making it think that Ye Xiao is not the enemy and is part of its own, Ye Xiao sensed thousands of laws swarming around him, forming net of laws. Among these thousands of laws, other than the laws he has already comprehended, he also sensed the law of destruction. He was able to sense it quickly because he had already come in contact with the law of destruction 2 times. What if he were to comprehend it? What should I do? Ye Xiao looked at Fang Lang and muttered worriedly. On one hand, he wanted to devour the ancient devil possessing Fang Lang and fill the dark thread related to ancient devils and demons on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit, and on the other hand, it also wanted to comprehend the law of destruction that he was sensing right now. After all, it is an incredibly rare opportunity for him to sense so many laws clearly and can even see these laws forming a net around him. What should he do then? Should he save Fang Lang by devouring the ancient devil, or should he try to comprehend the law of destruction? These questions appeared in his mind. Looking at the twitching body of Fang Lang, who was constantly fighting ancient devil inside his body to take control back over his own body, Ye Xiao sighed and then muttered, "Looks like I have to give up on it for now." Sighing, Ye Xiao smiled and sat down cross-legged, sensing the law of destruction and started comprehending it. The law of destruction is one of the 4 supreme laws, he can't let it slide just because of a person whom he didn't even know. Although devouring the ancient devil inside his body can help him fill the dark thread on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit by more than half, it is still not as important as comprehending the law of destruction. As long as can comprehend the law of destruction, his fighting prowess will increase once again. Not only this, he can also execute the abilities of world-exterminating demon dragon 10 times more powerful than what he could previously. As for Fang Lang, he has already seen Second Princess going back to the Divine Realm to inform her elders. And according to her, other people who came to the Upper Realm in order to look for him, they have also gone back to their respected families because of Fang Lang. If nothing unexpected happen, the people from the Upper Realm will soon come to take care of Fang Lang. This is also the reason why he rejected the idea of helping Fang Lang by devouring the ancient devil inside him. Instead, he started sensing and comprehending the law of destruction. The law of destruction around him right now was visible to him, he could also feel it more clearly than how he did the last 2 times. Moreover, the current Cold Heart City has already turned into a place that is in ruins. Houses were burning, corpses are lying everywhere on the street and wide roads, people are running for their lives, and most of all, a terrifying aura that could destroy the entire mysterious heaven world instantly was also boiling in front of him. All these are the signs of destruction. This kind of surroundings also caused Ye Xiao to immediately fell in the state of comprehension. However, even in the deep state of comprehension, for some reason, he was unable to comprehend the law of destruction. It seems as if the law of destruction was on a completely different level than other laws he has comprehended. Comprehending this law is also not easy at all. It is no wonder the law of destruction is one of the 4 supreme laws. Looks like, comprehending the supreme laws is extremely difficult, to the point of almost impossible. However, since there is a law, one can naturally comprehend it. He didn't give up and continued to focus on comprehending it. All Ye Xiao knew about the law of destruction is just that it is all about terrifying destructive power and its destructive properties. Now, after carefully observing the law of destruction so closely, Ye Xiao made a different discovery. Originally, he thought that the law of destruction should be a pure existence and should be all about destruction. But after observing the law of destruction for a long time so closely, Ye Xiao realized that he was wrong. The law of destruction in front of him was not just filled with just destructive power. In fact, other than the 3 other supreme laws, he could sense all other laws in its surroundings being constantly destroyed by it, and a fraction of them were also swallowed by this law. Fire law, thunder law, earth law, water law, blood law, devouring law, ice law. All of them, the amount of time other laws existed beside it was quite short. The reason being, they would be destroyed by the law of destruction and become a part of it. After carefully observing for a long time, Ye Xiao discovered that the destruction law is not about just pure destructive power. Instead, other laws kept appearing beside the law of destruction even though the law of destruction continued to destroy them. The continuous appearance of these laws guaranteed the cycle of being destroyed by law of destruction and another appearance of other laws. What was going on? Ye Xiao frowned. He did not understand where the other laws come from. Could it be laws can appear out of thin air? The laws of heavens had existed in every corner of the world since the heavens appearance of heavens, but no one knows how they are formed. Up till now, the cultivators only knew how to sense their existence, comprehend them, and how to make use of them. As for how these laws were created, how they appear, why are they in every corner of the world, and the other deeper parts, no one knows about them. There were no discoveries. After observing for a good while, Ye Xiao finally gave up on thinking about this problem. Instead, he started to think from a different angle, why the other laws keep appearing beside the law of destruction even though the law of destruction is continuously destroying them. Ye Xiao couldn't sense the other three supreme laws at all. The other three supreme laws, namely law of creation, law of space, and law of time, were definitely somewhere in the net of laws that appeared in front of Ye Xiao. However, for some reason, Ye Xiao was unable to sense them. Maybe it is because he is too weak, or maybe it is because he has never sensed these laws before. Following the change in the angle of thought, Ye Xiao made a new discoveries. This discovery changed the track of Ye Xiao's thoughts. Chapter 677. Supreme Law's Law of Destruction was most likely called the Law of Destruction because it could only destroy everything it comes in contact with. However, this alone is not the reason. It is called the Law of Destruction also because of the existence of other laws. The existence of the other laws ensured that the law of destruction would always be in a state of continuous destruction. It could destroy all sorts of laws. Naturally, it could also destroy existences under these laws, such as any law skill, any person, any world, or even the entire universe. Ye Xiao looked at the thread of law of destruction in the net of all laws. Then he thought something and raised his hand. A large ball of true essence gathered in his palm, and then he struck the law of destruction in front of him. As the ball of true essence come in contact with the law of destruction, Ye Xiao clearly felt the law of destruction becoming lively, and the aura it emitted became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had completely destroyed all the true essence, and its aura became at least twice as strong as before. As expected, Ye Xiao said to himself. Compared to the other laws, destroying his true essence was more than 1,000,000 times easier for the law of destruction. It immediately destroyed the ball of true essence. However, at the time when it showed its destructive property, Ye Xiao felt the law of destruction more than 3 times clearer than before. This made him excited as he found an easier way to comprehend the law of destruction. Ye Xiao then started repeating attacking the thread of law of destruction with the intention of sensing it more clearly. Slowly, he started using his abilities and martial arts skills. At the same time, he also started to attack using the laws he has comprehended. As more time passed, the more clearly he sensed the law of destruction and it became easier for him to comprehend them. Inside the universe of Heavenly Pearl, Queen was sitting at the top of a certain mountain peak in a random world. This world also had lives and people living in, and they also cultivates martial arts. However, they are different from the people who cultivate martial arts in the universe Ye Xiao is from, the heavens. In the universe of Heavenly Pearl, to cultivate martial arts, one has to awaken martial spirit. The more powerful the martial spirit is, the easier and faster a martial artist could cultivate and become strong. Their cultivation system relies on the martial spirits the most. It is the most important thing to the cultivators of this universe. Once a person's martial spirit is destroyed, it is the same as being crippled, as they could no longer continue cultivating. Even if they can cultivate, their journey will not be for long, as they'll have to stop after gaining strength of a certain realm. The world Queen was in right now is called the Spirit Origin World. She was currently teaching a few beautiful ladies about the way of martial arts when suddenly, she sensed something and looked at the sky. Her gaze seems to pierce through the last layer of the universe of Heavenly Pearl, easily passing through its membrane as she looked at Ye Xiao in shock and muttered in low voice, "It seems he'll succeed this time." She turned her head and looked at the few ladies in front of her that were also looking at her in surprise. She said, "I have something to do. All of you can cultivate by yourself now. I have to go." "Yes, Master." The few girls nodded their heads and bowed before leaving the place with steady steps. If Ye Xiao was here, he would have been surprised to see that these few disciples of Queen were all divine beings. The weakest one of them was the one marked Divine Lord Realm Martial Artist. Queen looked at her few disciples and sighed, this universe is still recovering. Its core has yet to recover completely. Everything is dependent on Ye Xiao. As long as he can become a ruler, the core of this universe can completely recover. At that time, it'll no longer have to stay inside his body. There are also those 9 old dragons. They'll also leave his body someday. I don't know how he'll react upon knowing the truth. I hope the truth won't break his heart. I still think it was the best idea to tell him the truth at the beginning. Everyone only thought of using him, they didn't care about his feelings at all. Now that the time has come closer, he'll soon come to know the truth. It'll be great if he'll not harbor anger and resentment towards this universe in us after knowing the truth. Muttering these, she disappeared. The moment she appeared again, she was already standing in the beautiful grassland where roads lead in 4 different directions. There, 6 shadows of huge dragons were already standing like a mountain, looking in the sky cautiously. Obviously, these 6 shadows of dragons were actually the shadows of 6 ancestral dragons that have already become one with Ye Xiao. When they saw Queen returning, the shadow of heaven devouring divine dragon, the very first dragon that Ye Xiao has formed after cultivating the first layer of 9 dragon universal circulation technique said, Queen, you are here. Look at him, he's about to comprehend the law of destruction. The world exterminating demon dragon retorted his words before Queen could say anything. He said, no matter how close he's to comprehending the law of destruction, he can't comprehend it. Don't forget how difficult it is to comprehend the supreme laws. He is only a little doubt tribulation stage martial artist. Even gods will find it extremely difficult if they want to comprehend the law of destruction, let alone him. Also, don't forget, even in the primordial era, there were only 3 people who were able to comprehend the law of destruction, and every one of them was already an ancient god. The 4 supreme laws, it is almost impossible for anyone to comprehend. Only those people favored by the heavens could comprehend them, and it is also when those martial artists have already reached the ancient god realm, becoming a top existence under the heavens. The 9 Hell Serenity Dragon also nodded his head, supporting world exterminating demon dragon. It said, from the primordial era, there have not been many people who can comprehend the supreme laws. In the primordial era, there were 3 ancient gods who were able to comprehend the law of destruction and 2 ancient gods who had comprehended the law of space. As for the law of creation and law of time, there was only 1 ancient god who was able to comprehend this law. And talking about the law of time, there hasn't been a single person to comprehend it. Comprehending the law of time seems to be completely impossible. It is as if the heavens don't permit anyone to comprehend the law of time. Let alone comprehending it, no one can even sense the law of time, not even us, the ancestral dragons. We all know that law of time exists, however, no one has ever comprehended it. We can manipulate time using formations and some other means, but can't comprehend the time itself. We have not been here to experience the ancient era and other eras after that, so we can't say anything about these eras. However, even in the current era, there is no one who can comprehend the law of time. Let alone law of time, we can't sense anyone who has comprehended the law of creation. The world exterminating demon dragon nodded its huge head and again said, yes, and I can sense there is only one person, who is already an ancient god and has comprehended the law of destruction in this era. As for the law of space, there is also only one person, however, this person seems to be only at the worldly divine lord realm. The other ancestral dragons also nodded their heads in support. Comprehending the supreme laws is extremely difficult, almost impossible. Even if one can comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, one has to have a fortuitous encounter for that. Only through encountering a fortuitous opportunity can one comprehend any one of the 4 supreme laws. In the current era, there were only 2 people who comprehended the supreme laws. One has comprehended the law of destruction while the other one has comprehended the law of space. However, the one who has comprehended the law of destruction is already an ancient god. On the other hand, the one who has comprehended the law of space is only a worldly divine lord realm martial artist. The gap between the 2 of them is huge that can't be compared. Chapter 678, Queen's Discovery. I don't agree with you guys. At the time, when everyone was shaking their heads and thinking that Ye Xiao won't be able to comprehend the law of destruction, Queen disagreed with them. The 6 ancestral dragons looked at Queen in surprise. They didn't expect Queen's point of view to be different from theirs. However, at this time, 2 more dragons come forward, supporting Queen. They were heaven-devouring Divine Dragon and the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. Both of them said in unison, "I also don't agree." These 2 dragons were the 2 of the dragons awakened by Ye Xiao at the very start. They are also the ones who have been with Ye Xiao at his weakest. They had been the ones who saw Ye Xiao struggling and almost get shot to death by the Eye of Heavenly Tao. They were also the ones who witnessed Ye Xiao falling into the black hole, enduring the endless torture from the countless spatial blades in the black hole, and falling to the Holy Beast continent where he was saved by Su Shui. Though, it is another matter that he was completely healed by Queen. As for the 3rd dragon, Celestial Poison Imperial Dragon, it was somewhat conflicted in its heart. It was neither standing in support of Ye Xiao nor was it disagreeing with the other 3 ancestral dragons. The Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon was in support of the world-exterminating Demon Dragon and the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. It also thinks that Ye Xiao wouldn't be able to comprehend the law of destruction. Queen once started explaining without waiting for the 3 dragons in opposition to ask any questions. She said, "Ye Xiao got the Heavenly Pearl by coincidence. Before he got the Heavenly Pearl, there was no destiny between him and us. At the start, when I got to know him, even I thought he'll not be able to achieve many things. But you know what, he proved me wrong, not only once or twice, but many times. When he fall into the black hole, I thought he was going to die. However, he was able to endure the pain of being cut by countless spatial blades. He had also retaliated against those spatial blades for some time, which is impossible for any martial emperor realm martial artist, 5th level of mortal realm, to achieve. There come many times when he was on the verge of death but was able to deal with those situations. Even you guys have to admit that when it comes to luck, I think there is not a single person who can compete with Ye Xiao. He is an extremely lucky person from the start. When he got crippled, he come across the Heavenly Pearl that not only healed him completely and restored his Dantian, it also gave him the opportunity to rise to the top of the heavens. This is also the greatest opportunity he has got until now. When his small world was destroyed, we all thought that his cultivation path is over. You 3 dragons at that time even started to wait for Ye Xiao's life to come to an end so that the universe of Heavenly Pearl can be passed down to another person. At that time, even I thought it was over for Ye Xiao, however, he never gave up. He kept looking for ways to restore the small world. In the end, not only did he was able to recreate the small world, instead, he was able to create an entire universe. It is another thing that his universe is lacking many things such as the manifestation of laws, lives, and other such things. It is also incomplete right now and needs Ye Xiao to expand it further to be completed. Well, in the end, he'll be able to completely create a true universe or not is still unknown. However, no one can deny that he did create a universe in the place of a small world, causing his fighting prowess to rise further. There are many such things and it'll waste our time if I were to explain them one by one. I'll come directly to the main point. You are all saying that he can't possibly comprehend the law of destruction, right? I ask, on what basis do guys say so? Think about the time when he was in the black desert of the green blood demon world. He has fallen into the state of enlightenment and almost comprehended the law of destruction at that time. Although he failed, he did use the law of destruction to deal with a powerful demonic beast, completely destroying it. There was another time when he almost comprehended the law of destruction. Although his cultivation time is too short, when it comes to luck, I think there is no one who can defeat him in this. If he is lucky again this time, he'll definitely be able to comprehend the law of destruction. Also, don't you guys feel that something is different this time? Instead of only observing, sense carefully. I can sense as if all the laws of heavens have somehow presented themselves in front of Ye Xiao as if wanting him to comprehend them. Although I don't know the reason, this seems to be the current situation. Hearing Queen's remarks, the 6 ancestral dragons started sensing the surroundings of Ye Xiao carefully. As expected, they were also able to sense thousands of laws around him, presenting themselves in front of him like a huge net of laws. What is happening? How is this possible? It is impossible for heavens to help Ye Xiao in any way. From the moment Ye Xiao started cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, he's already standing against the heavens, and the Tao of Heavens also knows this point. This is also the reason why it tried to exterminate him many times. Then why are so many laws, almost all the laws of heavens, presented themselves in front of him like this? The 6 ancestral dragons were confused. They couldn't think of any reason for the laws of heavens to present themselves in front of Ye Xiao. Queen seems to think of something and muttered, "In the past few years, I've been busy developing the second universe, and it seems in this amount of short time, he has also gained a secret that is unknown to us. Previously, I had clearly sensed a noble aura bursting out from his body, which is also what attracted me to come here. That aura felt more like the aura of heavenly Tao. But, why would the aura of heavenly Tao burst out from his body? No, it is impossible. I must have sensed wrong." At this time, her gaze once again fell on the net of laws of heavens as she muttered, "This must be it." These laws somehow appeared around Ye Xiao, causing me to sense as if the aura of heavenly Tao has burst out from his body. In fact, it must have come from these laws. Since these laws are surrounding him like a net, it caused me to misunderstand. Queen started explaining the answer of her own question. However, her doubt didn't vanish. Light shone in the pair of Queen's angelic eyes as she looked into Ye Xiao's body once again. However, all she could see was the divine nascent soul that didn't dare to again disrupt her. Carelessly and remained motionless. She could also see the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. Other than these two things, she can't sense anything. What is this thing? Suddenly, Queen sensed the ball of black light in Ye Xiao's divine sea that caused the universe of heavenly pearl to move away from it, occupying half of Ye Xiao's divine sea. At the same time, a membrane was also covering it, as if protecting the universe of heavenly pearl from the invasion of the black ball of light located somewhere in the other half of Ye Xiao's divine soul. She seems to feel that the universe of heavenly pearl was scared of the black ball of light inside Ye Xiao's divine sea. This thing, what exactly is this? Queen tried to investigate the black ball of light and after some time, her eyes lit up. She muttered, "This black ball of light seems to be the same as the source of heavens and the source of the second universe, but more powerful. It is as if this thing belongs to another universe, however, this universe is more powerful than the heavens and the universe of heavenly pearl. How did he get his hands on this thing?" Queen muttered and kept observing the strand of source of void god realm. Just as she was observing it carefully, an entirely new world appeared in line of her vision, and this is also the moment when she suddenly felt an extremely strong suction force from the new world, as if it wanted to pull her soul out from her body and swallow it. Chapter 679. Space and Time. Queen's vision blurred for a moment as she felt her soul being pulled out of her body by the new world she has been seeing through the black ball of light. However, the next second, a powerful aura burst out from her body, countering the other world's sucking force immediately. If any ancient god was here, he or she would have been shocked to see that Queen was very close to becoming an ancient god, and a very powerful one at that. Queen has always been extremely powerful, to the extent where even the ancestral dragons respected her greatly. After meeting Ye Xiao in this era, she started recovering her cultivation base of the past. Yes, she was not actually cultivating to increase her cultivation, instead, she has been recovering her lost cultivation all this time. Because of this, although she was only a god right now, she could easily defeat any ancient god. Even Ye Xiao was able to resist the suction force of the void god realm, let alone her. Her current strength was enough to counter the suction force easily. It seems to be the other universe, and this ball of black light is actually a few strands of the source of that universe. That universe seems more powerful than the heavens and the universe of heavenly pearl. However, it seems to be a very small universe, or should I say, it seems to be just a world. To be more accurate, it looks just like any secret realm. What kind of place is this? Can a secret realm be more powerful than a universe? Is this even possible? Queen once again used the ball of black light floating inside Ye Xiao's divine sea to look at the void god realm and started observing it. However, before she could discover anything, a loud shout was heard which was directed at her. "Who is it? Who is spying inside my void god realm?" This shout was extremely powerful. The kind of strength that she felt in that voice was powerful enough to heavily injure any ancient god. This alone is enough to prove that the owner of that voice is a person who is more powerful than an ancient god. However, does a cultivation realm beyond ancient god really exist? Queen muttered as she cleaned the bleeding from her nose. The moment the loud shout was heard, she immediately cut off her connection with the black ball of light. That shout has injured her and she knew it'll take a few months to heal this kind of injury even with her powerful recovery ability and life force. Only a martial artist beyond ancient god realm could cause this kind of injury to Queen. Even the 9 ancestral dragons of the past didn't have the strength to hurt her like this. However, This shout also let her know that there really exists a cultivation realm beyond the ancient god realm. And that new world that she felt just now must be another universe of a higher level than the heavens and the universe of Heavenly Pearl. Of course, that might not be a universe but a single world, but more powerful than an entire universe like the heavens. She got confused thinking about it, so she stopped thinking and looked at Ye Xiao, who was lost deep in the state of comprehension, muttering, "As the new secret you are hiding. How lucky are you exactly to even get this kind of extraterrestrial treasure? Moreover, this is not just any ordinary extraterrestrial treasure but a few strands of the source of a universe, or a world more powerful than the universe." Lost in thought, she muttered to herself, "It is no wonder why the universe of Heavenly Pearl has retreated and covered itself with the cosmic membrane. If this kind of source were to invade, there is no chance for the universe of Heavenly Pearl to save its source. Its own source will be swallowed by these few strands of the source of that new world, and at that time, the universe of Heavenly Pearl will no longer be what it is right now. Instead, it'll become just an empty shell, and after a few million years, it'll be destroyed on its own." Queen was really shocked after witnessing such a thing. However, she still didn't find the reason why there are thousands of laws surrounding Ye Xiao like a huge net of laws, letting him comprehend one of the four supreme laws, the law of destruction. She tried to find out a few more times but to no avail. "Queen, what happened?" On the other hand, all 6 ancestral dragons were shocked when Queen suddenly erupted with a powerful aura to counter the suction force of the void god realm. They weren't able to see what Queen was seeing, causing them to be stunned for a few moments. They didn't know why Queen erupted with such a powerful aura. They knew if Queen will never attack them intentionally, however, the eruption of such a powerful aura still hurt them. It is because their current cultivation base was the same as Ye Xiao, middle Dao tribulation stage of the Dao manifestation realm. As for the reason, it is most likely related to Ye Xiao and his cultivation. Coming back to their senses, one of the 6 ancestral dragons asked Queen why did she erupt with such a powerful aura, pulling Queen back from her thoughts. Queen shook her head and decided not to tell the ancestral dragons about the ball of black light. She was confident that these dragons doesn't know about it even though they have practically become one with Ye Xiao. She replied with a smile, "Nothing, I just have a sudden inspiration." "You don't have to worry like this." The ancestral dragons nodded their heads. They knew of Queen's strength and her comprehensive ability. It is not a surprising matter that she suddenly has an inspiration, causing her to erupt with the powerful aura of a god subconsciously. They didn't doubt her and once again focused on Ye Xiao, who now seems to be very close to comprehending the law of destruction. He is so close to comprehending the law of destruction. Now, even I think that he'll succeed. The world-exterminating demon dragon muttered in low voice, however, it was loud enough for other ancestral dragons to hear. They also nodded their heads. The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon said, if he could comprehend the law of destruction, then after awakening him, there is a possibility that he'll also be able to comprehend the law of space and law of creation. The 9 Hell Serenity Dragon said, it cannot be said yet that he'll definitely be able to comprehend another supreme law, however, there do have such a possibility. Sigh, it is a pity that there is no chance for him to comprehend the law of time. Even among us ancestral dragons, no one has ever even sensed the law of time. Heavens is too protective toward the law of time for some reason. Is it worried that someone will reverse the time back, go back in time, and do something that can affect the past, present, and the future? Divine Soul Emperor Dragon replied this time, saying, who knows? However, space and time can't be separated. Although there is no ancestral dragon who has ever comprehended the law of time or can control time, there is still him, Extreme Void Cosmic Dragon. He can control space and at the same time, he can also affect time to some extent because of his high control over space. After all, he is someone who is born with a 100% understanding of the profound meaning of space law. Others also nodded their heads, agreeing with the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. Although, all of them have now started thinking that Ye Xiao might be able to comprehend the law of destruction, law of creation, and even the law of space, however, none of them believed that he could comprehend the law of time. They also didn't believe that Ye Xiao could affect time in any way even if he were to comprehend the law of space. After all, even the Extreme Void Cosmic Dragon could only affect the time because of his understanding of the 100% profound meaning of the space law. Space and time, these two are extremely mysterious laws and have coexisted since time immemorial. Even when the heavens was not born yet, these two have coexisted, and the same goes for the law of creation and destruction. If there is some creation, then there is bound to be destruction. It can be said that creation and destruction are the son and daughter of space and time. Without space and time, these two can't exist. However, they are still not something that other laws could compare to. After all, they are still the supreme laws. Unlike unique laws such as the laws of life and death, laws of light and darkness, devouring law, law of slaughter, and many other such laws, supreme laws are on a completely different level, to the extent where these laws together can't even compare to one of the supreme laws. Chapter 680. Yong Lang's opportunity in the ancestral dragon's eyes. He can't affect time in any way because they think that, although Ye Xiao might be able to comprehend the laws of space, creation, and destruction, it is impossible for him to understand even 0.1% of their profound meaning. And without the understanding of the profound meaning of space, he can't affect time no matter how he tries. However, Queen's view on this point is different from others. Although she didn't express it, she still muttered in her heart that Ye Xiao might really be able to understand the profound meanings of the supreme laws. Though, at first, she also had the same opinion as to the ancestral dragons. Even she thought that Ye Xiao won't be able to comprehend the profound meaning of supreme laws. However, after witnessing the ball of black light and knowing that Ye Xiao had gotten another fortuitous opportunity that is very likely to be related to another universe or world which is more powerful than the heavens, she changed her opinion. He can even get his hands on something like the source of a new world outside of the heavens which is more than 100 times more difficult than understanding the profound meaning of supreme laws. It was through this ball of black light did she confirm that there really is another cultivation realm above the ancient god realm. However, this kind of cultivation realm might be out of reach of the cultivators under heavens, something that she or others might never be able to reach. Well, after witnessing the strength in that roar, she did awaken hope in her heart to reach that kind of cultivation realm in the future, surpassing the limit of heavens. Well, she is someone who originally belonged to the heavens. She was born into heavens. Now, she might not be welcomed by the heavenly Tao and is forced to stay in the second universe. She is still closely bound by the heavens and its Tao. If something happens to the heavens or its source were to be destroyed, even she'll, truly, die. Ye Xiao was lost in the state of comprehension, completely unaware of what is happening outside. He has been in this state for more than a week already and has yet to awaken. On the other hand, the entire Cold Heart City has already been destroyed by Yong Lang. However, even after destroying the Cold Heart City, he didn't leave. Instead, he was also sitting cross-legged not far away from Ye Xiao. He also looked to be in a state of comprehension. However, from time to time, he'll frown and look to be in great pain. Previously, in order to resist the ancient devil inside his body, he has destroyed the entire Cold Heart City, taking thousands of innocent lives. As for the rest of the people of this city, they escaped in order to save their lives. Neither Yong Lang nor the ancient devil inside his body has any intention to chase after them. All they wanted was to get rid of each other and take full control over the body. Although Yong Lang's will was stronger, his strength was weaker than the ancient devil. No matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to get rid of ancient devil. All he could do was to keep a firm will and not back off. Because of this struggle between the two of them, none of them was able to get rid of the other and keep fighting continuously. However, at this time, Yong Lang suddenly felt the laws in his surrounding become clearer. It became so clear that he felt he could comprehend 2 or 3 new laws in just a few months if he were to try. But how can he still has the mood to comprehend the laws when an ancient devil is battling him inside his body? But he suddenly had an idea. He knew what he should do in order to get rid of the ancient devil. When he just became a Divine Lord Realm martial artist, he accidentally fell into a deep crater in his world. There, he found that this crater is no ordinary pit. Instead, it was an entirely new space. It was as if he had entered a new world. This world had a long grassland, many different lush green trees filled with strong vitality, a huge mountain, a small lake, and at the center of the lake was standing a magnificent statue of a middle-aged man. When he reached the shore of the lake, the statue suddenly came alive. After some time, he found out that the statue in front of him was actually the statue of an ancient god who called himself the Ancient Space God and was from an era called the Venerable Era, which is also the previous era. From the Ancient Space God, Yong Lang received the inheritance, and it is also there that he comprehended the law of space. Although his comprehension of the law of space is too low, it still can't be denied that he did comprehend this law. When he comprehended the law of space, he soon find out that the space where he was is built based on the space law. After coming out from the crater, Yang Lang used the space law to completely hide that place from the vision of other people. He didn't want others to discover that place. Although he has already received the inheritance and there was nothing left inside for other people to get, he still didn't anyone to ever enter that place. After that, his journey had been very smooth in cultivation and he soon become an 8-marked worldly divine lord. His comprehension of the law of space also increased a little, but it was still far away from perfection. All he needed was time and opportunity to comprehend the law of space to a deeper level. However, he has to descend to the upper realm because of an anomaly. He didn't expect he'll encounter an ancient devil inside an ancient ruin and accidentally free that ancient devil from the seal. That damn ancient devil didn't appreciate the fact that it was freed by him. Instead, it entered his body and wanted to possess him. Now that Yang Lang suddenly felt the law of space and other laws so clearly in his surroundings, he wanted to take this opportunity to not only comprehend the space law to a deeper level but also kill or at least imprison the ancient devil. His gaze soon fell on Ye Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged, and found out that it was actually this young man who is the center of all these laws. It is as if these thousands of laws have revealed themselves just for this young man, just to let this young man comprehend them. And as long as this young man succeeded in comprehending them, their mission will be over and they'll disappear. Yang Lang struggled and walked near Ye Xiao and sat down. Near Ye Xiao, he felt the laws clearer. He didn't disturb Ye Xiao, instead, sat down cross-legged and focused on comprehending the law of space. At the same time, he was also fighting the ancient devil inside, but this time, he felt more powerful. Because he has already comprehended the law of space, when he come in contact with this law again and could sense it much clearer, he felt like controlling them. He used the space law and forced the ancient devil inside his small world. To any martial artist at the Immortal Foundation stage and above, their small world is their source of power. Once the small world is destroyed, there'll be no way to repair them. They'll become crippled for life as they can't cultivate anymore and spend life as an ordinary person. Forcing the ancient devil inside the small world was the same as giving the ancient devil an opportunity. Ancient devil took advantage of the opportunity and threatened Yang Lang if he doesn't hand over the control of his body, it'll destroy his small world. Yang Lang is an 8-marked worldly divine lord. Normally, when martial artists break through to the immortal emperor realm, their small world will give birth to lives. Humans, demonic beasts, and many other races slowly start to appear in the small world. After that, the more the cultivation increases, the more the small world will expand and more lives will be born inside. This is an iron rule set by the heavens that no one can change. Of course, Ye Xiao is an exception. What he has is not a small world but an entire universe. However, this universe is still incomplete and needed many things for Ye Xiao to do to become complete. Cultivators, small world gives birth to lives because their small world follows the rules of heavens. It can also be said that their small world is actually not theirs but a part of the heavens.